Dian Dynasty Imperial Capital. In the coldest, gloomiest corner of the Imperial Palace sprawled a sizable complex of palaces, their vermilion paint mottled and peeling weeds overrunning the courtyards, exuding an indescribable desolation and deathly stillness. A young man leaned against a pillar outside the cold palace gate, his face wooden and expressionless as he stared wordlessly up at the sky. So I've finally caught up with the trend of the times and become a transmigrator. But why did I transmigrate into a gate guard at the cold palace? Yang Han clenched his fists as the chaotic memories in his mind gradually settled. He had originally been a man of blue star in the 21st century who died suddenly from overwork only to open his eyes in this unfamiliar world. According to the memories in his mind, this was a fantastical realm where martial prowess reigned supreme and martial artists could split stone and shatter monuments, crush mountains, and sever rivers. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one could even prolong life to the point that even the supreme imperial authority feared them. And he, Yang Han, was nothing more than a guard stationed at the cold palace of the Imperial Palace in the Dian capital. Yang Han lifted his head to look at the ruined palace gate before him. A chill seeped out through the gap between the doors. Even though it was midday, just standing here made the back of his neck turn cold. The cold palace was the most element place within the Imperial Palace. Resentful energy here was exceedingly dense, and a strange chilling aura lingered all year round, capable of eroding a martial artist's meridians and dantian. To stay here even for a short while would damage one's meridians and dantian, leaving no hope of advancement on the martial path for the rest of one's life. No guard was willing to take duty here. Yet Yang Han had still been assigned here. All because I had no money to bribe anyone. Bitterness welled up in his heart. In his memories half a month ago, Deputy Commander Liu of the guard camp had openly hinted he expected a tribute. The original body's owner had been a refugee by birth, surviving calamity to stumble into the palace, and only because he possessed a trace of martial talent had he barely become a guard. Where would he find spare coin for bribes? This was even more miserable than being exiled to the frontier army. At least exile still held a sliver of life. In the cold palace, it was nothing but a slow death. Oh, what a wretched fate. To transmigrate into a cold palace guard, watching meat every day, yet never tasting a bite, and still having to endure this chill invading my body. Yang Han raised his head and let out a long, helpless sigh. Just as he was sighing, a rapid patter of footsteps sounded from afar, accompanied by the clinking of bowls and dishes. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. A small, skinny figure emerged at a trot from the end of the passageway, carrying a food box that bounced with each step. It was a eunuch of 17 or 18 with fair skin, a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and a pair of small darting eyes that made him look very clever. This was Zhao Shi, Yang Han's only friend in this vast imperial palace. It could be called a kind of fated bond. Both had once been refugees, entering the palace together by a twist of fortune. Because Yang Han possessed a bit of martial talent, he had been sent to the guard camp as a palace guard. Zhao Shi, however, was not so fortunate. Lacking any martial aptitude, his only way out had been one stroke of the blade to become a eunuch. Brother Yang, food's here. Zhao Shi ran up, panting heavily. In his hands were two food boxes, one exquisitely crafted with several tiers, the other crude and rough. Zhao Shi set the crude box down in front of Yang Han and lifted the lid. Inside lay two coarse steamed buns mixed with bran, a small plate of yellowing, almost black pickles, and a bowl of rice porridge so thin it could reflect a person's face. Just this. Yang Han's mouth twitched. Hey, it's the cold palace. This is the standard treatment. Zhao Shi scratched his head, his face full of sympathy. When I passed by the imperial kitchen, I took a peek. The guards by the main halls get 4 dishes and a soup for lunch, even braised pork knuckles. Enough, don't say it. Yang Han picked up a bun and took a vicious bite. The bun was dry and hard like chewing. Zhao Shi squatted to the side, staring at the cold palace's ruined gate. He shivered. Brother Yang, this place is too creepy. I felt cold as soon as I reached the mouth of the passageway. You stand guard here every day? Can you even endure it? And if I can't, what then? Yang Han gave a bitter smile. True enough. Zhao Shi sighed, then suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice. But Brother Yang, you're at least a guard, at least a whole man. Look at me. He glanced down at his own crotch, a bleak, indescribable sorrow flickering across his face. I don't even have a bird anymore. My life is finished. Yang Han nearly choked on the bun in his mouth. He looked at Zhao Shi, then at himself, who it did seem to be the case. But competing over whose lot was worse was hardly the answer. What use is it having a bird? Am I going to ravage the cold palace concubines? With my strength as it is, I wouldn't dare, he thought to himself. In his mind, the few deposed consorts currently residing in the cold palace flashed past, each with stunning beauty, the kind that could stir even eunuchs' hearts. As a vigorous young man, Yang Han inevitably harbored a trace of desire. Having gone through 2 lives without ever tasting such pleasures was only natural. But it could only remain a thought. He simply didn't have the strength. Yang Han spoke helplessly. Here in the cold palace, once the chill seeps into your body, your martial path is ruined for life. The stipend is pitiful. Ooh, I can't even hope to marry a wife. Is there really any difference between having a bird and not having one? Zhao Shi froze, then thought it over seriously. There is still a difference. At least it's more convenient when you go to the privy. Get lost, damn you. They looked at each other and both let out bitter laughs. They were all drifters stranded at the ends of the earth. After sitting for a while longer, Zhao Shi saw that the hour was getting late and finally stood patting the dust from his backside. Brother Yang, I'll head back first. There's still work waiting at the imperial kitchen. I'll come see you another day and try to sneak you a piece of meat. Alright, be sure to deliver the food promptly to the ladies inside the cold palace. Don't let them go hungry. Be careful on the way. Watching Zhao Shi's figure disappear at the end of the passageway, Yang Han put away the food box, the smile on his face slowly fading. Leaning against the door pillar, he could not help but sink into thought. In his previous life, he had been a corporate drone for 30 years. Having finally transmigrated, was he really going to live out another lifetime in such humiliation? Ding! A crisp electronic chime suddenly exploded in his mind. Yang Han's whole body jolted. Host identified as a transmigrator. System binding complete. Yang Han's pupils dilated, a surge of wild joy crashing through his chest. System, you finally came, he exclaimed, inwardly elated. This system is a sign-in system. Simply by signing in you may obtain rewards. Sign in to receive rewards. Ding. Current location, Cold Palace. Conditions met for sign-in. Please enter the Cold Palace area to complete your first sign-in. The Cold Palace. Yang Han paused, then immediately understood. For others, this Cold Palace was a place of ill omen, but now that he had a system, things were different. Good. I'll go in right now. Without another word, Yang Han pushed open the Cold Palace doors and strode inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, the chill in the air thickened like countless ice needles piercing into his very bones. Yang Han couldn't help but shiver, yet the heat in his heart completely eclipsed his body's discomfort. This cold palace stretched on without end, vast and sprawling. It was said that many years ago this had been the palace of that era's empress, enormous and magnificent. Later, that empress had suddenly died under mysterious circumstances, and the place deemed ominous was turned into the cold palace. Ding. Host has entered the sign-in area. Proceed with sign-in. Sign-in. Yang Han responded at once. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first sign-in. Reward obtained. Yijinjing at great perfection. Boom. As the voice fell, vast scriptures flooded into Yang Han's mind. A gentle, yet overbearingly powerful force poured from nowhere into Yang Han's body. In the Dian dynasty, the martial realms were body-tempering, postnatal, and innate. As a cold palace guard, Yang Han's cultivation had been merely body-tempering, third level, granting him a brute strength of 300 gene. For an ordinary person, that was exceedingly formidable. Yet within the imperial palace, he was no more than an ant. Boom. In an instant, the shackles of Yang Han's realm suddenly burst open. Body-tempering 4th level. Body-tempering 5th level. 6th level. Only when he reached the 9th level of body-tempering did the surge finally slow to a stop. In the span of just a few breaths, Yang Han felt his body undergo earth-shaking transformation. So this is Yijinjing at great perfection. Feeling the abundant, terrifying power coursing through him, Yang Han's heart thrilled. A single cultivation art has pushed me from body-tempering 3rd level all the way to 9th level. Yang Han sucked in a sharp breath. The 9th level of body-tempering. An increase of 6 minor realms at once. Such a ferocious rate of improvement. Even outside the cold palace, cultivating normally to reach body-tempering 9th level would have taken him over a dozen years. More frightening still, this was only the incidental benefit of Yijinjing. Its true terror lay in the art itself. Yijinjing opened the channels, reforged the muscles and bones. A cultivation method that remade the body from the ground up. It was incomparably firm and blazing yang, impervious to all poisons. After Yijinjing at great perfection merged with him, every wisp of chilling aura entering his body was instantly refined, turned into a sliver of cultivation for Yang Han. Yang Han's body trembled, a bright light bursting in his eyes. Yijinjing was this strong. It could even refine the cold chi. With Yijinjing, what cold palace chill do I have to fear? Chill eroding the Dantian. The moment that cold aura slipped into his body, it would be crushed by his domineering force, instead becoming nourishment to temper him further. The cold palace was no ominous land. It was a blessed ground. Steady your mindset, don't get carried away. Yang Han drew in a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart. Although his strength had skyrocketed, he was still only in the body-tempering realm. Within the imperial palace, he was far from noteworthy. If he attracted the attention of those great inner court experts outside, it would spell trouble. The priority now was to get a clear grasp of the cold palace's situation, then develop slowly from there. Yang Han suddenly recalled Zhao Shi's pitiful face as he left and thought to himself, when your big brother makes it, I'll get you the position of chief of the Imperial Kitchen, so you can eat braised pork knuckles every day. Cold Palace, oh Cold Palace, you truly are my blessed land. Carrying the exquisite multi-tiered food box, Yang Han walked toward the inner depths of the Cold Palace. Yang Han carried a food hamper and walked toward the depths of the Cold Palace. The Cold Palace was even larger than it appeared from outside. Beyond the front courtyard lay a desolate garden, and further and stood several dilapidated palaces that had fallen into disrepair. As he walked, Yang Han sifted through the memories of the original owner of this body. At present, 2 disgraced consorts dwelled in the Cold Palace. One was Consort Lan, who had been tortured and drugged before being cast, and leaving her heart meridian damaged, and her terrified of others. It was said that after her close friend in the palace was murdered, she inadvertently offended the emperor or someone of high standing, and so was beaten and thrown in here. The other was Consort Xiao. As for Consort Xiao, it seemed that half a year ago she lost the palace intrigue, and was framed and sent here. Of course, those who entered the Cold Palace were always in such situations, either defeated in court consort rivalries, or fallen out of favor, or having committed some taboo. The Cold Palace is so large, yet only 2 consorts. Well, it's fine. 2 are easy to keep watch over. Yang Han muttered under his breath, weighing the food hamper in his hand. This was one of his duties, delivering meals to the disgraced consorts in the Cold Palace. The food he brought was far better than what Yang Han himself received, yet compared to what these formerly exalted consorts had once enjoyed, it was still far inferior. Yang Han recalled the sensation of just now when he had signed in, the exhilarating rush of power surging through his body, and he still felt reluctant to let go of it. A few days ago he had been trembling with fear when delivering meals, but now that he possessed true strength, everything was different. Yang Han walked with a commanding stride, and the chilling energy around him surged into his body, instantly refined into threads of cultivation. After walking for a while, Consort Lan's residence came into view. It was less a residence than a shabby side room. The paint on its door had long peeled away, and the paper window coverings were torn in several places, allowing the cold wind to howl inside. Yang Han stood at the door and raised his hand to knock. Consort Lan, it's me, Yang Han. Given her current condition, he didn't expect to communicate with her. A single knock was just to let her know he was here. Then Yang Han pushed the door open on his own, and it creaked open with a groan. A musty odor hit his face. Yang Han stepped inside. The room was tiny with pitifully simple furnishings. In the corner of the room sat a woman. Yang Han's gaze fell upon her. This was Consort Lan. She wore threadbare clothes, her hair disheveled and draped over her shoulders. She huddled in the corner of the wall, arms wrapped around her knees, her whole body trembling like a startled bird. When she heard the door open, she trembled even harder. Even so, she could not hide the breathtaking beauty of her face. An oval face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, and skin like congealed cream. Even without any makeup, her natural elegance could not be concealed. In his previous life, Yang Han had seen many female celebrities on television, but compared with the woman before him, they fell short by more than a little. No wonder she could become a consort. This beauty is truly top-notch. They say the old emperor's harem has 3,000 consorts of this caliber. TSK. Yang Han sighed inwardly. As a vigorous young man, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. After all, he was not a eunuch, so having such thoughts was only natural. But in this cold palace, if he had to watch over disgraced consorts every day without being able to do anything, wouldn't that be no different from being a eunuch? Consort Lan's eyes were dim, as if her soul were dead, and only her body remained alive. She seemed utterly terrified, as if Yang Han entering the room were not a man, but a wild beast that could swallow her whole. Yang Han walked over and set the things on the table. At that moment his mind stirred. He felt the cold air around him rush in like a tide. The cold air in a disgraced consort's chamber is much denser than outside. If I could cultivate here all the time, wouldn't I improve very quickly? Forget it, I must be daydreaming. Yang Han remained expressionless. After setting things down, he turned and walked out. Without looking back, he pulled the door shut behind him. With a click, the door was shut. Yang Han stood outside, thinking to himself. After leaving the chamber, the cold air had clearly decreased a great deal, and his cultivation progress had slowed as well. Yang Han couldn't help wondering why the cold air was denser inside the chamber while it was ordinary outside. What was the reason? He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. His most important task now was to sign in and grow stronger. Everything else he should leave alone and not pry into. Carrying the food hamper, Yang Han continued deeper inside. Consort Lan's residence was on the outer edges of the cold palace, while Consort Xiao's lay further within. The further he went, the heavier the cold energy became, a chill that seemed to penetrate to the bone. Before this, every time he had delivered meals, Yang Han had trembled from the bitter cold. Now it was far better. The great perfection of the Yijinjing had given him a physique far superior to ordinary people, This trace of in-cold energy was nothing to him. Even more, he could refine the in-cold energy. Yang Han wished there were even more of it. After walking a while, a chamber slightly larger than consort lands appeared before him. This was Consort Xiao's residence. Yang Han had a fairly good impression of Consort Xiao, but she had a gentle temperament, spoke softly, and treated him with courtesy, without the slightest trace of temper. Yang Han stepped forward and raised his hand to knock. Knock knock. Consort Xiao, it's me, Yang Han. No response. Yang Han knocked a few more times, still no sound. Consort Xiao. Still no one answered. Consort Xiao was not like Consort Lan. Every time he knocked in the past, she would take the initiative to open the door and respond. Yang Han's brows furrowed, and his heart gave a sudden lurch. Could something have happened to her? All of a sudden, panic began to well up in his chest. Even a disgraced consort in the cold palace was still a consort. If something fatal truly happened once the higher-ups investigated, he, the meal-delivering guard, would certainly be implicated. At the very least, he would be flogged, or at worst, he would lose his head. Forgive me, Yang Han said in a low voice, then kicked the door open. For the sake of his own career, he had to go in and see. Boom. The door bolt snapped, and the door burst open. Yang Han rushed in with a few quick strides, swept his gaze across the room, and saw the scene on the bed. A woman curled up on the bed, wrapped tightly in a thin quilt, trembling like a sieve. Yang Han hurried to the bedside, lowered his head to look, and was instantly stunned. Consort Xiao wore a nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, lying on her side, facing the wall. The fabric was so sheer it was almost transparent, faintly revealing the fair skin beneath. She kept trembling, and the thin quilt had slipped down below her shoulders, leaving little to the imagination in her flimsy nightgown. As Yang Han lowered his head, he happened to catch sight of the back of her neck. A neck as long and fair as a swan's, and further down, a back as white and tender as jade, seeming to gleam faintly in the dim light. After attaining the great perfection of the Yijinjing, Yang Han's vital energy was several times more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Seeing this seductive scene now, a rush of heat surged to his head, and his heartbeat nearly stuttered. Calm down, calm down, Yang Han chanted inwardly, suppressing the agitation. Consort Xiao. He steadied his mind and called out in a low voice, afraid of startling her. Consort Xiao did not answer, only her delicate body trembled slightly. Every now and then a faint whimper escaped her lips. Damn it, and don't actually die. And Yang Han's gaze flickered, a chill prickling his spine. And he had only assumed office a few days ago. How could a consort already be on the verge of death? A trace of urgency crossed Yang Han's face as he stepped forward to examine Consort Xiao's condition closely. Yet just 2 qi short of her bed. An icy, bone-piercing chill surged forth from Consort Xiao's body, surging through Yang Han's 7 orifices and flooding into his meridians. And then something utterly unexpected unfolded. The I Jin Jing, the scripture of sinew transformation, began circulating spontaneously within him without any conscious activation. Far from harming him, the invading cold energy was ruthlessly refined by the I Jin Jing, transmuted into pure, potent Qi-blood force that infused his limbs, meridians, and dantian. This is... And Yang Han's pupils contracted sharply, and he could distinctly feel the frigid energy emanating from Consort Xiao being devoured and refined at breakneck speed. Each fraction refined propelled his cultivation forward by a measurable degree. The sensation was akin to receiving a master's direct transmission of Dao energy. And as he drew nearer, Yang Han also saw that Consort Xiao was very much alive. Her delicate frame trembled faintly, her breath still steady. Yang Han's heart hammered wildly as his gaze swept the chamber with practiced subtlety. And the doors and windows were tightly sealed, no footsteps echoed beyond the threshold, no stir, no presence. The cold palace was already desolate, abandoned even by eunuchs and palace maids who instinctively avoided its shadowed corridors. No one would come here, not now, not ever. Opportunity knocks, but once. This moment Yang Han sensed it clearly. He stood on the very cusp of the postnatal realm. After all, he had long since attained perfection in the I Jin Jing. His cultivation surge had been staggering, leaving only the thinnest veil between him and the postnatal realm. Yang Han's gaze sharpened. This chance for cultivation must not be squandered. With unwavering focus, he activated the I Jin Jing to its utmost, drawing and refining the cold energy flowing from her body. The cold energy radiating from Consort Xiao seemed inexhaustible. Wave upon wave crashed into Yang Han's body. And the I Jin Jing accelerated relentlessly. His Qi-blood roared like a torrential river, surging violently through his meridians. The bottleneck of the 9th tier of physical cultivation shattered with a thunderous reverberation. In postnatal realm, 1st tier. In ecstasy flooded Yang Han's heart. He nearly laughed aloud. The postnatal realm. Martial cultivation. The foundational stages are physical refinement, postnatal, and prenatal. And beyond prenatal lie higher realms, but those remain far beyond Yang Han's current reach. The ninth tier of physical refinement merely lays the groundwork, tempering sinews, bones, skin, and flesh, marking only the threshold of martial cultivation. Only upon entering the postnatal realm does one truly cross the gate, condensing true chi within the body and achieving a qualitative leap in strength. Yang Han recalled clearly Deputy Commander Liu was a postnatal realm cultivator. Nan now. Nei himself had ascended to the postnatal realm. Again, in suppressing his elation, Yang Han continued circulating the Yi Jing. And simultaneously he sensed it keenly the closer he drew to consort Xiao, the denser and more penetrating the biting cold grew. Yang Han remained outwardly composed, his eyes glancing silently around. Utter stillness reigned. And the cold palace earned its name precisely because it lay forgotten, untouched by human footfall, which meant whatever transpired here would remain unseen, unheard. Nan now, a rare once in 1,000 years opportunity for cultivation lay before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? And moreover, no one would ever discover what had occurred, who would dare enter the cold palace in broad daylight. In drawing a deep breath, Yang Han advanced steadily toward consort Xiao, until he stood beside her bed. At this moment, he stood less than 1 chi from her. And naturally, Yang Han harbored no improper intent. His mind was wholly occupied with absorbing the frigid energy emanating from her body. Only thus could his cultivation advance. Only thus could he grow stronger. In consort Xiao lay facing away from him, her smooth porcelain nape exposed, an image that to outsiders might suggest weakness in her husband. No. Consort Xiao was not male, as such a notion made no sense. And nor did Yang Han harbor any intention to violate her. And this was purely cultivation, nothing more. Boom. And Yang Han's expression hardened as he exerted every ounce of will to circulate the Yi Jing. In moments later, the last vestige of cold energy had been drawn completely from consort Xiao's body. Yang Han slowly ceased his cultivation, only then noticing how consort Xiao's appearance had transformed. And she still faced away from him. Yet her profile was now partially visible. Her formerly ashen complexion had flushed with healthy color. Her lips regained their natural crimson hue. And as Yang Han released yang energy, consort Xiao breathed deeply and hungrily, her respiration growing markedly heavier. It seemed absorbing that radiant yang energy actively restored her vitality. Yet her entire body glistened with sweat. The gossamer thin nightgown soaked through, clinging tightly to her form and revealing every graceful contour. The sheer fabric turned nearly translucent, her fair luminous skin shimmering beneath. Every undulating curve laid bare. And Yang Han involuntarily closed his eyes. Do not gaze upon what is improper, do not gaze upon what is improper. And he had entered solely to deliver her meal. Ni's proximity to consort Xiao served only one purpose, to absorb cold energy and strengthen himself. Moreover, as he absorbed the cold energy, her condition visibly improved, truly a mutual benefit. And Yang Han took another deep breath, steadying himself. Calm. Remain calm. He cultivated, nothing more. No improper thoughts. And steady your mind. And he was in truth aiding her. And though to an outsider the scene might appear intimate, Yang Han swore it was profoundly pure. And he glanced at consort Xiao. Her quilt had slipped entirely away. Such exposure risked chills. Quietly, Yang Han reached out to draw the quilt back over her. But at that very instant, consort Xiao emitted a soft, plaintive moan. She suddenly turned over, kneeing that suspended moment, and their eyes met. First confusion clouded her gaze, then her eyes settled on Yang Han's face, and drifted downward, taking in her own state. Her gossamer nightgown clung damply to her skin. Her face paled instantly. In her expression contorted in shock, arms flying to shield herself, she recoiled, voice trembling. What did you do to me? Yang Han. What do you mean? What did I do to you? He swore upon heaven itself. He had done absolutely nothing. Unjustly accused. And if he had indeed done something, at least it would be understandable. But Yang Han had merely cultivated diligently. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I only meant to cover you with the quilt. At that moment, fragmented memories flashed across consort Xiao's mind. In her dream, she had suffered terribly, her entire body encased in glacial frost. Then behind her a colossal furnace blazed with searing heat. Drawing upon it expelled the freezing torment from within her. She even remembered greedily inhaling the warm yang-laden air it exuded. Each vivid recollection filled her with mortification. She longed to vanish into the earth. Her face flushed crimson, then burned scarlet with embarrassment. Seeing her flustered state, Yang Han's own tension dissolved almost entirely. He cleared his throat softly and murmured, Your Highness, please rest assured. Nothing untoward occurred. You were afflicted by invasive cold energy. I possess rudimentary cultivation arts, and merely dispelled it. Yet now. She lowered her gaze to her fingertips, rosy and vibrant. and felt deep within the long-absent warmth returning. A jolt of disbelief surged through her. Yet now, and she lowered her gaze to her fingertips, rosy and vibrant, and felt deep within the long-absent warmth returning. A jolt of disbelief surged through her. Had the cold energy truly dissipated? By half. And after a silent pause, consort Xiao lifted her head. A faint blush still tinged her cheeks, yet her eyes held newfound composure. She looked directly at Yang Han, voice hushed. What happened just now? And Yang Han interjected immediately. No, I am merely here to deliver your meal, and having done so I depart immediately. In consort Xiao gave a slight nod, hesitated, then added quietly, you must never speak of this. If word reaches others, both of us shall face certain death. In Yang Han knew consort Xiao spoke no idle threat. For an imperial consort to be found in such proximity with a palace guard, even under innocent circumstances, would seal their fates irrevocably. Truth would matter, not condemnation would be absolute. Yang Han remained composed, but consort Xiao appeared thoroughly disheveled. And those who understood knew only that the cold energy had been expelled, restoring her health. Those who did not would assume the worst. Nonce rumors spread, no one would inquire into facts. Only accusations would fly, reputations would shatter. Your Highness may rest easy. I understand perfectly. In Yang Han nodded solemnly, then added, many eyes watch many things. I shall withdraw now. Your Highness need have no concern. With that he turned and strode toward the door. In consort Xiao watched his retreating back. Her lips parted slightly as if to speak, but she remained silent. Yang Han pulled open the door and stepped briskly outside. In glancing down at his own palm, a subtle smile curved his lips. In postnatal realm, first tier, and his foundation was astonishingly solid. No trace of instability or superficiality. And the cultivation gained through refining cold energy via the I Jing Jing proved purer, more profound than years of solitary practice. Indeed, the cold palace is my blessed ground. Na lightness filled Yang Han's spirit, his steps grew buoyant. Just as he prepared to leave, suddenly, Yang Han halted mid-stride, turning his head toward a distant residence. In there stood consort Lan's quarters, its weathered doors and windows tightly shut, unchanged from moments before. A thought stirred in Yang Han's mind. In consort Lan, and could she have witnessed it? Nanli, two discarded consorts dwelled in the cold palace, and he had lingered longer than usual in consort Xiao's chamber. Had consort Lan taken notice? But then, and who cared? And he hadn't stayed long, not at all, in merely a fleeting moment. Besides, even if consort Lan had glanced over, she would have seen nothing. In Yang Han withdrew his gaze, expression unchanged, and strode purposefully toward the front courtyard. Only after passing through the cold palace's main gate did he pause there, resuming his duty as sentinel. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Yang Han's life has been simple and mundane. Every day he checks in at the cold palace, delivers meals to concubine Lan and concubine Xiao, and then guards the gate of the cold palace until nightfall, when he changes shifts. After changing shifts at night, Yang Han had not gained any martial arts skills in the past 3 days. He only accumulated an additional year of lifespan each day, totaling 3 years. Yang Han did not feel disappointed. Just the accumulation of these 3 years of lifespan made him feel that his vitality was much more abundant than before. Living longer is the right path. Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace, muttering softly. A flash of thought crossed his mind, bringing to mind the image of concubine Xiao. Every time he delivered meals, concubine Xiao's face would turn red and her eyes would constantly evade his gaze. She behaved very shyly, seemingly unable to let go of what had happened that day. However, concubine Xiao's attitude remained very good, which made Yang Han feel somewhat emotional. This woman has a bit of a contrast, recalling her demeanor at that time. It felt completely unrelated to shyness. She looked like a fiery and passionate woman. Forget it, it doesn't matter to her. Yang Han shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The fewer people who remember that kind of thing, the better. Concubine Xiao pretending that nothing happened was also quite good. On the 4th day, just before dawn, Yang Han stood in front of the cold palace, and a chill swept over him. He had become accustomed to this coldness over the past few days. It wasn't much for him, instead it felt somewhat familiar. Yang Han walked to the check-in point and took a deep breath. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving the reward. Indestructible body, great perfection. Yang Han's body trembled. Finally, he had signed in for martial arts again. In the great Yin dynasty, strength was still paramount. Having power was greater than anything. In the next moment, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. Yang Han felt that his body was undergoing a transformation. His skin and muscles became tougher, and his bones made crackling sounds. Yang Han sensed that beneath every inch of his skin an invisible energy was layering like a close-fitting armor ready to withstand any external attack. The entire process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Yang Han slowly opened his eyes and looked down. Outwardly, they looked no different from before, but he could clearly feel that his defensive power had risen by indestructible body. Yang Han murmured softly. This was a top-tier protective divine skill. After cultivating to great perfection, his entire body would condense to be as tough as indestructible steel, invulnerable to blades and fire. Ordinary blades and swords would not even break the skin when striking him. Even an all-out attack from a martial artist of the same level might not injure him in the slightest. With the cultivation of the first level of the acquired realm paired with the great perfection defense of the indestructible body, Yang Han's lips curled slightly. Ordinary martial artists in the acquired realm would likely be unable to break through his defenses. Good stuff. Yang Han felt very pleased and was just thinking about finding an opportunity to test the power of the indestructible body when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from afar. He looked up and followed the sound. On the small path outside the cold palace, two figures were approaching. The foremost was a pure-looking young girl dressed in simple attire, not extravagant, but the fabric and craftsmanship exuded a sense of nobility. Her tender, exquisite face had developed well with delicate features that were picturesque, and although she still bore some youthful innocence, it was easy to tell that in a few years she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Her figure was also beginning to take shape, pure and charming. Following the girl was a little maid around 14 or 15 years old with a round face and two bun hairstyles, looking quite clever. Yang Han was slightly taken aback, feeling puzzled. This place, the cold palace, was somewhere even ghosts avoided. How could anyone come here? As he was pondering, the girl had already walked up close. She stopped, looked up at Yang Han, her gaze clear and filled with curiosity. Are you the new guard of the cold palace? The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant. Yang Han came to his senses and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute, saying, Yes, miss, I am Yang Han. May I ask who you are? The girl smiled and said generously, I am the 9th Princess Lin Mingyao. Concubine Lan is my aunt, and I have come to visit her today. So that's how it is. He seemed to have heard some rumors. It was said that the 9th Prince's birth mother passed away early, and she was raised by her aunt with great care. Yang Han suddenly realized, then knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, Your Highness the 9th Princess. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Lin Mingyao waved her hand, showing no airs, even actively helping Yang Han up. The niece of Concubine Lan. Yang Han couldn't help but take another look at Lin Mingyao. He had seen Concubine Lan's beauty before. Even when simply dressed in the cold palace, she could not hide her astonishing appearance. The 9th princess before him was not bad either. With a bloodline connection to Concubine Lan, she bore some of her aunt's traits, and at such a young age, she had already blossomed in beauty. Lin Mingyao took out an embroidered pouch from her sleeve and handed it to Yang Han. This is for you. Yang Han was taken aback. What is this? Some snacks from the palace that I usually eat, Lin Mingyao said with a smile. You must be having a hard time guarding the cold palace, and I thought these could satisfy your cravings. Yang Han took the pouch and opened it to find several exquisite pastries inside. The pastries were crafted intricately, sprinkled with sesame and nuts coated with syrup, and they looked incredibly appetizing. Yang Han's throat moved. What had he been eating these 3 days? Hard buns that could serve as hammers and thin soup. As a martial artist of the acquired realm, his meals were worse than those of pigs. These pastries, which he would not have even glanced at in his past life, now made him feel a bit touched. Thank you, 9th Princess. Lin Mingyao waved her hand. No need for formalities, it's not easy for you to guard here. After saying that, she led the maid toward the cold palace. Yang Han watched her figure, feeling a sense of admiration. From memory, he knew that those princes and princesses were usually extremely spoiled, often scolding and hitting servants, acting like absolute tyrants. Someone like Lin Mingyao, who treated a guard of the cold palace with kindness and even offered food, was truly a rare gem. Good temper and good looking too, Yang Han muttered to himself, and suddenly his ears perked up. His perception was far beyond ordinary people. Although the cold palace was quiet, with his hearing, he could clearly catch the conversation between Lin Mingyao and the maid, even at a distance. Princess, you were too kind to that little guard just now, weren't you? The maid grumbled, somewhat dissatisfied. You are of noble birth, and he is just a guard of the cold palace. How could he be worthy of your snacks? Be quiet. Lin Mingyao's voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable authority. He is guarding the cold palace, enduring wind and sun. It is already very difficult for him. Isn't it just a few pastries? What's there to be stingy about? But what? Lin Mingyao interrupted her. Remember, no matter what one's identity is, they are still human. You shouldn't look down on someone just because they are a guard. The maid grumbled a few more words, but stopped speaking. Yang Han stood in place, listening to this conversation, feeling a slight stirring in his heart. This 9th princess is quite nice. He shook his head and took a bite of the pastry. The pastry melted in his mouth, sweet, but not cloying, soft and delicious. Yang Han squinted his eyes, feeling that this was the best meal he had had since crossing over. Lin Mingyao. He repeated the name in his mind, marking the ninth princess in his heart. Time passed second by second. Yang Han saved some pastries and continued to guard the entrance of the cold palace. After about half an hour, Lin Mingyao walked out of the cold palace. Yang Han looked up, his heart stirring. On Lin Mingyao's tender white face, there were two faint tear streaks. Her eyes were slightly red and her nose was also a bit flushed, clearly having just cried. She lowered her head, walking much slower than when she had come, looking somewhat lost. Yang Han watched her, feeling a pang of heartache. After all, she was still a young girl coming to see her aunt in such a miserable state, crying like this. Lin Mingyao stopped in front of him and then took out the pouch again, stuffing it into Yang Han's hand. Yang Han felt a jolt. It was heavy, and he squeezed it, sensing that there seemed to be gold inside. Ninth princess. Yang Han was taken aback, about to return the pouch. Lin Mingyao pressed his hand down and said softly, "Guard Yang, I hope you can take good care of my aunt in the future." "Thank you." Feeling that delicate little hand, Yang Han hesitated, but ultimately did not return it. She looked up, forcing a smile. "Guard Yang, I will take my leave now." Yang Han nodded. "Please go slowly, Your Highness." Lin Mingyao left with her maid. After walking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the cold palace door, biting her lip before quickly turning and leaving. Yang Han watched her figure disappear around the corner of the palace wall, feeling a bit touched. Having Lin Mingyao come by, while guarding the cold palace, helped alleviate some of his boredom. At that moment, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. A little eunuch came running from the direction of the palace road, out of breath. Yang Han recognized this person as Zhao Shi, the little eunuch responsible for delivering meals to the cold palace. Normally, he came right on time. Why was he late today? Zhao Shi. What happened? Zhao Shi ran over holding a food box, but his expression was more serious than ever, his lips slightly pale. "Yang, brother Yang." Zhao Shi panted, glancing around to confirm that no one was nearby, before leaning closer to Yang Han's ear, speaking in a hushed voice, "Something big has happened." "What big thing?" Yang Han frowned. Zhao Zai's voice trembled. "The Northern Duke has rebelled." Yang Han's expression turned grave. "The Northern Duke has raised an army of 1,000,000 and is advancing south." Zhao Zai's voice was extremely low. "The court is already in chaos. The emperor is furious and has summoned the officials overnight to discuss matters. It is said that the vanguard troops have already captured 3 cities and the army is heading straight for the imperial city. The Northern Duke's rebellion. 1,000,000 troops advancing south. The heavens of this world are about to change." Yang Han stood still, his heart tightening. The king of the north was rebelling and 1,000,000 troops were marching south. In the history books of his past life, he would have merely sighed about the instability of the world. But now it was different. He was standing in the imperial city. There is no egg left unbroken under a collapsing nest. Yang Han understood this principle better than anyone. If the rebel army of the king of the north breached the imperial city, bloodshed would surely follow. When that time comes, not only would he, a mere guard in the cold palace, be in danger, even the nobles and princes might not escape unscathed. "Zhao Shi, what do you think?" Yang Han asked softly. "How long do you think the old emperor can hold on?" Zhao Zai's eyes darted around, but he remained calm, analyzing the situation. "Brother Yang, I reckon the emperor can hold on for quite a while." "Oh, go on. Think about it. The emperor has been on the throne for 40 years, and he was once a man who fought his way to power. Although he is older now and lacks the vigor of his youth, his foundation is still strong. Many of the old ministers in the court are those whom the emperor promoted, and they are fiercely loyal to him. The court won't fall into chaos. This world isn't easy to conquer. However, the king of the north is coming on strong, seemingly well prepared. At the moment, he won't be able to take the city, but in the long run, it's hard to say." Zhao Zai's analysis was quite thorough, not at all like a mere young eunuch. Yang Han's eyes flashed with surprise. "Zhao Shi, you have quite a clever mind." Yang Han looked him over. "How come I never noticed you understood so much? It seems I've wronged you by making you a small eunuch in the kitchen." Zhao Shi chuckled. "Brother Yang, you flatter me. I have a new godfather who taught me all this." "Godfather?" "Yes, an old man in the palace. He has seen a lot of the world." Zhao Shi whispered. "My godfather said that the world is about to be in chaos, so I should learn more to leave myself an escape route. I've only learned a little." Yang Han nodded, understanding in his heart. Indeed, the palace was filled with clever people. Even a small eunuch in the kitchen knew to learn skills from a godfather to secure a future. "All right, I'm glad you told me all this." Yang Han patted Zhao Shi on the shoulder and then pulled out a silk bag from his pocket. Inside was a piece of exquisite pastry. Zhao Zai's eyes widened. "Brother Yang, this. Just now the 9th princess came to visit concubine Lan and gave it to me before she left." Yang Han stuffed the silk bag into Zhao Zai's hands. "It's delicious. Give it a try." Zhao Zai's eyes turned slightly red, deeply moved as he said, "Brother Yang, you saved some of this wonderful treat for me." "All right, stop acting like a girl." Yang Han laughed and waved his hand. Zhao Shi nodded vigorously, carefully tucking the silk bag into his chest. Then he said, "All right, brother Yang, I got it. I have things to do, so I'll leave now." Yang Han watched as his figure disappeared at the end of the road, his smile gradually fading. He turned around, looking at the dilapidated door of the cold palace, his gaze becoming resolute. He was not a significant figure and could not change the state of the world. But at the very least he could do one thing. Become stronger. Become strong enough to survive in chaotic times. In the days that followed, Yang Han's life became quite regular and mundane. Signing in every day, delivering meals, standing guard. On the 5th day he signed in for an extra year of life. Yang Han was not in a hurry. A year of life may not seem much, but little by little it would eventually be useful. On the 10th day, ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a reward. Mystical decomposition palm, great perfection. Yang Han's heart shook. The mystical decomposition palm was a notorious poison palm technique. It seemed gentle and weak, but in reality it concealed dark power. With a single strike, the decomposing palm power penetrates the body, capable of shattering an enemy's bones and meridians, yet no external scars are visible. This was an extremely terrifying killing move. One night, with no one around, Yang Han approached a half-person-sized green stone. He activated the technique of the mystical decomposition palm and lightly struck the green stone. One night, with no one around, Yang Han approached a half-person-sized green stone. He activated the technique of the mystical decomposition palm and lightly, a gentle touch turned the green stone into a pile of dust, scattering with the wind. What a terrifying palm technique! Yang Han inhaled sharply, his heart filled with wild joy. With the mystical decomposition palm, his strength had taken a significant leap. Time flew by and a month had passed. During this month, Yang Han signed in daily and practiced diligently. The muscle classic indestructible body and mystical decomposition palm, the three divine arts, continuously improved within him, mutually validating each other, deepening his understanding of martial arts. After so many days, Yang Han was no longer the little guard who was bullied. He had reached the 7th layer of post-heaven realm. His cultivation had risen to the 7th layer of post-heaven realm through continuous sign-ins. This realm was already considered a mid-upper tier expert within the palace. Yang Han clearly remembered that the deputy commander Lu, who had sent him to the cold palace, was only at the 2nd or 3rd layer of post-heaven realm. With his current strength, let alone one deputy commander Lu, he could easily crush 10 of them combined. In this palace he was already considered a formidable presence. Of course, in this month Yang Han's life was not solely about cultivation. The 9th Princess Lin Mingyao would come to visit concubine Lan every other day, always bringing Yang Han some snacks. Sometimes it was a few pieces of osmanthus cake, sometimes a bag of candied fruits, and occasionally some rare snacks only found in the palace. Yang Han felt warm each time he received these treats. As a golden branch and jade leaf, Princess Lin Mingyao did not put on airs toward him, a mere cold palace guard. She always greeted him with a smile and brought him delicious food. This kindness was truly rare. Their relationship gradually grew closer. Lin Mingyao would chat with him about palace matters, telling him what she had learned in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And as a modern person, Yang Han had seen many ways to tease girls, so while listening to Lin Mingyao's thoughts, he would also respond with clever remarks. Every time Lin Mingyao would giggle, her clear eyes curving into crescents, her fair little face filled with joy. However, there was one thing that left Yang Han feeling somewhat speechless. The little maid following Lin Mingyao had been looking at him with increasingly strange eyes recently. Previously, the little maid ignored him, maintaining a stern face and keeping a distance of 8 zhang. But recently the little maid had made a complete turnaround in her attitude. Every time she came to the cold palace with Lin Mingyao, the little maid would sneak glances at him, and once caught she would immediately blush, lowering her head to pretend to look elsewhere. One time when Yang Han opened the door for them, he accidentally brushed against the little maid's hand, and she jumped back as if shocked, her face turning bright red, stammering and unable to speak. Yang Han. He clearly remembered that this little maid had looked down on him before and complained to Lin Mingyao. What was going on now? Yang Han thought for a moment and soon understood the reason. When a martial artist cultivates to a certain realm, their aura undergoes a tremendous change. In this month, Yang Han had advanced from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 7th layer of post-heaven realm, and his entire demeanor was no longer comparable to before. Though his features remained unchanged, the confidence and sharpness radiating from him were indeed very attractive to young girls. However, Yang Han was not interested in such matters. His mind was filled with thoughts of becoming stronger, and even stronger. In this month, Yang Han had also accumulated over 20 taels of gold, nearly all gifted by Lin Mingyao. To ordinary people this was quite a sum of wealth, but Yang Han felt it was not enough. If chaos were to descend upon the world, could gold and silver really save his life? No. The only thing that could save his life was strength. One noon, while standing guard, Yang Han suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps in the distance. He opened his eyes to see a man in a guard uniform striding over, his expression cold and full of disdain. After all, this cold palace was too unlucky, and he did not want to stay here for even a moment. If it weren't for delivering a message from Deputy Commander Liu, he wouldn't have come here at all. Are you Yang Han? The man scrutinized him from head to toe. Yang Han stood up and nodded quietly. Yes, what is it? Deputy Commander Liu has issued an order for you to go there now, no mistakes allowed. The man said expressionlessly. Yang Han's heart stirred. Deputy Commander, wasn't he the one who sent him to the cold palace because he had refused to bribe him? The weasel was wishing the chicken a happy new year, definitely not with good intentions. What did Deputy Commander Liu want with him suddenly? Yang Han kept his expression neutral and replied, lightly, got it, I'll head over now. Then the guard turned and left, too lazy to say another word. Yang Han watched his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. No matter what Deputy Commander Liu intended, he was not afraid. A month ago, Yang Han might have felt some trepidation. But now, seventh layer of post-heaven realm, great perfection of indestructible body, great perfection of mystical decomposition palm. If Deputy Commander Liu was wise, it would be fine, or if not. Yang Han's lips curled into a cold smile. He then strode toward the direction of the guard camp. The guard camp is located on the east side of the palace, divided into two camps, left and right. The left camp holds a higher position, responsible for guarding the key areas of the inner palace, while the right camp is subordinate, tasked with patrolling the outer palace and watching over the remote cold palace. Yang Han, hailing from the right camp, is well acquainted with this route. As he walks, his pace is neither hurried nor slow, but his mind is filled with swirling thoughts. The sudden summons from Deputy Commander Liu is surely not a good sign. This man had kicked him to the cold palace without a second thought, simply because he hadn't bribed him. He's not a good person. Soon the right camp comes into view. The camp gate stands wide open, bustling with activity. Hundreds of newcomers are practicing in the training ground, bare-chested and sweating profusely. Several instructors stand nearby with whips in hand. Anyone who moves slowly receives a lash, leaving immediate scars on their backs. Yang Han's gaze sweeps over the instructors, his eyebrows slightly raised. The instructors' cultivation levels seem to be at the initial stage of the postnatal realm. In the eyes of an ordinary guard, they would be considered experts, but to him, they are not even worth a single hair. Yang Han withdrew his gaze and walked straight in. According to his memory, Deputy Commander Liu's tent is located at the deepest part of the camp. Yang Han crossed the training ground and arrived at a larger tent than the others. Outside the tent stand two guards, swords at their waists, looking arrogant. Who goes there? One of the guards raised a hand to stop him. Cold Palace Guard Yang Han, summoned by Deputy Commander Liu. The two guards exchanged glances, sizing him up with disdain. As a Cold Palace Guard, he is the lowest existence in the guard camp. Who doesn't know that those sent to the Cold Palace are unfortunate souls with no backing and weak abilities? You may enter, the guard said. Yang Han's expression remained unchanged as he lifted the curtain and entered. Behind a large table sits a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face and wide ears, sporting a short beard, and dressed in a dark green military uniform with a jade belt around his waist, exuding a certain authority. This is Deputy Commander Liu Chong. The moment Yang Han stepped in, Liu Chong looked up. Yang Han, you finally arrived. Liu Chong smiled faintly. Have a seat. Yang Han slightly cupped his hands. Deputy Commander Liu is being too polite. He sat down beside him, but his heart was growing more vigilant. Liu Chong picked up a teacup and took a sip, smiling as he looked at him. Yang Han, how have you been over in the Cold Palace? Are you still getting used to it? It's fine, Yang Han replied nonchalantly. Fine. Liu Chong sighed, adopting a seemingly sincere demeanor. You don't need to be tough. Everyone knows what the Cold Palace is like. The cold atmosphere is heavy, and staying there for too long harms your meridians and dantian, affecting your cultivation. You've been there for over a month, right? Your cultivation must have suffered considerably. Yang Han did not respond, merely gazing at him indifferently. Liu Chong noticed his silence, but was not angered. He shifted the topic. By the way, I've heard that the 9th princess has been frequently visiting the Cold Palace. Here it comes. Yang Han's heart sank, but his expression remained calm. That is indeed the case. The 9th princess goes to visit Consort Lawn. Visiting Consort Lawn? Liu Chong chuckled and his gaze turned meaningful. Visiting Consort Lawn is a good thing, but I've heard that every time the 9th princess goes, she brings you some good things. Really, just some snacks? Liu Chong set down the teacup and his tone deepened. Yang Han, am aware that life in the Cold Palace isn't easy for you. The cold atmosphere there is harsh, detrimental to both your body and cultivation. If you stay there for too long, your life in martial arts will be ruined. He paused before adding, I can offer you an opportunity to transfer from the Cold Palace to a better place. However, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, gazing meaningfully at Yang Han. This opportunity depends on whether you can seize it. Yang Han couldn't help but smirk internally. After all this circling, it turns out he just wanted to profit from him. His expression remained unchanged as he replied, I appreciate Deputy Commander Liu's kind intentions. However, I am doing fine in the cold palace and do not wish to transfer for the time being. Lu Chang's smile froze. He stared at Yang Han for several breaths, his expression darkening slowly like a sheet of ice. Yang Han, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lu Chang's voice turned icy, revealing his true colors. Let me tell you plainly, someone saw the gold that the ninth princess gave you. You, a lowly cold palace guard, think you deserve such gifts? Lu Chang stood up, looking down at Yang Han. Hand over the gold, and I might spare your life. If you refuse. He sneered coldly. The graveyard is in need of a guard. I can transfer you there. The cold atmosphere there is 10 times worse than the cold palace, and spending a year there will ruin your martial arts for life. Moreover, it is not uncommon for corpses to rise again in the graveyard, and there have been many instances of guards being killed. This was not just a transfer to the graveyard, but a death threat. Lu Chang then sat down, appearing very calm, as if everything was under his control. Yang Han, you wouldn't want to die, would you? Yang Han sat there, his face turning slightly pale. He lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly, seemingly in fear and dread. But in reality, a killing intent surged within him. At this moment, Deputy Commander Lu seemed like an ant in front of Yang Han. An insignificant ant dares to show its fangs in front of him. Yang Han took a deep breath, suppressing all his killing intent deep within. Now is not the time to act. There are too many people in the guard camp, and Lu Chang, as the deputy commander, would cause too much of a stir if he acted here. He needs to wait for the right moment. Yang Han raised his head, displaying a look of fear on his face, his lips trembling as he said, Deputy Commander Lu, I am willing to show my respect to you. Please do not send me to the graveyard. Lu Chang looked at his cowardly demeanor, nodding in satisfaction, and sat back down, leisurely sipping. That's more like it. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Yang Han lowered his head, his voice trembling. However, the gold is not on me. You see, I will go back to fetch it and bring it to you later. Lu Chang waved his hand, his tone returning to a fake, gentle demeanor. All right, go ahead. Remember, don't keep me waiting too long. Yes. Yang Han nodded repeatedly, standing up and bowing his head as he exited the tent. The moment he lifted the curtain, all traces of fear and cowardice vanished from Yang Han's face. In its place was a coldness filled with killing intent. Walking out of the guard camp's main gate, Yang Han's steps grew steadier. Within him, the killing intent surged like a tidal wave. Lu Chang, you must die. Such a person is greedy and ruthless. If you take a step back, he will take 10 steps forward. Yang Han's gaze turned icy. Lu Chang mentioned the ninth princess. With this man's greed, he would undoubtedly use this as a long-term extortion leverage. Yang Han opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Killing Lu Chang is not only for self-preservation, but also to cut off this root of calamity. Yang Han returned to the cold palace, standing guard as if nothing was wrong. Time passed. Slowly the sun set in the west, and the lights in the palace began to illuminate one by one. When it was time to change shifts, Yang Han then left. He walked towards his residence, but as he reached the corner, his figure suddenly flashed and vanished. The guard camp. Lu Chang walked out from the main gate of the right camp, his face dark enough to drip water. He looked up at the sky and cursed, damn it, daring to play tricks on me. Tomorrow we'll send you to the graveyard and find a chance to kill you. He had waited here all afternoon without even seeing Yang Han's shadow. Clearly Yang Han was not going back to bring him the gold. He was playing him like a fool. Lu Chang was furious enough to explode. He had been in the guard camp for so many years, and no one had ever dared to mess with him like this. Once we reach the graveyard, let's see how I deal with you. Lu Chang snorted coldly and strode towards his residence. However, he did not notice that behind him a figure silently followed like a ghost in the night. Yang Han's gaze was locked fiercely on the figure ahead, his eyes cold as a blade. He moved lightly, his footsteps soundless, blending into the darkness. His cultivation at the 7th level of the postnatal realm was fully restrained, revealing not a trace of aura. Unaware, Lu Chang continued to walk briskly ahead. Lu Chang's residence was not far from the guard camp, situated in a small courtyard at the corner of the palace. Though small, this courtyard was infinitely better than Yang Han's dilapidated hut. Yang Han silently followed him inside. Just as Lu Chang stepped through the courtyard gate, his footsteps suddenly halted. His brow furrowed slightly as if he had sensed something, and he abruptly turned around. In the moonlight, Yang Han stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his expression emotionless, his eyes calm, like a still pond. Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, but then a cold smile crept across his lips. If I thought who it was. Lu Chang glared coldly at Yang Han, his tone filled with displeasure. Coming so late, you certainly kept this commander waiting. Yang Han, do you know your crime? Yang Han remained silent, merely gazing at him quietly. Lu Chang, however, was unfazed, hands behind his back, looking down at Yang Han, as if he could control his life and death. Yang Han, do you think bringing gold will absolve you? Lu Chang sneered, making me wait so long for such a trivial reason. You should go to the mass grave. You deserve to die. His words were icy, filled with murderous intent, as if Yang Han's life was no more than that of an ant in his eyes. However, Lu Chang paused, shifting his tone, his face displaying a condescending expression. If you can bring more gold, I might consider it. I can give you a way out. Lu Chang's tone carried an air of arrogance. In his eyes, Yang Han was merely a small fry, a trifling creature at the third level of the body refinement realm. As a formidable postnatal realm warrior, he could crush Yang Han with a single finger. Granting Yang Han the privilege to converse with him was a form of charity, a bestowal. Yang Han stood there momentarily stunned by Lu Chang's words. Then a flicker of absurdity crossed his eyes. This fool actually thought he had come to deliver money. Little did he know he had come to claim Lu Chang's life. At that moment, Lu Chang's expression appeared as if he had already secured Yang Han's fate. Yang Han looked at him, his gaze growing colder, as if he were staring at a corpse. Are you done? Yang Han suddenly spoke, his voice calm, almost deathly silent. Lu Chang's brow furrowed. I didn't come here to give you money. Yang Han spoke each word deliberately. Lu Chang's expression stiffened, then darkened, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Are you toying with me? His voice turned icy. Yang Han, are you tired of living? A mere third-level body refinement minion dares to play tricks on me repeatedly. Yang Han shook his head. No, it is you who should be tired of living. Lu Chang's expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes radiating killing intent. A dignified postnatal realm warrior being provoked in such a manner. He couldn't allow Yang Han's limbs to remain unbroken. Throwing him outside the palace to feed the dogs was the only way for Lu Chang to maintain his standing. Seeking death, he shouted furiously, launching an attack. His postnatal realm third-level cultivation erupted instantly, a palm strike aimed directly at Yang Han's chest, accompanied by a fierce palm wind. Yang Han made no attempt to dodge or evade, not even blinking. Bang! Lu Chang's palm struck solidly against Yang Han's chest. Then his expression changed. The force of that palm strike felt as if it had hit a thick golden bell, causing his hand to tingle and his tiger's mouth to ache. Yet Yang Han stood unmoving in place, as if he had not been struck at all. How is this possible? Lu Chang's heart raced, his eyes wide as he stared at Yang Han. Wasn't he at the third level of body refinement? How could this ant withstand a palm strike from a postnatal realm warrior? Are you done? Yang Han glanced down at the spot on his chest where he had been struck, then looked up expressionless at Lu Chang. The indestructible body was indeed powerful. Lu Chang's palm was less than a mere tickle. Lu Chang's heart skipped a beat, a surge of fear rising from the depths of his being. At that moment, Yang Han made his move. He raised his palm lightly and effortlessly towards Lu Chang's chest. This palm strike seemed soft and weak, as if no effort was exerted. Yet Lu Chang's pupils constricted. He sensed the terrifying power contained within that palm, making every hair on his body stand on end. In a panic, Lu Chang attempted to evade, but he was far too slow. Bang! The power of the Xian incorruption palm silently penetrated Lu Chang's body. In the next moment, Lu Chang felt the powerful force wreaking havoc inside him. His meridians and bones were breaking inch by inch. Oh! Lu Chang opened his mouth to scream in agony, but only managed to whimper. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Lu Chang's body slumped down limp like a pile of mud. His eyes widened, his face filled with horror. This power! A postnatal realm warrior. And not just any novice postnatal realm warrior. He was likely a latest-stage warrior. Lu Chang's mind went blank. If he recalled correctly, Yang Han was at the third level of body refinement, wasn't he? That had been confirmed during the guard assessment. How could he suddenly possess such terrifying strength? Such cultivation level in the right camp of the guard, only the commander could compete with him. Was he hiding his strength, pretending to be weak for a scheme? Lu Chang opened his mouth, wanting to expose him. But blood continued to surge from his mouth, choking off all his words. Then Yang Han crouched down and searched Lu Chang's body. As the deputy commander, he must have good things. However, there was nothing on him. Yang Han frowned. He then stood up, casting his gaze towards the room behind Lu Chang. Yang Han strode in, beginning to rummage through the room. Lu Chang had amassed a considerable amount of wealth. This money couldn't go to waste. Soon Yang Han found an iron box. Opening the box, he found a neatly stacked layer of gold ingots inside. Yang Han counted them, his eyes lighting up slightly. There was quite a bit of gold here. This was a small fortune. An ordinary guard earned only a few taels of silver in a year. Such a vast amount of gold was something an ordinary guard could never earn in a lifetime. Yang Han tucked the gold ingots into his clothes and walked out of the room. As he passed by Lu Chang, he didn't even glance at him. Lu Chang lay on the ground, seeing Yang Han approach. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but only blood bubbled from the corner of his mouth. The night was ink-dark, and Yang Han's figure quickly blended into the shadows. He silently returned. His residence was next to the cold palace, a small and shabby room, which compared to Lu Chang's little courtyard was like a dog kennel. Yet Yang Han didn't mind. He closed the door and counted his gains. Over 200 taels. A tremendous harvest. A look of satisfaction spread across Yang Han's face. This money would surely be useful at some point. After pondering, Yang Han concealed the 200 taels of gold perfectly, such that no one would find it. Then Yang Han lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep, as if nothing had happened that night. A night without further events. The next day, in Lu Chang's courtyard. He's dead. Deputy Commander Lu is dead. Quick, summon people. Hurry. Deputy Commander is dead. Who is so bold? Lu Chang's corpse was discovered by passing guards. The body lay in the center of the courtyard without a single external injury. Someone reached out to touch him, and Lu Chang's whole body felt as soft as water. His face twisted and pale as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before his death. As the news spread, the entire guard camp was thrown into an uproar, like a pot boiling over. Commander Lu Kuan of the right camp, Lu Chang's elder brother, hurried to the scene as soon as he received the news. Lu Kuan looked at his brother's corpse, his eyes filled with rage, and he shattered a nearby stone pillar with a punch. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Who did this? I want him to pay with his life. Lu Kuan roared, his voice making the surrounding guards tremble in fear. Lu Kuan, at the 9th level of postnatal realm, had been the commander of the right camp for 5 years with a solid foundation and ruthless methods. Now that his brother was dead, how could Lu Kuan let it go? Moreover, it wasn't just about Lu Chang's death. A death incident had occurred in the palace, and it involved a postnatal realm warrior. This was serious. An uncontrollable postnatal warrior. If he were to kill a noble in the palace, the guard camp would be doomed. From top to bottom, how many people would face imprisonment or even execution? With the order for a thorough investigation issued, the entire right camp sprang into action. Soon the investigators traced it back to Yang Han. Yesterday, Lu Chang had summoned Yang Han, making him one of the people he had interacted with. The 2 guards in charge of the investigation found Yang Han. At this moment, Yang Han was standing guard at the cold palace. Seeing someone approach, he maintained a calm expression. What can I do for you two? Yesterday, Deputy Commander Lu called for you. What was it about? What did he say? The 2 guards asked in rapid succession, their eyes pressing. Yang Han recounted the reason Lu Chang summoned him in full detail. He wore a helpless expression, portraying a small character being pressured by the deputy commander. The 2 guards were somewhat speechless. They were quite aware of Lu Chang's true nature. It wasn't just about extracting benefits from Yang Han. In the entire right camp who hadn't been shaken down by Lu Chang. Alright, that's all for you. The 2 guards waved their hands. It seemed Yang Han didn't know anything. The 2 guards left to find someone else. The 2 of them completely failed to connect Yang Han to the murder of Lu Chang. They had already investigated Yang Han's profile, a mere 3rd-level body refinement warrior. Such a cultivation level couldn't even match a single finger of Lu Chang. How could he possibly have killed him? Moreover, Lu Chang's death was extraordinarily strange, his body having no injuries at all, yet all his organs were shattered. 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Amidst the chaos unfolding beyond his reach, Yang Han remained utterly detached, his world confined to 3 daily rituals: signing and delivering meals, and cultivating his cultivation. Over those 5 days, his sign-in rewards consisted solely of extended lifespan and pills that enhanced cultivation. His cultivation had advanced steadily, drawing him ever closer to the 8th rank of the post-heaven realm. Princess Jiolin Mingyao, however, visited with increasing frequency, 4 times in 5 days. Each time, she first paid a quiet visit to consort lawn, remaining for nearly half an hour. When she emerged, her eyes were invariably red-rimmed. Yet the moment she spoke with Yang Han, her sorrow vanished like mist, replaced instantly by a warm, practiced smile. At times, Yang Han found himself caught in a fleeting illusion that Princess Lin's visits to the cold palace were not solely for consort lawn. Could it be she also came to see him? The thought barely surfaced before he shook his head, dismissing it as folly. She was a princess, he merely a palace guard exiled to the cold palace, utterly unworthy. Still, their conversations grew longer and more intimate, from which imperial tutor delivered the dullest lectures to which new blossoms had unfurled in the imperial garden, to childhood mishaps she recounted with unguarded laughter. Gradually, she shared fragments of her inner world, delicate, tender confessions meant only for his ears. Yang Han listened quietly, offering occasional replies. Even this monotonous existence now shimmered with unexpected vitality. Lin Mingyao's maid, once timid and furtive in her glances, had grown bolder. Now gazing openly at Yang Han, her eyes brimming with unmistakable silent allure. Yang Han felt a quiet helplessness. Such pairings were not uncommon within the palace. Guards and maids often formed quiet attachments. Yet he chose deliberate indifference. Nevertheless, over these past 5 days, each time he delivered meals to consort Xiao, he sensed an unnaturally dense chill emanating from within her chamber, a condition perilous for her, yet profoundly auspicious for his own cultivation. Each time he entered her quarters, he activated the Yi Jin Jing, drawing in and refining as much of that frigid energy as possible. Yet he couldn't help but lament how he wished he could linger longer within that icy sanctuary. Meanwhile, consort Zhao's condition visibly deteriorated, her complexion growing paler day by day. Yang Han probed twice gently. Each time she bit her lip and whispered, "I'm fine. Don't ask further." With no right to press, he simply placed the food basket down and withdrew. That noon, Yang Han stood watch outside the cold palace as usual, when in the distance a young eunuch sprinted toward him breathless, clutching a lacquered food basket. "Zhao, Brother Yang." Zhao gasped between ragged breaths. "Your meal." Yang Han accepted the basket and studied him. Anything momentous happened lately? 5 days had passed, and Yang Han wondered how the death of Lu Chang had been handled. He had meticulously verified every detail. His killing had been silent, flawless. No trace, no evidence, no path leading back to him. Yes, 2 earth-shaking events. One beyond the palace walls, one within. Zhao blurted. "Go on." Yang Han's pulse quickened. Zhao cleared his throat. "First, the external matter. The rebellion of the Lord of the Northern March." Yang Han's brow lifted. "Tell me." His army seized 3 cities in swift succession, then halted. The emperor dispatched elite forces overnight. Rumor says the front is locked in fierce stalemate. Zhao paused, then added gravely, "This war will drag on. The Lord marches with terrifying momentum, but the emperor is no mere figurehead. 40 years upon the dragon throne. He surely holds hidden trump cards. I wager the Lord won't breach the imperial city anytime soon." Yang Han nodded, reassured. For now, at least, the threat of rebel siege receded. "And the internal matter?" he asked. Zhao's expression darkened. "It concerns your own battalion, the late Deputy Commander Lu. You remember him, don't you?" "Yes." "What about him?" Yang Han's face remained impassive. "He's dead, has been for 5 days, and still no cause has been determined." Zhao shuddered, recalling the horror. Deputy Commander Lu was a post-heaven realm cultivator, yet died without a sound, without a wound. His internal organs, however, were utterly pulverized. What manner of technique is this? Yang Han remained silent, listening intently. Lu Kuan, the right camp commander and Lu's elder brother, has been scouring the palace like a man possessed. Yet all his efforts yielded nothing. Even a pre-heaven realm master was summoned to examine the corpse, and then Zhao shook his head, awestruck. Even he found nothing, only declaring the palm strike is uncanny, its origin unknown before departing. A subtle ripple stirred within Yang Han. A pre-heaven realm master had intervened. Lu Chang's death had ignited far greater turmoil than he'd imagined. Now whispers spread through the palace. Zhao murmured conspiratorially, claiming the killer is a pre-heaven realm assassin sent by the Lord of the Northern March to sow chaos within the Forbidden City. Yang Han fell silent, nearly laughing aloud. He, a mere 7th rank post-heaven cultivator, now branded a pre-heaven assassin. Yet reflection brought clarity. The Xian corrosive palm was too insidious, leaving no mark, no trace, killing utterly unseen. Even pre-heaven masters failed to recognize it, so naturally they attributed it to something far more profound. And with the Lord's rebellion already fraying nerves, blaming the enemy was both convenient and plausible. "Brother Yang, doesn't this feel eerie?" Zhao's voice trembled. "Guards have doubled. I dare not walk alone at night. I fear encountering that assassin." Yang Han clapped his shoulder. "Calm and steady. Don't worry. You'll come to no harm." Zhao blinked, bewildered. "How can you be so certain, Brother Yang?" Yang Han smiled faintly, saying nothing. He had killed Lu Chang, and Zhao was his friend. No danger would ever touch him. "Just trust me," Yang Han said lightly. What threat could a humble eunuch possibly face? Zhao pondered, then nodded, convinced. A thought flickered across Yang Han's mind. He feigned nonchalance. "Zhao, what happens if the guard battalion fails to solve this? How will they close the case?" Zhao's eyes gleamed shrewdly. "Most likely, they'll find a scapegoat." "A scapegoat?" "Exactly." His gaze sharpened. "No culprit means a convenient substitute must be found. This cannot linger. It would disgrace the entire guard battalion. And the sooner resolved the better, lest panic infect the whole palace." Yang Han nodded, slowly thoughtful. "Why ask about this, Brother Yang?" Zhao watched him curiously. "Just idle curiosity," Yang Han replied with a smile. "Go on, don't let duty wait." Zhao nodded, offered 2 final warnings about safety, and hurried off. Yang Han lifted the food basket and turned toward the cold palace, first delivering to Consort Lan. Over these 5 days, Princess Julin Mingyao had visited frequently. Consort Lan's health had improved markedly, yet each time Yang Han entered, she sat vacanted, lost in silent desolation. Knock, knock. Yang Han tapped Consort Lan's door, then stepped inside, and froze. She lay curled on her bed, her face pale as moonlight. A jolt ran through him. Was this chill too? But he held his tongue. If Consort Lan were truly ill, Princess Lin would have summoned physicians long before he could intervene. After delivering Consort Lan's meal, he proceeded deeper into the cold palace, toward Consort Zhao's residence, which soon appeared before him. Her windows and doors were sealed tight. Silence reigned within. Yang Han approached, raised his hand, and knocked. "Consort Xiao, your meal has arrived." No reply. He knocked twice more, just as a voice rasped from within. "Enter." The words were broken, trembling, wrenched from unbearable agony. Yang Han's blood ran cold. He pushed open the door, and his breath caught. She lay crumpled on the bed, lips bloodless, forehead beaded with sweat, limbs shaking uncontrollably. Yang Han's voice lowered, grave and steady. "Consort Xiao, what afflicts you?" Only then did he notice her fingers gripping the quilt's edge, knuckles stark white. "I am freezing. Summon the Imperial Physician, quickly." Her whisper was barely audible. Yang Han's heart lurched. He set down the basket and bolted from the room. Moments later, the Imperial Physician arrived, examined Consort Xiao thoroughly, then sighed deeply, shaking his head. "Consort Xiao, continue with your current prescriptions." Tears welled in her eyes. "Physician, this chilling qi grows stronger daily. These medicines no longer suffice. Is there no superior remedy?" The physician nodded. "There is, but each dose costs 100 taels of..." "Consort Xiao, you reside in the cold palace. Such remedies are beyond your station." Her face went still. Two clear tears traced paths down her cheeks. Indeed, what worth could a fallen consort hold in the eyes of the palace? Upon hearing the physician's words, not qualified, Xiao Fei felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Two streams of silent tears fell as she curled up on the bed, her shoulders slightly trembling, emitting muffled sobs that were both heartbreaking and melodious. What have I done wrong?" Xiao Fei bit her lip, memories flooding back like a tide. She was originally a daughter of a prominent family in Jiangnan, favored by the emperor during her 3 years in the palace. Although she had not given birth to a dragon heir, she was still a pampered consort. However, half a year ago, a baseless palace conspiracy caused her to fall from grace. Those consorts who once called each other sisters turned against her one by one. The emperor did not listen to her defense and issued a decree banishing her to this cold and damp palace. "Am I not even worthy of living?" Xiao Fei cried, her face streaked with tears, her delicate body shivering. That medicine worth 100 taels of gold was for her a lifeline. In the past, it was easily obtainable, but now it had become an unattainable luxury. The physician shook his head at the sight, packed his medicine box, and stood up. "Your Highness, please take care. I take my leave." With that, he left without looking back. Outside, Yang Han leaned against the pillar, clearly hearing the conversation within. He looked at the physician's departing figure, and then at the desolate silhouette curled up on the bed, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. Once a lofty consort, now she is even unworthy of receiving medical treatment. Yang Han sighed inwardly. This palace was indeed so realistic. When in power, one is chased by thousands, but when out of favor, one is regarded as lower than a dog. Xiao Fei's stunning beauty was now marred by tear stains, her pitiful appearance enough to soften anyone's heart. But at the same time, Yang Han felt a sense of alarm within. This is the fate of those without power. He clenched his fists, his gaze turning resolute. Now, with Yang Han's cultivation, even if he were demoted to the cold palace, what could it matter? The cold air of the palace was poison to others, but a great tonic for him. Strength is the foundation for survival in this world. Yang Han shook his head, preparing to turn away, when a weak and trembling voice suddenly came from within. Guard. Yang Han paused, turning to look back. He saw Xiao Fei struggle to sit up, looking at him through the broken window, her once lively eyes now swollen and red, yet filled with a hint of pleading. "Tonight, after the shift change, could you come to see me?" Yang Han frowned, his mind quickly turning with speculation. It seemed Xiao Fei still had some connections inside and outside the palace, hoping to ask him to contact someone. After all, she could not leave the cold palace. The only person who could reach the outside was the guard delivering meals. But to come to a disgraced consort's quarters at night, if discovered, it would be a capital offense. "What does your Highness need?" Yang Han asked in a deep voice, not agreeing immediately. Xiao Fei bit her lip, hesitating before softly saying, "There is something important. I wish to ask you for help. I know this is sudden, but you are the only one I can trust right now." She paused, seemingly afraid of Yang Han's refusal, and quickly added, "I won't let you help me for free. I can offer you something beneficial regarding cultivation. My family is a martial arts lineage. Although I cannot practice martial arts, I know some important insights." As she spoke, she began to sob again, her voice sorrowful. "The cold poison in my body has seeped into my bones. If I do not receive treatment soon, I fear I might not survive this month. Guard, I beg you." Her cries made Yang Han's heart tremble slightly. He looked at Xiao Fei's desperate, yet hopeful gaze, pondering for a moment as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Benefits regarding cultivation. At present, he was at the 7th layer of postnatal realm with the Yi Jin Jing and indestructible body in hand, but what he lacked was not techniques, but resources and opportunities. But Xiao Fei was indeed a daughter of a prominent family. Perhaps she truly knew some secrets. As for the risks, Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of postnatal realm and possessing the Xian corruption palm and indestructible body, although he wasn't the strongest in the palace, it wouldn't be difficult to hide. The cold palace at night was particularly deserted. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered. All right, Yang Han nodded, saying, after the shift change I will come by. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, and she hurriedly expressed her thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Yang Guard. Yang Han waved his hand and turned to leave. Time passed swiftly as night fell. On the road outside the cold palace, Yang Han completed the handover with another guard. That unfortunate guard trembled all over, muttering, "This damned place is so cold." After which Yang Han hurriedly left. He pretended to walk back to his quarters, turned a corner, and confirmed no one was around before his figure suddenly flashed. Whoosh! The true chi of the 7th layer of postnatal realm surged within him, and with the tip of his toes he leapt onto the wall, like a cat, silently dropping into the interior of the cold palace. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold palace was eerily silent. Yang Han operated the I Jing, completely concealing his presence, moving through the shadows with ghostly speed. With his current cultivation, even a master of the innate realm would not be able to detect his trace unless they were deliberately looking for him. Soon he arrived at Xiao Fei's residence. The room was pitch black with no lights on. Yang Han silently praised the woman for her intelligence. In the dead of night, if there were candles in the cold palace's disgraced consort's room and a patrolling guard discovered it, there would be no explaining it. Your Highness, Yang Han called softly, gently knocking on the door. Come in, the door is not locked. A weak voice from within replied, trembling slightly, though it was unclear whether from the cold or nerves. Yang Han pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. The room was so dark that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Even with Yang Han's vision at the 7th layer of postnatal realm, he could only vaguely make out a curled-up figure on the bed. Yang Guard, you are here. Xiao Fei's voice was somewhat hurried. What does your Highness desire? Speak plainly. Yang Han stood at the door, not daring to approach, remaining vigilant. Xiao Fei was silent for a moment before softly saying, you need to come closer. This matter is of great importance. It cannot be known to a third party. Yang Han hesitated for a moment, but still took a few steps forward, arriving at the bed. Come a bit closer. Xiao Fei's voice took on a strange tone, laced with unusual temptation. Yang Han felt puzzled, but still moved closer. What is it exactly, your Highness? Before he could finish, an unexpected event occurred. A cold, smooth, jade-like hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, gripping Yang Han's wrist. Yang Han was taken aback. What was Xiao Fei doing? He felt that hand was icy and bone-chilling, but also soft and pliable, trembling slightly. Your Highness, what are you? Yang Han hesitated. Although Xiao Fei's actions were inappropriate, the sensation was making his heart race slightly. However, what happened next was even more astonishing. The icy hand pulled him, passing through the thin blanket and that layer of flimsy clothing, directly pressing against a patch of cold skin. That was... Yang Han's mind raced. His palm was pressed against Xiao Fei's abdomen. What the hell? What am I doing? Touching a disgraced consort's body. Yang Han was startled. He was about to circulate his true chi to push Xiao Fei away, when he felt a burst of extremely cold energy surge out from her body, rushing into his meridians at the point of contact. The intensity of this cold energy was 10 times more terrifying than before. In an instant, Yang Han's eyes lit up with brilliance. He felt this cold energy was like rain to a drought for his martial arts cultivation. Boom. The I Jing operated instantly, refining this terrifying cold energy. But what shocked Yang Han even more was that Xiao Fei's soft body had pressed against him, her icy cheek against his neck, breathing like orchids, her voice soft and pleading. Yang Guard, I'm sorry, but I had no other choice. I know you can disperse the cold energy within me. Now that the cold poison in my body has completely erupted, only your yang energy can save me, I beg you. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Just for a while. Yang Han stood in an awkward posture, feeling the cold, yet fiery body in his arms, his mouth twitching slightly. This woman actually wants his yang energy to suppress the cold poison, and the surging cold energy was wildly rushing into his body, being frantically refined by the I Jing. Feeling the softness and chill of Xiao Fei's delicate body in his embrace, Yang Han's mouth twitched violently. He had thought this woman had some significant matter to entrust to him. As it turned out, after all this time, she merely wanted him to serve as a human heater. Your Highness, you. As it turned out, after all this time, she merely wanted him to serve. Little did he know, at his movement, Xiao Fei tightened her arms around him like a startled rabbit, holding him even tighter. Don't move. Xiao Fei buried her entire face into Yang Han's neck, her cold cheek pressed against his warm skin, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Just let me. Hold on a little longer. Just a bit longer. There was a cry in her voice. Yang Han could feel the woman in his arms trembling violently. In the past few days, the cold poison within Xiao Fei had worsened to the extreme, eroding her meridians with every passing moment, the pain comparable to thousands of ants gnawing at her heart. She was not someone who could not endure pain. As a former noble lady, she had her pride. Initially, when Yang Han came to deliver food and inquired about her condition, she gritted her teeth and shook her head, unwilling to show weakness. However, in reality, when Yang Han first expelled the cold poison from her body, Xiao Fei had already had her thoughts. She wanted this guard who was full of yang energy and as warm as a furnace to help her dispel the cold. But what a taboo that was. She was the emperor's consort, and even if she were to be discarded, she was still considered the emperor's possession. Allowing a man to enter her chamber at night skin against skin was an act of rebellion, a capital offense that would punish her entire family. Until today, the imperial physician's words of not qualified shattered all her hopes. The cold poison had already seeped into her bones. If it were not expelled soon, she would not survive this month. With death looming before her, what propriety, what rules, what honor became pale and powerless in the face of life and death. She did not want to die. She was unwilling to turn into a mere skeleton in this cold, desolate palace. Thus Xiao Fei took a desperate gamble and made this bold move. Hiss! Yang Han gasped, not because of the cold, but because Xiao Fei was holding him too tightly. Her delicate form pressed against him, and through the thin fabric of their clothing, he could clearly feel her soft curves and icy skin. What was worse, Xiao Fei seemed to sense something. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with heat, even the roots of her ears turned red. She was too close. Xiao Fei noticed the change in Yang Han's body, a natural reaction of a young man in his prime. Her face instantly turned scarlet, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Your Highness. Yang Han's voice rang out, tinged with helplessness. I am a young man full of vitality, and I have not even tasted the forbidden fruit. How can I endure your embrace like this? My mind is all in a whirl. This was the truth. The perfected Jing made his blood and energy exceptionally vigorous, and he was holding such a stunning beauty in his arms. The warmth of her fragrant softness was torturous, especially with the occasional friction, and Xiao Fei's icy body. Together, it was sheer torment. Xiao Fei shivered all over. She certainly felt the unusual reaction from Yang Han's body. Yet at the same time, a wave of warmth spread from where they touched, causing the cold poison ravaging her body to recede. This was a glimmer of hope. Xiao Fei's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, shame, and struggle. Ultimately, her desire to live overwhelmed everything. She made a decision. I can help you. Xiao Fei's voice was weak, trembling. You help me dispel the... I will also help you expel your heat. Yang Han was momentarily stunned. What? Before he hissed, Yang Han's pupils constricted. Xiao Fei kissed him, feeling his cold, soft lips, and his heart froze in that moment. Your Highness, you. This Xiao Fei was indeed extremely bold. Yang Han truly did not expect this. The cold air from Xiao Fei's mouth crossed into Yang Han's body, suppressing some of the heat, yet Yang Han felt even worse. Don't speak. Xiao Fei released her soft lips and whispered. After making this move, the chains in her heart seemed to snap with a crack. Since being thrown into the cold palace, she had spent countless lonely days and nights here. Without family or friends, only endless cold and despair accompanied her. Through the long, dreary nights, she curled up alone on this cold bed, listening to the wind outside until dawn. Xiao Fei had had enough of the torment of solitude and chill. Since she had already fallen from grace, why cling to those illusory rules? Tonight she just wanted to be her true self, even if it was only for this one night. Yang Han. Xiao Fei called his name for the first time, her voice charming yet hoarse. Thank you for helping me dispel the cold poison. Before her words fell, her lips pressed against his again, cold and soft. At this moment, Yang Han's rationality began to wane. After all, the cold palace was deserted, and besides, it was night. No one would care. Since that was the case, why not enjoy it thoroughly? Damn it. I don't care anymore. Yang Han growled, turning the tables. He also crazily drew in the cold air from Xiao Fei's mouth. He silently chanted in his heart, everything is for cultivation. The cold air within Xiao Fei surged out like a tide, continuously flowing into Yang Han's body, being crazily refined by Jing. Meanwhile, the true energy from Yang Han's perfected Jing also helped Xiao Fei dispel her cold poison. It was a win-win situation. A forbidden night. This day the night in the cold palace was still long, but it was no longer cold. No one knew what taboo scene was unfolding in this dilapidated room. The once noble consort of the cold palace was having such intimate contact with a young guard. In a daze, the dawn began to break in the sky. The morning chill seeped in through the window cracks, but the two on the bed were completely unaware. Yang Han slowly opened his eyes, his expression extremely complicated. He looked at the quietly lying Xiao Fei beside him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. This night was simply absurd. He had thought he was just coming to help, but he never expected it to escalate to this point. Xiao Fei was sleeping soundly. Her complexion had already regained its rosy hue, and her breathing was steady and deep. Clearly the cold poison within her had been expelled significantly, and the treatment effect of this night was remarkable. Moreover, she had indeed suffered greatly. Looking at Xiao Fei covered in fragrant sweat, it was obvious the cold air had been expelled. If someone were to see this, it would be disastrous. He quickly got up, quietly took the silk cloth beside him, and began to wipe Xiao Fei's body. Just as he was about to tidy up and leave quietly, Xiao Fei on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Fei's gaze was initially bewildered, then memories flooded back like a tide, scenes of last night's madness flashing in her mind. Her face instantly turned beet red, and she instinctively wanted to pull up the blanket to cover her face, only to find that the blanket had already been properly laid by Yang Han. Xiao Fei opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Your Highness. Yang Han coughed lightly, not knowing what to say either. Seeing him like this, Xiao Fei suddenly chuckled. You still call me Your Highness? Xiao Fei's voice was soft, laced with a hint of teasing. Yang Han was taken aback, looking at Xiao Fei's shy demeanor. The awkwardness and complexity in his heart suddenly dissipated by more than half. He took a deep breath and looked seriously into Xiao Fei's eyes. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will not reveal anything about last night. If it were to leak out, it would be a catastrophe for both Yang Han and Xiao Fei. Of course, Yang Han was much better off with his current strength. Unless a master from the innate realm intervened, no one could capture him. And if the matter genuinely came to light, the palace would not directly send innate masters. Innate masters in the palace were top-tier existences. Would they specifically come to capture a small guard? If Yang Han wanted to escape, the probability was still quite high. He could leave before the palace experts reacted. All right, I believe in your character. Xiao Fei paused and said quietly, can you come again in the future? This cold poison cannot be expelled in a short time and will need to be. Yang Han looked at her and nodded. I will come often. By the way, the listening tide technique I taught you is a secret of the Xiao family. Do not spread it. Yang Han nodded. Xiao Fei came from a martial arts family and carried the Xiao family's inherited technique, the listening tide technique. She had already imparted it to Yang Han last night. After circulating the technique, Yang Han was secretly astonished. It was indeed useful, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by 2 to 3 times, which was already quite remarkable. Then Yang Han checked his own condition, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Postnatal 8th layer. After a night, not only had he helped Xiao Fei expel the cold poison, but he had also broken through to the postnatal 8th layer. One step closer to the innate realm. I have to go, the shift change is about to start. Yang Han said softly. Xiao Fei nodded, reluctant. Be careful. Yang Han tidied his clothing, nodded, glanced at Xiao Fei, and leaped out through the window, disappearing into the morning light. Returning to the cold palace for duty, Yang Han resumed his monotonous life of 3-point sign and stand guard and sleep. However, unlike before, the place where he slept had changed. Previously, he slept in his own shabby little house. Now, after changing shifts, every night Yang Han would go to Xiao Fei's chamber. Of course, the main reason was still to expel the cold poison from Xiao Fei's body. Yang Han secretly lamented how righteous and kind he was. To help Xiao Fei expel the cold poison within her, he risked being discovered by running over there every day. Of course, if Xiao Fei heard this thought, she would surely roll her eyes at him. Time flew by quickly, and another month passed. In this month, Yang Han's life was plain yet fulfilling. Every morning, he would sign in at the cold palace, then bring meals to Lan Fei and Xiao Fei, and in the evenings, he would go to Xiao Fei's place to cultivate. It wasn't boring at all. The only thing giving Yang Han a headache was the 9th princess Lin Mingyao. This girl had been coming more frequently. In almost 20 days over the past month, sometimes she came every other day, and other times she came several days in a row. Yang Han even suspected that she had taken the cold palace as her second home. The relationship between Lin Mingyao and Yang Han had visibly grown closer. From initially calling him Guard Yang to later referring to him as Brother Yang. Just hearing that title made Yang Han feel somewhat emotional. Given their respective identities, it was indeed too intimate for her to call him brother. It seemed that Lin Mingyao truly regarded him as an older brother. Brother Yang. A clear and pleasant voice floated over, and Yang Han knew without looking who it was. Lin Mingyao bounced over in a light yellow dress, followed by her round-faced little maid. Having not seen her for a month, she seemed to have grown taller, her figure increasingly graceful. Though still carrying a hint of youthful innocence, she was maturing more and more. At her age, Lin Mingyao could already be married and even bear children. Of course, being a princess, she wouldn't marry so early. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her brows and eyes were picturesque, and when she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, bringing joy to those who beheld her. Yang Han sometimes wondered what this girl would grow into in a few years. She would likely be breathtakingly beautiful. He couldn't help but think about which man would be fortunate enough to marry such a beauty. Brother Yang, I brought you mung bean cakes freshly made by the Imperial Kitchen. They're delicious. Lin Mingyao ran up to him, pulling a small cloth bag from her sleeve and stuffing it into his hands. Yang Han received the cloth bag and sighed helplessly. Ninth princess, I can't bear such a title. What does it matter? No one else is around to hear. Lin Mingyao tilted her head, smiling innocently. Yang Han's mouth twitched. Well, he decided not to correct her. All right. So did the ninth princess come to see Lady Lan again today? Yang Han asked helplessly. Lin Mingyao nodded, the smile on her face dimming a bit. She has been looking much better lately. That's good to hear, Yang Han replied. Lin Mingyao looked at him, hesitated to speak, then smiled. I'll go in first. After saying this, she walked into the cold palace with her maid. As the little maid passed by Yang Han, she paused for a moment, glanced at him, and softly said, Brother Yang, you've worked hard. Then blushing, she hurried after Lin Mingyao. Yang Han. This little maid always sneaked glances at him whenever she came, and sometimes even initiated conversations. Although the conversations were trivial, like discussing the weather or thanking him for his hard work, it was obvious to anyone that she was being quite attentive. Yang Han had no particular thoughts about the maid, but since she was being proactive in talking to him, he couldn't just ignore her. He nodded at her. Over time, they had become much more familiar. Not long after, Lin Mingyao came out of the cold palace. This time she wasn't crying, but her face still bore a hint of worry. Brother Yang, I'm leaving now. Lin Mingyao waved at him. Tomorrow, they'll bring you something delicious. The palace just received a new batch, and they are very sweet. Yang Han smiled and nodded. Thank you, ninth princess. I told you not to call me ninth princess. Oh, just call me Mingyao. Lin Mingyao replied somewhat unhappily. Yang Han smiled and shook his head. It was better to keep some distance from Lin Mingyao after all, as she was still a princess. With a skip, Lin Mingyao left with her maid. Yang Han watched her figure disappear down the palace path, shook his head, and opened the cloth bag to take a piece of mung bean cake and put it into his mouth. Sweet, but not cloying, it melted in his mouth. The taste was indeed quite good. Over the past month, Yang Han's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. During the day, he practiced the I Jing Jing, and in the evenings, he went to Xiao Fei's place for dual cultivation along with the rewards from signing in each day. In just 1 month, he had skyrocketed from the 7th level of postnatal stage to the peak of the 9th level. Only a step away from the innate stage. Yang Han could feel that his dantian was already filled with true qi, like a water tank that was stuffed full, unable to contain even a single drop more. The innate stage was about breaking the tank, releasing the true qi, and connecting with the heavens, reaching a whole new realm. Yet this step had been a hurdle for him for a long time. No matter how much he practiced, that threshold remained unyielding. It felt as if there were an invisible barrier cleanly separating the postnatal from the innate. Yang Han felt somewhat helpless. He sensed that he was so close to the innate stage, yet that little distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. It seems that relying solely on hard training won't suffice. Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace, gazing at the distant sky, secretly calculating in his heart. Cultivating martial arts became increasingly difficult as one ascended. The postnatal stage could be piled up with hard work and resources, but the innate stage was different. Yang Han was feeling anxious. Another 7 days passed, yet his cultivation still showed no signs of progress, stuck at the 9th level of postnatal. That morning, Yang Han came to sign in at the cold palace as usual. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Reward received. Innate barrier breaking pill. Yang Han's pupils suddenly widened. Innate barrier breaking pill. He was stunned for a moment, then overwhelming joy surged in his heart, almost making him jump up on the spot. The innate barrier breaking pill, as the name suggests, is used to break through the innate stage. This pill is extremely precious because it not only enhances true qi, but more importantly, it helps martial artists break the barrier between postnatal and innate. With this pill, breaking through to the innate stage would be a guaranteed success. Good, good, good. Yang Han repeated the word good 3 times, filled with excitement. After so many days of distress, the system had directly given him an innate barrier breaking pill. Wasn't this like a pillow being sent to him just as he was about to fall asleep? Yang Han carefully stored the pill away, taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Breaking through to the innate stage required a quiet environment free from any disturbances. During the day, he still had to stand guard and deliver meals, so he would have to wait until evening. With this in mind, Yang Han suddenly remembered something. He couldn't go to Xiao Fei's place tonight. For the past month, he had gone to Xiao Fei's chamber every night. It had become a habit. But today was different. Today he needed to take the innate barrier breaking pill and break through to the innate stage. This matter was more important than anything else and required his full concentration. At noon, Yang Han brought a food box to deliver meals to Xiao Fei. Opening the door, he found Xiao Fei sitting by the bed. Hearing the noise, she looked up, and upon seeing Yang Han, her face immediately broke into a smile. That smile was different from before. The previous Xiao Fei had always appeared cold and kept everyone at arm's length. But after a month the frost on her face had completely melted. Especially when she saw Yang Han, her joy was evident. "You're here," Xiao Fei said softly, her tone filled with tenderness. Yang Han nodded, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke up, I might not be able to come tonight." Xiao Fei's smile froze on her face. "Is there something going on?" she asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Yang Han had already thought of his excuse. "I have some personal matters to attend to." "I see," Xiao Fei replied after a moment of silence, then forced a smile. "All right, you take care of your business. Don't delay the important matters." She spoke lightly, but Yang Han could see that the hint of disappointment in her eyes was impossible to hide. Yang Han's heart stirred slightly, but he didn't say much. The matter of breaking through to the innate stage was extremely significant. Yang Han couldn't tell anyone. Such a thing was too shocking, and for a guard in the cold palace to break through to the innate stage would invite tremendous trouble. "Then I'll take my leave," Yang Han said, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Xiao Fei suddenly called out to him. Yang Han turned back and saw Xiao Fei taking his portion of food from the food box and handing it to him. "Take this." Yang Han was taken aback. "This is your meal. Why are you giving it to me? You've come every day for a month. You must be exhausted." Xiao Fei said in a low voice, "It's my fault for being too indulgent. This meal may not be the best, but it's much better than what you eat. Take it and replenish yourself. Come back after you're feeling better." What? Did Xiao Fei think that he wasn't coming tonight because he wasn't well? Yang Han coughed and said sternly, "Lady Xiao, I am perfectly fine and don't need any supplements. Don't worry, once I've handled my matters I will return." Xiao Fei's expression froze, her cheeks flushed as if she really had guessed wrong. However, Xiao Fei still said, "Regardless, you should still take it. The guard's meals are so unpalatable. I feel sorry for you." After hesitating for a moment, Yang Han did not refuse again. "All right then, thank you, Lady Xiao." Xiao Fei rolled her eyes at him. "Stop calling me Lady Xiao. Just use my name." Royal. Xiao Fei's real name was Xiao Ruiyao. Only then did she nod in satisfaction, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Yang Han then stepped out. Xiao Fei looked towards the door, watching Yang Han leave, her gaze filled with reluctance. Over the past month her reliance on Yang Han had deepened. From the initial shyness and resistance to actively getting closer, now it seemed that her hope for living each day was merely waiting for Yang Han to arrive. The cold palace was too lonely. A young woman cast into the cold palace with no family to visit, no friends to talk to, faced only endless darkness each day. It was simply too lonely, too desolate. Unlike Lan Fei, at least she had Lin Mingyao visiting her from time to time, chatting with her and bringing her delicious food. But what about her Xiao Fei? She had nothing. In this cold palace, she only had Yang Han. Yang Han returned to the cold palace, continuing his watch. Soon night fell. After the shift change, instead of quietly sneaking into Xiao Fei's room, he went straight back to his dilapidated little house. As he pushed open the door, a musty smell wafted over. It had been a long time since Yang Han had spent the night here. "I really am a bit unaccustomed to this." In Yang Han's mind, the soft figure of Xiao Fei flashed by. At this time in the past, he would have already slipped into Xiao Fei's chamber, refining the cold poison amidst her warm embrace. But tonight was different. There were more important matters to attend to. He took a deep breath, forcing all the chaotic thoughts from his mind. The innate realm. "I've finally awaited this day." Yang Han sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes burning with fervor. He had been hiding in this cursed place for far too long. 4 months, a full 4 months. Though his progress was not slow, he remained a postnatal warrior. In this mysterious palace, he was still not considered strong. However, stepping into the innate realm would change everything. The innate realm truly belonged to the absolute powerhouses of martial arts. Even within a palace filled with experts, it was an existence to be feared. Those arrogant princes would treat an innate realm master with respect, not daring to offend in the slightest. Because at this level one had transcended the mundane, releasing true energy that could kill from a distance. With an increased lifespan, an innate realm master could live up to 120 years. Let's begin. Yang Han took out the innate breaking pill. In the dim candlelight, the pill emitted a faint golden glow, its fragrance quickly filling the room. He did not hesitate, tilting his head to swallow the pill. Boom. As the pill entered his stomach, it dissolved, turning into a torrent of heat that surged through his limbs. Yang Han let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his dantian would explode as a massive influx of medicinal power violently struck against the barrier of the innate realm. Once, twice, 3 times. The barrier of that realm was terrifyingly resilient, but after consuming the innate breaking pill, cracks finally began to appear. "Break for me," Yang Han growled softly. Crack. It felt as though something had shattered. In that instant, he sensed a shift in the world around him. True energy surged like a flood, breaking through levees, roaring and rushing in his expanded dantian. "I did it." Yang Han suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shooting out, leaving 2 deep holes in the wall. Innate realm first stage. True energy released, capable of killing from afar. an absolute martial arts powerhouse. The barrier that had trapped countless warriors for a lifetime. He had broken through. Yet before Yang Han could fully savor this achievement, the vast amount of innate true energy within him became somewhat uncontrollable, spilling out like a runaway horse. Yang Han's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly operated the Yi Jin Jing to suppress the turmoil. Centered around him, an invisible wave spread outward, causing the entire small house to tremble violently, the tiles on the roof rattling and cracks appearing on the walls. But in the end, Yang Han managed to quell the disturbance. That was close. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his heart still racing. If he had released his energy, just now this small house would have likely been reduced to dust. Is this the power of the innate realm? Just an unconscious release of energy has such destructive power. He slowly reined in his energy, feeling the vast sea of innate true energy within him, his heart surging with excitement. Dozens of meters away, taking a life is as easy as reaching into a pocket. Yang Han gently raised his hand, a strand of true energy swirling at his fingertips. Yang Han felt that now, with a casual palm strike, he could easily kill the version of himself from a month ago. This was a qualitative leap. 4 months. Just 4 months. Yang Han calculated the time. A strong sense of dreamlike astonishment surged within him. 4 months ago, he was merely a small guard stationed at the cold palace. Yet after 4 months, he had stepped into the innate realm, a state that countless warriors yearned for. This speed was simply terrifying. I wonder how I compare to those so-called martial arts geniuses of the Dian dynasty. Yang Han thought to himself. It was said that those geniuses from powerful martial families used various rare resources since childhood and still needed many years to step into the innate realm. Yet he had only taken 4 months. I should ask Xiao Fei, didn't she say she came from a martial arts family? Yang Han stood up, stretching his limbs. After breaking through to the innate realm, all aspects had greatly improved. His lifespan skyrocketed to 120 years, and his strength, speed, and perception had all increased by more than tenfold. It's time to go out for a bit. Yang Han pushed open the window, gazing at the deep night outside. For the past 4 months, he had been trapped in this small corner of the cold palace, feeling no different than being imprisoned. His heart had long been suffocated. Now that he had broken through to the innate realm, it was perfect timing to explore the palace, to witness the core of the Dian dynasty. With my current cultivation at the innate realm, as long as I am cautious, I shouldn't be discovered. With that thought, Yang Han changed into a different outfit and made some simple disguises. Then, without hesitation, his figure flashed, transforming into a shadow as he leapt out the window. The night was as dark as ink, and Yang Han moved through the palace like a ghost. The thick, innate, true energy supported his movement technique, allowing him to leap gracefully between the rooftops and palace walls, landing silently. Yang Han traversed the palace, gradually familiarizing himself with its layout. During his journey, he felt a sudden chill. He sensed powerful energies in some locations. Those energies were not weaker than his own, and some were even slightly stronger. However, Yang Han chose to bypass them. The feeling of being unrestrained made him feel exhilarated, dispelling the pent-up frustration from the past 4 months. So this is the feeling of the innate realm. Truly exhilarating. Just as Yang Han was about to delve deeper, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Zhao Shi. He paused silently, landing on a rocky outcrop in a garden, peering through the gaps in the flowers. Not far along the path, Zhao Shi was kneeling on the ground, facing an elderly eunuch with white hair. The old eunuch appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his posture was straight, and his eyes were deep, like a pond, emanating a presence of authority without anger. Shizi, the old eunuch's voice was hoarse yet gentle. I have been observing you for a long time. You are a good-hearted child who knows how to be filial and has a spirit of ambition. It has been a shame for you to stay as a small eunuch delivering meals. Zhao Shi trembled as he knelt, saying, Old ancestor, you. Get up. The old eunuch extended a hand to support him, a terrifying true energy lifting Zhao Shi. From tomorrow on you will follow me. Be my right-hand man, learn the skills well, and you will have a bright future. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Shi was overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowing his head until blood appeared on his forehead. Thank you, ancestor, for your support. Thank you, ancestor. I will work for you like a horse or ox, never hesitating. He, good child. The old eunuch nodded with satisfaction, reaching out to help Zhao Shi up. From behind the rocky outcrop, Yang Han watched this, seeing a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, genuinely happy for Zhao Shi. He and Zhao Shi had entered the palace together. Zhao Shi had a good nature and understood gratitude, so it was his fortune to climb the ranks. However, just as Yang Han was about to quietly leave, an unexpected change occurred. The once kind face of the old eunuch suddenly froze, and 2 beams of light shot from his murky eyes as he turned sharply towards Yang Han's hiding place. What a vigorous vitality! Who was hiding there? The hoarse voice, like an owl's call at night, instantly shattered the tranquility of the garden. Yang Han's eyes narrowed, his heart racing. I've been discovered. Without time to think further, he leapt to his. However, the old eunuch's movements were even faster. His form flickered like a ghost, and across several dozen meters, he struck out with a palm. Boom. The terrifying, innate, true energy transformed into a massive palm print crashing down on Yang Han with overwhelming force. An innate realm master. Yang Han's heart sank. This old eunuch was definitely an innate realm master, at least in the mid-innate stage. The pressure of that palm strike approached without delay. You want to keep me here? Not that easy. Yang Han was midair, swiftly turning the innate true energy in his dantian, surging wildly as he struck out with a palm. Mystic Corruption Palm. The extremely soft palm force was silent, yet it contained a terrifying corrosive power colliding with the old eunuch's palm print in midair. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the two forces erupted simultaneously, the shockwave shattering the surrounding rock tables and sending flowers and leaves scattering. What kind of martial arts is this? The old eunuch's movement halted, a look of intense surprise flashing in his eyes, his expression instantly turning grave. He fixed his gaze on the direction Yang Han had disappeared, not pursuing further, but standing still with flickering eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi had already sat down in shock, staring at this scene in disbelief. The might of the two palm forces colliding felt like a battle of deities, shaking the spirit of this inexperienced little eunuch. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Han had already employed his movement technique, his figure, like lightning, disappearing into the night and returning to his quarters. Closing the door, Yang Han leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his heart racing. That was close. That old eunuch is at least a third-stage innate master. He looked down at his slightly numb palm, filled with apprehension. Although he had received that palm strike, he had given it his all, while the old eunuch had clearly just used a casual hit. But it was worth it. Yang Han gradually calmed his emotions, recalling the night's experiences, a smile creeping back to his face. Not only had he broken through to the innate realm, but he had also grasped the general layout of the palace, and most importantly, he had seen Zhao Zai's bright future. I should not have been recognized. The night was incredibly dark, and he hid among the flowers. The old eunuch should have only seen a blurred figure. Moreover, he had used the mystic incorruption palm, a technique so insidious that no one in the palace should be able to recognize it. No matter, time to sleep. Tomorrow he still needed to treat Xiao Fei. Early the next morning, Yang Han arrived at the cold palace to check in as usual. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and received the reward. Skywalking without trace, great perfection. Yang Han trembled with excitement, a surge of joy flooding his eyes. Skywalking without trace. Another top-tier martial art. A wealth of information surged into his mind. Yang Han closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The I Jing Jing, the indestructible body, the profound incorruption palm, along with the skywalking without trace. His strength had taken a significant leap. Good stuff. Yang Han felt elated. Even the broken door of the cold palace seemed more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Yang Han looked up, his pupils narrowing. The person coming was Zhao Shi. But today Zhao Shi was completely different from usual. He was wearing a brand new green robe, a far cry from the shabby little eunuch outfit he had worn before. With a jade pendant hanging at his waist, a small hat on his head, he walked with a straight back, his face adorned with a hint of pride. Most notably, two little eunuchs followed him closely, one on each side, with respectful demeanor. Brother Yang, Zhao Shi called out from a distance, jogging over with a beaming smile. Although his attire had changed, his demeanor was exactly the same as before. Yang Han gave him a once-over and smiled. Zhao Gonggong, have you been promoted? Zhao Shi chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. Brother Yang, please don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. Yang Han was clear in his heart, but feigned curiosity. So what happened? Zhao Shi excitedly said, Brother Yang, let me tell you, my godfather's godfather is the ancestor of the ceremonial department, and he has taken a liking to me. Really? Yang Han's heart understood, but his face showed a look of shock. The ancestor of the ceremonial department. Zhao Shi nodded. The ancestor said, I have ambition and filial piety, and I am someone worth cultivating. He wants to take me under his wing and teach me well. Yang Han looked at Zhao Zai's still somewhat youthful face, feeling a surge of emotions. The ancestor of the ceremonial department. Wasn't that the white-haired old eunuch from last night? A master at the innate realm. His status in the palace was unimaginable. For Zhao Shi, a little eunuch delivering meals in the imperial kitchen, to ascend to such heights, the complexities involved could not be explained in just a few words. He knew Zhao Shi was clever, adept at navigating social waters, able to speak fittingly to anyone. But to be favored by the ancestor of the ceremonial department in just a few months as a mere little eunuch. Zhao Zai's eyes turned slightly red. Brother Yang, back when we were fleeing from disaster, I was frail and couldn't even snatch wild vegetables from others. If it weren't for you, Zhao Shi wouldn't be. Zhao Zai's eyes turned slightly red. Brother Yang back. When we were fleeing from disaster I was frail, and couldn't even snatch wild vegetables from others. If it weren't for you, Zhao wouldn't be where I am today. Alright, no need for sentimentality. Yang Han interrupted him with a smile. Now that you're with the ancestor, you must take care of me more in the future. Zhao wiped his eyes and waved his hand behind him. The two little eunuchs stepped forward, immediately opening the food box they were carrying. As soon as it was opened, the aroma of meat wafted out, and upon closer inspection, it was all large fish and meat. Brother Yang, you treated me to snacks before, and I've remembered it. Now it's my turn to repay you. Zhao said, also from now on I won't be the one delivering meals, it will be these two little guys. If you need anything, just tell them. Yang Han looked at this scene, feeling a warmth in his heart. Zhao was still a good kid. Alright, I accept it, Yang Han said with a smile. Zhao nodded, suddenly leaned in closer, and whispered, Brother Yang, should I use some connections to get you moved from the cold palace? This place is unbearable for eunuchs, let alone you, a true man. Yang Han shook his head, and replied without hesitation, no need. Zhao was taken aback, Brother Yang. I'm serious. Yang Han looked at him earnestly. I'm quite comfortable here in the cold palace. Zhao opened his mouth looking puzzled. To him the cold palace was the worst place in the entire imperial palace. The cold and dampness harm one's meridians and hurt one's dantian. What martial artist would want to stay here longer? Yang Han, a guard at the body refining realm, actually said he was comfortable. Yang Han noticed his confusion, smiled slightly, and released a hint of his cultivation. Body refining 6th layer. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Yang, you have broken through to the body refining 6th layer. Yang Han nodded and said, that's right. It's due to my training in the cold palace. This place is my treasure land. He then retracted his aura. Zhao took a sharp breath. Body refining 6th layer. When Yang Han first arrived at the cold palace, he was only at body refining 3rd layer, and in just 4 months, he jumped 3 levels. This cold palace truly is Brother Yang's blessed land. Zhao murmured, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Han chuckled lightly, not elaborating further. Of course, he couldn't tell Zhao that he was already at the innate realm. The body refining 6th layer was merely a result of his deliberate suppression. He actually preferred to stay in the cold palace. The check-in could only be done in the cold palace, and the cold energy here was just right to be suppressed by the Yi Jing, making training much more effective. Besides, there was also the beauty of concubine Xiao waiting for him to heal her day and night. Yang Han was kind-hearted and didn't dare to think about how sad concubine Xiao would be without him. Moreover, he could also enjoy concubine Xiao. A win-win situation. Zhao said, alright Brother Yang, as long as you feel good about it, that's fine. But if one day you change your mind, be sure to tell me. Rest assured I will. Yang Han patted his shoulder. Zhao then relaxed and started chatting with Yang Han about things outside. Brother Yang, there have been some changes on the side of the Northern King. Zhao's eyes expression turned serious. Yang Han raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? After months of stalemate, the Northern King has captured a few more cities, expanding his territory a bit. Zhao said in a low voice. Although the old emperor is doing his best to resist, he is after all getting old and lacks the energy. Some in the court have started to waver, and there are those who secretly communicate with the Northern King. Yang Han fell silent for a moment. The rebellion of the Northern King had been ongoing since 4 months ago, continuing until today with no clear victor yet. Such a level of warfare could not be resolved in a day. In the end, who will win? Zhao muttered, a hint of confusion on his face. People like us really can't see the future clearly. Yang Han looked at him and said lightly, if you can't see it, don't think about it. Overthinking will only bring you trouble. Zhao smiled wryly. Brother Yang, you are quite open-minded. Yang Han said nothing but had his own plans in his heart. Whether it was the Northern King or the old emperor who won or lost didn't concern him much. What he needed to do was to keep growing stronger. Strong enough that one day, even if the Northern King's million-strong army broke through the imperial city, he wouldn't need to fear anyone. Zhao continued with a few more words, suddenly turning serious. Brother Yang, there's one more thing I need to remind you. What is it? Zhao looked around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned in closer to Yang Han and lowered his voice. Last night, I encountered a mysterious expert in the garden with my godfather. Yang Han's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred slightly. A mysterious expert. Yes, Zhao's face turned pale. That person was hiding in the shadows and was discovered by my godfather. My godfather tested him, and they exchanged a palm strike, and the result. He swallowed hard. The mysterious expert actually matched my godfather evenly. My godfather said that the person also possessed innate realm cultivation and was very strong. What was that person's background? Yang Han pretended to ask curiously. I don't know. Zhao shook his head. When my godfather chased after him, the person had already vanished. Zhao's face revealed a look of lingering fear. Brother Yang, you need to be careful these days. If it weren't for my godfather being nearby last night, I might have been killed by that mysterious expert. The palace isn't peaceful right now, and who knows if such a master will appear again. I don't know. Zhao shook his head. When my godfather chased after him, the person had already vanished. Zhao Zai's face revealed a look of lingering fear. Brother Yang, you need intuition, Yang Han casually replied. Zhao Shi nodded skeptically, suddenly recalling something, and said, by the way, Brother Yang, the case of Deputy Commander Liu has been closed. Closed? How did it end? Yang Han's heart stirred. Just as I guessed, they found a scapegoat. Zhao Shi said softly. They found a martial artist at the body refining ninth layer from the guard camp, claiming that he poisoned Lu Chang in secret, leading to the murder. And that was how the case was closed. Although Commander Lu Kun was not very satisfied, the higher-ups agreed, so he didn't dare to say much. Yang Han nodded calmly. A scapegoat. When the real culprit can't be found, they just find someone to take the blame. After all, someone has to be responsible for this matter, and who cares about the truth? All right, I understand, Yang Han said. You go about your business, don't delay important matters. Zhao Shi acknowledged, and placed the concubine's food box down, leaving with the two little eunuchs. After walking a few steps, he turned back and shouted, Brother Yang, take care. There was a hint of reluctance in his words. After all, they would see each other less and less in the future. Yang Han waved at him. Once Zhao Shi left, Yang Han picked up the food box and turned to enter the cold palace. First to deliver the meal to concubine Lan. When he arrived, Yang Han knocked on the door, pushed it open, and placed the food box on the table. Concubine Lan was sitting by the bed as usual. But Yang Han suddenly felt that something was different today. He glanced at Concubine Lan, and his heart stirred slightly. Concubine Lan's gaze. It had changed. Previously, Concubine Lan's eyes were vacant and dazed, appearing foolish. But today those eyes were clear and devoid of any foolishness. She was no longer pretending to be foolish. Yang Han's thoughts raced. Then he calmly began to serve the food from the box onto the table, preparing to leave as usual. Yang guard. A cool voice came from behind. Yang Han halted in his steps. It was Concubine Lan's voice. This voice was not that of a deranged concubine, it was perfectly normal. Yang Han turned around, looking at her with a calm expression. Concubine Lan sat upright by the bed, her entire demeanor starkly different from before. Then she spoke. Her voice was light and cold. Yang guard, do you have an unclear relationship with Suddenly the space froze. Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. He stood in place, looking at Concubine Lan's cool face. His heart. A cold, killing intent slowly rose from the depths of his heart. Upon hearing such words from Lan Fei, a surge of murderous intent rose within Yang Han. Regardless of the circumstances, if his affair with Xiao Fei were to be revealed, it would be an act of great treachery. If the emperor's woman were to have an affair with a guard, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was Lan Fei trying to threaten him by saying this? Yang Han maintained a calm expression. Yet inside he was swiftly calculating. With his innate cultivation, he could easily leave the palace even if the matter were to come to light. It wouldn't be so easy for the Dine dynasty to kill him. That ancestral figure from the Imperial Decree Office was formidable, wasn't he? Yet in the end, he still couldn't keep Yang Han from escaping. Now, with his perfected treading heaven without trace technique, he could run away at any moment. In fact, he could quietly kill Lan Fei. The Xian corruption palm struck, leaving a hidden force within her body that would explode after several hours, leaving no visible scars. Yang Han's expression remained unchanged as he slowly approached Lan Fei. With each step he took, Lan Fei felt the pressure increase. She retreated 2 steps, her back hitting the wall, leaving her without a way out. Her face turned pale, her heart racing like a drum, yet she still forced herself to appear calm. Yang guard, please don't misunderstand, Lan Fei's voice trembled. I do not wish to expose your matters. Lan Fei herself didn't understand why she was afraid of such a minor cold palace guard. After all, she was once a consort, and her aura was still present. Yet Yang Han's gaze caused her delicate body to tremble. Yang Han halted, his eyes indifferent. Then what does Lan Fei wish to do? He asked, his tone calm and unperturbed. Lan Fei whispered, I wish for your help with something. Yang Han looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Xianin corruption palm was already brewing in the shadows. Just one strike on Lan Fei, and the hidden force would enter her body, exploding after several hours without anyone noticing. By that time, even if someone suspected, they wouldn't find him responsible. A cold palace consort suddenly dying was not a rare occurrence in the imperial palace. Who would investigate deeply? The only thing making Yang Han hesitate was Lin Mingyao. That pure little girl often came to the cold palace to bring him snacks, sweetly calling him Brother Yang. She genuinely cared for Yang Han, and he could feel it. If Lan Fei were to die, how heartbroken would Yang Han silently apologized to Lin Mingyao in his heart. He liked that little girl and wanted to protect her. But if Lan Fei sought death, he could only disregard Lin Mingyao's feelings. Life was paramount. What is it you want? Yang Han asked indifferently, his palm already gathering power. I do not wish to threaten you. Lan Fei's lips trembled, her eyes slightly red, contrasting sharply with her earlier cold demeanor. Young guard, I know about your affair with Xiao Fei, but I will not disclose it, I swear. Lan Fei's voice was very soft, even bowing her head. I only wish to receive the same treatment as Xiao Fei. Yang Han's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Cold energy. Lan Fei bit her red lips lightly. I too have cold energy entering my body. Yang Han was momentarily taken aback. The cold energy in the cold palace torments me day and night. Lan Fei's voice trembled. She raised her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, her stunning face showing despair. Yang Han fell silent. He recalled Xiao Fei. The first time she held him, she was the same, her body icy and trembling, as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. Why did every woman see him as a heater? So Lan Fei. Yang Han retracted his palm's power, though his tone remained cold. Do you wish for me to help you dispel the cold? Lan Fei vigorously nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. I know this is presumptuous and Lan Fei's voice trembled. But your yang energy is too abundant, for someone like us who is afflicted by cold energy, it is like being in a furnace. Yang Han's lips twitched slightly. So it seemed his Jing's yang energy had become a hot commodity in the cold palace. Lan Fei paused, her eyes reddening. I have never asked you for anything, but for this matter, I ask you to help me for Minjio's sake. I'm in so much pain. If the cold energy isn't dealt with, I won't last long enough to see Mingyao grow up. To treat the cold energy requires unimaginable gold, Mingyao, though a princess is not favored, and I do not wish for my illness to become Minjio's burden. At that moment, Yang Han's heart stirred, and he activated his Jing. Boom. In an instant, endless cold energy was absorbed into his body, transforming into strands of cultivation. Yang Han was secretly astonished. Such rich cold energy. The cold energy within Lan Fei was far denser than Xiao Fei's. After all, Xiao Fei had healed for a long time, and her cold energy had improved significantly. But Lan Fei was different. Yang Han's heart stirred. He thought of Lin Minjio's smiling face, recalling how she called him Brother Yang. The child had treated him well. Plus, having reached the innate realm, advancing his cultivation was challenging. Lan Fei's experience package. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea. As for the issue of being entangled with the Emperor's woman, Yang Han had long since stopped caring about that. Since he had already been in contact with Xiao Fei, what was the difference in contacting Lan Fei? After all, these cold palace consorts wouldn't expose it. And Yang Han, with his current strength, had the means to protect himself. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, a look of joy surged on Lan Fei's face, making her already beautiful features even more enchanting. Thank you. Yang Han casually replied, no need to thank me. I suppose it's for Minjio's sake. Although he said this, Yang Han's eyes secretly assessed Lan Fei. This face was indeed stunning. Mingyao and Lan Fei resembled each other to some extent. If he were to treat her later, Yang Han believed in his self-control, and there shouldn't be any other issues. He simply wanted to use Lan Fei for his cultivation. On the first night, Yang Han first went to Xiao Fei. After a month, the cold poison within Xiao Fei had nearly dissipated, yet she still held Yang Han tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Why do you seem distracted today? Xiao Fei leaned in Yang Han's embrace, her voice languid. Is that so? Yang Han responded perfunctorily. Yes. It's nothing major. Yang Han patted her back. You should rest, I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Fei was taken aback, reluctantly releasing her hold. Yang Han left Xiao Fei's chamber and walked towards Lan Fei's residence. Although he felt a bit reluctant towards Xiao Fei, the problem was that he was too eager to progress. The innate realm could not be the end. It absolutely wasn't. In this flourishing martial arts world, while the innate realm was powerful, Yang Han knew that the world was vast, and there were many old monsters lurking. To truly dominate the world, one must become stronger. As for going to Lan Fei, Yang Han was indeed there for cultivation. The cold energy there was abundant, suitable for Yang Han's progress. He spent the first half of the night with Xiao Fei and the second half with Lan Fei. He was quite the time management master. When Yang Han pushed the door open, Lan Fei was sitting on the edge of the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, her entire being tense. Seeing Yang Han enter, her body visibly stiffened. Don't be nervous. Yang Han closed the door, his tone flat, as if it were a routine task. Lan Fei bit her lip, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. But thinking of the days and nights tormented by cold poison, she still stood up and stepped towards Yang Han. When she reached in front of Yang Han, Lan Fei paused. She raised her head, gazing at Yang Han's young and calm face, took a deep breath, then closed her eyes, and suddenly leaped into his embrace. In that moment, Lan Fei's body trembled noticeably. It was not from the cold, but from shame. She was the Emperor's consort and Lin Minjio's aunt. Yet at this moment, she was actively hugging a young guard, seeking his help to dispel her cold. If this were to spread. But in the next instant, all shame was washed away. Yang Han's abundant yang energy was too overwhelming. It gradually repelled the cold poison that lurked deep within her bones. The feeling was akin to having frozen for an entire day in the icy wilderness and finally stepping into a room warmed by a charcoal fire. It was so comfortable it made one want to cry. That warm flow made Lan Fei's delicate body feel soft. Meanwhile, Yang Han took this opportunity to cultivate frantically. The cold energy within Lan Fei was even denser than Xiao Fei's, practically an inexhaustible treasure. The Yi Jin Jing operated at full power, refining the cold energy into pure true qi and funneling it into his dantian. Yang Han's cultivation in the first level of the innate realm was slowly increasing. However, holding Lan Fei's delicate body, it was inevitable that he felt a bit of heat. Lan Fei's beauty surpassed even Xiao Fei's by several degrees, and she was a few years younger. At this moment in his arms, the fragrance emanating from her delicate body invaded his nostrils. Fortunately, he had already released a considerable amount of heat, with Xiao Fei reducing it significantly. Otherwise, with Lan Fei, he might have had difficulty controlling himself. After a moment, Lan Fei gradually grew accustomed to this position. She no longer trembled or felt tense, instead leaning affectionately against Yang Han's chest, unwilling to let go. In the past year, she had never felt this comfortable. Yet simultaneously, a deep sense of shame rose from within her. How shameless! Lan Fei smiled sadly in her heart. No matter what, being alive was the most important. What face, what chastity, all became insignificant in the face of survival. She closed her eyes, savoring this moment of peace. Time flew by rapidly. Over the next month, Yang Han completely transformed into a heater for the cold palace. Every night, he traversed between Xiao Fei and Lan Fei's chambers. He spent the first half of the night healing Xiao Fei and the second half dispelling cold for Lan Fei, keeping himself busy. Lan Fei became increasingly natural, transitioning from shyness and tension to comfortably leaning against Yang Han. The only thing that bothered Yang Han was the conversations with Lin Mingyao during guard duty. Surely she didn't know that every night he was helping her Aunt Lan Fei dispel the cold. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? You seem distracted," Lin Mingyao curiously inquired. Yang Han coughed lightly and replied seriously, "Nothing, just caught a bit of a chill last night." Lin Mingyao's heart stirred upon hearing this, nodding and understanding without saying much more. The next day, Lin Mingyao returned with a little maid, but this time she brought clothes instead of food. It was a lamb fur coat. Yang Han was taken aback. This was rather precious. Lin Mingyao directly shoved it into Yang Han's hands, whispering, "Brother Yang, the cold palace isn't good. Please don't catch a chill." Yang Han felt deeply moved. He had merely mentioned it casually. Lin Mingyao took it seriously. That girl. If it weren't for the fear of being seen by others. Yang Han truly wanted to pat her head. Lin Mingyao's actions also sparked an idea in Yang Han's mind, to give Lan Fei a proper treatment. It could be seen as a form of repayment. Over the past month, Yang Han's cultivation steadily progressed, having solidified the first level of the innate realm, and he wasn't far from the second level. However, Yang Han could clearly feel that after reaching the innate realm, the pace of cultivation growth became as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Previously, in the acquired realm, absorbing cold energy led to rapid improvements. But now, even with Yi Jin Jing and the cold energy from two women assisting him, the speed of advancement had slowed considerably. Yet Yang Han was not in a hurry. At this moment, he was already strong enough that many of the palace's top experts could not defeat him. With the cultivation of the innate realm alongside the perfected Yi Jin Jing indestructible body, Xian incorruption palm, and treading heaven without trace, even facing innate realm experts of the third or fourth level, he had a fighting chance. But Yang Han knew well that the palace was very deep. It was said that masters above the innate realm were seated within the palace. Masters that was a whole different level of existence. Innate realm experts in front of masters were like children, utterly powerless. However, those old monsters were very mysterious and had not appeared for a long time. Some rumors said they had already passed away or were in seclusion, while others claimed they had left the palace to wander the world. As for the specifics, Yang Han was not too clear. Time flew. Another month had passed. Yang Han's days were tranquil. The same old routine, shuttling between Xiao Fei and Lan Fei each night. Yet it felt fulfilling. Most sign-in rewards were years of life, 1 year, 2 years, 3. Little by little they accumulated. Yang Han calculated and found his lifespan had nearly reached 2 centuries, a figure comparable to a venerable grandmaster. It was not hard to imagine what his longevity would be once he advanced to grandmaster. On this day, as usual, Yang Han came to the cold palace to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Tianshu sword, chi finger, great perfection. Yang Han's pupils contracted as a sudden surge of elation rose within him. Tianshu sword, chi finger, another top-tier martial art. A flood of information poured into his mind, each image astonishingly lucid. The technique used the finger as a sword, chi as the blade, innate true chi launched from the fingertip, formless and insubstantial, killing in an instant. Yang Han closed his eyes and absorbed the arcane method of directing force. Although the Xian Yin corrupting palm was devastating, it left traces. Innate practitioners could sense them if vigilant. But Tianshu's sword chi finger was different, chi condensed into a single filament, silent and imperceptible, lightning fast. By the time an opponent reacted, the sword key had already pierced the throat. It was almost like a supreme concealed weapon, a killing move. Good thing, Yang Han said, opening his eyes with a buoyant mood. With Tianshu's sword chi finger, his power had climbed another rung. Now, even facing innate practitioners of the third or fourth rank, he felt he could hold his own. Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded from afar. He looked up, brow tensing. The person approaching was Lin Mingyao. But today Lin Mingyao was unlike her usual self. She did not skip along, she ran toward him crying. Her fair youthful face streaked with tears, eyes rimmed red, trembling, as if bearing an unbearable grievance. Yang Han's brow tightened. What is it? He asked in a low voice. Seeing his face, Lin Mingyao cried. Between sobs, she said, Brother Yang, my maternal clan has been exterminated. Yang Han's expression shifted. Why, oi? Her words came, broken tears falling unceasingly. They say it was because of involvement with the Jinbei Wang's rebel forces. Father Emperor enraged and ordered the extermination of my entire clan. Yang Han stood where he was, a turmoil of thoughts stirring within him. He did not know the tangled truth, but in this age, treason was the gravest of crimes. Implicating 9 generations was commonplace. In order to exterminate a whole clan, Yang Han understood precisely what that meant. Not a single soul spared. Looking at Lin Mingyao now, a tear-streaked child, a wave of pity rose in him. So young, and already forced to endure such a blow. Her mother had died early, her aunt locked away in the cold palace, and now her maternal clan wiped out. Yang Han hesitated, unsure what to say. He was not good at consoling. Seeing Lin Mingyao like this, he wanted to embrace her, but he did not, for to do so openly under daylight would be courting death. Brother Yang, am so afraid, Lin Mingyao sobbed. If my aunt learns of this, might she lose her will to live, eh? Yang Han was silent for a moment, then said, Go see her first. She needs you. Lin Mingyao nodded, wiped her tears, and hurried back into the cold palace. Yang Han exhaled deeply, his feelings tangled and heavy. In this world, weakness was a grievous sin. If the Lan clan had an innate master in residence, would they still have been subject to clan extermination even if they colluded with the Jinbei Wang? The old emperor would have to consider his moves carefully before taking such action. Whether the accusations were true or a frame-up remained uncertain. There was no point in investigating now. The people were dead. Oh, what use was proof when it could not resurrect the fallen? That day Lin Mingyao remained in the cold palace for a long time. Yang Han stood outside and could faintly hear her sobs within, suppressed, hopeless weeping. He did not enter, he waited quietly. It was not until dusk that Lin Mingyao emerged. Her eyes were swollen, and she looked utterly exhausted. Yet innocence had vanished from her face, replaced by a maturity beyond her years. Brother Yang, am leaving now. Lin Mingyao's voice was hoarse. Yang Han was silent a beat, then said, Be careful on the road, and I hope you can pull yourself together. Lin Mingyao murmured, then lowered her head and left. Yang Han watched her retreating figure, his heart a tangle of emotions. That girl seemed to have grown up overnight. That night Yang Han went as always to Lan Fei's chamber. He pushed open the door. The room was unlit and shrouded in darkness. Lan Fei sat at the bedside, moonlight spilling through the papered window and painting her pale profile. Her eyes were swollen with weeping, as she had cried for a long time. Yet in that moment there were no tears, only an emotion Yang Han had never witnessed before: hatred. Deep, searing hatred. You're here. Lan Fei's voice was unnaturally calm. Yang Han closed the door, approached, and after a pause murmured, Accept my condolences. Condolences, eh? Lan Fei laughed, suddenly a bleak, desperate sound. They exterminated my whole clan, and you offer condolences, eh? Yang Han said nothing. She lifted her head, those eyes glittering with hatred. My father, my mother, my elder brother, my sister-in-law, even my 3-year-old nephew. All dead. All of them. All because of an invented crime. That old man suspected our family of colluding with the Jinbei Wang and issued the decree to exterminate us. Her voice sharpened, her whole body trembling. I married into the palace cautiously for years. My father served the court with unwavering loyalty. Yet that old man did not even investigate. He issued the edict outright, merely to make an example. Lan Fei's tears flowed again, but this time she made no sound. She sat motionless as tears slid down her face, as if all strength had been drained from her. Yang Han. She called him by name, not Guard Yang, but Yang Han. He was slightly taken aback. She raised her head, her tearful eyes fixed with desperate resolve. If he is unkind, then do not blame me for being unfilial. Her voice turned icy. If he forgets old ties, what reason do I have to hold back? Yang Han frowned. What are you planning? Lan Fei did not answer. She rose and walked toward him, step When she reached him, she stopped, lifted her chin, and stared straight into his eyes. I will avenge that old man. Yang Han was stunned. I will make that old man wear a green hat. Lan Fei's voice was terrifyingly calm. It is the only revenge I have now. He killed my family, so I will make him a cuckold. Yang Han was silent for a long moment, then shook his head. Consort Lan, calm yourself. I am calm, she replied with firm resolve. I have never been so calm in my life. She reached out to touch Yang Han's face. He caught her hand and said, Consort Lan, don't be rash, you must not. If you will not, then I shall die immediately. Lan Fei's voice was void of fluctuation. It was not a threat, but the honest beat of her heart. I have nothing left to live for. My maternal clan is gone. Meng Yao is still young. What meaning is there in my life in the cold palace? Either you help me avenge him, or I will fling myself against these walls and die now. Yang Han looked at her and fell silent for a long time. He remembered Lin Minjiu's reddened eyes. If Lan Fei died, what would become of Meng Yao? Yang Han sighed and let go of her hand. What else could he do? He might as well comply. In truth, he had just returned from Xiao Fei's chamber. Now he was confronted with Lan Fei's entreaty. But the problem was manageable. Yang Han believed he could treat it as cultivation. Lan Fei's body contained abundant cold qi that could be used in his training. Very well, then I will reluctantly. Yang Han feigned unwillingness, though a hint of expectation flickered within him. Lan Fei then took the initiative and kissed him, and a chill filled his body as he entered a cultivative state. The next 7 days became the most unforgettable week Yang Han spent in the cold palace. Each night he came to Lan Fei's chamber, and she repaid the emperor with an extreme passion. She served him with wholehearted devotion. Every gesture carried finality and earnestness. In those 7 days Yang Han discovered what heaven and earth might mean. Lan Fei's temperament was bold, even incendiary. Her fervor contrasted sharply with Xiao Fei's gentleness. Xiao Fei was water, nourishing silently. Lan Fei was fire, burning even a person's bones to ash. On the 8th day Lin Mingyao returned. Her first visit to the cold palace since her maternal clan had been annihilated. Yang Han had expected her to be beleaguered and gaunt, but she looked markedly better than a few days before. Brother Yang, Lin Mingyao called from afar. Yang Han looked at her and felt a slight relief. Feeling a bit better today? Yes. Lin Mingyao nodded. I figured it out. Crying won't help. I must live well. When I grow up and gain strength, I'll uncover the truth and secure justice for my maternal clan. Watching her determined young face, Yang Han felt she had truly matured. Go, your aunt is waiting for you, Yang Han said. Lin Mingyao answered and hurried into the cold palace. After some time she came out again. Her face wore an expression of surprise. She ran up to Yang Han and scrutinized him several times. Brother Yang, how does my aunt look so well? She asked curiously. She looks far better than before. Flushed cheek, renewed spirit, speaking with vigor. How did this happen? Yang Han's mouth twitched, but he kept a straight face. Perhaps she recuperated well during this period. I brought her meals every day. Her diet has improved somewhat. Really? Lin Mingyao was half convinced. Of course. Yang Han replied earnestly. Trust the cold palace provisions. Lin Mingyao thought for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Then it must be thanks to Brother Yang. My aunt herself said she owes you much. After saying this, Lin Mingyao glanced around, saw no one nearby, and stepped forward to throw her arms around Yang Han. He was taken aback. His gaze flicked like lightning, sweeping the surroundings. If anyone within 100 paces had seen this, Yang Han would spare no cost. A single Tianshu sword chi finger would fire and end them. Fortunately, no one had witnessed it. Only Lin Minjiu's maid stood aside, her cheeks tinged with pink, and her head bowed in silence. At Lin Minjiu's age, she was just on the cusp of blossoming. Thank you, Brother Yang. Lin Mingyao released her embrace. Thank you for looking after my aunt. I will visit the cold palace less from now on. I will miss my aunt and you, Brother Yang. She took a step back, lifted her head to look at him, and her face was faintly flushed with shyness. Her hug had been born of reluctant attachment. Over these many days, Lin Mingyao had come to rely on Yang Han in a small way. Expecting they might seldom meet thereafter, she dared this one bold embrace. It was the first time she had ever hugged someone on her own. Yang Han stood there feeling moved. The child was indeed bold. Were it not for his deep cultivation and his ability to perceive everything around him, if anyone had seen, there would have been trouble. Yang Han replied, It is my duty. Lin Mingyao waved and said, Imoth will come again tomorrow. With that she left. Yang Han watched her receding back and shook his head, banishing the messy thoughts from his mind. In the days that followed, Yang Han lived in an unusually tranquil manner. Day after day passed in monotony, signing and cultivating, delivering meals, and in the evenings visiting the chambers of Lan Fei and Xiao Fei to treat their cold poison, while also venting some of his own frustrations. The days repeated one after another. The only thing that made Yang Han feel any change was Lin Mingyao. The girl was coming less and less often. In the past, she would come 20 times a month, often seen. But ever since Lan Fei's maternal family was wiped out, Lin Mingyao seemed like a different person. Now she only came 3 or 4 times a month, hurrying in and out, and the time she spent talking to Yang Han had diminished greatly. As time passed, her visits became even scarcer. Once a month, then every 2 months, and later on sometimes it would take 2 or 3 months to see her. However, each time she came, Yang Han could sense that she was changing. The once innocent and carefree little face now bore a hint of composure. Her exquisite brows and eyes remained the same, her figure becoming even more graceful, but her gaze was different. Sometimes when Yang Han looked at her, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a young girl had to endure so much. Her mother was cast into the cold palace, her maternal family was annihilated, and she struggled to survive alone in the palace. This world was not easy for anyone. Lin Mingyao was not the only one who came less frequently. Zhao Shi also visited less often ever since he became entangled with the ancestral figure of the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs. From a little eunuch delivering meals from the imperial kitchen to the right-hand man of the ancestral figure of the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs, Yang Han heard that Zhao Shi had become a highly influential figure within the palace. It was said that even court ministers had to respectfully address him as eunuch Zhao. Zhao's eyes visits to the cold palace had changed from once a month to once every 2 months, and later he might not even appear for 3 or 4 months. Each time he came, Zhao Shi still wore that enthusiastic facade, bringing Yang Han some good things from the palace. But Yang Han could see that there were emotions hidden in his eyes. It was a kind of sorrow, like someone who had climbed to a great height looking down only to find that the path below was filled with cliffs. Moreover, Zhao Shi had changed. His character had gained a touch of ruthlessness, and a hint of killing intent emanated from him. That killing intent was not directed at anyone, it was something one naturally acquired after spending so long in such an environment. Yang Han remained silent. In this palace, wanting to survive and climb higher, it was impossible to do so without killing. Zhao Shi had risen from a little eunuch in the imperial kitchen to such a high position with an unknown amount of blood on his hands. This was an inevitable path. Yang Han did not ask too many questions or say much. He simply accompanied Zhao Shi in conversation whenever he came. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 4 years had passed. For years. In these 4 years, Yang Han did not waste any time. Signing in daily, the rewards never ceased. Lifespan, pills, martial arts. After 4 years of accumulation, Yang Han's strength underwent a tremendous transformation. His lifespan had already reached 300 years. One must understand, even the longest-lived master-level experts could not compare to how long he had lived. Master-level, the pinnacle of martial arts, terrifyingly powerful, able to cut through thousands of troops and take their heads while leaving without being stopped, unless facing a master at the same level. At this moment, Yang Han's realm was at the peak of the innate 9th layer. He was only a step away from the master level. However, that step felt like a chasm. Yang Han could feel that the gap between the master level and the innate realm was 10 times greater than the gap between the acquired and innate realms. But Yang Han was not anxious. He had plenty of time. Now Yang Han's lifespan had already surpassed 300 years. After signing in for a while longer, he estimated his lifespan would reach 400 years. With such a long lifespan, what was there to be anxious about? In these 4 years, Yang Han had signed in for many martial arts. 7-star fist, 8 extreme, burst Moro, finger great, celestial demon hand. All were top-tier martial arts, each one a direct completion. They made Yang Han's strength increasingly well-rounded with no weaknesses. Not only that, but he had also signed in for a martial art called Life and Death Order. This martial art allowed the practitioner to control life and death with a mere thought after using true chi to freeze and penetrate into the body. It was perfect for controlling others. However, among the strongest martial arts signed in during these 4 years, there was only one. The Great Compassion Art. This technique contained various evil and tyrannical supreme magical arts, each one terrifying beyond measure. Yang Han felt that these demonic offensive techniques were definitely his strongest means at present. However, demonic martial arts were rejected in the Great Yin Dynasty. Once discovered that he was cultivating demonic techniques, what awaited him would be endless pursuits. Although Yang Han was not afraid at this moment, he also did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this technique consumed an immense amount of true chi and could not be used lightly. This was his trump card. Over the past 4 years, Lan Fei and Xiao Fei had completely submitted to him. Not out of coercion, but rather naturally formed through daily interactions. Yang Han was the only person they could rely on in the cold palace. The 2 former favored consorts now obeyed Yang Han, in every way becoming reliant on him and unable to live without him. Of course, Yang Han hid this very well. As of now, Xiao Fei and Lan Fei still did not know the extent of the terrifying strength possessed by the little girl. At the peak of the innate 9th layer, combined with so many top-tier martial arts at full completion, plus the demonic techniques like the Great Compassion Art, Yang Han was confident that within this palace, Unless the legendary royal ancestor were to appear, he would be invincible. But Yang Han also harbored doubts in his heart. Did that royal ancestor truly exist? Above the innate ninth layer lay the master level. If the royal family truly had a master-level ancestor overseeing them, then the foundation of the great Yin dynasty was far deeper than he imagined. Yang Han shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. On this day, Yang Han was standing guard at the entrance of the cold palace, when suddenly a heavy atmosphere emanated from the palace path. He raised his head and squinted. A figure was striding toward him. As they passed the palace, maids, eunuchs, and guards by the roadside trembled in fear, lowering their heads, and not daring to make a sound, cautiously retreating to the sides, as if facing the king of hell. The person drew nearer. Zhao Shi. For years had passed, and Zhao Shi had changed. He wore a dark brocade robe with a jade pendant hanging at his waist, and a gauze hat on his head, exuding a chilling aura that warned others to stay away. Zhao Zai's face was now filled with shadows and malice, and a glance from him made others shiver. But when he reached the entrance of the cold palace, he seemed to shed something. He exhaled a breath of foul air, the shadows on his face dissipating somewhat, revealing a weary smile. Yanggu. Zhao Zai's voice was hoarse and deep, completely different from 4 years ago. Yang Han looked at him, feeling a surge of emotions. He had no idea what Zhao Shi had gone through in these 4 years. The current Zhao Shi had already reached the top echelon within the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs. In the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs, the highest position was none other than the chief eunuch. Below him were 4 high-ranking eunuchs, and Zhao Shi had become one of those 4 high-ranking eunuchs during these 4 years. From a little eunuch in the imperial kitchen to one of the 4 high-ranking eunuchs in the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs. The struggles, schemes, and bloodshed behind this position were beyond the imagination of outsiders. Moreover, Zhao Shi had also become a martial artist at the acquired 4th layer. In just 4 short years, reaching the acquired 4th layer, although not as fast as Yang Han, was still considered terrifying. Yang Han knew that this was not something achievable through normal cultivation. However, he did not dwell on it. "You're here," Yang Han said with a smile. Zhao Shi nodded and sat down beside him. "Long time no see, Yanggu." Zhao Shi spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. "You are still the same as before." "You're still the same as before," Yang Han replied. The last time he saw Zhao Shi, he calculated that it had been a full 7 months. Zhao Shi gave a wry smile. "And not the same as before." He paused, his gaze drifting far away as if he was looking at something. "Yanggu." Zhao Shi suddenly spoke, his voice weary. "I'm so tired." Yang Han looked at him. "For a moment, I didn't want to be this chief eunuch anymore." "What happened?" Yang Han asked after a moment of silence. Zhao Shi did not answer immediately, sitting there staring blankly at the distant sky. After a long while, he finally said, "Yanggu, I've killed many people." Yang Han's gaze slightly shifted. "Some people deserved to die, and some did not. But they still died." Zhao Zai's voice was filled with disillusionment. "I know that in this palace one cannot survive without killing. But sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I always feel like those people are watching me. Yanggu, I always feel like I've become a bad person. To be honest, back when we were fleeing and begging together, if I saw a wild rabbit by the roadside, even if I was starving, I would not have the heart to kill it. Now." At this moment, Yang Han didn't know what to say. He had never been good at comforting others. Then Yang Han patted Zhao Zai's shoulder. If others were to see this scene, they would surely be terrified. Zhao Shi was known as the most ruthless chief eunuch in the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs, the sharpest blade under the ancestral figure. Let alone patting his shoulder. Even looking at him, few dared to do so within the palace except for those high-ranking figures. Yang Han looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. The Zhao Shi in front of him had changed significantly from the little eunuch of 4 years ago. "You have not become a bad person, Yang Han," said, his voice calm. "You have just grown up." "Growing up is truly exhausting," Zhao Shi said, stunned for a moment before breaking into a bitter smile. Zhao Shi sighed for a moment. At this time, Yang Han changed the subject and said, "Zhao Shi, tell me about the current situation in the world. The rebellion of the King of the North has been going on for so many years now. What has happened?" Yang Han had not left the palace for 4 years and was not well informed about the situation in the world. However, Yang Han was quite curious about the rebellion of the King of the North. When it first happened 4 years ago, it was chaotic and seemed fierce, leading him to believe that the imperial city would be destroyed in an instant. But 4 years later, while the atmosphere in the imperial city had become tense, the King of the North's army had yet to attack. Yang Han was eager to know how the situation truly stood. Talking to those guards, palace maids, and eunuchs, they were clueless. After all, not everyone could articulate the situation like Zhao Shi. After hearing this, Zhao Shi slowly nodded. When the King of the North raised his army in rebellion 4 years ago, although His Majesty responded quickly, he still couldn't contain the momentum. The King of the North is too powerful, with terrifying strength and many capable generals. He paused. 4 years have passed, and half of the great Yin dynasty's territory has been occupied by the King of the North. Now the King of the North has grown immensely strong. Zhao Shi continued, I've heard, he has reached the peak of the 9th layer of innate, just a step away from the master realm. He also has quite a number of innate experts under him with a large army and a fierce momentum. The peak of the 9th layer of innate. Yang Han felt a slight stir in his heart. This king of the north is quite comparable to his own realm. However, Yang Han was confident that the king of the north would never be his match. Not only that, Zhao Shi side there are rebellions in many places within the great Yin dynasty now, with various rebel leaders, bandits, and mountain thieves springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. His Majesty can no longer control the entire realm. The only places he can manage are a few cities near the imperial city. Yang Han nodded slightly. However, he also felt a pang of emotion. The old emperor's life is indeed resilient. In fact, sometimes when he listened to those guards and palace maids chatting, they often said it was over, that the imperial city would soon be breached. And yet, the old emperor is still holding on. This made Yang Han feel some admiration. This old emperor must possess some skills. What the final outcome will be, I'm not sure. Zhao Shi smiled wryly. He should be able to hold on for a while longer. But as the king of the north becomes stronger, what will happen in the end is hard to say. A trace of worry flashed in Zhao Zai's eyes. The office of ceremonial affairs is just a dog raised by the old emperor. If the old emperor can't hold on, then these dogs won't have a good end. But war is not something that can be resolved in a day or two, or even a year or two. You must know that the great Yin dynasty is vast, with an incredibly large territory and a population exceeding 1 billion. The king of the north's desire to swallow all this land will not be easy. Moreover, the current situation in the great Yin dynasty is very chaotic, with not just the king of the north rebelling. There are various factions at play, making it hard to tell what's what. Yang Han patted his shoulder. Don't think too much, there's no use in overthinking. Zhao Shi nodded, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. In recent years, the people in the imperial city have been anxious. Zhao Shi said solemnly, the collusion between the noble families in the imperial city and the king of the north has been uncovered several times. Although some were executed, the number of traitors is increasing and they can't be eliminated. Yang Han raised an eyebrow. When a wall falls, everyone pushes. If the old emperor really can't hold on, it wouldn't be surprising for those people to look for a new master in advance. However, Zhao Shi shifted his tone. The old emperor privately told the ancestors that he wants to establish an organization called the Eastern Factory, specifically to catch the traitors in the imperial city. At that time, Zhao Shi glanced at Yang Han, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. I will be the head of the Eastern Factory. Yang Han was slightly taken aback, then sincerely said, that's a promotion, a good thing. Zhao Shi did not smile. He remained silent for a while before saying, Brother Yang, do you know what this means? Yang Han looked at him. It means many people will have to die. Zhao Zai's voice was calm. Many people. In the process of capturing traitors, there will certainly be innocents. He paused, closing his eyes. But the innocents must be killed as well. Yang Han said nothing. In that position, the truth is unimportant. What matters is the outcome. It's better to wrong 1,000 than to let one go. Zhao Shi sat for a while longer, talking about some interesting things outside the palace. By the way, Brother Yang, have you heard? Recently, a flower-picking old demon has appeared in the martial world. Zhao Zai's tone became a bit lighter. Yang Han shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Who is this? Zhao Shi clicked his tongue. This flower-picking old demon is incredibly powerful. He operates at night, abducting the daughters of noble families, clans, and sects. Moreover, this person has a peculiar habit. He specifically targets young unmarried girls, ignoring married women. In just a few months, over 50 young girls have fallen victim to his clutches, and the corpses found were horrifying. Yang Han frowned slightly. Over 50. This flower-picking old demon is quite audacious. Isn't anyone taking care of this madness? Yang Han asked. Zhao Zai's expression suddenly grew serious. They have, and it's been 2 innate experts who intervened. Yang Han's heart stirred. Innate experts. They are both well-known figures. Zhao Shi spoke with a hint of awe. One is the leader of the Qingsheng sect at the 4th layer of innate. The other is the supreme elder of the Iron Sword sect at the 5th layer of innate. The 2 of them joined forces to eliminate this flower-picking old demon. He paused, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. And then what? Yang Han asked. Zhao Shi took a deep breath. The next day, both innate experts were found dead on the street. Their bodies were dumped at the city gate, covered in wounds, and the death was extremely tragic. They were innate experts, the leader and supreme elder of prominent sects. Yang Han's heart stirred slightly. An expert at the 4th layer of innate was killed, even while teaming up. This flower-picking old demon must have a strength of at least the 7th layer of innate, or even higher. And then, did no one care anymore? Yang Han asked. Zhao Shi smiled bitterly. Who would dare to care? 2 innate experts are dead. Now many people are in a state of panic, even in the imperial city. After all, innate experts are terrifying. Yang Han nodded. Indeed. Innate experts are very, but to Yang Han, they seem insignificant at the moment. At this time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yang Han is invincible among innate experts. unless a master realm existence as legend has it intervenes. Otherwise, there are no competitors. The flower-picking old demon and innate experts have nothing to do with him. Yang Han remained in the cold palace, uninterested in meddling in those trivial matters. Zhao Shi sat for a while longer chatting about various things, and finally stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. "Brother Yang, I have to go now." He sighed. "There are a pile of matters waiting for me to handle." Yang Han nodded. "Go ahead, don't tire yourself out." Zhao Shi smiled wryly. "Whether I'm tired or not, I'm already used to it." "Take care, Brother Yang. I don't know when the next time we'll meet will be." After saying that, he strode away. In the following days, Yang Han continued to sign in at the cold palace, standing guard and delivering meals. Unknowingly, he had grown accustomed to it. With his skills, standing guard for a year would be far from dull. Moreover, standing guard in the cold palace was more about training for him. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing and successfully receiving the reward. Thousand-faced illusion technique, great perfection. Yang Han felt a tremor throughout his body and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Thousand-faced illusion technique. A flood of information surged into his mind. It allows one to control facial muscles, bones, and posture with true energy, completely transforming into another person's appearance. Not only that, but this martial art can also imitate the expressions and aura of others. Cultivated to great perfection, it is nearly impossible to be identified. Yang Han was secretly astonished. This is the pinnacle of disguise techniques. This disguise art is simply an existence that defies the heavens. Transforming appearances, impersonating others, sneaking into enemy lines, gathering intelligence. There are too many things it can accomplish. What a good thing, Yang Han murmured to himself. At night during the shift change, he returned to his quarters and found a small copper mirror. The surface of the mirror had become somewhat blurred, but it could still be used with some effort. Yang Han took a deep breath and activated the thousand-faced illusion technique. His true energy flowed across his face, and he could feel his bones slightly shifting, his muscles rearranging, and his skin subtly altering its texture. The entire process lasted only a few breaths without any discomfort. He opened his eyes and looked at the copper mirror. The person in the mirror. Yang Han's pupils contracted. That was no longer himself. Instead, it was a frail, white-haired old eunuch. The curvature of the eyebrows and eyes, the lines at the corners of the mouth, even that chilling aura were identical to that of the old ancestor from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Yang Han stood up and walked a few steps in the room. He intentionally mimicked the old eunuch's gait, slightly hunching his back, walking at a leisurely pace with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an inscrutable steadiness. He then tried to speak in the old eunuch's hoarse and deep voice. "I want to see who is the little rascal." The voice, tone, and rhythm were all perfect. Yang Han stood before the copper mirror, looking at the living ancestor of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, his heart filled with shock. This martial art is terrifying. The imitation is seamless. Not to mention ordinary guards and palace maids, even the closest relatives of that old eunuch would probably not be able to distinguish the truth from the false. Yang Han withdrew his energy, and his facial bones and muscles returned to their original state. He looked into the copper mirror again, confirming that there were no traces left before he felt relieved. Thousand-faced illusion technique. Yang Han sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. The usefulness of this martial art is immense. When encountering danger and needing to escape, or even when necessary, doing things under another identity that cannot be known to others. Then Yang Han left his quarters, leaping nimbly to avoid detection, and entered the inner part of the cold palace. Over the past 4 years, Yang Han had been diligent, helping consort Xiao and consort Lan expel the cold poison. Of course, it was mutual. While expelling the cold poison, the two women also diligently served Yang Han, massaging his legs and shoulders whenever they had the chance. Although with Yang Han's cultivation standing for 10 years would not tire him, it still comforted his spirit. Even after 4 years, Yang Han did not find it dull. At night, Yang Han arrived at consort Lan's quarters to treat her cold poison. After expelling the cold poison, consort Lan was drenched in fragrant sweat and fell into a deep sleep, while Yang Han by the side felt a stirring in his heart. Speaking of which, it seems like I haven't seen Lin Mingyao for a long time. The last time I saw Lin Mingyao was quite a while ago. It has been a full year. In this year, Lin Mingyao has not come to the cold palace, and I don't know what she has been doing. Yang Han to some extent still misses her, wondering how that little girl is doing now. Such days continued for a few more days. Suddenly on this day, Yang Han saw a familiar face arriving at the cold palace. That familiar person was none other than Lin Mingyao's personal maid. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Han's eyes narrowed. The maid has come. Where is Lin Mingyao? Lin Mingyao's personal maid named Xiao Tao has transformed from a round-faced little girl into a graceful young woman over the past 4 years. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she is still quite charming. Dressed in a light green palace maid's dress, she hurried along as if she had something urgent to attend to. Yang Han was about to greet her when he suddenly saw tears brimming in Xiao Tao's eyes. A stirring sensation filled his heart as he stood up. Xiao Tao, what's wrong? Where's the ninth princess? Xiao Tao walked up to him, lifted her head, her eyes red as she looked at him, tears welling in her eyes, finally unable to hold back as they streamed down her cheeks. Big brother Yang, Xiao Tao's voice trembled. The princess is about to get married and is currently preparing for it, so she cannot come over. Yang Han's heart jolted. Married? To whom? Yang Han never expected this. After being out of touch with Lin Mingyao for so long, he returned only to find out she was to be married. Xiao Tao wiped her tears and revealed the events that transpired. 2 years ago, Lin Mingyao was discovered to have a special constitution, being an extremely rare 9-yin body containing 9-yin true essence within her. Such a physique is 1 in 10,000, and for martial artists. If a man were to unite with her, he would gain tremendous benefits in his cultivation, possibly even breaking through bottlenecks to reach higher realms. This news reached the ears of the Northern King. He immediately sent envoys with a proposition. To take Lin Mingyao as his concubine, he would return 10 cities and sign a contract promising not to wage war for 5 years, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Did the old emperor agree? Yang Han's voice was calm, but deep within there was a ripple of turmoil. Xiao Tao nodded through her tears. His Majesty is in a very poor state, exhausted and losing control over the Yin kingdom. After much contemplation, he decided to agree to the Northern King's terms and send the princess over. Yang Han fell silent. 10 cities, 5 years of peace. Exchanging Lin Mingyao's life for that. For the Emperor of Yin, it was a tremendously advantageous deal. Not just for him, but perhaps for any emperor of any generation. It is quite a bargain. But the Northern King. Xiao Tao's voice trembled with profound fear. It is said that he is very cruel to women and extremely harsh on wives. The number of women who have died at his hands has long exceeded 100. If the princess were to go. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Even if Lin Mingyao went there, she wouldn't live long. Yang Han stood still, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He remembered how Lin Mingyao looked when she first came to the cold palace, a 16-year-old girl dressed in simple, elegant clothes, her features like a painting, her eyes crescent-shaped when she smiled. And now 4 years later, Lin Mingyao had matured into a young lady. Yet she was to be sent to the Northern King as a plaything. Yang Han fell silent. Xiao Tao, he paused. Does Empress Lan know about this? Xiao Tao replied. I came today specifically to inform Empress Lan about this matter. Yang Han opened his mouth slowly. Go then, tell Empress Lan about this. Xiao Tao wiped her tears and turned to enter the cold palace. Yang Han stood at the door motionless. Half an hour later, Xiao Tao emerged from the cold palace. Her eyes were even redder than before, evidently having cried alongside the Empress. She lowered her head and walked forward, her steps unsteady, as if she had lost her soul. Xiao Tao, Yang Han called out to her. Xiao Tao halted, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. She lowered her head and walked forward, her steps unsteady, as if she had lost her soul. Xiao Tao, Yang Han called out to her. She would never let Xiao Tao accompany her to such a place. Perhaps she would give Xiao Tao some money and then seek another path. Xiao Tao bit her lip, a resolute expression appearing on her face. I want to stay with the princess. Wherever she goes, I will go. Even if it means death, I will accompany her. Yang Han looked at this little, made a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. Xiao Tao, please take care of yourself. Yang Han sighed internally and said sincerely. Xiao Tao nodded, but then she seemed to think of something. She took a deep breath and bowed to Yang Han. Big brother Yang, thank you for taking care of the princess and the empress all these years. After saying that, she turned and hurried away. Lin Mingyao was sold by the old emperor to be a plaything. What kind of situation is this? Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace all day, unmoving. His thoughts drifted far away, filled with emotion. Lin Mingyao was still very young, such a good girl, yet she was to be given to the cruel Northern King. The outcome was unimaginable. Yang Han sighed deeply, his expression quite complicated. He had some strength. But should he get involved in this matter? Yang Han did not think much more. That night, he went to Empress Lan's chamber as usual. Pushing open the door, no lights were lit inside. Empress Lan sat by the bed, and upon seeing him enter without a word, she directly threw herself into. She did not cry out loud, only holding him tightly, her body trembling incessantly. Tears soaked his robes, warm yet icy. Yang Han remained silent, wrapping his arms around her. Her daughter was to be sent to the Northern King as a plaything, and as a mother she could do nothing. Empress Lan was merely a discarded consort of the cold palace, unable to even leave this dilapidated room, let alone protect her daughter. That night Yang Han did not speak to Empress Lan. She simply held Yang Han tightly until dawn. The next day Xiao Tao came again. This time there was still no sign of Lin Mingyao. Xiao Tao's eyes were swollen like walnuts, clearly having cried for a long time after returning. She stepped in front of Yang Han, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound as steady as possible. Big brother Yang, the princess asked me to convey a message to you. Yang Han was somewhat surprised. Lin Mingyao wanted to send him a message for what reason. The princess said please come by tonight as she wants to catch up with you. When you come remember to be discreet, big brother Yang, don't let too many people see you. Xiao Tao's voice trembled uncontrollably. In 3 days she will be sent away. At that time the palace will personally send a master of innate realm to escort her, and the northern king will also send someone to pick her up. She paused, lowering her head. This might be the last time to see the princess. Yang Han remained silent for a moment. All right. Yang Han nodded. I will go. He certainly would not miss this last meeting. Lin Mingyao was still a rather good child in his memory. Xiao Tao nodded and turned to leave. Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace, gazing at the distant sky. 3 days. In 3 days Lin Mingyao would be sent away. He recalled Xiao Tao's words. Wherever the princess goes I go. If she dies I will accompany her. He remembered the snacks Lin Mingyao had given him over the years, and how she had called him Big Brother Yang. Yang Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After being in the cold palace for so long his heart had gradually grown cold. However, upon learning that Lin Mingyao was to be sent away, he still felt a surge of complex emotions. Time flew quickly to the evening. After the shift change, Yang Han directly headed towards the palace where Lin Mingyao was located. He did not walk in a grand manner, but first stopped in a secluded spot. The art of 1,000 faces was activated with true qi circulating through his face and body, his bones shifting slightly, muscles rearranging, his stature growing a few inches, and his face transforming into a completely unfamiliar visage. Yang Han moved his limbs in the darkness, confirming there were no flaws, before heading towards the inner palace. Lin Mingyio's residence was located on the eastern side of the royal palace in a palace called Yaohua Palace, which was neither too large nor too small. Although Yang Han had never been there, he had glimpsed it from afar during his previous strolls around the palace and had a rough idea of its location. Soon he found Yaohua Palace. Yang Han did not take the front entrance. He circled to the side of the palace, found a secluded corner, and leaped over the walls silently. Upon landing, his feet touched the soft grass without making a sound. The perfected body technique of treading the sky without a trace made him as light as a feather. Yang Han looked around, confirmed his direction, and walked towards the inner courtyard of the palace. As he passed through a corridor, he saw a figure standing in front of a door from a distance. It was Xiao Tao. She wore a plain palace-made dress, her hands folded in front of her head, bowed, standing. The lantern's light illuminated her face, revealing 2 shallow tear tracks. Yang Han restored his original appearance, deliberately making his footsteps heavier. Xiao Tao heard the sound and looked up. Seeing Yang Han, her eyes brightened for a moment. Brother Yang, you're here. She said, her voice a bit hoarse, clearly having cried. The princess is waiting for you inside. Yang Han nodded, saying, thank you. Xiao Tao opened the door behind her and stepped aside. The room was small, decorated simply and neatly. A writing desk, a screen, and a lamp lit on the desk cast a warm hue over the entire room. Lin Mingyao sat beside the desk. She wore a moon-white dress, her long hair tied back, exposing a delicate face. The years had transformed her from a budding girl into a fully blossomed woman. Her willow-like brows were like smoke, her eyes like stars, her skin like congealed fat, and her lips like cherry blossoms. Her beauty surpassed even the renowned Lan Fei by tenfold. Yang Han stood at the door, gazing at her profile. An array of complex emotions surged within him. Such a beautiful person was to be sent away as a plaything for the king of the north. How cruel. Lin Mingyao heard the footsteps and raised her head. The moment their eyes met, she froze. Brother Yang, she softly called out, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. You're here. Yang Han walked over, but did not sit down. Instead, he stood. On the table were several small dishes and a jug of wine. The wine was already poured into 2 cups. The liquid in the cups shimmered under the light. Princess, Yang Han began. Just call me Mingyao, Lin Mingyao interjected. Yang Han paused for a moment, then said Mingyao. Lin Mingyao smiled satisfactorily, a hint of childlike innocence in her expression, making Yang Han momentarily see the little girl from 4 years ago. Xiao Tao, go guard the main door outside and don't let anyone in, Lin Mingyao instructed towards the door. Yes, Xiao Tao's voice came from outside, her footsteps gradually fading away. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Lin Mingyao raised her wine cup, looking at Yang Han. It's been a long time. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about anyone finding out. I told my father that I would go to the king of the north, but on the condition that I am not disturbed these few days. You can relax now. Yang Han nodded slightly. Lin Mingyao smiled, saying, then why don't you sit down quickly? What are you so afraid of? Yang Han took a deep breath and then sat down. Afraid? To be honest, what is there to be afraid of? In this royal palace? Unless a true master-level old monster appears. Otherwise, Yang Han is invincible. Even facing the so-called old Emperor, Yang Han feels no fear. Even with the palace guards present, Yang Han could easily kill them. This was the confidence of being at the peak of the 9th level of innate power and possessing a plethora of top-tier martial arts. After sitting down, Lin Mingyao raised her cup first, saying, "Brother Yang, I haven't drunk with you yet. Let's have a toast." Yang Han nodded. "All right." Yang Han lifted his cup. During their last meeting, he did not want to be too reserved. The drinks were consumed. The liquor slid down his throat, bringing a spicy warmth. Yang Han set down his cup looking at Lin Mingyao, and suddenly realized she had changed a lot. It was not just a change in appearance, but also in her demeanor. For years ago, she was innocent and carefree, like a flower about to bloom. Now she carried a maturity and depth in her gaze resembling a bottomless autumn pool. "Brother Yang, do you know?" Lin Mingyao poured herself another cup, her voice soft. "I really miss Auntie and you." Yang Han's eyelid twitched. In this environment, and at this moment suddenly saying she missed him, wasn't that a bit too ambiguous? "I haven't been to the cold palace for so long, not because I don't want to go." Lin Mingyao lowered her head, her fingers tracing the edge of the wine cup, "but because I am working hard." She raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "I am working hard to practice martial arts, studying diligently, striving to become stronger. I think that when I have strength, I can protect Annie, protect Xiao Tao, and protect the people I want to protect." Yang Han felt a slight stir in his heart. "My 19 body cultivates much faster than ordinary people." Lin Mingyao continued. "Over these years, I have already become a martial artist of the acquired realm. Although it may not be very strong, at least I am making progress." Acquired realm. In just 4 years, going from nothing to the acquired realm is indeed an astonishing speed. The talent of the 19 body is truly extraordinary. But Lin Mingyao suddenly choked up. "Time does not wait for me." She raised her cup and drank it down in one go. The spicy liquor made her cough twice, and tears followed suit. "I haven't become stronger yet, and I am about to be sent away." Her voice was filled with unwillingness and grievance. "Brother Yang, I am really so tired." Yang Han silently watched her, not saying a word. Lin Mingyao wiped her tears, forcing a smile. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's drink." She poured another cup for Yang Han and filled her own. The two of them drank several cups. Lin Mingyao's alcohol tolerance was clearly not very good. After a few cups, her cheeks flushed like she had applied rouge, making her face even more radiant. Yang Han lifted his cup, just about to drink, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. The moment the liquor entered his mouth, he keenly sensed something unusual. Beneath the spicy flavor of the liquor, there was a hidden, subtle significance. It was not the taste of the wine itself. Yang Han remained composed, carefully discerning. In the next moment, his heart raced. There was something in this wine. It was a substance that could ignite the fire of desire within. The effect was concealed. If he hadn't been so perceptive, he would never have noticed. Ordinary people would only feel a surge of heat and a quickened heartbeat, thinking it was the effect of the liquor. Yang Han's heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged as he swallowed the wine. At the same time, his innate true qi circulated within, discreetly dispelling the effects of the drug. Now this kind of drug would have no effect on him, and he could easily refine it away. But what was going on? Why was there such a thing in the wine? Did Lin Mingyao do this? What did she? Yang Han's mind raced, but he did not reveal anything on his face. He set down his cup, looking at Lin Mingyao, waiting for her to speak. Lin Mingyao drank another cup, her face already flushed, even her ears tinged with pink. She set down her cup, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling, as she looked at Yang Han, as if gazing at something precious. "Brother Yang." Lin Mingyao suddenly spoke, her voice soft. "I want to ask you something, and you must answer me honestly." Yang Han replied, "What is it?" Lin Mingyao's lips curled into a slight smile, but there was a complex expression in her eyes. "Are you involved with my aunt?" Yang Han's lips twitched violently. What was going on? Why did Lin Mingyao suddenly ask this? It shouldn't be. He had been very discreet about it. It was impossible for anyone to have noticed. Let alone Lin Mingyao. What was her cultivation level before? Not even at the acquired level. Yang Han remained silent for a while, just about to speak, when Lin Mingyao suddenly burst into laughter. "Look how scared you are." Lin Mingyao looked at Yang Han with a beaming smile, her expression blooming. "I'm not going to blame you." Yang Han was taken aback. "Brother Yang, my aunt has been in the cold palace for so many years, all alone, without family or friends, not even someone to talk to." Lin Mingyao's voice softened. "I really appreciate you for keeping her company." Yang Han stared at her in a so it wasn't blame but gratitude. Yang Han felt a mix of emotions. He was no longer afraid. Even if it were exposed, so what? He was already at the peak of the 9th level of innate power, invincible beneath the master level. However, he was still curious about how Lin Mingyao had sensed it. It seemed she had sensed Yang Han's confusion. "Don't underestimate the bond between me and my aunt. After all, she has been the closest person to me since my mother passed away." Lin Mingyao said softly, "I have always been perceptive. Every time I visited my aunt in the cold palace, I could feel that her complexion was different from before." She looked up at Yang Han, a hint of mischief and shyness in her eyes. "Also, sometimes there is a peculiar scent in my... When I was younger, I didn't understand what it was. Now that I have grown up, I know." Yang Han felt a hint of embarrassment on his face. No way can her nose be that sensitive. After every encounter the scent was clearly dispersed. Ahem. Yang Han meant the scent left on Lan Fei after dispelling the cold. He didn't mean anything else. So you don't have to worry that I will blame you. Lin Mingyao looked at him seriously. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Thank you for keeping my aunt from feeling so lonely in these 4 years. Yang Han remained silent for a moment, then said, Mingyao, Alright, let's not talk about that. Lin Mingyao interrupted him, raising her cup, her smile, taking on a mysterious quality. Brother Yang, do you know the real reason I called you here tonight? Yang Han looked at her, recalling the cup of wine, laced with special drugs. Could it be? At that moment Lin Mingyao set down her cup, and stood up. She walked around the table, and approached Yang Han, looking down at him from above. The light illuminated her face, revealing an expression Yang Han had never seen before. It was a resolute expression, a reckless determination. Brother Yang, Lin Mingyao said softly, I do not want to give my 9 true essence to that king of the north. The words fell silent. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Lin Mingyao's eyes. She stood before Yang Han, trembling faintly, tears tracing delicate paths down her cheeks. I have researched the lord of the northern garrison. His temperament is savage and ruthless, his reputation abysmal. Countless women have perished beneath. If I fall into his grasp, surviving even a single month would be uncertain. Yang Han sat motionless, silent. Lin Mingyao offered a self-mocking smile. The 9 physique, the 9 true qi. Rumors claim the lord of the northern garrison stands at the precipice of cultivation's most critical juncture, merely 1 step shy of the Grandmaster realm. Should he acquire my 9 true qi, breakthrough is all but assured. So, I am not to become a princess consort. I am merely a plaything. A living vessel destined solely to shatter his cultivation bottleneck. A flicker of complexity crossed Yang Han's gaze. Yet, I refuse. Lin Mingyao lifted her tear-blurred face, her eyes resolute. I will not surrender my 9 true qi to that wretch. Rather, I would entrust it to someone I know, someone I understand, someone I hold affection for. And that person, she gazed unwaveringly at him, enunciating each word with quiet intensity, is you. Yang Han was momentarily stunned, his mind utterly blank. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th heaven-born realm, rendering him invincible beneath the Grandmaster realm. Such power would render him unshaken within the imperial palace, immune to panic or loss of composure. Yet now, having heard Lin Mingyao's confession, his entire being stiffened. Lin Mingyao drew nearer, a subtle delicate fragrance filled his senses. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with tenderness and bashfulness. Brother Yang, I wish to bestow my 9 true qi upon you. They say it greatly benefits martial cultivators. I hope after receiving it you will grow ever stronger, and one day transcend your role as a humble guard in the cold palace. They say it greatly benefits martial cultivators. I hope after receiving it you will grow ever stronger, and one day transcend your role. All these years you are the only man who has truly listened to my innermost thoughts. Her voice softened further. I know your character is noble. You may well reject me. So, she bit her lip, guilt flickering across her features. I added something to your wine. A rare elixir said to kindle mutual love. A subtle shift passed through Yang Han's gaze. Forgive me, Brother Yang, she whispered softly. Do not blame me. I simply wish to offer my 9 true qi to someone I love, before I am reduced to the lord of the northern garrison's plaything. The chamber fell into absolute silence. After a long pause, Yang Han finally spoke. Mingyao. His tone held quiet resignation. That wine had no effect on me. Lin Mingyao jerked her head up, astonishment flooding her eyes. Having dwelled so long in the cold palace, cold qi has seeped deep into my meridians, sufficient to suppress such an elixir. He offered the excuse lightly. In truth, his cultivation was simply too profound. What was mere medicinal potency to him? Utterly ineffective. Lin Mingyao froze. Her body swayed faintly where she stood. She inhaled deeply, then raised her gaze, firmer than before. She locked eyes with Yang Han, and asked each word deliberate. Brother Yang, am I not beautiful? Is my figure unappealing? Do you feel nothing for me? Yang Han sighed inwardly. Objectively, Lin Mingyao's beauty surpassed even that of consort Lan. Her face possessed the grace to topple nations, her figure exquisitely proportioned. Any man of sound heart would be stirred. Moreover, she had matured, now 20 summers old, radiating an even more luminous, captivating allure. And beyond form, he remembered every kindness she had shown him over the years. Lin Mingyao met his gaze with solemn sincerity. Brother Yang, if you refuse this 9 true qi, then I would rather die this very moment. I would sooner perish than suffer the lord of the northern garrison's violation. Yang Han suddenly sensed eerie familiarity in this scene. Consort Lan had once done precisely the same, pressing him with mortal ultimatum. Now it was Lin Mingyao's turn. Strangely, both women sought the same end, though their paths converged upon one man. A faint twitch tugged at Yang Han's lips. He found himself speechless. Then, her cheeks burned as if aflame. Her dazed, glistening eyes held his. Brother Yang, I drank the wine as well. Unlike you, Brother Yang, I cannot withstand its potency. There exists but one antidote. You know what it is, Brother Yang. At those words, Yang Han's expression grew profoundly complex. Lin Mingyao murmured, Brother Yang, do not dwell on propriety now. For 18 years I lived with impeccable decorum, never once stepping beyond convention. Now, I wish only to rebel, just once, and refuse to be manipulated like a puppet. Lin Mingyao held Yang Han's gaze. Brother Yang. Her voice trembled, not with weakness but with fierce, aching defiance. As a princess, she wielded neither status nor authority, merely a pawn offered by Emperor Qianyuan to the lord of the northern garrison to stabilize the realm. Before Yang Han could utter a word, Lin Mingyao pressed her lips to his. Moments later she drew back half a step, her eyes fixed unflinchingly upon his. Her face glowed with maidenly embarrassment, deep radiant red. This was her first kiss. Brother Yang, if I am sent to the lord of the northern garrison, I shall not live long. Can you bear watching me fade away? Will you deny me even this final wish before death? She lowered her blushing face, whispering softly. Yang Han sighed inwardly, his thoughts swirling indecipherable. He had always embraced life's currents without resistance, never seeking entanglement. Yet now Lin Mingyao stood before him, willing to surrender even her 9 true qi. Yang Han exhaled softly, and if he refused to intervene, then Lin Mingyao herself would perish, unfulfilled, sorrowful, and alone. Silence settled within him. One path watched Lin Mingyao die before his eyes. The other. That night the main hall of Yaohua Palace blazed with light, while outside stillness reigned absolute. Yet inside tempestuous waves surged, fierce, unrelenting. Xiao Tao stood sentinel outside the door, motionless as carved stone. Before dawn broke the next morning, deep within the palace chambers, on the bed, Lin Mingyao slept soundly, curled gently against Yang Han's chest. Her complexion glowed with warmth, the corners of her lips lifted faintly, as though cradled by a blissful dream. Yang Han remained awake. His eyes closed, yet his awareness immersed itself in the surging force newly awakened within. A deep resonant surge. 9 true qi. Lin Mingyao's 9 true qi now flowed through Yang Han's meridians. This 9 true qi was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the lord of the northern garrison expend such immense resources? Heavenborn cultivators were already formidable, especially one like the lord who stood at the 9th Heavenborn realm's apex, peerless among his peers. His political influence and authority were unparalleled. By right, he could command anything beyond ordinary reach. Yet even he remained stubbornly stalled at the 9th Heavenborn realm. His desperate yearning for Lin Mingyao's 9 true qi spoke volumes. Proof enough of its The 9 true qi within Lin Mingyao's body had now fully merged into Yang Han's dantian, its power so vast it surpassed all his prior imagination. As it surged through him, his meridians widened, and even his bones seemed reforged anew. Yang Han sat in stillness, eyes closed, tracing the flow of this immense energy, and inwardly marveled. No wonder the Prince of Jinbei had offered 10 cities in exchange for Lin Mingyao. Indeed, the 9 true qi held a value capable of driving mortals to madness. And now, this very force coursed through his own veins. It meant he could finally break through to the Grandmaster realm. After all, a full year ago Yang Han had already reached the 9th rank of the innate realm. Yet for an entire year, he had remained stagnant, unable to ascend to Grandmaster. One could scarcely fathom how formidable such a breakthrough truly was. Were this thought ever revealed to others, it would leave them utterly speechless. Yet by any standard, Yang Han's cultivation speed was already terrifying. Among all youths of his age, none had ever attained the 9th rank of the innate realm. He stood alone in the world. Yang Han drew a deep breath, settled into the lotus position, and activated the muscle tendon changing classic to its utmost. The 9 true qi accelerated, rushing through his body again and again, scouring every fiber of his being. At last, boom, a profound rupture echoed within Yang Han's mind, a sensation beyond words. An unprecedented torrent of power surged through Yang Han's body. The Grandmaster realm. Even the innate realm marked one as a master among warriors. Yet even the ancient patriarch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, revered across the empire, had never transcended it. This was no mere Grandmaster realm. If he truly stood at that pinnacle, his status would rival that of the emperor himself. Such was the awe-inspiring might of the Grandmaster realm's sovereign in authority, imperial in stature. As a cold palace guard, Yang Han's cultivation had been merely body-tempering 3rd level, granting him a brute strength of 300 gene. For an ordinary person, that was exceedingly formidable. Slowly Yang Han opened his eyes, and forcibly suppressed that Grandmaster-level power back into stillness, to unleash it recklessly. would bring unimaginable devastation. Even Lin Mingyao standing beside him would perish instantly. He raised his hand, gazing upon his palm. In the innate realm, his qi could strike down foes 10 zhang away. Now, within 100 zhang, his qi obeyed his will like an extension of his limbs, responding with flawless precision. To any innate realm master, he was no longer peer, but predator absolute and unassailable. Yang Han lowered his gaze to Lin Mingyao, still asleep upon the bed. Last night had been overwhelming. She was utterly spent. His expression softened, complex, tender, and deeply conflicted. Then with a quiet sigh, he gently pulled the quilt up over her shoulders, his movements feather-light lest he disturb her slumber. When he finished, he rose and stood beside the bed, watching her silently for a long while. Before last night, she was the 9th princess, he a lowly palace guard stationed in the cold palace. But now, Yang Han shook his head, banishing the tangled thoughts before they took root. Under cover of pre-dawn darkness, he leapt soundlessly from the Yaohua palace, his heaven-stepping trace technique fully engaged. In the pale light of dawn, his figure dissolved like wisps of azure smoke, vanishing across rooftops and courtyards until he reappeared in the cold palace. At the cold palace gate, Yang Han resumed his duty, standing sentry as he always did. Yet his heart was no longer the same as yesterday. Check-in. He murmured the phrase inwardly as routine demanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. Reward granted. Devouring primordial art perfected. Yang Han's pupils contracted slightly. The devouring primordial art. A ruthless, peerless cultivation technique, capable of directly absorbing another's inner energy and converting it into his own. At its perfected stage, its suction resembled a vortex, forcibly stripping cultivators of their qi and inner strength. This was a divine tier art, granting him limitless potential for growth, unbounded and eternal. Of course, it bore grave perils. Absorbing chaotic energies risked destabilizing one's own qi, leading to violent self-destruction. Yet Yang Han felt no fear. He possessed the perfected muscle tendon changing classic, the ultimate refinement, art capable of purifying even the most turbulent energies. In his hands, the devouring primordial art was not merely powerful, it was perfectly tailored. Yang Han inhaled deeply, steadying his pulse, yet his thoughts inevitably drifted back to Lin Mingyao. Just then footsteps echoed nearby. He looked up. Zhao Shi had arrived. Brother Yang. Yang Han nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Shi sat beside him and sighed heavily. The Eastern Depot's been idle lately. Nothing pressing, so I came to see you. Idle? Yang Han asked. Zhao Shi gave a wry smile. His Majesty has ordered us to suspend the investigation into the traitor, for now. A flicker stirred in Yang Han's eyes because of Lin Mingyao. Zhao Shi nodded, his expression heavy with resignation. The Emperor decreed we must avoid complications. Just ensure the 9th princess departs safely and without incident. Traitor or no traitor, we'll deal with that after the matter is settled. He paused, then added gravely, but honestly, I doubt escorting the 9th princess changes anything at all. If the Prince of Jinbei truly intends war, what are 10 cities? What is 5 years' peace? Zhao Shi fell silent for a moment, then spoke with solemn conviction. If the Prince of Jinbei breaks through to the Grandmaster realm, using the 9 in true qi, the great Yan dynasty's throne will be his alone. None shall stand against him. Yang Han said nothing, only watched the horizon in silence. Zhao Shi sighed again, voice laced with sorrow. I've met the 9th princess several times. She's kind to everyone, gentle, unassuming, never arrogant. And yet she must be handed over to a brute like the Prince of Jinbei. He shook his head slowly. Tragic, Yang Han murmured softly. Yes, such a fine young woman, condemned to suffer at the hands of such a man. Zhao Shi lingered a while longer, exchanging trivial news of the Eastern Depot, then rose to take his leave. Each time Zhao Shi visited, it was only to ease his own unrest, to unburden himself. Within the entire imperial palace, Yang Han was the sole person before whom Zhao Shi could shed all pretense and reveal his true self. Before others, Zhao Shi always wore another mask. Brother Yang, I'll go now. I'll visit again soon. Yang Han nodded. Go ahead. Zhao Shi's figure receded swiftly down the palace corridor until it vanished beyond the mist-shrouded archway. Yang Han's eyes narrowed faintly, his gaze fixed upon the distant ashen horizon. 3 days remained until Lin Mingyao's departure. Yang Han's expression remained placid, still as a deep ancient well. No one could guess what lay behind those calm eyes. Meanwhile, in the Yaohua palace, Lin Mingyao stirred awake. Her first act was to glance beside her, empty. The other half of the quilt had long since cooled. Yang Han had been gone for hours. A deep wave of loss washed over her. How she wished he'd still been there when she opened her eyes, even just a little longer. But Lin Mingyao knew it could not be. He was a cold palace guard, she the 9th princess. Between them stretched chasms too wide to cross. She sat up slowly. Her gaze fell upon the sheet, where a vivid crimson stain bloomed like a fallen flower. For a breath she froze. Then a soft, satisfied smile curved her lips. She regretted nothing, not a single moment. To have given Yang Han her 9 in true chi brought her joy. More than that, she sincerely hoped he would grow stronger, strong enough to rise far beyond the role of a lowly palace guard. As for herself, Lin Mingyao lowered her eyes, fingertips brushing lightly over the crimson mark, her expression shifting to one of quiet acceptance. Whatever awaited her at the hands of the Prince of Jinbei no longer mattered. For the most precious thing she owned, the core of her heart, she had already entrusted to the one she loved. Over the next 3 days, Lin Mingyao did not step outside her chamber. She locked herself away, refusing visitors, refusing meals. Even when Xiao Tao entered with food, she merely murmured, "Leave it there." She waited, watching time ebb like water, counting down to the inevitable day. 3 days remained. Seated by the window, she gazed at the moon, and saw Yang Han's face reflected in its silver light. 2 days remained. She donned fresh robes and combed her hair before the bronze mirror. Her reflection showed faint weariness, but her spirit remained unbroken. 1 day remained. Lin Mingyao lay awake all night, eyes open staring at the ceiling, every thought filled with Yang Han's image. After all, Yang Han had taken her 9 in true chi, and long before that she had confided in him, shared her heart-spoken truths she'd never voiced to another. One by one she gathered those memories, tender, fierce, irreplaceable, and sealed them deep within the quietest vault of her soul. At last the hour arrived. At dawn, Xiao Tao knocked softly on the door. "Princess, it is time to rise." Lin Mingyao replied with a soft murmur and rose from bed. Xiao Tao entered bearing a basin of warm water, followed by 2 maids carrying a scarlet bridal gown and phoenix crown. "Princess, it is time to prepare your appearance." Xiao Tao's voice trembled, tears glistened in her eyes. Lin Mingyao nodded and seated herself before the mirror. Xiao Tao lifted the comb and began weaving Lin Mingyao's hair, long, black, and gleaming like polished ink. "The princess is truly radiant." Tears choked Xiao Tao's voice. Lin Mingyao smiled faintly, saying nothing. When her hair was arranged, she donned the bridal gown, crimson silk embroidered with golden phoenixes. The phoenix crown settled upon her brow, its jade tassels falling like dew across her forehead, enhancing her unearthly beauty until she seemed carved from moonlight itself. At that moment, Xiao Tao stood frozen, speechless before such splendor. "Princess." Xiao Tao opened her mouth, but found no words. Before her stood perfection. Yet even as Xiao Tao wept, a terrifying aura descended upon the Yaohua Palace. Vast, oppressive, unmistakably that of an innate realm master. A middle-aged man strode in, broad-shouldered and stern-faced, his gaze sharp as lightning. He wore the brocaded robe of an imperial guard, a long saber hung at his waist, every inch radiating cold, untouchable authority. "Ninth princess, it is time to depart." His voice was glacial. "We cannot afford delay." Lin Mingyao rose calmly and met his gaze with quiet composure before giving a slight, dignified nod. She neither wept nor protested. Not a flicker of sorrow crossed her features. Xiao Tao wiped her tears and hurried to Lin Mingyao's side, stepping firmly behind her. "Xiao Tao," Lin Mingyao said softly, turning toward her, "you need not accompany me. To follow me is to court death. Wherever the princess goes, I go too." Xiao Tao's voice was hushed, but unwavering. "I promised." Lin Mingyao held her gaze for a long, silent moment, then turned away without another word. The 3 stepped out of the Yaohua Palace. Beyond the gate, a lavish carriage awaited, flanked by over a dozen elite guards, each emanating formidable chi. "Ninth princess, please board the carriage," the man intoned, his tone unchanged. Lin Mingyao glanced once more at the palace walls, then lifted her skirt and stepped onto the footstool, ascending gracefully into the carriage. Xiao Tao climbed in after her. The wheels turned, rolling steadily over the cobblestones with a low, rhythmic rumble. Inside, Lin Mingyao gazed out the window as the palace walls receded, her heart strangely tranquil. Her 9 in true chi had already been bestowed upon the one she loved. That was enough. The carriage traveled through the streets of the imperial city. Lin Mingyao gazed out of the window, watching the scenery retreating behind her, feeling a wave of disorientation in her heart. This was her first time leaving the palace. Since childhood, she had been trapped in the deep palace like a canary in a cage. Now she had finally come out. Yet she felt no happiness at all. There were many pedestrians by the roadside who, upon seeing the wedding procession, paused to watch. Whispers floated in from all directions. "Have you heard? This is the princess sent to the northern king. She is so beautiful, what a pity." "What's there to pity? She can exchange for 10 cities and a 5-year truce. It's worth it." Lin Mingyao listened silently, not speaking. Her face was expressionless, yet tears silently slid down her cheeks. Xiao Tao, sitting beside her, felt heartbroken. She reached out and gently held Lin Mingyio's hand. Lin Mingyio's hand was icy cold and trembling slightly. Xiao Tao's eyes turned red as well. The carriage continued forward, soon leaving the imperial city and stepping onto the winding ancient road outside the city. There were a total of 17 people in the escorting team. 16 of them were postnatal martial artists, all carefully selected elites from the palace, the weakest among them being at the 5th level of postnatal. The leader rode a tall horse, his back straight, his face stern, and his gaze sharp like an eagle. His name was Chen Shui, the deputy chief of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard was responsible for the personal protection of the emperor of the current Dian dynasty, with all members being at least postnatal martial artists. Chen Shui's rise to deputy chief was based on his innate cultivation, ranking high within the palace. The emperor entrusted Lin Mingyao to him for escort, indicating the importance placed on this matter. Chen Shui glanced at the carriage, his expression unchanged. He felt no emotions towards the 9th princess, neither pity nor sympathy. In this world, the fate of the weak was determined by the strong. She was born into royalty, enjoying years of riches and glory, and now it was time for her to pay her debts. It was only natural. The team traveled along the ancient road for 2 days. The further north they went, the stronger the smell of blood in the air. This was the scent of the battlefield. Lin Mingyao sat in the carriage, inhaling that scent, her face growing paler. She knew she was getting closer to the Northern King. Xiao Tao lifted the curtain to take a glance outside, then quick. Outside was a desolate scene. Fields lay abandoned, villages were in ruins, and occasionally a few ragged commoners could be seen fleeing from disaster. On the 3rd day, the team finally reached the border where the 2 armies met. Ahead, a fortress appeared, its gates tightly shut, and soldiers armed with weapons stood on the city wall. Chen Shui rode forward, displaying his token and documents. By the order of His Majesty, escorting Her Highness the 9th Princess to the Northern King. Open the gate. There was a moment of silence on the city wall, then a rough voice called out, "Open the gate." The heavy gates slowly creaked open. In that moment, Lin Mingyao closed her eyes, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Tao," her voice hoarse, "have we arrived?" Xiao Tao peeked through the window, and then nodded. Lin Mingyao sat there motionless. The bright red wedding dress looked particularly glaring in the dim carriage. Outside the fortress, 500 elite iron cavalry stood in formation waiting. The atmosphere was extremely tense. This was indeed the army sent by the Northern King. Black armor, black horses, and black banners fluttering in the wind. Every war horse stood still, and each cavalryman exuded a chilling and murderous aura. Chen Shui's pupils slightly constricted upon seeing the 500 iron cavalry. He recognized this unit, the Northern King's trusted guard, known as the Black Cloud Cavalry. This was one of the Northern King's elite troops, seldom dispatched. He never expected that today they would send a full 500 to pick someone up. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed. One rider slowly emerged from the ranks, a middle-aged man clad in black armor with a rugged face and piercing eyes. His cultivation was unhidden, the innate aura pressing down like a tangible force. Chen Shui remained expressionless while the other 16 postnatal martial artists' faces darkened, instinctively gripping the hilts of their blades. The black-armored knight halted his horse, his gaze sweeping past Chen Shui and landing on the carriage behind. "Is the 9th princess in there?" His voice was rough. "Yes," Chen Shui replied with a blank expression. "Lift the curtain, let me see." Chen Shui waved his hand to the back, and a guard complied. The curtain was lifted. The bright red wedding dress and that stunningly beautiful face were revealed. The black-armored knight's gaze fell on Lin Mingyao's face, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "What a beauty! I've never seen such a stunning woman in my life. What a pity she is about to become the Northern King's. With the Northern King's methods, this woman probably won't live past a month. Not bad." The black-armored knight withdrew his gaze for the 9th princess to marry the Northern King. It is her fortune. How many women in this world wish to climb into the Northern King's bed, but never get the chance? The black-armored knight turned his head and looked at Chen Shui, his tone suddenly becoming meaningful. "Deputy Chief, Chen, the old emperor's reign is coming to an end. He won't last long. Having served under him for so many years, you should think about your own future. His Majesty is in desperate need of talented individuals. With your strength, you would at least be a commander when you come over. So what do you say? Consider it." The His Majesty he referred to was naturally the Northern King. Chen Shui coldly looked at him. "Don't say these useless things. I've delivered the person. I hurry up and take her away." The black-armored knight's smile faded slightly. "All right, since Deputy Chief Chen is so loyal, I won't force you." He paused, looking at the carriage where Lin Mingyao sat, and spoke, "But I must say His Majesty is in a hurry and cannot wait for your slow carriage. 9th Princess, you don't need to ride in a carriage anymore. Ride a horseback instead. These are horses specially raised by His Majesty in the northern border, possessing a trace of beast blood. They can travel 10,000 miles effortlessly." He waved his hand behind him. "Come here, please. Let the 9th princess dismount." 2 black-armored cavalrymen rode up, dismounted, and strode towards the carriage. Xiao Tao's face turned pale with fear, but she still stood in front of Lin Mingyao. "What are you going to do?" "The princess is of noble birth. The journey is so bumpy. Even a carriage would be torturous. Why should she ride with iron cavalry? Get out of the way. Bang. A cavalryman expressionlessly slapped Xiao Tao aside. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mingio's eyes suddenly turned sharp. You are seeking death. She is mine. If you hurt her, I will make you die. Princess. Xiao Tao's tears flowed freely. Behind them, the black-armored knight of the Northern King's innate realm let out a cold laugh, saying, "Who calling you princess has really made you think of yourself as something precious? Do you think that here you are still the 9th princess of the Dian dynasty? You are merely His Majesty's plaything now. Get down quickly, or I will take action myself." Hearing this, Lin Mingio's body trembled, while Xiao Tao, who had just been slapped, hurriedly spoke, saying she was fine, and urging Lin Mingyao not to be angry. Lin Mingio's eyes turned red, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yes, just as the other party said. This land was already the Northern King's territory. Now Lin Mingyao was no longer a princess. She couldn't even protect her own personal maid. Her gaze gradually dimmed, just as Lin Mingyao was about to get off the carriage. In the distance, kekekek. Suddenly a wave of sinister laughter echoed. That laughter was sharp and piercing. It came closer at an incredible speed, carrying an extremely chilling aura that pressed down on them. What a remarkable girl. Such a beautiful girl can only be enjoyed by me. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shui's expression changed slightly. His hand tightened around the hilt of his blade, unleashing his innate cultivation without reservation. The 16 postnatal palace experts also drew their weapons, wary of their surroundings. On the other side, the black-armored knight's expression darkened. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the laughter came. Who is seeking death, daring to disturb His Majesty's affairs? In the distance, a black figure was rapidly approaching. The figure moved like lightning, covering hundreds of feet in just a few leaps. A chilling and violent, bloodthirsty aura rushed towards them. It made the hairs of many martial artists on the scene stand on end. Who goes there? Chen Shui shouted sternly. The laughter suddenly stopped. The figure stopped several dozen feet away, slowly raising its head. It was an old man. His hair was gray, his face gaunt, and he wore a blood-stained robe. The old man's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. His gaze was fixated on Lin Mingyao, who sat in the carriage. Like a wolf that had been starving for 3 days and nights, seeing a delectable prey. What a beautiful girl, TSK TSK. The old man licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. What a treasure. Truly a treasure. At that moment, the innate black-armored knight suddenly drew his sword, the cold light flashing. With a thunderous roar, the terror of his innate cultivation was fully unleashed. You wretched thing. Where did this old beast come from? How dare you covet His Majesty's plaything? Seeking death, you are simply seeking death. The black-armored knight's gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent. With a whoosh, his long knife pointed directly at the blood-robed elder. Kill. Capture him, and tear him apart, throwing the pieces to the dogs. Instantly, half of the 500 Black Cloud Riders surged forward, their hooves pounding the earth, causing the ground to tremble. The murderous aura solidified into a tangible force, crashing towards the blood-robed elder like an iron wall. The black-armored knight remained cold and composed on his steed. The Black Cloud Riders were elite troops he had personally trained, each with a cultivation level above the 5th stage of body refinement. They coordinated seamlessly, having trained in formations to counter powerful warriors. Let alone an old man, even a 9th stage postnatal warrior would be turned into minced meat in the face of such a scale of encirclement. One person, one knife was enough to chop the blood-robed elder into meat paste. Kill. Over 200 cavalrymen shouted in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. The long knives were drawn, glimmering coldly, as more than 200 blades were raised simultaneously, reflecting a chilling, murderous intent under the sunlight. The blood-robed elder stood still, unmoving. He watched the 200 black-armored warhorses charging at him, a sinister smile unchanging on his face. There was no fear in his smile, only a Catan mouse-like amusement. In the distance, the black-armored knight observed this scene and snorted coldly, thinking the blood-robed elder was scared silly. However, that was normal. After all, these cavalry were not to be trifled with, having killed countless on the battlefield. Just the rush alone, that immense murderous aura, could make ordinary postnatal warriors quail in fear, unable to resist. At that moment, he muttered, "Seeking death." The elder uttered these 2 words softly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. In the next instant, he moved. A purple light burst forth from his body. Following that, the figure of the blood-robed elder transformed into a remnant shadow, charging headlong into the group of over 200 cavalrymen. He plunged into the cavalry like a hungry wolf into a flock of sheep. Immediately, blood mist spread. Omp! Omp! The sounds of screams arose one after another. As he swung his hands, the purple true chi slithered like venomous snakes, and wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. A cavalryman swung his knife down, yet the elder didn't even glance, casually slapping out a palm, and the dozen or so cavalrymen rushing in front of him exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. The shattered flesh scattered around, splattering onto numerous cavalrymen. A dozen cavalrymen, dressed in black armor that could resist true chi. Moreover, they formed formations having some resistance against the true chi of powerful warriors. However, under the blood-robed elder's palm, they all turned into a pile of broken flesh. This was not a battle at all. It was purely a massacre by the blood-robed elder. The screams continued one after another. In just one breath, the 200 cavalrymen that had just surged forward had already lost one-third. Moreover, those who were killed either turned into a mess of broken flesh or had severed limbs flying about, not a single complete corpse in sight. Furthermore, after each cavalryman died, their bodies shriveled as if something had been drained from them. Fear had already appeared in the eyes of some cavalrymen. Fear of that blood-robed elder. The next ones had no ability to resist him at all. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. On the other side, the black-armored knight watched everything unfold, his heart sinking suddenly. This guy far exceeded his imagination. He then looked at the dead bodies. Each corpse was incredibly shriveled, skin tightly clinging to bones, all their vital energy completely drained. What kind of evil technique is this? And soon the 200 cavalrymen that had charged forward were entirely annihilated. 3 breaths. From the moment the blood-robed elder attacked to the end, it only took 3 breaths. Over 200 elite Black Cloud riders had all turned into corpses on the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, causing the warhorses to become restless, their bodies trembling. The remaining cavalrymen pulled tightly on the reins, their faces filled with horror. They had killed before and seen blood, but had never witnessed such a scene. Solved in 3 breaths, the gap in strength was enormous. This was definitely an expert of the innate realm. Such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Chen Shi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blood-robed elder, feeling that this person's appearance was quite familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. At this moment, the black-armored knight's expression was so dark it could drip water. However, compared to before, there was clearly a hint of seriousness on his face. The blood-robed elder in front of him seemed insane, but his strength was formidable. The black-armored knight stared at the blood-robed elder, his voice icy. Who exactly are you? Do you know who that woman is? She is someone the Northern King wants. You must be tired of living to dare oppose the Northern King. The blood-robed elder stood amidst the pile of corpses, his blood robe absorbing more blood, turning dark red. He licked his lips, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and proclaimed, "Old man. The flower-picking old demon." The crowd was in an uproar. The black-armored knight's expression changed. The flower-picking old demon. How could he not know this name? For months, this name had thundered through the martial world of the Dian dynasty. Over 50 young maidens had died at his hands. Moreover, all were from prestigious families, not a single ordinary person among them. More importantly, when 2 innate realm experts teamed up to hunt him down, they died violently on the streets the next day. This indicated the opponent's strength was quite formidable. Beside him, Chen Shi's expression also darkened. He finally understood why he found the blood-robed elder's face familiar. Chen Shi had seen the wanted poster for the flower-picking old demon, and the face on it matched the man before him perfectly. However, the places the flower-picking old demon had stirred up trouble were a bit far from where the 2 armies were clashing. How did he suddenly come here? The black-armored knight took a deep breath. Though the flower-picking old demon was strong and had killed innate realm experts, he had come here under a death order. Moreover, he was backed by the Northern King. The flower-picking old demon was formidable, but so what? The black-armored knight said in a deep voice, "Flower-picking old demon. This Lin Mingyao is of utmost importance to His Majesty. You are strong, and His Majesty admires heroes from all over the world. As long as you can submit, His Majesty is willing to seek more virtuous maidens for you. As for Lin Mingyao, she is not someone you can covet. You better not seek your own death." His words were filled with threats. The flower-picking old demon looked at him and suddenly laughed. In that smile was a brazen mockery. More virtuous maidens. The elder shook his head, his voice hoarse and grating. "I've lived for so many years, what kind of woman haven't I seen? But one as beautiful as her, this is the first time I've encountered in my life." The black-armored knight's face darkened completely. It seemed this matter must be settled with a battle. He had made repeated concessions, yet this flower-picking old demon was so arrogant, so dismissive of the Northern King. He was simply tired of living. The flower-picking old demon. No matter how famous he was, blocking the Northern King's path meant he had to die. "Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall send you on your way today." The black-armored knight's expression turned icy to the extreme. Boom. In an instant, he charged at the flower-picking old demon with his knife. A fierce blade energy shot out, carving a 3-foot-deep gash into the ground. His knife techniques were renowned for their ferocity. This slash was immense, as if it could cleave mountains. The flower-picking old demon had killed innate realm experts before, had he not slain them. As a top general under the Northern King, his strength was formidable, with a cultivation level of innate 7th stage. Seeing the black-armored knight charging in, he slowly spoke, filled with disdain. Ignorant brat. So many innate realm experts have died at my hands already, and you will be the 5th. The black-armored knight roared, his entire body akin to an arrow leaving its bow. He raised his long knife high, and under the infusement of true chi, a blinding cold light shimmered on the blade. With this strike, he used all his strength, cleaving mountains and rivers. The blade tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The force of this strike could split a giant stone weighing 10,000 pounds in half. The power was utterly terrifying. The flower-picking old demon stood still, unmoving, as if he didn't regard this strike at all. Only when the blade was about to cleave his face did he raise his right hand and lightly slapped out. Time seemed to freeze. Not far away, Chen Shuyi was dumbfounded at this scene. Did this flower-picking old demon not know how to seek death? What was he doing, actually using his body to take on the black-armored knight's strike? It must be known that a warrior's weapon is forged from special materials capable of breaking through true chi and can be immensely lethal to warriors. Unless the strength of both sides was worlds apart, otherwise using one's body to take this strike was akin to seeking death. Boom! The flesh palm collided with the blade, producing a dull, thunderous sound. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The long knife in the black-armored knight's hand, forged from mysterious iron and empowered with true chi, shattered like paper under the flower-picking old demon's palm. Unless the strength of both sides was worlds apart, otherwise using one's body to take this strike was akin to seeking death. Boom! The flesh palm collided with the blade, producing a dull. His armor shattered and the bones in his chest were broken beyond measure. His entire body collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. However, the black-armored knight stared intensely at the distant blood-robed elder. His face twitched, his body trembling. He appeared to be filled with immense fear. Following that, he uttered 4 words, "Martial Dao. Master, Martial Dao Master." Those 4 words exploded like thunder above everyone's heads. After speaking, the black-armored knight's eyes widened, his life force severed as he fell dead. In merely a single palm's time, the general under the Northern King had perished. The flower-picking old demon smiled faintly, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being feared by everyone. He no longer concealed his aura, releasing the presence of a master without reservation. That aura swept out like a storm, overwhelming the entire battlefield. A martial Dao master, an absolutely terrifying existence. The level of strength surpassed what mortals could imagine. It could be said that in the Dian dynasty, achieving the status of martial Dao master would be recorded in history. Countless people in later generations would revere him. At this level, true chi could harm people 100 feet away. Various techniques in the eyes of mortals appeared as if he were an immortal. Boom, boom. At this moment, all over 200 cavalrymen along with their horses collapsed, crashing to the ground in a chaotic manner. As for Chen Shuyi, being an innate realm warrior, his face turned incredibly red as he exerted all his strength. However, he discovered that in front of a martial Dao master, all resistance was futile. Wow! Chen Shuyi and his 16 subordinates were all intimidated by the overwhelming aura, unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. However, strangely, Lin Mingyao and Xiao Dao were unaffected. That terrifying aura swept past them as if it intentionally avoided them. Following that, the flower-picking old demon strode towards Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao watched as the flower-picking old demon drew closer, her body trembling. Yet she could not move as the aura of a grandmaster acted like invisible chains firmly binding her. Xiao Tao slumped on the ground, her face as pale as paper. The flower-picking old demon approached Lin Mingyao and halted. His murky eyes rested on Lin Mingyao, as if admiring a rare treasure. The flower-picking old demon raised his right hand, his withered fingers gently curling. A blast of purple true energy shot forth from his fingertips. Lin Mingyao felt a numbness at the back of her neck. Darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed. The flower-picking old demon reached out and hoisted Lin Mingyao over his shoulder. Xiao Tao, regaining her senses, screamed and lunged forward. "Princess! Let go of the princess!" One had to admit the other party was incredibly brave. Even Chen Shuyi, the deputy chief of the front hall, was so terrified that he trembled, unable to move, yet Xiao Tao dared to approach. The flower-picking old demon regarded Xiao Tao with a blank expression and waved his hand, sending a burst of energy that sent Xiao Tao flying. He ignored her and turned his gaze sweeping over the remaining subordinates of the Northern King. "Go back and tell the Northern King that this woman is mine. Tell him to stay far away and not to touch what belonged." His tone was exceedingly domineering. He openly insulted the Northern King without a care. After speaking, he tapped his toes and soared into the air. The flower-picking old demon's figure vanished like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing into the distant mountains within mere moments. Outside the fortress, a deathly silence prevailed. At this moment, the remaining Black Cloud cavalry scattered like frightened sheep, abandoning their warhorses and desperately fleeing towards the northern king's territory. Chen Shui remained in place, staring at the direction the flower-picking old demon had vanished, his legs still weak. His hand holding the knife trembled. A martial arts grandmaster. That was a height he could never hope to reach in this lifetime. Chen Shui had spent decades in the front hall witnessing countless experts, yet he had only heard of grandmasters and had never seen one. Having seen one today, he would rather have never witnessed it in his life. Chen Master Chun. A guard crawled to his side, his voice trembling like a sieve. Was that a grandmaster? Chen Shui found his throat extremely dry, unable to utter a word. He simply nodded. The grandmaster realm was considered a myth in martial arts. It was terrifying beyond belief. In a certain forest, sunlight was filtered through layers of leaves, casting sporadic patches of light on the ground. Occasionally a breeze would pass, causing the leaves to rustle. The flower-picking old demon landed in a clearing, gently placing Lin Mingyao on the ground. He stood beside her, looking down at the unconscious Lin Mingyao, his expression suddenly becoming complex. The greed and brutality in his murky eyes gradually faded, replaced by a swirl of complicated emotions. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The old man in the blood-red robe began to change. His bones shifted slightly, muscles rearranged, and the wrinkles on his skin vanished one by one. His graying hair turned black, his hunched back straightened, and his murky eyes became clear and sharp. Within a few breaths, the terrifying flower-picking old demon transformed into a handsome young man. Yang Han. He stood before Lin Mingyao, looking down at her, letting out a long sigh. Mingyao. Yang Han called softly, his voice filled with complex emotions. Yang Han gazed at her, feeling a tumult of emotions. In the end, he had intervened. No matter what, Lin Mingyao was still his woman. That night, Lin Mingyao had given him her long-guarded purity. Along with the 9 true essence, it helped him break through to the Grandmaster realm. Lin Mingyao said this was the only thing she could give Yang Han, hoping he would grow stronger. No longer just a mere cold palace guard. How could Yang Han not save such a woman? Yang Han sat beside her, leaning against a large tree. Then Yang Han's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled the scene outside the fortress moments ago. A crushing victory. A true crushing victory. When the Black Cloud cavalry charged, the martial arts he employed was from the Ming Tian de Beigong, de Ziri Shou. The purple true energy surged like a tidal wave, claiming over 200 lives in just 3 breaths. The innate realm's 7th-layer black armored knight could not withstand even a single move before him. The blade shattered, and the man crumpled to the ground like a dead dog. This was the Grandmaster of martial arts. Only after truly stepping into this realm did Yang Han understand. The gap between the Grandmaster realm and the innate realm was even greater than that between the innate realm and ordinary people. Yang Han closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of crushing everything just moments ago. To be honest, it was exhilarating, immensely exhilarating. For the past 4 years, he had been low-key and restrained in the cold palace. Not because he was afraid, but because Yang Han felt he was not strong enough. Now it was different. With the cultivation of the Grandmaster realm combined with countless top martial arts, Yang Han had so many trump cards in hand that he could not even count them himself. Yang Han opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Mingyao beside him. She was still unconscious, her breathing steady, her brow gradually relaxing. In another 2 hours, he would send her back. After sending her back, Yang Han would also sneak back to the palace. He still had to continue signing in at the Cold Palace. He was a diligent Cold Palace guard, and leaving his post for too long was not good. Moreover, the cold poison afflicting Lan Fei and Xiao Fei still needed to be treated. Time passed slowly. After 2 hours, Yang Han stood up. He took one last look at Lin Mingyao, took a deep breath, and activated the thousand-faced illusion technique again. His appearance shifted, his hair turned white, his back hunched, his gaze murky. Within a few breaths, he transformed back into the fearsome flower-picking old demon. Yang Han hoisted Lin Mingyao onto his shoulder, tapped his toes, and soared into the air, heading towards the fortress. The atmosphere on the fortress walls was extremely tense. Chen Shi stood on the city wall, his face still pale. He had been standing there for nearly 2 hours, not moving an inch, his body still stiff. The commanding officer of the fortress, General Sun, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing a 2nd-layer innate realm cultivation. Yet at this moment his expression was also grim. A Grandmaster. General Sun murmured, disbelief filling his voice. That flower-picking old demon is actually a Grandmaster. Chen Shui remained silent. Master Chen, did you see it with your own eyes? General Sun asked again, as if trying to confirm something. Chen Shui nodded, his voice hoarse. I saw it with my own eyes. The black armored knight 7th layer innate realm struck with a blade, yet that old demon caught it barehanded and shattered the blade with a single palm. The black-armored knight was mortally wounded on the spot, without even a chance to fight back. General Sun gasped, sharply, trembling all over. The seventh layer innate realm was far more powerful than him. If even the seventh layer innate realm could not withstand a single move, going up would be akin to seeking death. Two innate realm experts stood on the city wall, each with an increasingly grim expression. Xiao Tao, on the other hand, was in a corner of the fortress, staring intently at the direction in which the flower-picking old demon had vanished, her eyes reddening. The princess had been taken by that old demon. What treatment would she endure next? Xiao Tao dared not imagine. At that moment, a black figure rapidly approached in the distant sky. Boom. At the same time, there was a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend the world. It was a martial artist. A martial artist standing at the pinnacle. An existence far beyond the innate realm, even crushing the innate realm. As that aura emanated on the fortress, both Chen Shui and General Sun felt their hairs stand on end. The figure grew closer, reaching above the fortress in just a few breaths. Yang Han stepped through the air, his blood-red robe billowing in the wind. He carried Lin Mingyao over his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tao screamed, "Princess!" The flower-picking old demon landed on the city wall, placing Lin Mingyao on the ground. Chen Shui and General Sun stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Their faces had gone completely pale. Their bodies were stiff as stone, unable to move at all. The flower-picking old demon. A martial arts grandmaster. How could they dare to act here? The two men fixed their eyes on Yang Han, fearing any movement from him. Yang Han straightened up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his expression indifferent. "She is already my woman. From now on you all must take good care of her." Yang Han's voice was hoarse and cold. "I have other important matters to attend to. Anyone who dares to neglect her." He paused, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I will take their life." The moment the last word fell, a murderous aura swept through, palpable for hundreds of feet around, making the air feel heavy. Chen Shui and General Sun trembled, struggling to keep themselves from kneeling. After finishing, the flower-picking old demon's figure vanished into the horizon. It came suddenly and left just as abruptly, leaving behind a group of shocked and fearful people at the fortress. Xiao Tao rushed to Lin Mingyao's side, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she watched Lin Mingyao's steady breathing. The princess is alive. She looked up, gazing in the direction where the flower-picking old demon had vanished, her eyes filled with disbelief. That old demon actually brought the princess back. Xiao Tao knelt beside Lin Mingyao, reaching out to check her breath. Warm air brushed against her fingertips and tears streamed down Xiao Tao's face. The princess was still alive, truly alive. At this moment, Chen Shui and General Sun looked on in shock. They had heard too many rumors about the flower-picking old demon in the martial world. For months, every woman taken by him had met a tragic end without exception. Any woman targeted by him had no reason to be returned alive. When discovered, it was always a corpse, and the death was unbearable to witness. Yet today, the flower-picking old demon actually returned Lin Mingyao. Alive and unharmed, just knocked unconscious. He said, "This is my woman," and he warned, "If anyone dares to disrespect her, I will hold him accountable." What does this mean? A notorious flower-picking lecher actually uttered the words, "my woman." Chen Shui stood on the city wall, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Having served as the deputy chief of the palace guard for so long, he had seen many oddities, but he could not make sense of today's events. Beside him, General Sun quietly asked, "Sir Chen, what does this mean? Are we still going to send the ninth princess? Will the Northern King still want her?" Chen Shui fell silent. "Send her. Isn't that asking for death? The flower-picking old demon just claimed she is his woman. What if they sent her away, and that old demon came back to kill them all? The flower-picking old demon at the master level could crush everything. With the strength of the flower-picking old demon, a single person could destroy the entire fortress. How could they dare to defy such a terrifying presence? General Sun, your ability to assess the situation is lacking." Chen Shui said solemnly. That flower-picking old demon clearly stated that the ninth princess is his woman. If we continue to send her to the Northern King. Chen Shui paused, sneering as he said, "Do you believe that the flower-picking old demon will immediately return and slaughter everyone in the fortress, including you and me, not leaving a single survivor?" Upon hearing this, General Sun's body trembled, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This was not a mere threat, because a martial arts master truly had this capability. Martial arts masters possessed terrifying powers so formidable it was shocking. Although it is said that martial arts masters are not gods and can run out of energy. However, facing a martial arts master, let alone using sheer numbers to kill the opponent, just standing face to face, would be overwhelming. The pressure alone was unbearable. Loss of combat effectiveness. General Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "But if we don't send her, how will we explain to the Northern King?" The agreement for 10 cities, 5 years of peace, all goes down the drain. The Emperor won't let us off the hook, will he? Hearing this, Qin Shi snorted coldly. Is this our fault? On the way, a master intervened and directly took her away. This is something we cannot control. Is the Northern King going to blame us for this? That would be utterly shameless. Though he said so, Qin Shi felt somewhat helpless. The Northern King would surely not let the flower-picking old demon go after such an humiliation. In the short term, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to deal with the flower-picking old demon. Perhaps they could buy some time. Qin Shi then said, first let's take care of the 9th princess until she wakes up. General Sun nodded. He understood this matter was not for the two of them to decide. Lin Mingyao was placed in the best room in the fortress. Xiao Tao stayed close to her side, holding her hand and not daring to let go for a moment. Before long, Lin Mingyao woke up. She opened her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling disoriented for quite a while. Where is this? Xiao Tao rushed over, hugging her and crying, Princess, you've finally woken up. I was so scared. Lin Mingyao's memories gradually returned. The carriage, the fortress, the black-armored knights, and the bloody... She suddenly sat up, her face pale. That flower-picking old demon. He left. Xiao Tao wiped her tears. He said, you are his woman, and no one can touch you. Lin Mingyao was stunned. Returned. She looked down at herself, feeling no discomfort. That old man did nothing. She leaned against the headboard, her mind a chaotic mess. For some reason, she recalled the blood-robed old man. She felt that the aura from him was very familiar. It seemed like someone she had met before, even someone close to her. But she was certain she had never seen his face. She shook her head, dismissing this absurd thought. How could that be? She must be overthinking it. After 2 stone moments, Qin Shi arrived, looking at Lin Mingyao and noticing her improved condition. Then he said in a solemn voice, Your Highness, next. Let me take you back. At this moment, Qin Shi's tone was noticeably more respectful. It was important to note that initially his tone was very cold, even carrying a heavy sense of oppression. After all, Qin Shi was the deputy chief of the palace guard, holding an extraordinary position and possessing great strength, being at the innate level. Moreover, to the old emperor, Qin Shi as the deputy chief was arguably more important than Lin Mingyao. Back where? Lin Mingyao instinctively spoke, her heart tightening. Qin Shi stated, back to the imperial city. The flower-picking old demon had said so. Naturally, it was impossible to send Lin Mingyao to the Northern King. Upon hearing back to the imperial city, Lin Mingyao's heart suddenly leaped with joy. The imperial city. Did this not mean she would not have to be given to that old pervert, the Northern King? So wonderful. At that moment, Lin Mingyao couldn't have been happier. Qin Shi did not delay. Since Lin Mingyao had awakened, she could be sent back immediately. Furthermore, it was better to return sooner. The matter regarding the flower-picking old demon must be reported to the emperor. A master is not to be trifled with. Before long, Lin Mingyao and Xiao Tao boarded the carriage, and Qin Shi, along with several guards, headed back towards the imperial city. 2 days passed. The magnificent imperial city appeared before Qin Shi's eyes. He waved his hand, signaling for speed, and they directly entered the imperial city. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Tianhai City. Here it was the most prosperous and affluent place in the entire Dian dynasty aside from the imperial city. However, now it had become the stronghold of the Northern King. After the Northern King's arrival, the lives of the Tianhai City citizens had become quite difficult. Heavily guarded, there were many strong experts. The citizens of Tianhai City and the local forces found it impossible to stir up trouble. And at this moment, deep within Tianhai City, in a grand palace, in the center of that palace, an old man dressed in a dragon robe sat in authority. He sat cross-legged, his face exuding an imposing aura without anger. A powerful true energy swirled around him. It was evident that this man was a martial arts master. He was the Northern King, the presence that had instilled fear and awe in the northern territories for countless years. At this moment, his aura was at its peak, nearly bursting with power. The current Northern King's cultivation could be said to be at the pinnacle of the innate level. He had remained in this state for too long, honing himself over countless years. It could be said that the Northern King was just a step away from breaking into the master level. And that opportunity was the 9 true essence. Just thinking about the 9 true essence. A fervent light flickered in the Northern King's eyes. With the 9 true essence, he could immediately break into the master level and truly dominate the world. The Northern King's aura began to stir, his face slightly reddening. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had already gathered enough true energy, just one step away. Thus, the Northern King directly sent elite subordinates to go. It is important to note that the black-armored knight commander was a powerful expert at the innate 7th layer. Under the Northern King, he was a rare find, demonstrating the Northern King's importance on Lin Mingyao. Not far from the Northern King, 3 young men clad in armor stood. The 3 youths were not very old all, however the killing intent emanating from them was extremely thick, as if it could materialize. These three were the Northern King's three sons. From a young age, they had followed the Northern King into battle. Each possessed excellent martial arts talent sweeping through the battlefield, and now all three were innate-level experts. The Northern King's sons could be said to be of excellent stock. Father, your cultivation has already reached its limit. You can soon enter the master level. Father has always been exceptionally gifted. He could have entered the master level on his own merit, but due to early battles, he left internal injuries, alas. Humph, that old dying dog emperor will die soon, yet he clings to his position, not letting go. Father has made great contributions to the Dayan Empire. How can he not understand the need to yield? The three sons chimed in, praising and flattering the Northern King. Upon hearing this, the Northern King smiled, clearly pleased. At that moment, tap, 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 a series of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. The three armored youths frowned, looking toward the source. Clang! Just then a black-armored soldier, disheveled and covered in dirt, stumbled in, looking extremely. Your Majesty, something bad has happened, something bad has happened. Seeing this scene, one of the Northern King's sons had a fierce look in his eyes. Boom! He directly swung a palm. A slap landed heavily on the black-armored soldier's face, leaving him dizzy, ultimately kneeling on the ground. You reckless fool, to face His Majesty without decorum, seeking death. The one who struck spoke coldly. The Northern King's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his hand. Zhao, there is no need for that. Then the Northern King looked at the black-armored soldier. What happened that made you so reckless? The black-armored soldier, with shattered teeth and trembling body, dared not show any anger. He lowered his head and stammered, Your Majesty, the 500 Black Cloud cavalry you sent to retrieve the 9th Princess Lin Mingyao have lost most of their lives. Upon hearing this, both the Northern King and his three sons' pupils constricted. 500 Black Cloud riders have died, over half. This is an incredibly elite force under the command of the King of the North. When they unite their strength, even an ordinary innate realm master might not be able to slay them. But over half have died. At this moment, one of the King of the North's sons immediately exclaimed, How is that possible? This time the 500 Black Cloud riders were led by General Su. With General Su present, how could they possibly be slaughtered? General Su is the commander of the 500 Black Cloud Riders, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of the innate realm. He is also the one who was killed with a single slap by Yang Han. The black-armored soldier knelt on the ground, trembling all over. General Su, he. Speak. Another son of the King of the North shouted sternly. General Su was struck by that flower-picking old demon, and his blade shattered. Then he was seriously injured and died. Lin Mingyao was also abducted. At these words, the faces of the three sons of the King of the North changed drastically. General Su, with his 7th level innate cultivation, is among the top experts under the King of the North. How could such a martial arts master be injured by a single slap from someone? Who did this? At this moment, the King of the North suppressed his rage and spoke each word with difficulty. Losing such a general and suffering the death of over half the Black Cloud Riders. Moreover, Lin Mingyao is gone. The opportunity to grasp the 9 true essence and break through to the master realm is lost. The black-armored soldier's voice trembled. It's the flower-picking old demon. The flower-picking old demon. Upon hearing these 4 words, the King of the North and the others were taken aback. They had heard this name before, but how could the opponent be so strong? Even General Su was killed with a single slap. The black-armored soldier said with difficulty, Your Majesty, before General Su was killed by the flower-picking old demon, he said 4 words. He said, Martial arts master. Martial arts master. Without a doubt. This implies that the flower-picking old demon is a martial arts master. As soon as this was said, the palace fell into a moment of silence. The term martial arts master carries an overwhelming sense of pressure. The King of the North had planned meticulously, even offering such outrageous conditions to exchange for Lin Mingyao. What was it all for? Just to break through to the martial arts master. And now, a martial arts master has appeared, killed the core subordinates of the King of the North, and taken away Lin Mingyao, whom he cherished dearly. The atmosphere in the palace was incredibly tense. The 3 sons of the King of the North were filled with anger and fear. A master realm existence. How could such a being appear there? How could they oppose their father? So what if it's a master realm? After a moment, the eldest son spoke through gritted teeth. That old demon dares to take father's woman and kill father's soldiers. This is a blatant disrespect to father. Father cannot endure such humiliation. The other 2 also echoed, but their voices lacked the conviction they wished to express. They were very clear about the power of a master realm. Such a being cannot be defeated merely by numbers. They are truly individuals standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. The King of the North sat in the center, his chest heaving violently, his breath becoming chaotic. His complexion turned red, veins bulging, making him resemble a volcano on the verge of eruption. Flower-picking old demon. The king of the North's voice was low and trembling, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Master Realm. Well, very well. He suddenly stood up, and the imposing aura of the peak of the 9th level of the innate realm erupted. The entire great hall trembled, and the three sons, feeling the king of the North's fury, lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Send my order. The voice of the king of the North echoed through the hall. Issue a nationwide warrant for capture. Anyone who can provide information about the flower-picking old demon will be rewarded with 10,000 gold. Anyone who can kill the flower-picking old demon. He paused, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes, will be rewarded with 100,000 gold, and I will personally grant them the title of Marquis. Hereditary and unchanging, forever enjoying wealth. The three sons gasped in shock. 100,000 gold, a Marquis. What a generous reward this is. Father is truly enraged, willing to pay such a hefty price just to take the life of the flower-picking old demon. Yes, the three replied in unison. However, at this moment the king of the North's complexion changed from red to pale, then from pale to ashen. His breath grew more chaotic, as if something within him was rampaging. At this moment the king of the North's internal energy was in utter turmoil. He had long been prepared, only waiting for the wind to turn. Just waiting for Lin Mingio's arrival to obtain the 9 true essence and break through to the Master Realm. Everything was ready. The king of the North thought victory was assured, just waiting for the passage of time. Yet such dire news arrived. And now, that anger erupted within him, and the king of the North suddenly felt his meridians and dantian twisting with an uncontrollable force rampaging inside. That flower-picking old demon. The king of the North had just begun to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, staining the ground red. The blood flowed like a breached dam, unable to be stopped. Father. The three sons were greatly shocked and rushed forward to support him. But the king of the North could no longer hear them. He only felt his true energy running wild like a runaway horse rampaging through his body. Pain shot through his dantian like a vice, and he fell straight down, his vision going dark. Father! Father! The great hall was thrown into chaos. The three sons frantically supported the king of the North, but found that he had already fainted, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath so weak it was barely perceptible. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the imperial city in the court, the old emperor sat on the dragon throne discussing matters with the ministers. The old emperor, named Qian Yuan Di, was nearly 80 years old, his hair gray, and his body frail, resembling a withered old tree. In the court, the high-ranking officials gathered, all top figures. Among them were two acquaintances of Yang Han. One was the ancestor of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, and the other was Zhao Shi. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shi had already gained the qualification to attend court. Suddenly a eunuch rushed in, hurriedly kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, the ninth princess has been returned. Qian Yuan Di straightened up abruptly, a look of astonishment flashing in his old eyes. What? Returned? What happened? What of Qin Shi? Has he died? Not only Qian Yuan Di, but also the ministers in the court looked equally astonished. With Qin Shi present, how could she have been returned? Deputy Master Qin Shi is not dead. He is waiting outside the hall. Announce him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Shi strode into the court, bowing in greeting. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but much better than a few days ago. Qin Shi, what happened? The old emperor's voice carried a hint of urgency. This matter is of great importance. It should be known that this transaction concerns the return of many cities, and the king of the North had guaranteed not to move his troops for 5 years. Qin Shi took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened that day. When he finished speaking, the entire court fell silent. All the civil and military officials were dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word. The officials were most concerned about one thing. That is the martial arts master. After a long time, a minister trembled and asked, Master, is it really a martial arts master? Qin Shi said solemnly, I saw it with my own eyes. There is absolutely no falsehood. That aura, that power, I will never forget in my life. As he spoke, Qin Shi's expression stiffened, as if recalling the fear he felt that day when he faced the martial arts master. The court immediately erupted in chaos. A martial realm flower-picking old demon. What? What should we do? That old demon took the 9th princess and returned her. What does he intend to do? He said the 9th princess is his woman. What does that mean? Could it be that the 9th princess has been? Qian Yuan Di sat on the dragon throne, his expression shifting uneasily. At that moment, he was also incredibly shocked. Qian Yuan Di remained silent for a long time until the shock in the court gradually subsided. Only then did he speak solemnly. It's likely that the king of the North will not let this go easily. Having been humiliated, so he will definitely exert his utmost effort to deal with that flower-picking old demon. He paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his aged eyes. This may not necessarily be a bad thing for us. We can take this opportunity to recuperate and gather strength. Qian Yuan swept his gaze over everyone, his voice becoming authoritative. Send orders down. The garrison troops shall strengthen their training. During this time, we must develop properly. As for the ninth princess's matter, he pondered for a moment. Since the flower-picking old demon has said she is his woman, let the ninth princess stay in the palace. Remember, absolutely do not neglect her. Whoever neglects her, I will exterminate their entire family. Upon hearing these words, Your Majesty is wise, the ministers replied in unison. A person whom a martial arts master has taken a liking to. Qian Yuan couldn't wait to immediately send her to him. Any connection would be best. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of that flower-picking old demon are unpredictable. Many people in the court were secretly contemplating. Everyone knows the terror of the flower-picking old demon. The women he took never returned alive. That Lin Mengyao was able to return alive, perhaps it indicates that Lin Mengyao is the true love of the flower-picking old demon. The affection of a martial arts master. This is significant. Must treat her like a precious treasure and take good care of her. In the guard camp, Yang Han stood at the desk of the deputy camp leader, his expression calm. The deputy camp leader was a newly assigned officer. He flipped through the booklet in his hand and said solemnly, Yang Han, you took leave for a few days. Normally, you wouldn't receive your salary this month. That's the rule, you understand, right? Yang Han shrugged nonchalantly, sure. With his current cultivation at the master realm, money was just a number to him. However, the deputy camp leader's eyes flickered, and he said, it is said that you have some connections with eunuch Zhao from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Yang Han nodded slightly. We begged for food together. The deputy camp leader suddenly showed a friendly smile and said, haha, so that's how it is. That connection is quite significant. After speaking, the deputy camp leader produced a bag from his hand and said, rules are just rules. Regardless, you have been stationed in the cold palace for so long. Even without merit, you've endured hardships. How could I deduct your salary? Yang Han glanced at it and immediately realized what was inside. It was gold, and it should be quite a bit over 100 taels. Take it, please send my regards to eunuch Zhao. The deputy camp leader said kindly. His tone was completely unlike that of a superior addressing a subordinate. Yang Han nodded nonchalantly, took it, and then left. Unexpectedly, he still benefited from Zhao Shi's influence. This also illustrated how significant Zhao Zai's position in the palace has become. Stepping beyond the tent flap, Yang Han strode down the path as numerous palace guards brushed past him. None knew that this lowly guard stationed in the cold palace had just days earlier slain a peerless general, cultivating at the 7th realm of innate chi, for the Lord of the Northern Marches. Nor did anyone suspect he was a true martial Dao grandmaster. Upon exiting the guard barracks, Yang Han opened his palm to reveal a crumpled sheet of paper. He had casually taken it from the barracks several days prior. The imperial warrant for the flower-plucking demon. The portrait depicted an elderly man draped in blood-red robes, his visage sharp and cruel, identical to the guise Yang Han had assumed that night. Yang Han glanced at it twice before circulating his spiritual energy. With a thunderous boom, the warrant vanished into ashless oblivion. Returning to the cold palace gate, he resumed sentry duty as if nothing had occurred. Yang Han glanced at it twice before circulating his spiritual energy. With a thunderous boom, the warrant vanished into ashless oblivion. Returning to the cold palace gate, he resumed sentry duty. Consort Lan, however, had learned of Lin Mingyao's return. Yet the precise reason remained sealed by Emperor Qin Yuan's personal decree. No word was to escape the imperial court. Thus most remained utterly unaware. Still, Consort Lan's spirits lifted markedly upon hearing that evening as she attended to Yang Han. Her devotion was fervent, channeling every ounce of her elation directly into him. Yang Han, of course, welcomed such pleasure. Yet even as they embraced, gazing upon her face stirred a quiet heat within him. Her features inevitably evoked Lin Mengyao, and with that memory came the recollection of that night. A sharp, involuntary breath escaped him. That sensation would forever be seared into his soul. Would such an opportunity ever arise again? Several days later, Zhao Shi arrived. Brother Yang. Clad in somber brocade robes, Zhao Shi's countenance bore deeper shadows than before. Yet upon seeing Yang Han, a rare, genuine smile flickered across his lips. You're here? Yang Han nodded. Zhao Shi seated himself and spoke slowly. Brother Yang, have you heard? Something momentous has transpired in the Lord of the Northern Marches domain. Yang Han's pulse quickened. What happened? The Lord has issued a nationwide bounty, dead or alive, for the flower-plucking demon. Zhao Shi declared. A reward of 1,000,000 taels of gold, and ennoblement as Marquis of 10,000 households. An astonishing sum. Yang Han chuckled dryly. Indeed, an astonishing sum. Yet how many dare accept a bounty targeting a grandmaster? Those possessing the strength to undertake it. Do they truly lack what the Lord of the Northern Marches offers? Zhao Shi paused, struck by Yang Han's insight. You're right. A grandmaster stands atop the pinnacle of the martial Dao. Who dares provoke such a being? His eyes gleamed, not with fear but with awe and yearning. Zhao Shi paused, then added, "There's another matter." Immediately after issuing the bounty, the Lord reportedly suffered a violent surge of fury. His cultivation spiraled out of control. He collapsed mid-rant, spitting blood, and remains unconscious to this day. Yang Han arched a brow. "Is that true?" "Utterly certain," Zhao Shi affirmed. A sly suppressed grin tugged at Yang Han's lips. So the Lord of the Northern Marches possessed such frail constitution. Merely enraged, and instantly fainted. Zhao Shi lingered briefly, venting minor grievances before taking his leave. Yang Han welcomed these confessions. Zhao Shi, now elevated to high office, bore increasingly heavy stains of blood, and found solace only here in moments of unguarded authenticity. Yang Han also noted Zhao Shi's rapid cultivation advancement. Standing sentinel at the cold palace gate, he gazed toward the distant horizon. The Lord's coma, the uproar over the bounty, all unfolded far beyond his sphere. No soul suspected the flower-plucking demon had been a masquerade. Half a month slipped by. Each day brought fresh tidings of the Lord. Yet all reports echoed the same grim truth: he remained comatose, showing no sign of recovery. Rumors swirled that his generals wavered in loyalty, their unity fraying. His 3 sons, lacking both his authority and martial prowess, struggled desperately to hold the realm together. For Emperor Qin this was a boon. They possessed neither the will nor the capacity to mount an assault upon the imperial capital. Another fortnight passed. In Yaohua Palace, Lin Mingyao felt listless. Her vitality drained, her spirit dulled. The imperial kitchen's finest delicacies repelled her, even their scent triggered nausea. At dawn she retched violently beside her bed, her complexion pale as parchment. Xiao Tao entered bearing a basin, gasping at the sight. "Your Highness, what ails you? Shall I summon the imperial physician?" Lin Mingyao shook her head and gestured for the door to be closed. Xiao Tao secured the door and helped her settle upright against the headboard. Lin Mingyao's heart tightened with dread. She counted the days. Over a month had elapsed since that night. Throughout that span, her monthly cycle had failed to arrive. Her hopes sank cold and heavy. Swiftly she dispatched Xiao Tao to fetch the imperial physician. The physician who arrived was one she knew well. After examining her pulse, his diagnosis emerged without. She was with child. Lin Mingyao's expression shifted subtly. Over a month had passed. It must have been that night. It could only be Yang Han's. She would not wait passively for fate's decree. Power, true power, was the sole key to mastering her own destiny. "Xiao Tao, help me dress." Lin Mingyao's voice remained calm. "I must see His Majesty." In the imperial study, Emperor Qin sat behind the dragon desk reviewing memorials. A eunuch entered bowing low. "Your Majesty, the 9th princess requests audience." The emperor raised his head, his aged eyes narrowing in quiet surprise. "Lin Mingyao, what brings her here? Admit her." Lin Mingyao entered the study, her pallor unmistakable. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." At those words a flicker of light crossed the emperor's gaze. "Your Majesty." Such formality signaled profound distance. Yet he dismissed it. Waving a hand, he asked, "What brings you before me?" Lin Mingyao's voice was soft, unwavering. "Father, I am with child." A sharp clatter. The brush slipped from the emperor's grasp, striking the desk. He jerked upright, eyes wide with shock, his aged frame trembling. Whose child is it?" His voice cracked, raw with urgency. Lin Mingyao had rehearsed her answer, her tone serene. "What do you suppose, Your Majesty?" Inwardly she affirmed it must be Yang Han's. The flower-plucking demon had seized her, yet never laid hands upon her. It could not be his. She did not know the demon who'd abducted her was Yang Han himself. The emperor's pupils contracted sharply. His mind leapt instantly to that terrifying figure. She did not know the demon who'd abducted her was Yang Han himself. The emperor's pupils contracted sharply. His mind leapt instantly to that. Though the emperor had not witnessed it, merely hearing Chen Shi's account had made his blood run cold. A grandmaster, truly terrifying. A grandmaster's offspring. This child demanded utmost reverence. If slighted, it would mean provoking a grandmaster himself. And this grandmaster stood utterly alone, his destructive potential therefore incalculable. The emperor's thoughts drifted to the dynasty's sole surviving ancestral grandmaster, and sighed inwardly. The great Yin imperial clan did possess a grandmaster, its sole remaining elder, a venerable patriarch who had endured centuries. Over decades of pilgrimage to the ancestral lands, the emperor had watched the elder's vitality dwindle, his life force fading, his blood essence waning. Should he pass, the clan would lose its grandmaster guardian. Within Lin Mingyao's womb beat the heart of a grandmaster's heir. This child could not be neglected. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, the emperor forced warmth onto his face. "Mingyao, I understand. Rest well. Everything else, leave to me. I shall ensure your safety and comfort." He paused, then let sorrow soften his features. "Sending you to the Lord of the Northern Marches was unavoidable. The welfare of all under heaven weighed heavier than my personal desires. I could not sacrifice millions for my own daughter's sake. Thus I had no choice but to ask this sacrifice of you. His mind replayed that day at the border, how that terrifying figure had crushed the Lord's elite forces, and so he offered Lin Mingyao gentle assurances. She smiled inwardly, unavoidable. The welfare of all under heaven. He sought only to preserve his throne. Yet her face betrayed nothing, only a slight dip of her chin. I understand. Then she lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes directly. The true purpose of her visit revealed, Your Majesty, I wish to participate in governance. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. I wish to ease Your Majesty's burdens. Her voice held quiet resolve. Though a woman, I have studied classics and trained in martial arts. Now with child I cannot undertake strenuous tasks, but managing state affairs and military matters remains well within my capacity. I beg Your Majesty's permission. For Lin Mingyao's strength was essential, but strength required authority. Without authority, where would she acquire the resources needed for cultivation? Cultivation resources did not fall from the heavens. They demanded power to command them. The Emperor studied her, his gaze deep and inscrutable. He saw ambition blazing in her eyes. No princess had ever governed in the great Yin dynasty, yet Lin Mingyao carried the air of a grandmaster. After a long-waited silence, the Emperor nodded slowly. Very well. From tomorrow you shall attend court sessions. Lin Mingyao inclined her head. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the days that followed, Lin Mingyao began attending court. Initially, ministers regarded her with dismissive indifference. A newly adult princess, what could she possibly comprehend? Soon they realized their error. Her acumen in military and civil administration proved extraordinary. Respect replaced condescension. Yet others grew deeply wary. Crown Prince stood amid the court, observing Lin Mingyao handle complex matters with effortless poise, and shadows darkened his eyes. As heir apparent future sovereign, he tolerated no rival claim to power, least of all from a woman. Time flowed swiftly. 10 months passed. Lin Mingyao visited the cold palace, not once devoting herself entirely to governance, steadily consolidating authority. One day in Yaohua Palace her child was born. A boy and a girl, twins blessed with auspicious harmony. The news of Lin Mingyao giving birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins spread instantly throughout the imperial palace. Maids, eunuchs, and guards whispered among themselves. Strangely, no one knew who the father of the children was. Of course, discussing this matter was considered treasonous, and many dared not speak about it. Yang Han stood in the cold palace listening to the little eunuch delivering food secretly mention something, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lin Mingyao gave birth, and it's a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Yang Han counted the days. From that night until now it has been almost 10 months. Could they possibly be his? Yang Han carefully recalled that night. When he enjoyed himself with consort Xiao and consort Lan, he always used his true energy to control himself. But that night, with Lin Mingyao, it seemed he hadn't controlled himself. As night fell, and it was time to change shifts, Yang Han moved like a wisp of blue smoke, silently darting up the high walls of the palace. His gaze passed over many palaces and landed on the Yaohua Palace, which was 100 zhang away. With the eyesight of a master, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree several hundred zhang away. The main hall of Yaohua Palace was brightly lit. Through the half-open window, Yang Han saw Lin Mingyao. She leaned against the headboard, her face still a bit pale, but her spirit was good. In her arms, she held a swaddled infant, while another lay beside her with Xiao Tao bending over to tease them. 2. One boy and one girl. Yang Han's gaze fell upon the 2 small infants. That outlined those eyes. Yang Han inexplicably felt that they resembled him very much. His mood was somewhat complicated. Oh my, I actually have children. Yang Han felt a bit dazed. For some reason he felt very calm. Perhaps once one reaches the realm of a martial arts master, everything is just fleeting clouds. Moreover, his lifespan, continuously signing in, had already reached 500 years. With an increasingly long lifespan, everything felt so indifferent. Having children, Yang Han's eyes flickered, and after a long silence he didn't know what to say. It was just a bit of sentimentality. Yang Han watched for a while before leaping back to the cold palace. On the way back, Yang Han pondered to himself, I must not make such a mistake again in the future. I must absolutely control myself. I must control it. The next morning, Zhaoxi arrived. Brother Yang. Zhaoxi got straight to the point. The 9th princess has given birth to dragon and phoenix twins. Have you heard? Yang Han nodded. I've heard. His Majesty is preparing to take consort Lan out of the cold palace to comfort the 9th princess. Zhaoxi said. Yang Han's heart stirred. When? Tomorrow. Yang Han nodded. Got it. It's a bit hard to part with her though. As the saying goes, one day as a husband, 100 days of grace. 5 years have passed. Who knows how many days and nights. Of course Yang Han's mood was quite tranquil. If she leaves, then she leaves. It's time to breathe some fresh air and enjoy a better life. That night Yang Han came to consort Lan's chamber as usual. Consort Lan already knew the news. She sat at the edge of the bed, her eyes red. Upon seeing Yang Han enter, she immediately leaped into his arms. Over the years, Consort Lan had long been completely won over by Yang Han. She was utterly his. To leave now, how could he bear to part with this warm body? That night, Consort Lan wanted Yang Han multiple times, and in the end it was she who couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. In contrast, Yang Han remained vigorous. After being promoted to master, his energy seemed inexhaustible. The next morning, Consort Lan was taken away. The cold palace returned to its usual desolation, leaving only Consort Xiao alone. However, without Consort Lan, Consort Xiao had to bear it all alone. Her delicate body could hardly withstand it. She often begged Yang Han for mercy. Days passed one after another. Yang Han calculated the time. From the moment Lin Mengyao provided him with the 9 Yin true essence to break through to the master realm, a whole year had passed. In this year he had been signing in every day, acquiring many spiritual pills and herbs, yet his cultivation remained stagnant, firmly stuck at the first level of the master realm. The second level of the master realm was still far away. Yang Han felt somewhat troubled. He could sense that advancing in cultivation was becoming increasingly difficult. Yang Han now had a lifespan of over 500 years, outliving 2 masters combined. Perhaps with time something good might emerge. Yang Han sighed, temporarily pushing this worry aside. Another month passed. That night, after changing shifts, Yang Han did not go to Consort Xiao, but stood in the center of the cold palace, frowning deeply. There had been changes in the cold palace since Consort Lan's departure. Something felt off. The cold palace's Yin energy had grown heavier. In recent days, the Yin energy had suddenly surged, becoming so dense that it was abnormal. Moreover, it seemed that the source of the Yin energy was deep within the cold palace. Yang Han had stayed in the cold palace for 5 years, but had never explored it deeply. The cold palace was vast, encompassing an entire group of palaces spacious enough to house thousands. In these 5 years, he had only visited the chambers of Consort Xiao and Consort Lan. Yang Han pondered for a moment and headed deeper into the cold palace. Passing through several dilapidated palaces, the Yin energy grew thicker. With every step, he could feel a powerful chill surging in. The Yi Jing began to operate automatically, refining the incoming Yin energy and converting it into pure true energy. Yang Han was secretly astonished. The Yin energy here was over 100 times stronger than that on Consort Xiao's side. The further he walked, the heavier the Yin energy became. Yang Han sensed that the source of the Yin energy was not far ahead. Finally, behind an abandoned palace, Yang Han found an ancient well. The ancient well had completely dried up. A torrent of Yin energy like a tsunami spewed out from the well, so dense that it almost took on substance. Yang Han stood at the well's edge, taking a deep breath. The Yin energy here was 1,000 times that of Consort Xiao's. The Yi Jing operated frantically, greedily refining this Yin energy. Yang Han could feel that the stagnated cultivation from the past year had actually seen a slight increase. His heart raced. This place was simply a tailor-made treasure land for his cultivation. However, Yang Han found it strange. Why hadn't there been any changes before? Previously, the Yin energy in the cold palace was relatively normal with no significant changes, which led Yang Han not to explore the interior. Yang Han's mind stirred as he looked into the depths of the ancient well. It was unfathomably deep, like a man-eating black hole. Any ordinary person would feel their legs go weak upon seeing it. However, Yang Han was already a martial arts master. There was nothing to fear. Immediately, Yang Han leapt and jumped into the ancient well. Boom! In an instant, Yang Han reached the bottom of the ancient well, looking up at the top, which was over 100 zhang deep. The interior of the well was pitch black, and one could not see their fingers. The Yin energy here was so thick, it was almost solid. Yang Han felt invigorated. The Yin energy here was even more concentrated. Yang Han had a premonition that cultivating here would significantly speed up his progress. Just as he was about to look around, suddenly, a furious Yin wind howled. Countless strands of Yin energy swirled wildly from all directions, as if drawn by some force. Gradually, the Yin energy coalesced into a human-shaped phantom. Yang Han was astonished and glanced at the figure, yet remained calm, without a hint of fear. With the mastery of a martial arts master in his possession, what was there to fear? Ultimately, the Yin energy transformed into the shape of a woman. This ghostly woman wore tattered clothing, large patches of skin visible. Her long hair hung messily over her shoulders, yet her features were stunningly beautiful, her eyes enchanting, her figure slender and graceful, with seductive curves, all surrounded by a chilling mist. Yang Han narrowed his eyes, his expression indifferent. The ghostly woman opened her eyes and looked at Yang Han. Within her gaze there was an unmistakable glint of greed, as if she viewed Yang Han as her prey. Yang Han stared at the spectral woman. She was undeniably beautiful. Her face was exquisitely carved, as if a painting had stepped into the world. eyebrows like inked willows, a nose of jade, lips tinged with a pallid blue that only intensified her allure. To Yang Han, her beauty surpassed Xiao Fei and Lan Fei and rivaled Lin Mingyao. Yet compared with Lin Mingyao, the spectral woman possessed a different, unsettling advantage. Beneath her tattered garments, a proud, alluring figure shimmered like a secret, topmost among any Yang Han had encountered. That alone put everyone he had met before to shame. Yang Han did not know her. Having lingered in this cold palace for 5 years, he had not suspected that an entire spirit hid within this ancient well. Though the palace's qi had always been heavy, it had been evenly dispersed until now. Only in the past few days had it surged, concentrating in one spot. That was why Yang Han had come to investigate. "Who are you?" Yang Han asked calmly, curiosity piqued. The spectral woman offered no answer. Her hollow eyes fixed upon him, and a ravenous hunger crept across her features. The surrounding energy began to roil and swirl about her. The ancient well trembled, loose stones cascaded down its walls. "Truly, a most perfect vessel to usurp," she murmured, her voice distant and icy. "If I were to seize and fuse with this body, who knows to what heights I might ascend? Within your body there courses a blood force of unparalleled vigor. It is a supreme tonic for me." The spectral woman spoke coldly. Her words hardened her into a venomous beauty. The qi thickened, pouring in from every direction to wrap Yang Han like a shroud. The chilling power seemed intent on freezing even his soul. Yang Han did not stir. He stood his ground and allowed the energy to coil about him. He looked at the spectral woman and frowned. "Who are you really? Why are you here?" For Yang Han, the idea of a body usurpation held no terror. The spectral woman was formidable, yet to be usurped by her was a prospect still leagues away. Yang Han remained composed, utterly unafraid. Now the concentrated energy encircled him entirely. The spectral woman relaxed. Under such circumstances, Yang Han could not simply leave, even if he wished to. Greed on her face turned to triumph. When she finally spoke, her tone carried the weight of long suffering and a hate that had calcified into bone-deep venom. "I am the Tianyan Empress." "Tianyan Empress?" Yang Han was taken aback. The current empress was Ming Yan. Who was this Tianyan? He thought for a moment. The previous generation's empress did not bear that name. Perhaps she belonged to a far more. Tianyan Empress's gaze grew distant, as if recalling the past. 230 years ago, I was the empress of the Dayan dynasty. I was the model of a sovereign mother, peerless in dignity. Her voice sharpened suddenly. Her once lovely face twisted. But that man, that wretched emperor, for the sake of a fox-like concubine, he lost his mind and ordered my poisoning. They poisoned me and cast me down into this ancient well, also that concubine might become empress with a proper title. Yang Han's eyes shifted. So she was the empress from over 2 centuries past. He suddenly remembered the rumors when he first arrived. This cold palace had once been an empress's residence. When she died violently, the palace became a place of exile. No doubt it was this very woman. She spoke on. Though she had died, she would not accept it. Her resentment anchored her spirit. Her soul would not dissipate. Tianyan Empress had remained here 2 centuries and more. For 200 years no one had come to her. Tianyan Empress had not conversed with a single living soul. Now Yang Han stood before her, a living person, and she moved her red lips ceaselessly, as though pouring out all the grievances of those long years. "Those wretched lovers never imagined I had survived. This well sits in a perfect position. On full moon nights, moonlight streams into its mouth. Moonlight combined with my resentment, it became nourishment that kept this lone spirit alive. Not only that, it allowed me to grow stronger. For 230 years I have waited in this sunless pit." Her voice rose, keening and raw, echoing. The well's interior seemed sealed by a peculiar barrier. No matter how loud sound could not escape to the outside. I began as a drifting soul and cultivated step by step. From a wandering spirit to a vengeful ghost to a ferocious shade, then to a ghost general. Each stage cost me decades. Heaven rewards the persistent. Just a few days ago I broke through to the ghost general tier. She paused, then fixed Yang Han with a feverish gleam. "Do you grasp what that means?" A mad light flickered in her eyes. "It means I now possess strength comparable to a martial grandmaster. It means I can soon leave this well and return to the living world. It means..." Her voice turned ice cold. "I can usurp a body and live again." Yang Han's brow rose. A ghost general rivaling a grandmaster. Such power was extraordinary. Who would have imagined that within this humble cold palace, besides Yang Han himself, there lurked Tianyan Empress's spirit, who had climbed from wandering soul to grandmaster level shade. Yet none of that mattered. How Tianyan Empress had died, the grievances she suffered, the loneliness she endured, these were not Yang Han's concern. His eyes ignited with a fervent light. She was a force comparable to a grandmaster and the very source of this chilling qi. To Yang Han, she represented a rare opportunity for cultivation. Such intense energy was intoxicating. A year of stagnation in his cultivation might now find hope for breakthrough. At that moment, Tianyun Empress exhaled a breath of yin qi toward him. She did not rush to kill him. After 200 years of confinement, she had been suffocated by boredom, and for 2 centuries she had been trapped in the well, able only to absorb moonlight and the aimless, drifting spirits of the deceased concubines who perished here. No living being had conversed with her. But having spoken her grievances, Tianyun Empress felt 100 times before her lay a peerless vessel. All she needed was intrigue and usurpation. Tianyun Empress could return in borrowed flesh and walk the world anew. Then would begin her path of revenge. The Lin imperial family of the Da Yin dynasty, none of them would escape. A vicious glint crossed her eyes. Her voice hoarse said, "Enough. My words end here. Your doubts are surely dispelled. Relax your mind. I will soon usurp you. Do not resist. I will give you a swift end." With that she acted. She spread her arms, and the Yin energy surged like a breached dam, cascading toward Yang Han. Ribbons of Yin braided into black chains that coiled around his limbs and throat, binding him utterly. "Give your body to me." Her voice trembled with exhilaration. Soon she would return to life and avenge herself. She condensed into a black flow and barreled straight at Yang Han. Yang Han remained unmoving, neither dodging nor retreating. At the instant the spectral core of the Empress lunged for his brow, he acted. A Grandmaster's aura suddenly erupted. The very atmosphere thundered. The fiercest Yang force burst forth, shattering the black chain-like Yin that had ensnared him. Golden vital energy gushed from Yang Han, illuminating the well's bottom like daylight. With a thunderous boom, the spectral Empress halted in mid-assault. The terrifying might emanating from Yang Han made it impossible for her to dive into him for usurpation. Shock distorted Tianyun Empress's face. "A Grandmaster," she whispered in disbelief. She had not expected such a youth, barely in his 20s, to possess Grandmaster-level power. In her memory, Grandmasters in the Da Yin dynasty were rare and ancient. They were decrepit old monsters. How could one so young be a Grandmaster? Yang Han smiled faintly. "You rose from a wandering soul to rival a Grandmaster through effort. Why should it surprise you that I have Grandmaster cultivation?" Before Tianyun Empress could reply, Yang Han struck. He employed the simultaneous dual-hand technique, a supplementary art that allows one to unleash 2 supreme martial methods at once. With his left, he unleashed the cataclysmic purple yang palm. Purple chi coalesced into a colossal hand bearing the aura of annihilation toward the Empress. With his right, he delivered the world-rending killing fist, golden fist, chi carrying the force to sunder mountains and rive rivers crashing down. 2 arts detonated in tandem, their power shaking the very cold palace. With a thunderous impact, the Empress's spectral form convulsed. She let out a piercing cry, her silhouette blurred and rippled. Tianyun Empress recoiled in horrified bewilderment. What power was this? Her Grandmaster comparable strength could not even withstand a single blow from Yang Han. The second blow followed swiftly. Yang Han's left again manifested the cataclysmic purple yang palm, the purple hand slamming into the Empress with crushing force. With a thunderous crash, her form nearly dissolved, Yin energy spilling outward as her screams echoed through the cavern. Spare me, she begged, terrified. It was not that she lacked pride. Yang Han's power was simply overwhelming. An irresistible divine might she could not contend with. Her pleas seemed unheard. Yang Han's third strike came, the world-rending killing fist, its unmatched force pinning Tianyun Empress to the ground. Her incandescent body was crushed, flattened to the earth, and unable to move. In that instant, a supreme dread flooded her heart. She had toiled from a wandering spirit up to a ghost general across 230 years of solitude and torment. Every step a trial, every decade a crucible, waiting only to return and settle her vengeance. She did not wish to die, but she could not die. "Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me." Tianyun Empress cried, voice raw and desperate, stripped of her prior arrogance. "I will be your servant. I will toil like a beast. Just please do not kill me." Yang Han stood over her, looking down. His eyes held no killing intent, only calm. Yang Han's aim was to cultivate and grow stronger. Whether she lived or died was secondary. He surveyed the crushed Empress beneath him. He could not deny it, the Yin energy she carried was intoxicating. As a true Yin spirit, a ghost, her aura was horrifically potent. Moreover, she had reached ghost general rank, an ascension comparable to a Grandmaster. To slay her would be a grievous waste. The best course was to siphon the Yin energy from her. Yang Han said softly, "Do you wish to live?" "Yes, I want to live." Tianyun Empress nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at grain. The scene had something absurd to it. She was after all a top-tier power. She was a ghost general with Grandmaster-level might. Unleashed, she would bring calamity and terror upon countless lives. Yet years of confinement within the well had warped her temperament. Though her strength had shifted greatly, her mind had not matured. If anything, it had diminished. Yang Han smiled faintly and said, I am not fond of needless killing. If it can be avoided, I prefer not to spill life for life. Fear flickered in Tianyun Empress's eyes. She found the claim implausible. Could cultivation of such magnitude truly be achieved without ruthless effort? In truth, she guessed rightly. Yang Han's path to advancement was unexpectedly simple. He regarded her and spoke slowly. I will spare you, but on one condition. You must fulfill my requirement. Tianyun Empress bit her pale lips and nodded ever so slightly, as circumstances left her no choice. What would she not do to live? She would not perish now and let centuries of striving be for naught. I want you to aid my cultivation, Yang Han said. Assist you in your cultivation. The Empress Tianyun was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. How do we do that? Yang Han did not answer immediately. A thought stirred within him, and his true energy began to condense. At that moment, a crystal of ice slowly formed in the palm of Yang Han's hand. The ice crystal was semi-transparent, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. As the Empress Tianyun caught sight of the ice crystal, all the hair on her body stood on end. She sensed an intensely dangerous aura emanating from it. A tremor from the depths of her soul. Her face turned pale in an instant. This thing was what Yang Han, the life and death talisman. This was a martial art Yang Han had obtained years ago. Once condensed into a talisman and inserted into any living being, it could bring them to life with a thought or cause their death with another. Yang Han had never had the opportunity to use it. Today it finally came in handy. Before the Empress Tianyun could assist him in his cultivation, he had to ensure she wouldn't backlash. Although Yang Han had the strength to crush her, even to kill her was not difficult. However, the Empress Tianyun was comparable to a master-level existence, so he needed to be more cautious and keep his guard up. Yang Han did not want to be stabbed in the back at a crucial moment during his cultivation. What do you want to do? The Empress Tianyun's voice trembled instinctively, wanting to retreat. But her own spirit was suppressed by Yang Han's aura, rendering her unable to move. Yang Han did not waste words. He flicked his fingers, and the life and death talisman transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself into the Empress Tianyun's brow. Boom! The Empress Tianyun's expression changed in an instant. That sinister force rampaged wildly within her body. It felt like countless steel needles piercing into the depths of her soul, stabbing every nerve with pain. She curled up her delicate body and began to roll on the ground. Her piercing screams echoed in the depths of the well. Pain, such unbearable pain. What kind of technique is this? Why at this moment does she feel such extreme agony, worse than death? In almost an instant, tears streamed from the corners of the Empress Tianyun's eyes. After enduring so many years of silence, this life and death talisman is too painful. So painful that she could hardly bear it. At this moment, the Empress Tianyun was truly in a state where she could neither live nor die. She would be willing to do anything. Although she was a Yin spirit, the Empress Tianyun had cultivated to the level of a ghost general. She had already solidified to the extent of being almost indistinguishable from a human. At this moment, the tattered clothing of the Empress Tianyun became even more disheveled as she rolled. The collar opened slightly, and the hem tore, revealing some of her skin. Having stayed in the ancient well for so long, the Empress Tianyun's skin appeared cool and pale. Now, due to the pain, it flushed slightly, combined with her distorted, beautiful face, giving an indescribable tragic beauty. Yang Han stood nearby, expressionless, his gaze calm. He was not a benevolent person. In this world of the survival of the fittest, showing mercy to an enemy is cruel to oneself. Just moments ago, the Empress Tianyun wanted to take over his body and devour his soul. Yang Han naturally had to make her suffer a little. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Han's heart stirred, and the power tormenting the Empress Tianyun vanished instantly. The Empress Tianyun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her delicate body trembled slightly, tears in her eyes, looking utterly disheveled. The Empress Tianyun raised her head, her eyes filled with fear and horror as she looked at Yang Han. This kind of technique she had never heard of before. The Yang Han before her was too mysterious. She had no idea of his origins. The technique that made you wish for death just now is called the Life and Death Talisman. Yang Han spoke coldly. The Life and Death Talisman has already been embedded into the core of your Yin spirit. From now on, your life and death are in my hands. If you betray me or disobey. He paused and said faintly, the outcome you face will be 100 times more brutal than the pain you just experienced. The Empress Tianyun's face turned as pale as paper. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Once a revered empress above all, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? But now the Empress Tianyun did not even have the qualification to resist. Yang Han was too strong. Resistance was futile. I understand. The Empress Tianyun's words were choked with emotion. Yang Han no longer looked at her and directly sat down cross-legged. Yang Han's expression was cold as he looked at the Empress Tianyun, his tone unyielding. Begin, release your Yin energy to assist my cultivation. The Empress Tianyun was stunned for a moment, then a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. To release her yin energy to aid his cultivation. She was a dignified empress, a figure revered 230 years ago, yet now she was being directed by a young man. A sense of humiliation swept over the Empress Tianyun. Her body trembled slightly, and she did not act immediately. Yang Han frowned. Is this Empress Tianyun trying to refuse the toast, and instead take punishment? He stirred his mind, and the life and death talisman activated again. Ah! The Empress Tianyun screamed again, curling up on the ground, her body convulsing violently. That feeling of wishing for death washed over her again, more intense and unbearable than before. I was wrong. She cried out in desperation, sobbing, I will release it. I will release my yin energy immediately. Please stop. Yang Han snorted coldly, not stopping immediately, but tormenting her for a few more breaths before retracting the power of the life and death talisman. The Empress Tianyun lay on the ground, trembling all over, tears in her eyes. She no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of resistance. This young man was ruthless, his words absolute, if she disobeyed again. She could not imagine how cruel the treatment would be. The Empress Tianyun struggled to get up, crawling to Yang Han's side, and sitting down obediently. The Empress Tianyun's beautiful face flushed slightly as she bit her lip, hesitating for quite a while before finally making up her mind. She took a deep breath and slightly parted her lips. Her lips were pale blue with a hint of delicate pink. Yang Han glanced over and could see her soft, moist tongue. Immediately afterwards, a dense chill emanated from the Empress Tianyun's mouth. The yin energy was extremely potent, appearing grayish-white, like tangible smoke, slowly drifting towards Yang Han. As a yin spirit that had cultivated for over 200 years, the Empress Tianyun's cold yin energy had thickened to a substantial form. Yang Han realized that this was how yin energy was released. Then Yang Han's body trembled. It must be said that the intensity of this yin energy was outrageous. The meridians and dantian within Yang Han's body were already stirring with anticipation. He did not hesitate and immediately operated the I Jing Jing to perfection. Yang Han's body instantly transformed into a furnace, greedily absorbing the yin energy and rapidly refining it. Boom! It was as if a volcano was erupting within Yang Han. The yin energy that surged into his body was refined without a trace, transforming into pure, true energy, continuously flowing into his dantian. After a year of stagnation, his cultivation finally began to loosen. Time flowed swiftly. 1 hour. 2 hours. The Empress Tianyun sat cross-legged, facing Yang Han, continuously releasing the cold yin energy from her body. Within Yang Han's dantian, the true energy surged like a tsunami. The bottleneck of the first level of the Master Realm began to loosen under this immense power's impact. Finally, boom. Yang Han felt something within him break apart. That was the boundary shackles that had troubled him for a long time. Master Realm's second level. At the moment of breakthrough, Yang Han's aura surged to an incomparably terrifying level. The Empress Tianyun was knocked back by this aura, crashing heavily against the well wall. She clutched her chest, looking at Yang Han, who sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, her eyes filled with horror. It was terrifying. This aura, this power. A master of the same realm would probably not be his opponent at all. Although the Empress Tianyun had just advanced to the level of Ghost General, her strength was at the bottom among masters. But she could feel that Yang Han's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Master Realm second level. When they truly fought, she wondered just how strong he would be. The Empress Tianyun could not imagine there were too few masters in this world. Looking at the powerful aura emanating from Yang Han, the Empress Tianyun suddenly felt a bit relieved. For hundreds of years, she had been trapped in the ancient well, without a physical body, without martial arts, only her cultivation and her attacking method. For hundreds of years, she had been trapped in the ancient well, without a physical body, without martial arts, only her cultivation and her attacking methods were few. What should she do next? Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another month had passed. During this month, Yang Han devoted all his energy to cultivating. Every night after his shift, he would leap into the ancient well, madly absorbing the yin energy with the help of the heavenly Melody Empress. The results of his cultivation were quite gratifying. The realm of the second stage of the mastery level was thoroughly solidified, and there was a faint trend toward advancing to the third stage. Yang Han could feel that his strength had increased significantly compared to a month ago. However, due to his obsession with cultivation over the past few days, he had neglected Xiao Fei. Each time he brought her meals to her room, she looked at him with resentment, softly mumbling her displeasure. Yang Han shrugged. For him, cultivation was still very important. He comforted Xiao Fei a bit and moved. Xiao Fei was also the kind of person who was understanding and wouldn't cling too tightly. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the ancient well, the heavenly Melody Empress had her own thoughts. Yang Han, can you let me go out and take a look? The heavenly melody empress knelt before Yang Han, her pale face filled with pleading. I've been in the ancient well for 230 years. I don't even remember what my palace looks like. Just let me take a glance, and it'll come back. Can you? Yang Han sat cross-legged, his eyes still closed. No, just one glance. The heavenly melody empress continued to plead. The extreme silence and boredom were becoming unbearable for her. Not even one glance. Yang Han's voice was calm. If I let you out, we'll discuss it later. For now, just stay quietly in the ancient well and accompany me in my cultivation. You can't go anywhere. The heavenly melody empress bit her red lip, feeling dissatisfied, but too afraid to say more. The thought of the life and death talisman sent a chill down her spine. The heavenly melody empress could only obediently sit still and continue to release energy. Yang Han, however, was indifferent. Cultivation was the most important thing. Reaching the mastery level, he could not claim to be invincible in this era, but he had few rivals. However, this only fueled Yang Han's desire to pursue the ultimate goal of martial arts even more. He was eager to know what lay beyond the mastery level. In the following days, Yang Han suddenly noticed that the atmosphere in the palace had become quite tense. The patrolling guards were several times more than usual, each wearing a grave expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Previously, patrols were just a formality, but now they came in teams, and not even a fly could escape their notice. Moreover, there were also many more Imperial Guard soldiers on the palace roads. The Imperial Guards usually stationed outside the royal city and seldom entered the palace easily. But now the Imperial Guards were fully armed, moving through the palace with sharp gazes, the atmosphere filled with a sense of impending battle, as if they were guarding against someone. Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace, squinting slightly. The Imperial Guards had been deployed into the palace. Who were they guarding against? The people of the North Town King. Just then he heard footsteps approaching. Zhao Shi arrived. His brow was tightly furrowed, lips pressed. Zhao Shi strode up to Yang Han, skipping the pleasantries, and directly said, "Brother Yang, you must not move around freely these days. Especially at night. If you get caught, it's highly likely you won't be pardoned." His words were extremely serious. This was definitely not a scare tactic. Zhao Shi was not the type to joke around. Yang Han was taken aback. Is it that serious? It's an unprecedented state of martial law. I've been in the palace for so many years and have never seen it this tense. Brother Yang, just stay quietly in the cold palace and don't go anywhere. Yang Han nodded, but felt indifferent inside. Even if he did wander around, so what? With his second stage mastery cultivation, who would dare to kill him? Who could kill him? However, Yang Han was also too lazy to wander. He had been immersed in cultivation these past few days. He had no time to wander aimlessly. Yang Han curiously asked, by the way, what happened to make things so tense? Could it be that there's a traitor or spy among the royal family? Zhao Shi shook his head solemnly, stating it's not a traitor or spy. Such matters wouldn't warrant a martial law of this scale. He glanced around cautiously, confirming that no one else was nearby. Then Zhao Shi whispered, it's the royal family's ancestor. The oldest ancestor of the royal family. Yang Han's heart stirred. The royal family's ancestor. In the entire palace, there was only one person worthy of that title. That was the master of martial arts who suppressed the great Yin dynasty. The mysterious martial arts master who had been recuperating for many years. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. The ancestor is at a critical moment of breaking through. It is said that this breakthrough is extremely important. Once the breakthrough is successful, it can extend the life of the great Yin dynasty. At that time, all the rebels, including the North Town King, will be completely crushed, and everything will end in an instant. Yang Han nodded. He had heard of that legendary master-level old monster before. As for the ancestor's realm, Yang Han tentatively asked. Zhao Shi hesitated and said, I don't know. Such matters are beyond my ability to inquire. I only know he is a master. As for how many stages he has reached, even the emperor might not know. Yang Han nodded and did not ask further. Zhao Shi urged him a few more times before hurrying away. As the head of the Eastern Factory, this martial law period was the busiest time for him. Yang Han stood at the entrance of the cold palace, his gaze flickering slightly. The royal ancestor was breaking through. If successful, it could extend his life. Wow, an old master extending his life. Yang Han was extremely curious at this moment about just how powerful the royal ancestor's cultivation was. What level of realm could allow him to break through and extend his lifespan? Could it be at the 9th stage of mastery? Yang Han narrowed his eyes. This was no trivial matter. The 9th stage of mastery was considered an extraordinarily terrifying existence. Even though Yang Han possessed many top-level martial arts at full circle, it would still be difficult to contend with someone at the 9th stage of mastery. At the mastery level, the gap between each stage was tremendously vast. Yang Han thought for a moment. During this time, he had also heard occasional news from the North Town King. It was said that the North Town King had already awakened. He had only suffered severe injuries and needed some time to recuperate. After awakening, the North Town King's previously chaotic subordinates quickly calmed down. One must admit that the Northtown King's prestige was incredibly formidable. As long as he was alive, many of his subordinates would not dare to act recklessly. Currently, it seemed that the Northtown King's resurgence was only a matter of time. Once his body recovered, everyone knew what the Northtown King would do. If the royal ancestor successfully broke through, perhaps this rebellion that had lasted for years would come to an end. But what if he failed? Yang Han shook his head and turned back to the cold palace. Regardless of success or failure, it had little to do with him. However, since the palace was under martial law, Yang Han was even less inclined to wander around. With Xiao Fei accompanying him, and the Heavenly Melody Empress cultivating with him in the ancient well, his days were not boring. As time passed, the Heavenly Melody Empress had gone from slight resistance at the beginning to becoming quite compliant now. After all, the stronger Yang Han became, the less daring she was to act recklessly. Moreover, for the past 230 years, no one had spoken to the Heavenly Melody Empress. Yang Han was the first. Prolonged companionship had made the Heavenly Melody Empress develop a slight dependence on Yang Han. At night, deep within the palace, outside the ancestral land, Emperor Qian Yuan stood at the front. Behind him were 6 elderly men with white hair. Each of these elders exuded an astonishing aura, their true energy swirling like an ocean, evidently at the peak of innate mastery. They were the foundation of the royal family, the accumulation of the great Yin dynasty over the years. But at this moment, these royal foundations all wore grave expressions. No matter how strong the peak of innate mastery was, it was still just innate. To ensure the continuation of the great Yin dynasty, relying solely on innate masters was far from enough. The world is vast, the waters are deep, and undercurrents surge with various factions stirring. The Northtown King was merely an overt threat. What other crises lay hidden beneath the surface, no one knew. Only a master. Only the existence of the master level could deter all sides. Only then could those hidden forces dare not act rashly. Emperor Qian Yuan was nearly 80 years old, frail and elderly. Yet at this moment, he stood straight, his murky old eyes fixed on the gate of the ancestral land, his lips trembling slightly. Ancestor, you must break through. Within the ancestral land, a terrifying power was brewing. That power was like a sleeping giant dragon slowly awakening. Every pulse within the ancestral land, a terrifying power was brewing. That power was like a sleeping giant dragon slowly awakening. Every pulse sent tremors through the earth. Emperor Qian Yuan could sense the power gradually rising, pushing towards a higher level. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled rumbling came from deep within the ancestral land, like war drums beating. Each sound shook Emperor Qian Yuan and the few elders behind him, causing their expressions to change. A terrifying light erupted from within the ancestral land. That light soared into the sky, incredibly sacred and unmatched in power, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daylight. The golden beam shot straight into the clouds, dispersing all the dark clouds and shadows, as if it were going to pierce a hole in the sky. Within the beam of light, a golden dragon's shadow could be vaguely seen, swirling and flying, its roar shaking the heavens, resounding throughout the entire royal city. Emperor Qian Yuan trembled all over, tears streaming from his murky old eyes. This is the divine might of the ancestor. Emperor Qian Yuan's voice trembled, incredibly excited. Could it be that the ancestor is really about to break through? The royal foundations behind him were also shaking with excitement. At this moment, their eyes were red. What lies beyond the master level? That was a realm they dared not even imagine. If the ancestor truly broke through, then the great Yin dynasty would no longer be just a dynasty with a master presiding over it, but a dynasty with an existence above the master level overseeing it. By then, what Northtown King, what flower-picking old demon would all be mere chickens and dogs. Within the ancestral land, the dragon's roar grew louder, and the light became more brilliant. In the cold palace, Yang Han was cultivating at the bottom of the ancient well, glancing at the distant golden beam, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a powerful aura! This aura was much stronger than his second stage mastery. If the royal ancestor truly broke through, what he would face was an existence far beyond his own. However, Yang Han was not flustered. He had the signing-in system and numerous top-level martial arts at full circle. In terms of combat power at the same level, he had never feared anyone. Moreover, Yang Han had the Heavenly Melody Empress as a source of Yin energy, and his cultivation was increasing daily. So what if the royal ancestor broke through? Given time, Yang Han would eventually reach that realm. Yang Han withdrew his gaze and turned back into the room. At the bottom of the ancient well, the Heavenly Melody Empress also sensed that aura. Her expression turned grave. What is that? The Heavenly Melody Empress murmured, her voice filled with deep apprehension. No one answered her. Outside the ancestral land, Emperor Qian Yuan was so excited that he trembled all over, his lips quivering and unable to speak. The elders behind him were also filled with tears of joy. The golden beam grew brighter, and the dragon's roar grew louder. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden beam suddenly shattered. The golden light transformed into countless fragments, scattering like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden beam suddenly shattered. The golden light transformed into countless fragments, scattering like a meteor shower. The shadow of the golden dragon twisted violently in the air, letting out a mournful cry, then exploded with a bang, dissipating into countless light points. The dragon's roar abruptly ceased. The aura that had been rising suddenly stagnated, and then began to plummet wildly. It grew weaker and weaker, until the golden beam completely vanished. At this moment, outside the ancestral land, Emperor Qian Yuan and the royal foundations were staring wide-eyed, fixedly watching all of this. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Emperor Qian Yuan's excited expression froze. He stood there like a stone statue. What? What is happening? Could it be? The ancestor failed to break through. Emperor Qian Yuan's voice was hoarse as he looked at the golden beam. Did the ancestor fail to break through? The royal foundations behind him were also stunned, a hint of despair on their faces. Could it be that heaven wants to destroy the great Yin dynasty? Sigh. At this moment, in the deepest part of the ancestral land, an old voice, filled with melancholy and bitterness, echoed. Emperor Qian Yuan stood outside the ancestral land, his heart tightening at the sound of an ancient sigh. The great door of the ancestral land slowly opened. An elderly figure stepped out. It was an old man as thin as a withered branch, his eyes dull and lifeless, lips pale, looking as if he were about to enter a coffin at any moment. However, the old man still retained an overwhelming aura. This was the pressure of a master, an invincible powerhouse. Even in his frailty, it was enough to make one avert their gaze. The old man was the foundation of the royal family, the last trump card of the Yin dynasty. Ancestor. The Emperor Qian Yuan immediately bowed his head, his voice trembling. The few peak innate royal heirs behind him also immediately paid their respects. The royal ancestor stood at the doorway, gazing up at the moon in the sky, his voice hoarse. We have failed. Even with the aid of the Yin dynasty's dragon vein and national fortune, we still have failed. The ancestor looked at Emperor Qian Yuan, a hint of desolation flashing in his eyes. This also indicates that the national fortune of the Yin dynasty seems to be changing. Perhaps it is time for a change. The Emperor Qian Yuan trembled all over, prostrating on the ground. The phrase time for a change was too heavy for him to bear. Ancestor. Emperor Qian Yuan's voice was hoarse. Is there really no other way? The royal ancestor shook his head. With a gaze filled with ancient wisdom, he looked into the distance. The fate is running out and human efforts are futile. The future of the Yin dynasty is likely no longer in the hands of the Lin family. As the most formidable trump card of the royal family, the royal ancestor was not an ordinary master. He had reached an exceptionally high level within the master realm. He had been residing in this ancestral land, enjoying the nurturing of the Yin dynasty's dragon vein and national fortune, allowing him to extend his life a little longer. Now, the royal ancestor felt in his heart that the next emperor of this land was very likely not from the Lin family. A hint of confusion crossed the royal ancestor's eyes, although he sensed that the control of Yin was no longer in the Lin family's bloodline. It seemed there was still a slight connection. Could it be a distant relative of the Lin family? It definitely wasn't the Prince of the North. The Prince of the North's bloodline had no relation to the Lin family, as his ancestors had fought alongside the founding emperor. So who could it be? Emperor Qian Yuan slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Unable to even protect the territory left by his ancestors, how could he face his forebears in the afterlife? At that moment, the royal ancestor's gaze sharpened. He sensed something, his eyes piercing through numerous palaces, looking toward a certain place in the palace. If Yang Han were here, he would surely notice. The royal ancestor was looking in the direction of the cold palace. A glint flashed in the ancestor's eyes. Though he had failed to break through, he had briefly touched the realm above a master. That moment of perception allowed the royal ancestor's divine sense to cover the entire palace. Everything within the palace was felt by the royal ancestor. In that direction, near the cold palace, there was an extremely strong presence. It was not innate, it was a master. There were two auras comparable to that of a master. Moreover, one of the auras was astonishingly vigorous, absolutely terrifying. The other was somewhat weaker, but still hundreds of times more powerful than a peak innate. Such a presence had never been mentioned by Emperor Qian Yuan. It must have been hidden within the palace all along. What could this be about? The fate of the Yin dynasty. The royal ancestor remained silent for a moment, then shook his head, not thinking too much. No matter who that person was, at least for now, it seemed he had no intention of acting against the royal family. That was enough. The royal ancestor sighed. He no longer had the strength to manage so much. Then the royal ancestor looked at Emperor Qian Yuan and said earnestly, "My life is not long. At most I can hold on for another year or two. You must prepare early, accelerate your plans, and manage the aftermath well. Without me, the future of the Dayan dynasty will be entrusted to you. After speaking, the royal ancestor turned and walked back into the ancestral land, the door slowly closing behind him. Emperor Qian Yuan stared at the tightly closed door, his expression extremely complicated. The royal ancestor was about to pass away. This was the greatest trump card of the Dayan dynasty. He himself had little time left. The Dayan dynasty was in turmoil, with internal traitors and external enemies, political intrigues at court, and undercurrents in the martial world. After the ancestor's death, the martial world might erupt in chaos again. And if he were to die, who in the Dayan dynasty could suppress it? In fact, Emperor Qian Yuan and the Prince of the North faced the same situation. Both were highly esteemed. While alive, they could still unite their subordinates to prevent issues. But if they died, chaos would ensue in an instant. Either they would need to possess overwhelming strength like the royal ancestor. Unfortunately, the master realm is not something that comes easily. Emperor Qian Yuan stood for a long time, gradually revealing a ruthless expression on his face. His voice was hoarse as he muttered, "From now on, I will heavily utilize the Ministry of Rites and the Eastern Workshop. Starting today, I will cleanse the royal family. Cleanse all the forces within the royal city. For the descendants of the Dayan dynasty, to pave a stable path." Emperor Qian Yuan spoke with determination, yet madness surged in his eyes. He was going all out. Even if the national fortune of Dayan was truly about to change, Emperor Qian Yuan wanted to eliminate all those who should be killed and take care of everything that needed to be done before the storm arrived. Emperor Qian Yuan believed he could turn the tide. Time flowed by unknowingly, and another year had passed. This year, the atmosphere in the palace was extremely tense. People from the Eastern Workshop were catching and killing everywhere. This was a shocking purge of the palace. The cleansing extended beyond the royal family. Many commoners were also purged. Emperor Qian Yuan seemed to have gone mad after hearing those words from the royal ancestor. His mind appeared to have become unclear. Every day in the palace, he spoke only of killing. Even a palace maid, seeing that Emperor Qian Yuan's blanket was not properly covered in the middle of the night, wanted to fix it. As a result, Emperor Qian Yuan suddenly woke up in rage and ordered the execution of hundreds of palace maids, a bloody and brutal scene. At court, there would be families raided and exterminated every few days. Emperor Qian Yuan, like a madman, used the most ruthless methods to cleanse everything he deemed unstable. In the cold palace, Yang Han on duty watched as corpses were carried out of the city, his gaze moving. Is the old emperor really mad? He shook his head slightly. Over the course of this year, the old emperor had transformed into a killing machine, cleansing the royal family, court officials, and the noble families within the city. Even the servants, eunuchs, palace maids, and guards within the palace were being killed one after another. Those who were not killed were subjected to various interrogations, forced questioning, and were bound to suffer physical pain. In Emperor Qian Yuan's eyes, everything within the palace was untrustworthy. Everyone was suspected of having rebellious thoughts. Yang Han, due to Zhao Zai's protection, faced no trouble. This year's cultivation results were quite gratifying. At the beginning, the chilling energy released by Empress Tianyun was no longer sufficient for Yang Han's cultivation. At that time, Yang Han was contemplating how to make Empress Tianyun release more chilling energy for his training. After much thought, in the end, Yang Han chose a method. He became Ning Kaichen. However, Yang Han felt indifferent. After all, it was just cultivation. To become stronger, being Ning Kaichen was of no concern. Moreover, Empress Tianyun herself was quite impressive. Yang Han's cultivation steadily improved, and within a year he broke through to the third level of the Master Realm. Breaking through one small realm each year, Yang Han was very satisfied. At the level of the Master Realm, each small realm was a world apart. He was not in a hurry, as he had a long life ahead of him. In a year, Yang Han's lifespan had increased significantly. Counting it up, he already had over 600 years of lifespan. In addition, Yang Han also acquired 2 top-tier martial arts. The Tian Yuan Classic. After cultivation, his internal energy became even more refined and pure. The same internal energy had increased in power several times. With the enhancement of the Tian Yuan Classic, the thickness of his internal energy was already approaching that of an ordinary master at the 5th level. This was extremely exaggerated. Another martial art was the Taizu Long Fist. The techniques were simple and unadorned, with each punch containing terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. There were no flashy techniques, only pure strength, crushing everything. With a single punch, everything within 100 feet would be turned to dust. At this moment, Yang Han's strength was terrifying. Although he was at the 3rd level of the Master Realm, he was extremely confident, unmatched among his peers. Crossing 3 small realms in battle posed no pressure at all. Unfortunately, there were too few masters. Yang Han did not know whom to practice against. That royal ancestor was indeed a master, but it was said that after failing to break through, his vitality had declined and his lifespan was nearing its end. He certainly couldn't go and fight with a dying old man, could he? Aside from cultivation, Yang Han had also developed a new habit this year. He went to Yaohua Palace, occasionally sneaking in. A year passed, and the two children had grown quite a bit. They could already babble and say a few words. Time flew by. When night fell, Yang Han once again leaped to a place near the high wall. He had exceptional vision, watching from afar as Lin Mingyao and Xiao Tao held those two children. Looking at this scene, Yang Han felt a rush of emotions. These two children truly resembled him. Yang Han only occasionally came to take a glance. He would not linger. Just as he was about to leave and return to the cold palace, these two children truly resembled him. Yang Han only occasionally came to take a glance. He would not linger. Just as he was about to leave and return to, her face had regained color, and she looked a bit fuller, appearing several years younger. At that moment, Lan Fei walked out of the house, her expression serious, even somewhat grave. She walked to Lin Mingio's side and whispered something. Lin Mingio's expression changed slightly as she handed the child to Xiao Tao and followed Lan Fei into a side hall. Yang Han's heart stirred. He leaped closer. He landed on a large tree hiding among the branches and leaves, activating his master-level hearing. From 100 feet away, the conversation between Lan Fei and Lin Mingyao clearly reached his ears. Inside the side hall, Lan Fei closed the door and turned to look at Lin Mingyao, her expression unusually serious. Mingyao, I need to ask you something, and you must answer me honestly. Lin Mingyao felt a hint of unease. Is it true? But why do I feel that the appearance of the two children resembles someone very much? Lan Fei hesitated, her mind flashing with Yang Han's image. Lin Mingyao lowered her head, remaining silent. Lan Fei's voice trembled slightly, yet she still spoke that name. These two children resemble Yang Han too much. Silence. Deathly silence. Outside, Yang Han, who had heard everything, twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, how did Lan Fei suddenly reveal everything? It had been silent for an unknown duration. Lin Mingyao finally nodded, her expression resolute. She admitted it. Lan Fei's face was extremely stiff. It is precisely because they are Yang Han's that I want to give birth to them. Lin Mingio's voice was soft but firm. Lan Fei remained silent for a long time before letting out a sigh. What is going on? These two children are regarded by the Qianyuan Emperor as the offspring of a martial arts master. Because of this, the Qianyuan Emperor even allowed Lin Mingyao to participate in politics and wield power, entering the core of imperial power. As a result, Lin Mingio's influence even made the crown prince wary. What if the Qianyuan Emperor found out that the offspring were not from a martial arts master, but rather a mere guard from the cold palace? What would the outcome be? Unthinkable. Since returning to the palace, I haven't seen Yang Han for a very long time. Lin Mingyao lowered her head, her tone sorrowful. I am not heartless, nor have I forgotten him. I am afraid. Afraid that once I see him, I won't be able to control my emotions. Moreover, the children resemble Yang Han so much that if I were to meet him, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If I am suspected, then the consequences would be dire. Lan Fei listened quietly, surprised by the deep feelings Lin Mingyao held for Yang Han, clearly longing for him, yet unable to meet. At the same time, Lan Fei couldn't help but think of herself, remembering the time in the cold palace when the chill entered her body and Yang Han's warm embrace. Lan Fei's face flushed. Ah, this kid. Truly a troublesome fate. My status largely stems from these two children. Lin Mingyao whispered. Everyone believes these two kids are the offspring of a martial arts master who would dare to neglect me. Not the Qianyuan Emperor, not the crown prince, nor the ministers in the court. As the mother of the children, they would not dare to treat me lightly. However, Lin Mingyao sighed. What they fear is not me, but that martial arts master. Mingyao. Lan Fei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Mingyao seriously. This matter must be kept confidential. Absolutely no one must know. Lan Fei's eyes reddened slightly as she reached out and embraced Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, Annie, I understand. Lan Fei fell silent. How could she not want to see Yang Han? After leaving the cold palace, many eyes had been watching her. People sent by the Qianyuan Emperor, people sent by the crown prince, and those malicious ministers were all watching her. She dared not go back to the cold palace, not even to send a message. Now that it was known that the two children were Yang Han's, she absolutely could not meet him. Due to her own identity, she must not allow anyone to associate Yang Han with these two children. And you miss him too, right? At this moment, Lin Mingyao suddenly spoke, looking at Lan Fei. Lan Fei's body trembled slightly, her tone slightly stammering. Miss him? Why would I miss a little guard from the cold palace? She said this, but her nervous expression completely betrayed her. Lin Mingyao chuckled softly and said, that night, Yang Han told me about things inside the cold palace, so. Lan Fei's face turned completely red. This was simply too embarrassing to discuss this openly. Lin Mingyao softly said, I wouldn't mind. Those years if it weren't for Yang Han being with you I don't know how difficult it would have been. Lan Fei's eyes reddened, as if recalling the hardships of the past. She also thought of Yang Han. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Lan Fei changed the subject, her voice trembling slightly. Do your best to raise the two children. You must be careful in the court, the current situation is unstable. Lan Fei's expression became serious. The Qianyuan Emperor has been purging the palace this past year, heads rolling, killing an unknown number of people. The King of the North is recuperating and is about to make a comeback. Moreover, your power in the court is rising and you have already been seen as a thorn in the side by many. The Crown Prince would love nothing more than to swallow you whole. Lin Mingyao nodded, her expression serious. I know that is why I must strive to become stronger and seize power. In the distance on a tree, Yang Han listened to the conversation between the two clearly. His heart was filled with emotions. Lin Mingyao did not dare to come, not because she didn't want to, but because she wanted it too much, afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and fearing it would implicate him. Yang Han felt deeply moved, though whether it was Lin Mingyao or Lan Fei, they were both wonderful people. He would certainly protect them and ensure they suffered no harm. The next morning Yang Han was standing guard in the cold palace as usual. Just as the sun rose, familiar footsteps sounded from the palace path. Zhao Shi had arrived. Every time he came to the cold palace he was alone, not allowing anyone to follow him. For Zhao Shi the cold palace was his place of relaxation, and Yang Han was the only person with whom he could speak his true feelings. Yang Han looked at the approaching Zhao Shi, his heart stirred slightly. The murderous intent in Zhao Zai's eyes was even stronger than when they last met. His aura was increasingly terrifying, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The peak of the acquired realm. Yang Han glanced at him in surprise. He actually reached the peak of the acquired realm. This realm and this cultivation speed were somewhat frightening. Yang Han didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Zhao Shi had, but he roughly understood Zhao Zai's training time. The other party had only been on the martial path for just over 5 years. In just over 5 years he managed to reach the peak of the acquired realm. That's incredibly powerful. Of course this was in comparison to others. If compared to Yang Han, the gap was still considerable. Yang Han had already reached the master realm and had hardly endured any hardships in cultivation. Yang Gu. Zhao Shi approached his shadow, lifting a bit, revealing a hint of a smile. I've been so busy these days that I've hardly had a moment to see you. Yang Han smiled. Being busy is good, it means your position is important. Zhao Shi forced a smile, but didn't pick up on this line, as if it reminded him of something. Suddenly Zhao Shi fell silent, his gaze icy. After a moment he suddenly spoke. Yang Gu, has anyone been difficult for you recently? Yang Han shook his head. No, thanks to you no one dares to come. The Qianyuan Emperor's purge affected countless people. Besides the high-ranking officials, many servants in the palace were also implicated. Eunuchs, palace maids, guards. Not a single one could escape unscathed. Zhao Shi nodded. That's good. I've already instructed the people below. The guard Yang in the cold palace is mine, and no one can touch him. Yang Gu, if anyone bothers you, just let me know immediately. Yang Han felt warmth in his heart, patting Zhao Zai's shoulder. You are thoughtful. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone causing trouble. With Yang Han's current strength, if someone truly wanted to do something to him, the only outcome would be death. Whoever comes will die. But Yang Han appreciated Zhao Zai's intention. Zhao Shi, Yang Han curiously asked, how far has the purge in the palace gone? Zhao Zai's expression instantly turned grave. He slowly spoke. It's been a whole year and heads are rolling. From inside the palace to outside, from the imperial city to other cities. The number of people being purged should be in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, Yang Han's expression became somewhat solemn. Tens of thousands. He knew the Qianyuan Emperor was purging people and was aware that many had been killed, but he didn't expect it to this extent. This number was more than 10 times what he had imagined. Has the Qianyuan Emperor gone mad? Yang Han asked. Zhao Zai's expression tightened, looking around cautiously before sighing. The old emperor may truly have gone insane. But in the current situation, no one dares to stop him. The 6 foundations of the royal family are all at the peak of the innate realm, all standing with the Qianyuan Emperor. He sighed, pondering. Perhaps it is because the royal family's old ancestor failed to break through and the pressure is too great. Without the royal ancestor, this great Yin dynasty cannot be guaranteed. Seeing the dynasty on the verge of collapse, anyone would go mad. Yang Han nodded. Killing is fine by him. It has nothing to do with him. Yang Gu, do you know? At this moment Zhao Zai's voice suddenly became low, carrying and indescribable. During the purging process, the Eastern Factory is the main force. And I, Zhao Shi, am the head of the Eastern Factory. The number of people I've killed is so many that I can't even count. Zhao Zai's face displayed no expression, his eyes emanating a hint of bloodthirstiness. Yang Han's heart stirred. He felt that Zhao Shi had changed somewhat. Zhao Shi had been the head of the Eastern Factory for more than a day or two. Previously, when killing, he would have emotions, feelings of discomfort and sadness. But now, although Zhao Zai's tone was somewhat inexplicable, Yang Han felt that the other party seemed not to be weary of killing. Reflecting on Zhao Zai's tone earlier, it seemed to be a kind of excitement. From the initial pain and fear to now, with increasing killings. Has he reached the degree of excitement? Yang Han recalled that little eunuch from years ago, the one who didn't even dare to kill a wild rabbit, utterly cowardly. Now he has killed countless people. Yang Han sighed, reaching out to pat Zhao Zai's shoulder. Zhao Zai's body remained motionless, as if he felt nothing. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhao Shi shook his head, his expression turning serious. Yanggu, I need to tell you something significant. It's about the King of the North. Yang Han raised an eyebrow. What is it? The King of the North is suspected to have fully recovered. Zhao Zai's voice was heavy. Moreover, there are rumors that he has broken through to the martial arts master level. A martial arts master. An existence at the pinnacle of martial arts. At least in the Great Yin dynasty, the status of a martial arts master is absolutely incomparable. Their combat power is astonishing, almost like immortals to the common people. Yang Han's heart stirred. Is it confirmed? He asked. Zhao Shi shook his head. Not yet confirmed, but the news is highly reliable. The King of the North was originally at the peak of the innate realm, just a step away from becoming a master. After a year of recuperation, having comprehended the limits of martial arts on the brink of death, a breakthrough is also within reason. Yang Han was not particularly fearful. Even if the King of the North breaks through to the martial arts master level, it doesn't matter. In terms of strength, even 10 kings of the North would probably be instantly taken down by him. Not only that, Zhao Zai's expression was extremely grave. The King of the North has also allied with a millennium-old martial arts family, the Situ family. Yang Han frowned. Situ family. He had never heard of this name before. However, Yang Han knew that there were indeed some martial arts families in the Great Yin dynasty. These martial arts families likely existed for longer than the history of the Great Yin dynasty. The history of the Great Yin dynasty is only a little over 600 years, not yet 700. Yet martial arts families often date back thousands of years. Exactly, Zhao Shi nodded. The Situ family is one of the oldest martial arts families in the Great Yin dynasty. With a heritage of over 1,000 years, their depth is unfathomable. Their disciples are spread throughout the world. With the King of the North and their alliance, their strength has multiplied immeasurably. Yang Han felt somewhat emotional. Viewed from this angle, the King of the North was nearly invincible, already having broken through to the martial arts master realm. Moreover, he allied with a millennium-old martial arts family. With the support of a 1,000-year martial arts family, who could stop his march to unify the world? Zhao Zai's expression was grim. The royal ancestor of the imperial family has failed to break through and is on the verge of falling. The King of the North has not only fully recovered, but also broken through to master, extending his life for many years. This is an enormous blow to the Great Yin dynasty. It is said that upon learning this news, the Qianyuan emperor fainted directly. He took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Yanggu, I estimate that the King of the North will soon take action, and this internal strife that has lasted for 5 years is about to come to an end. Zhao Shi currently held a high position. He was the head of the Eastern Factory, the second person under the old ancestors of the ceremonial office. He had a keen sense of judgment regarding the current situation. Moreover, once the King of the North breaches the imperial city, what follows will undoubtedly be an even larger purge, reconstructing the entire structure. For someone like Zhao Shi, it would likely be extremely easy to be targeted, leading to a dead end. Yang Han detected a hint of confusion and fear in Zhao Zai's words. Zhao Shi is not a god. He can also feel fear. In the distant sky, dark clouds stretching for miles were slowly pressing closer. Yang Han gave a faint smile and said, "What's wrong, Zhao de Gonggong? Are you afraid?" Zhao Shi forced a smile. "In front of others I cannot show any fear, but in front of you, Yanggu." Upon hearing Yang Han's words, Zhao Shi froze in utter disbelief. That was the lord of the northern garrison, the peerless master who had ascended to the grandmaster realm, and he had allied himself with a 1,000-year-old martial clan. Such terrifying might evoked sheer despair. How could you possibly act? How could you intervene? Zhao Shi felt helpless within, yet voiced nothing. Nonetheless, Yang Han was his friend, and friends often indulged in bold boasts. Zhao Shi smiled faintly, listening to Yang Han's bravado, and unexpectedly found himself breathing a little easier. "Excellent," Zhao Shi declared. "Brother Yang, should I ever face life or death peril, I shall rely entirely upon you." Yang Han responded with a gentle smile and a slow, solemn nod. They exchanged a few more casual remarks before Zhao Shi departed. 7 days passed. That night, Yang Han cultivated deep within the ancient well. Empress Tianyun stood nearby, her frost-bitten countenance flushed with an uncharacteristic faint warmth. Even after more than a year, she still found it incomprehensible. She Empress Tianyun, herself sovereign of the realm 230 years ago, had now become a mere guardian of the cold palace. A cultivation tool. Moreover, the method of releasing cold energy had shifted per Yang Han's telling. She was now Nye Xiaoqian and He Ning Kaichen. Though Empress Tianyun had no idea who these figures were, Yang Han sat cross-legged, his muscle tendon changing scripture, surging at full power as he frenziedly refined the torrent of cold energy flooding into his body. At that very moment, Yang Han suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing like lightning toward the well's mouth. A peculiar aura descended. It carried profound sorrow, as if an ancient mountain standing for millennia were slowly crumbling to dust. A faint mournful wail echoed across heaven and earth. Yang Han's heart stirred. This aura signified the passing of a supreme cultivator. Empress Tianyun likewise stilled her form, her expression hardening with gravity. She raised her gaze toward the well's opening, shock flickering across her eyes. This is... Her voice trembled with disbelief. A peerless master has just passed beyond the veil. That master's cultivation realm was extraordinary. Among grandmasters, he ranked near the apex. At the very least, he had reached the latest stage grandmaster realm. Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded slowly. Latest stage grandmaster. Within the imperial palace, only one figure possessed such cultivation, the legendary imperial ancestor. A year ago his breakthrough failed, his vital energy waned, his lifespan nearing its end. And now, he had passed beyond. Yang Han shook his head faintly, a quiet melancholy stirring within. Human life truly was fleeting. A grandmaster's natural lifespan seldom exceeded 2 centuries. Even sustained by the dragon vein and national fortune, the imperial ancestor could not surpass 250 years. 2 centuries sounded long, but within the river of time they were but the blink of an eye. And what of him? Yang Han silently calculated. His own lifespan now exceeded 600 years, matching the entire history of the great Yin dynasty. 6 centuries, enough for Yang Han to witness this imperial city rise and fall, to watch every familiar face age, wither, and fade away. Such solitude weighed heavily upon him. Yet even as Yang Han reflected, suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the well's mouth, locking onto his position before hurtling downward with blinding speed. Its power was staggering, like a falling meteor. Yang Han's eye sharpened instantly. Empress Tianyun sensed it too, her face paled stark white, her body instinctively recoiling backward. Is this the fallen master? Why does his soul gravitate here? Her voice quivered. Yang Han remained silent, his expression utterly serene. He bore the unshakable composure of one who would not flinch though mountains crumbled before him. A flash of gold pierced the darkness. A golden radiance plunged into the well, then coalesced slowly into the translucent form of an elder. The elder wore tattered robes, his hair snow-white, his face gaunt and weathered. Even in death his presence exuded an awe-inspiring authority none dared meet directly. The imperial ancestor. Yang Han regarded the spectral figure calmly, his expression placid as still water. This must be the imperial ancestor who'd failed his breakthrough in the ancestral lands a year prior. The last bastion of the great Yin dynasty, a peerless master, surely beyond latest stage grandmaster. Yet now he was no longer human, merely a lingering soul briefly coalesced after death. The imperial ancestor's gaze swept across the cavern, and then paused frozen. A faint awkwardness crossed his features. Yang Han and Empress Tianyun's current posture was decidedly unseemly. Still, having lived 2 centuries, he'd long since transcended trivialities, and having passed beyond his mind, attained unprecedented tranquility. The imperial ancestor sighed softly. It seems I have arrived most inopportunely. Empress Tianyun flushed crimson and stepped aside, hastily adjusting her tattered garments. Then her pupils contracted sharply. The imperial ancestor's visage. Why did it seem so familiar? You are Lin Langtian. Empress Tianyun asked hesitantly. Lin Langtian. During her lifetime he had been but an obscure child within the imperial clan. At a royal banquet once he'd respectfully addressed her as sister-in-law. A courteous boy truly. Back then Lin Langtian had been painfully timid, meek, fearful, utterly insignificant within the imperial hierarchy. Empress Tianyun, whose kindness truly embodied sovereignty, pitied him deeply. Wherever she stood he suffered no bullying. Her compassion shielded him completely. Recalling those days, Empress Tianyun's gaze grew hazy, lost in memory. Once she had indeed been the embodiment of imperial grace, free of all the bitterness she now bore. Yet confined within this ancient well for so long, through such endless time. Her spirit had twisted, her psyche warped. So much so that when Yang Han first entered she'd immediately sought to possess him, to seize his body outright. But Lin Langtian's arrival stirred confusion within her, like glimpsing her former self through a fogged mirror. Yet she never imagined that 2 centuries later that timid child Lin Langtian would ascend to such terrifying heights. even nearly breaking through to realms beyond Grandmaster. A complex emotion shimmered in Empress Tianyun's eyes. Beyond Grandmaster. What unimaginable power lay there? To low-tier martial artists, or even ordinary mortals, Grandmasters were mythic beings. Yet in the martial world such masters occasionally emerged, formidable, disdainful of imperial authority, revered beyond measure, still tangible, still whispered of in rumor. But beyond Grandmaster, few even knew its name. It seemed lost to legend. No one had reached that realm in countless years. No one could describe what it felt like. No living voice had ever borne witness. Utterly mysterious. And yet Lin Langtian, standing before them, had once touched that threshold, commanding reverence beyond measure. Hearing Empress Tianyun utter his name, Lin Langtian's gaze softened, shifting toward her, then stilled, his eyes locking onto hers with unnerving intensity, as if seeking to pierce her very soul. Truly, Lin Langtian's strength was overwhelming. Even as a posthumous soul, his gaze alone pressed down upon Empress Tianyun with immense weight. Terrifying. Unfathomable. Empress Tianyun harbored no doubt. Even as a soul, Lin Langtian retained formidable combat prowess. He was indomitable. Moments later, Lin Langtian seemed to awaken, his pupils contracting violently as memories spanning 2 centuries surged forth, crystallizing at last within the depths of his mind. You are? Empress Tianyun. Lin Langtian's voice was hoarse. She offered no reply, only stared back, cold and distant. Lin Langtian fell silent for a long while. Empress Tianyun. Truly, it was Empress Tianyun. Time collapsed. 2 centuries vanished, leaving only the reverent child he once was. Within the entire palace, she had been the sole soul who treated him with genuine kindness. Back then, Lin Langtian had no friends whatsoever. Only 1 or 2 eunuchs and maidservants showed him deference, but that deference stemmed solely from fear of his imperial bloodline, not true friendship. Peers, princes, princesses, consorts, feudal lords, not one deigned to acknowledge him. His childhood had been steeped in icy neglect. Only upon reaching adulthood did Lin Langtian unveil his astonishing cultivation talent, prompting the dynasty to finally channel resources toward him. Ordinarily, enduring such childhood scorn would breed deep resentment toward the imperial house. Yet, it was precisely because of Empress Tianyun. Her warmth in his youth had left an indelible mark, preventing his descent into darkness. Later, having grown mighty, he even became the dynasty's eternal guardian. Then Lin Langtian bowed deeply. What transpired then was my elder brother's fault. He should never have heeded slander nor poisoned you so cruelly. I apologize on his behalf. Clearly, Lin Langtian knew the truth. Having ascended to such heights, secrets held no dominion over him. 9th tier Grandmaster. Its meaning defied exaggeration. It implied dominion over the entire Great Yin dynasty, compelling every martial clan and sect to bow in restraint. These clans and sects were no benevolent entities. They worshipped brute force above all, scorning all authority. Their obedience stemmed solely from Lin Langtian's overwhelming supremacy. Unnecessary, Empress Tianyun replied icily. I require no apology, especially not from any of your Lin family. Lin Langtian offered a wry, sorrowful smile, his eyes brimming with profound remorse. Empress Tianyun. Lin Langtian gazed at her. I know you endured grave injustice, and you are no villain. You are and always were a noble soul. So whether you accept it or not, I must apologize. His voice dropped low, his sincerity absolute, his bow deeper still. Her silence lingered, just a breath. Yes, in life, she had been a noble soul. Her reputation throughout the palace had been impeccable. Yet, that wretched emperor. Empress Tianyun clenched her teeth, fury searing her voice. Lin Langtian sighed helplessly. Empress Tianyun, I have already passed into stillness, yet never imagined you still endured, transformed into a Yin spirit, and cultivated yourself to the rank of Ghost General. Truly, this was no easy feat. At Lin Langtian's level, he understood the immense cost and sheer will required to become a Yin spirit. One needed boundless resentment and unyielding attachment. Clearly, Lin Langtian possessed neither. And to reach such a rank as a Yin spirit, astonishing beyond measure. The trials endured along that path were unimaginable. Empress Tianyun, I am profoundly sorry. To redress the injustice you suffered at my brother's hands, and to ensure your existence endures longer within this Yin realm. Lin Langtian spoke slowly, then he acted, his form dissolving into shimmering motes of light, drifting gently toward Empress Tianyun. Her pupils constricted sharply. What did Lin Langtian intend? Then boom. His colossal spiritual essence surged into Empress Tianyun's being. Instantly her body trembled, as if on the verge of explosive rupture. Lin Langtian's form faded gradually, yet a final whisper lingered in the air. Empress Tianyun, if fate allows, please, journey onward and behold the realm beyond, Grandmaster. With those words, Lin Langtian dissolved completely, his essence scattering into boundless energy, seamlessly merging into Empress Tianyun's core. Yang Han watched astonished. Had Lin Langtian willingly sacrificed himself to empower Empress Tianyun? For a master of such stature, such self-annihilation demanded extraordinary resolve. Clearly deep ties bound Lin Langtian and Empress Tianyun. Yet Yang Han cared little for such entanglements. Their history held no relevance to him. Meanwhile, Empress Tianyun's delicate frame trembled violently. Her pale, bloodless lips quivered, overwhelmed by the torrent of energy surging within her. It was so vast she feared she could scarcely contain it. Then panic seized her. She turned pleading eyes toward Yang Han standing nearby. Yang Han, hurry, hurry. I feel this energy about to detonate inside me. That accursed Lin Langtian. Without considering whether I could bear it, he forced it all in at once. Clutching her trembling form, sweat glistened upon her brow. Yang Han could only stare speechless. Well now, what a twist. Was this benevolence gone awry? A rather absurd miscalculation. How may I assist you? Yang Han asked. Watching Empress Tianyun perish before his eyes seemed untenable, just as we cultivated before. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Yang Han instantly understood. So that was it. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, and soon both sank into cultivation. Yang Han drew a deep breath, both the muscle tendon changing scripture and the heaven origin scripture blazing at full capacity as he refined the torrential energy. His cultivation surged at a terrifying pace. Empress Tianyun clung tightly to Yang Han, watching his aura swell with ever greater ferocity, her entire body shuddering. She felt not a man before her, but a volcano erupting in full fury. Yang Han was unfathomably terrifying. Upon complete assimilation, what realm would he attain? The thought defied imagination, leaving her breathless with awe. At the moment when Yang Han was absorbing his cultivation, the ancestral land of the Great Flame Dynasty was in turmoil. Emperor Qianyuan was hastily leading 6 royal masters towards it. His eyes were bloodshot and his crown sat crookedly upon his head. What remained of the appearance of a monarch? For the past year, Emperor Qianyuan, fearing the Great Flame Dynasty's throne was no longer in the hands of the Lin family, had frantically initiated a massive purge. Heads rolled and countless lives were lost. Yet no number of deaths could ease his anxiety. Deep within, he harbored profound fears of losing the Lin family's empire, which had been maintained for nearly 700 years, to outsiders. At this moment, Emperor Qianyuan's body trembled. Now 80 years old, he was frail and nearing the end of his life. However, at this moment, he moved faster than anyone. It was as if he wished to uncover what had transpired within the ancestral land. A faint wail echoed through the heavens and earth. The immense aura that had suppressed the royal palace for nearly a century seemed to have disappeared entirely. With a crash, he pushed open the gates of the ancestral land, and Emperor Qianyuan was the first to charge in. The 6 royal masters followed closely, their faces pale and ashen. Deep within the ancestral land, Lin Langshan's decayed corpse sat on a meditation cushion. He remained motionless, eyes shut, his expression serene, as if he were merely sleeping. However, there was not a trace of life in Lin Langshan's body. He resembled a stone statue. Emperor Qianyuan stood not far away, gazing at Lin Langshan's corpse, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Lin Langtian was dead, having suppressed the royal city for countless years, making many martial families and sects afraid to act recklessly. He had perished. The royal palace no longer held any foundation. The Great Flame Dynasty was doomed. A loud rumble echoed. Everything spun around him. Emperor Qianyuan's vision darkened. He opened his mouth to call out for his ancestor, but could utter not a single word. Then his body went limp, collapsing without movement. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The 6 masters were struck with horror. At this moment, Emperor Qianyuan's complexion was as pale as paper, his breath so weak it was nearly undetectable. The next day, news of Emperor Qianyuan's severe illness spread throughout the royal palace. The news spread wildly, reaching every corner of the palace overnight. The palace maids and eunuchs whispered to each other, their expressions grave. Though the news of the royal ancestor's passing had yet to be confirmed, such rumors had already permeated the entire palace. Anxiety loomed. The entire royal palace was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme unease. On the 3rd day, chaos erupted in the royal city. One piece of news after another reached the ears of countless citizens. It was said that the royal ancestor had died and Emperor Qianyuan was on the brink. The king of the north was about to invade, planning a massacre in the royal city, leading to countless heads rolling and piles of corpses reaching thousands of feet high. Fear spread throughout the palace and royal city. Some trembled in panic, while others were already packing their belongings, preparing to flee. Half of the shops in the streets were closed, and the once bustling streets became eerily quiet. On the 4th day, Tianhai City received the news. On the 5th day, the king of the north issued a proclamation. Emperor Qianyuan is brutal and unkind, favoring eunuchs, slaughtering the innocent, causing the people to suffer. The citizens of the royal city lived in fear day and night. The entire Great Flame royal family felt endangered. Such a tyrant must be eradicated. I am fulfilling the mandate of heaven, responding to the will of the people, raising troops to rectify the world. The moment the proclamation spread across the land, the king of the north's million-strong army surged forth like a tidal wave sweeping southward. With an unstoppable momentum, they aimed to devour the world. A million-strong army. The prestigious martial family of the C2 had been inherited for 1,000 years, now marched forth. The king of the north aimed to seize the royal city and all the wealthiest and largest cities of the Great Flame dynasty in one fell swoop. He intended to break through the royal city and claim the coveted dragon throne. Chaos erupted among the people of the royal city and surrounding areas. Fear hung like a dark curtain over everyone. Those with wealth frantically sought connections to escape the royal city, seeking a safe haven, while those without money could only cower in their homes, trembling and leaving their fate to chance. In every street and alley, crowds could be seen packing their belongings, trying to flee. The arrival of the king of the north plunged the royal city into chaos. At this moment, Emperor Qianyuan was bedridden. He lay on the dragon bed, his complexion waxy and yellow, his eye sockets deep set, and his body was nothing but skin and bones. The death of Lin Langtian had dealt him a devastating blow, nearly breaking his body. However, Emperor Qianyuan knew he still had to attend court. If he did not appear, the court would descend into even greater chaos. The eunuchs lifted Emperor Qianyuan onto the dragon throne, propping him up with soft cushions, allowing him to sit up with great difficulty. The civil and military officials looked at the emperor's appearance, each face darkening. "Your Majesty." A minister stepped forward, his voice trembling. "The king of the north has led a million-strong army southward. The vanguard has already crossed Qingzhou city, sweeping through like a hot knife through butter." The court fell into a dead silence. "And there is. The C2 family has long allied with the king of the north. Now, with the C2 family's strong support, the king of the north's army has become more powerful than ever. As a martial family with a legacy spanning 1,000 years, the C2 family's foundation is terrifying. It is said that there are over 20 innate masters among them." He paused, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his body trembling. "What else is there?" "Emperor Qianyuan, masters. It is said that there is also a master from the C2 family overseeing the situation." The court erupted into chaos. "Masters? The king of the north himself is a master already confirmed. The C2 family has also dispatched a master to join the battle. Now the situation is that 2 martial masters are joining forces. 2 martial masters. A million-strong army. Unstoppable, who can stand in their way?" "Your Majesty." Another minister stepped forward, his face as pale as paper. "This power is enough to sweep the world. How can our great flame withstand this?" Indeed, the current great flame is no longer the prosperous state it once was. The current great flame is on the verge of collapse. The Lin family can hardly maintain control over this territory, which is about to fall into others' hands. More than half of the territory of the world has been occupied by the king of the north. The cities controlled by Emperor Qianyuan have become increasingly scarce, reduced to just 1/3. Of course, the remaining 1/3 comprises the richest and largest cities of the Great Flame. Emperor Qianyuan slumped on the dragon throne, listening to the minister's reports, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. With the royal ancestor just dead, the king of the north approached with such terrifying power. Heaven intends to destroy his great flame. Heaven intends to destroy his Lin family. Emperor Qianyuan's complexion shifted from waxy yellow to ashen white. His lips trembled, trying to say something. Then with a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the dragon robe and throne. "Your Majesty." The eunuchs rushed to support him, while the ministers in the court descended into chaos, some calling for the royal physician, others shouting for help. Lin Mingyao stood not far away, her brow furrowed. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet she remained calm. Watching Emperor Qianyuan being carried away by the eunuchs and the chaos in the court, a deep sense of helplessness surged within her. What use is all the scheming and plotting in the face of absolute power? The king of the north's million-strong army, along with the C2 family. Such power cannot be dealt with through strategy and cunning. "Your Highness, the 9th princess." At this moment, several ministers gathered around her, their eyes pleading. "You are intelligent and adept at strategy. How do you propose we resolve this predicament?" Lin Mingyao remained silent for a long time, ultimately shaking her head helplessly. She did not know what to say. Lin Mingyao was but one person, not even at the innate stage. How could she face such a terrifying force? The mere thought filled her with deep helplessness. "Do what you can and leave the rest to fate." Lin Mingyao spoke softly, her voice filled with exhaustion. 3 more days passed. In that time, the king of the north's army broke through the fortress and captured 7 cities. Wherever they passed, heads rolled and rivers of blood flowed. The stationed troops in all cities were easily crushed. Even those who vowed to resist could not hold out for half a day. The king of the North's army advanced as if slicing through tofu, unstoppable. Moreover, the most terrifying news was confirmed. There truly were two masters. In fact, many had witnessed the two martial masters in action. The king of the North struck down, shattering a city gate with a single palm. The martial master from the C2 family cleaved half a city wall with a sword. When the news returned to the court, everyone was horrified. It spread like a plague from the court to the harem, from the harem to every corner of the royal city. The day after the news spread throughout the royal city, chaos erupted. More and more people began to panic, their expressions intense. They had become utterly terrified of the king of the North's army, completely doubting Emperor Tianyuan's ability to resist. The Eastern Bureau and the Imperial Granary were mobilized. Zhao Shi led the Eastern Bureau's enforcers to arrest people in the streets, killing one batch after another, yet the trend of panic continued unabated. There were simply too many people wanting to escape, and too many ways to do so. Zhao Shi stood atop the city wall, gazing at the countless corpses below, his expression cold. As the head of the Eastern Bureau, the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the citizens of the royal city fell upon him. Zhao Shi performed exceptionally well. His methods were decisive and bloody, and anyone daring to flee or spread fear and rumors was executed on the spot. As a result, many corners of the royal city were littered with headless corpses. Such slaughter could temporarily quell some of the chaos. But, as the king of the North's army drew closer, what should be done? At that time, could the Eastern Bureau, the Imperial Granary, and the Imperial Guards hold them back? Zhao Shi looked up to the sky, sighed softly, then murmured, "At that time we can only see how the situation." Boom. His body shook, revealing the terrifying cultivation of the innate stage. Zhao Shi had ascended from the peak of the postnatal stage to the innate stage. If Yang Han were to learn of this, he would surely be astonished once again. This rate of advancement was truly extraordinary, far beyond what normal cultivation methods could achieve. Zhao Shi stood high, his gaze turning cold, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "However, the more people escape, the more benefits there will be for us." After saying this, he vanished from the city wall. In the midst of this chaos, time reached the early morning. In the cold palace beneath the ancient well, Yang Han slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm as a well, but within him lay the might to suppress everything. Yang Han's aura was immensely terrifying, so powerful that it could crush her 100 times in an instant. Although the Empress Tianyun herself had also made considerable progress, however, her body simply couldn't bear such a burden. Therefore, she facilitated Yang Han to enjoy the convenience through cultivation. Yang Han sat there, clearly not releasing any aura. Yet an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the Empress Tianyun, making it difficult for her to move. It felt as if she needed Yang Han's permission to move. Yang Han sat cross-legged, sensing his own cultivation level, muttering, "Master Realm. 6th layer." From the 3rd layer of the Master Realm to the 6th layer. In just a few days, Yang Han had ascended 3 realms. The Master Realm was absolutely different from the innate. The gap between each minor realm was astonishing. The increase in strength from the 3rd to the 6th layer was not merely a doubling. The Empress Tianyun spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Have you completely refined it?" Yang Han nodded and stood up from the ground. His movements were light and slow, but the Empress Tianyun felt the entire ancient well tremble with each of his actions. "What profound cultivation! It took me a whole 7 days to barely refine it." Yang Han thought to him, one must admit Lin Langtian refining himself and giving it to the Empress Tianyun, then cultivating together with her, indeed provided a significant boost. His realm had jumped 3 layers in one go. Moreover, Yang Han was very confident. His true combat power was definitely beyond the 6th layer of the Master Realm. Even against the 8th layer of the Master Realm, he dared to fight. Even if he were to face the 9th layer of the Master Realm, Yang Han was confident that it would be difficult for the opponent to kill him. Yang Han raised his head to look at the mouth of the ancient well. The day had already broken. An array of morning light shone down from the well's mouth, landing on his face. Yang Han suddenly remembered that it was almost time for his post. It was time to take his post. Yang Han was very dedicated during these 7 days. He had also been on guard without absence, secretly refining that cultivation. However, if it were in the past, he indeed should have taken his post. But now, Yang Han had one more thing to accomplish. A faint smile appeared on his face. Lin Langtian was dead, and this matter couldn't be concealed. The King of the North would surely lead his army to attack directly. Recalling the King of the North's decree for his execution throughout the world, Yang Han felt a sense of reflection. This cause and effect needed to be resolved right. Moreover, during these past few days of cultivation with the Empress Tianyun, she had distinctly sensed that after Lin Langtian refined himself, a will was conveyed. That will was transmitted to the Empress Tianyun through mental communication, wishing for her to slay the king of. While cultivating, the Empress Tianyun had subtly suggested several times that she wanted Yang Han to take action. It seemed that she still had a kind heart. Despite being harmed by the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, she still thought of preserving the Lin family's legacy upon seeing it destroyed. For over 200 years, the Empress Tianyun surprisingly still remembered. That was remarkable. Perhaps it was precisely because of Lin Langshan's emergence that awakened her conscience. For Yang Han, he also bore some responsibility. The most important reason was that he had greatly benefited ascending 3 realms. Yang Han's gaze suddenly turned to the Empress Tianyun. The Empress Tianyun trembled slightly, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and she whispered, "It's daytime now, aren't you supposed to take your post?" Seeing her shy demeanor, Yang Han couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He knew the Empress Tianyun must have misunderstood. Yang Han said in a deep voice, "Next, I am going to handle something important. Come with me." The Empress Tianyun, comparable to a Master Realm Ghost General, was immensely powerful. Not bringing her along made Yang Han feel uneasy. After hearing this, the Empress Tianyun was momentarily stunned, and then a look of extreme joy appeared on her beautiful face. She could go out. After more than 200 years, she could finally leave. Immediately, Yang Han picked up the saber issued by the guard camp, and with a flicker of his eyes, the Empress Tianyun immediately understood. Boom. In an instant, the Empress Tianyun attached herself to the saber. Soon after, Yang Han arrived outside the cold palace. He looked down at his hands. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he remembered correctly, the King of the North had previously put a bounty on his head, and now this person who had not been seen for years was about to seek him out. I wonder, what kind of expression will the King of the North have when they meet? Outside the cold palace, Yang Han looked around, frowning slightly. The cold palace was even quieter than a few days ago. There were very few people, as if it had been completely forgotten. There hadn't been many people before, but occasionally he could still hear the footsteps of patrolling guards. But now he could hear nothing. Yang Han felt that the King of the North must have caused a remarkable stir. Perhaps he had already broken through several cities, marching straight towards the imperial city. However, these past few days, Yang Han had been cultivating at the bottom of the ancient well, faithfully standing guard, without checking the news outside. Additionally, with almost no people coming and going, Zhao Shi hadn't come, so Yang Han's understanding of the outside world was quite limited. But none of that mattered. Yang Han didn't need to know so much. He only needed to know where the King of the North was, and then go kill him. Yang Han was just about to find a secluded corner to utilize the Thousand Faces illusion technique to change his identity and leave the palace when he heard urgent footsteps approaching. Yang Han looked up and was slightly startled. Zhao Shi had arrived. A murderous aura surrounded him, and that presence was much stronger than when they last met. He was already at the innate realm. Yang Han was somewhat surprised. Zhao Zai's speed of improvement was unreasonably rapid. However, what caught Yang Han's attention even more was the peculiar aura emanating from Zhao Shi. The flow of yin and yang was mysterious and unpredictable, unlike normal cultivation. As Zhao Shi approached Yang Han, he suddenly trembled, his brows furrowing sharply. He sensed an incredibly terrifying cold aura that penetrated to the bone. This was precisely the coldness emitted by the Empress Tianyun's ghostly presence when she attached herself to Yang Han's saber. Zhao Shi circulated his energy to resist it, his eyes alert as he glanced around, reassuring himself, this is the cold palace. The presence of cold energy is quite normal. Then he stopped thinking about it. After that, Zhao Shi walked a few steps to Yang Han, and without saying a word, pulled out a token and a heavy bag of gold from his pocket, directly stuffing them into Yang Han's hand. Yang Han glanced at it. The token was forged from black iron, adorned with a beast pattern, and the gold weighed several hundred taels, a significant amount. What is this? Yang Han asked in confusion. Zhao Shi replied slowly, Brother Yang, this is my token. Anyone who sees it must let you pass. No one dares to block you. You probably don't know what's happened outside these days. Yang Han frowned slightly and asked what happened. The King of the North leads 1,000,000 troops southward, breaking through 7 cities in one go, unstoppable. Now the King of the North is in Kanglan City. Here there are only 3 cities left to the Imperial City. Zhao Zai's expression was grave. Moreover, he has united the 1,000-year martial arts family, the Sidu family, which has also sent all its members out, in addition to the powerful innate and post-innate warriors. The Sidu family also has a master. Yang Han listened, showing a hint of surprise, but remained unperturbed inside. What does it matter if there are 2 masters? Yang Han could crush the newly promoted King of the North to dust with a single hand. As for the martial arts master of the Sidu family, Yang Han was quite curious and wanted to see how strong they were. Apart from external troubles, there are also immense internal worries. The royal ancestor has passed away, and Emperor Qianyuan is seriously ill, losing control of the court. The court is in chaos. No one can manage anyone. Now, Zhao Shi said slowly, now many people are secretly trying to flee. Yang Han was a bit curious and asked, isn't there a ban from the palace? Those trying to escape should be killed without mercy, right? Zhao Shi paused for a moment and then smiled. Brother Yang, you are clever. But who enforces the ban? It's the Ministry of Rights, it's the Eastern Factory. Zhao Shi smiled and said, I'm the head of the Eastern Factory and the second in command of the Ministry of Rights. Yang Han realized looking at Zhao Shi that he was practically a high-ranking official. Then Zhao Shi continued, under the current circumstances many people want to leave, but they must provide great benefits to the Ministry of Rights and the Eastern Factory. As the head of the Eastern Factory, I've been receiving bribes these days, and I've gathered a lot. The amount of bribes in these days has long surpassed 100,000 taels of gold. Yang Han looked at Zhao Shi with some emotion. This kid was indeed bold to speak so openly about so, but this also confirmed that the imperial city was indeed in chaos and Emperor Qianyuan had completely lost his power. Yang Han looked at the token and gold in his hand, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. Zhao Shi was now the head of the Eastern Factory, wielding immense power, decisive in killing, and still remembered him. That was quite good. Yang Han knew that during this time having a token that could allow one to leave the palace was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Ordinary people simply didn't qualify to obtain such a thing. Shizi, what do you think? Yang Han looked at Zhao Shi. What are your plans? Zhao Zai's eyes shifted slightly, and after a moment of silence he changed the subject, saying, Brother Yang, you should leave quickly. If you wait any longer, the martial law will become even stricter. By then, even as the head of the Eastern Factory, it will be difficult for me to let you pass. Yang Han did not press further and nodded. All right. He indeed needed to leave the palace. But not to escape, rather to kill. To kill that king of the north whom Emperor Qianyuan, the imperial city, the court, Zhao Shi, and countless others feared like a tiger. Yang Han turned around and left gracefully, moving quickly. To him it was as if he was just about to return. After killing the king of the north, he would come back directly. It was a matter of urgency. According to Zhao Shi, the king of the north was 3 cities away from the imperial city in Kanglan City. It wouldn't take long for him to reach there. Zhao Shi stood in place, watching Yang Han's retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Yang was leaving. Wasn't he a bit heartless, not reluctant at all? Zhao Shi felt somewhat reluctant to part with Yang Han. After all, the two had fled together and been refugees together, forming a bond that could be described as life and death. However, as Yang Han left so nonchalantly, Zhao Shi sincerely wished that in this chaotic world Yang Han could remain safe. Zhao Shi sighed and turned to prepare to leave. Just a few steps out, he suddenly stopped. Zhao Zai's ears perked up and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Someone was secretly watching. Zhao Zai's figure suddenly shot out like a bolt of black lightning. His right hand reached out, his bony fingers like iron claws. Then Zhao Shi accurately grabbed hold of a person hiding behind a wall. Oh! A scream erupted. A petite figure was pulled out by Zhao Shi from the shadows, her neck gripped tightly and slammed hard against the wall. It was a young palace maid dressed in a light green dress, her round face turning red from suffocation, her eyes filled with fear. Zhao Shi tightened his grip, his voice icy. Who are you and why are you spying? Zhao Gonggong. The maid, nearly unable to breathe, stammered, I am Xiao Tao, serving the 9th princess. Xiao Tao. Zhao Shi squinted slightly. A personal, made by the 9th princess. He focused on her face and remembered having seen such a person before. She had followed the 9th princess when she came to visit concubine Lan in the cold palace. Zhao Shi did not loosen his grip, scanning Xiao Tao's body. His gaze fell on her arms, where something was bulging, hiding something. What are you hiding in your arms? Take it out. Xiao Tao trembled as she reached into her clothes and pulled out a token. Zhao Shi took it, and his eyes flickered. This was a token from the Ministry of Rights. Although it wasn't his, it was still of high rank, one of the few in the entire palace. The 9th princess sent me. Xiao Tao, in pain from Zhao Zai's grip, tears streaming down her face. Her voice was intermittent. The 9th princess said to give this token to guard Yang and let him leave the palace quickly. Zhao Shi remained silent. Why does the 9th princess want to help Yang Han? Zhao Zai's voice was calm, yet carried a strong sense of pressure. Xiao Tao shivered all over and hurriedly said, Your Highness said. When Lady Lan was still in the cold palace, Guardian Yang took great care of her. The 9th princess, being grateful, did not want to see Guardian Yang die in the imperial city. Thus, she sent a servant to deliver the token. Zhao Shi stared at her for a long time. Xiao Tao felt a chill run down her spine under Zhao Zai's gaze, lowering her head and daring not to move. After a long while, Zhao Shi withdrew his gaze. Then he stuffed the token back into Xiao Tao's hand, his voice calm. I have already given him the item. Guardian Yang is someone I have fought alongside in life and death. As long as I am here, he will not come to harm. You may return now. Xiao Tao felt as if she had received a great pardon, bowed to Zhao Shi, and dashed away. Zhao Shi stood in place, watching her retreating figure, his eyes cold and profound. Gratefulness. That reason cannot deceive him. Over the years in the Eastern Bureau, he had long cultivated a pair of eyes that could see through the hearts of men. The ninth prince's concern for Yang Han has exceeded the bounds of merely being grateful. That kind of concern felt more like. Zhao's eyes gaze flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. He stood still for a long time, then slowly shook his head. No matter what the truth was, it no longer had anything to do with him. Brother Yang has already left, why bother with so much? Zhao Shi turned around and left as well. Meanwhile, Yang Han had already exited the imperial city. He stood in the desolate land outside the imperial city. For miles around there was not a soul in sight. Yang Han glanced at the dagger at his waist. A faint disturbance came from the sheath, the aura of Empress Tianyun. Yang Han, I want to come out. A thought echoed from the dagger, the voice sounding pitiful, as if pleading with Yang Han. Come out, Yang Han said flatly. A wisp of white smoke wafted from the sheath and slowly coalesced into the figure of a woman. Empress Tianyun was dressed in a light purple palace attire conjured from Yin energy. Her complexion remained pale, yet it gained a bit of color, and amidst her flowing eyes there was a hint of a living person's aura. Empress Tianyun stood beside Yang Han, taking a deep breath. Her delicate body trembled slightly, revealing an expression of intoxication. How long has it been? 230 years. Now she was finally out. It's so good to be out. Empress Tianyun closed her eyes, savoring everything around her. All right. After a few breaths, Yang Han spoke. It's time to set off. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. Empress Tianyun nodded in agreement, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. It's just a matter of killing the Northern King. At that time you won't even need to lift a finger. I can handle it. Yang Han glanced at her. Empress Tianyun had indeed become stronger. After all, while helping Yang Han cultivate, she would also gain benefits herself. More than a year had passed, her cultivation had stabilized. Let's go. Yang Han shook his head, his figure flashing as he sped towards Kanglan City. Reaching the 6th level of the Master Realm, coupled with his unparalleled movement technique, Yang Han's speed was astonishing. In 2 breaths, Empress Tianyun had already been left far behind. Empress Tianyun was startled, then hastened to catch up, only managing to keep pace with Yang Han under strenuous efforts. Along the way, Yang Han saw numerous corpses. Among them were the elderly women and children. They lay fallen by the roadside, ragged and emaciated. These people were not killed, they were those who starved, thirsted, or exhausted themselves during their flight. Yang Han did not slow down, maintaining his speed. Although his face showed no expression, he felt a sense of melancholy within. In the face of such a level of war, human life was truly fragile. One decision, one war can cause thousands to be displaced, families to be shattered, as if they were mere weed. Night fell. Kanglan City. This city was originally one of the most prosperous in the Dian dynasty, but now it was occupied by the Northern King's army. The city walls were lined with the Northern King's flags fluttering in the night wind. At the city gate stood 2 rows of armored soldiers, each with a stern expression and eagle-like gazes. On the streets within the city, soldiers patrolled everywhere with heavy vigilance. The Northern King led a 1,000,000-strong army south, capturing several cities, leaving behind many soldiers to garrison each city. Upon reaching Kanglan City, he still commanded 700,000 troops. Just hearing that number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. 700,000 troops were stationed inside and outside Kanglan City, surrounding it tightly. But what truly instilled fear was not merely these 700,000 troops. After all this time, the Sidhu family also intervened, joining forces with the Northern King. A martial arts master from the Northern King was already powerful enough, let alone having another one. 2 martial arts masters. It was almost legendary. Deep within Kanglan City there stood a magnificent palace. This was originally the residence of the Kanglan City Lord, but after being occupied, the city lord was beheaded and the palace was requisitioned by the Northern King to serve as his temporary royal palace. Inside the palace the lights were bright and the sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air. The Northern King was rewarding his 3 armies. A long banquet table stretched from the inner hall to the outer hall with hundreds of tables filled with people. The military generals clinked cups and exchanged drinks, eating meat and drinking wine heartily, the atmosphere as festive as a New Year celebration. But deep within the hall the atmosphere was somewhat different. The Northern King sat at the head of the table. Beside him sat an elder in green robes. The elder sat cross-legged, a long sword resting across his lap, back straight and gaze unyielding. His hair was completely white, yet his complexion was rosy, showing no signs of aging. The elder's aura was restrained. Sitting there he resembled a sharp sword hidden in its sheath, still and lethal. This elder in green robes was the martial arts master of the Sidhu family. The Sidhu family had a 1,000-year legacy with a profound foundation and countless experts. And this elder was the current pillar of the Sidhu family, one of the decision-makers. He had remained devoted to cultivation, rarely venturing out. His personal appearance this time indicated the Sidhu family's seriousness regarding this war. Below the banquet sat dozens of innate experts from the Sidhu family. Each exuded a strong aura, their gazes sharp, and the overwhelming pressure made the air feel heavy. The three sons of the Northern King sat at the very end of the banquet essentially as companions. Their expressions were not pleasant, but no one dared to say anything. In front of the Situ family, these so-called princes were hardly worth mentioning. Any one innate expert from the Situ family far surpassed their status. The Northern King raised his cup slightly, bowing to the elder in green robes ancestor, this time southward. Thanks to the Situ family's strong support, this king offers you a toast. His words were filled with utmost respect. It should be noted that the elder in green robes held an identity and strength that were absolutely top tier. Even the Northern King treated him with great honor. Without the elder, his injuries could not have healed so quickly, nor could he have broken through to the martial arts master realm. Indeed, the Situ family was the crucial driving force behind the Northern King's breakthrough to the martial arts master level. The elder in green robes lifted his cup, taking a small sip. He placed the cup down, his voice flat. Your Highness is too kind. Minjer is already carrying your child. How can this old man stand by idly? The Northern King's expression stiffened slightly. Minjer, full name Situ Ming, was the granddaughter of the elder in green robes and the legitimate daughter of the Situ family. Several months ago, the Northern King married her. To say it was a marriage would be more accurate to call it a transaction. The Northern King wanted the Situ family's support, and the Situ family sought to establish their power. The two families hit it off, forming an alliance through marriage. Situ Ming was 35 this year, not considered old for a martial artist. Indeed, it could be said to be her prime. But the issue was, Situ Ming's appearance was simply too hideous. It was said that she weighed 20 pounds in the womb and was born looking extremely grim. Not only was she ugly, but she also stood 9 feet tall with broad shoulders and a large waist, extremely stout, completely lacking any semblance of femininity. The Northern King had slept with many women in his life. What kind of beauties had he not seen? Having tasted fine delicacies, it was truly unbearable to eat food fit for pigs and dogs. Every time he saw Situ Ming's face, the Northern King felt an urge to vomit. However, for the sake of the nation's territory, for the sake of sitting on that dragon throne, the Northern King endured. Not only did he marry Situ Ming, but he also made her pregnant. Strictly speaking, the Northern King was the son-in-law of the Situ family, and their relationship was quite close. Currently, Situ Ming was already 7 months pregnant, and in another 2 to 3 months the child would be born. The Northern King forced a smile, chuckling dryly. Ancestor speaks rightly, but it's a pity Minjer is pregnant and could not accompany me. This king is quite worried about her. It's truly a pity that Minjer cannot see this king personally sitting on the dragon throne. The elder in green robes nodded slightly. Your concern is sufficient. From the Situ family to the imperial city, it's quite a long journey, which is not good for the fetus. The banquet continued. After several rounds of drinks, the elder in green robes suddenly set down his cup, turning to look at the Northern King, his gaze profound. Is the news of Lin Langshan's death confirmed? Lin Langtian was the royal family's elder, the one who before his death passed on his lifelong cultivation and insights to Yang Han. The Northern King was taken aback, then said seriously, it's confirmed. My informant in the palace saw it with his own eyes. Lin Langshan's breakthrough failed, his vital energy depleted, and he has already passed away. The elder in green robes fell silent for a moment, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Decades ago, I had met Lin Langtian once. The elder in green robes slowly spoke, as if reminiscing. At that time, I was already a martial arts master, full of vigor, feeling that with the vastness of the world, there was no place I couldn't reach. Until I met Lin Langtian. He paused, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. That man was too strong. Decades ago, he was nearly invincible in the world. One man suppressed the entire Dian dynasty, causing all martial arts families and sects to not dare to raise their heads. In front of him, I did not even have the courage to draw my sword. The Northern King felt a stir in his heart, curiously inquiring, was Lin Langtian really that strong? The elder in green robes glanced at him, snorting coldly. Not just strong. The elder in green robes spoke in a low voice. For decades, the martial arts families and sects of the Dian dynasty have kept to themselves, not because they did not want to emerge, but because they feared Lin Langtian. He alone suppressed the entire martial arts world of the Dian dynasty. Moreover, everyone believed he could break through to a realm above the master level, but unexpectedly. He shook his head, sighing, heavens will cannot be defied. From the words of the old man in green, one could hardly discern much hatred. Instead, there was a profound respect for Lin Langshan's strength. Even in death, Lin Langtian was still deserving of reverence from the old man. One can only imagine how powerful Lin Langtian was at his peak. The king of the north fell silent. From the old man's words, he could sense a genuine awe emanating from him. A peerless master at the grandmaster level, an ancient being who had lived for countless years, would actually harbor such apprehension towards another. Nonetheless, none of that mattered now. Lin Langtian was already dead. Without Lin Langtian, the Dian dynasty was like a tiger stripped of its teeth and limbs, easily extinguishable. The king of the north's lips curled into a slight smile, as he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. At that moment in the night sky outside Kanglan City, Yang Han stood atop a towering tree, gazing at the city occupied by the army. Within and around Kanglan City were 700,000 troops of the King of the North, densely packed as far as the eye could see. At this time Kanglan City was brightly lit with torches, soldiers bustling about and heavily guarded. However, to Yang Han none of this mattered. Although the numbers were vast, what difference was there to ants? Yang Han's gaze passed over the layers of soldiers landing on the palace at the heart of the city. He could sense two particularly powerful auras within that palace belonging to two martial arts grandmasters. In addition, there were dozens of auras at the innate realm. Gathered together, they resembled a swarm of fireflies in the dark, strikingly conspicuous. Yang Han smiled faintly. The King of the North was right there. He knew his target was among them. Without any pretense, Yang Han boldly strolled towards the city gates of Kang. He had no intention of concealing his presence. Yang Han walked with confidence towards the main gate of Kanglan City. The moonlight bathed him, making the royal guard's robe he wore stand out vividly in the glow of the lanterns. The Empress Tianyun floated beside him, adorned in a light purple palace gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her complexion pale, yet striking, surrounded by a faint aura of yin energy. Kanglan City's guards were numerous. Soon a sentry noticed Yang Han's presence. Who goes there? At this shout, many soldiers turned their gazes towards Yang Han. Who is that? He appears to be wearing the palace guard's attire. Palace guard? This guy can't be thinking of defecting, can he? But a mere palace guard wouldn't be qualified to defect. We don't need such worthless trash. That woman beside him, she doesn't look like a living person. Yang Han paid no heed, his gaze calm, looking towards the distant city, as if the surrounding soldiers were merely ants on the ground. Seeking death. Where did this beggar come from? Take this. At that moment, a centurion of the King of the North's army spotted Yang Han. His expression darkened as he raised his blade to strike. However, his hand froze in midair. A bone-chilling aura swept over, emanating from Empress Tianyun beside Yang Han. Empress Tianyun smiled slightly at the centurion. In the next instant, his body split in half. Not even a scream escaped his lips. Empress Tianyun withdrew her finger, licking her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. It has been so long since I last killed someone, she whispered softly. Yang Han glanced at her and smiled faintly, clear the way. Empress Tianyun let out a delicate laugh, her figure darting like purple lightning into the military camp. Like a storm, Empress Tianyun wove through the crowd, too fast to be seen clearly. Wherever she passed, soldiers fell like wheat, collapsing in droves, not even able to scream. A ghost. She's a ghost. Someone screamed in terror. Quick, stop her. Countless soldiers rushed towards Empress Tianyun. Empress Tianyun didn't even glance back. With a flick of her sleeve, those soldiers froze in place, as if under a spell. With a casual wave, a wave of yin energy transformed into countless black threads piercing into the bodies of those soldiers. In just a few breaths, hundreds perished. Countless soldiers erupted in chaos. The soldiers retreated in fear, and no one dared to approach. They were all seasoned veterans, having fought in battles and seen blood, but they had never encountered such a method of killing. That woman was not human, and she was a ghost, a vengeful spirit. Yang Han stood not far away, watching the scene unfold with a faint smile. Empress Tianyun's strength surpassed his expectations. Under Yang Han's hard work over the past year, Empress Tianyun had indeed gained a lot of benefits and made significant progress. Tonight was the moment Yang Han had prepared to showcase his skills. Arriving at Kanglan City, he felt no rush, savoring the sensation of wielding his power freely. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from deep within the military camp. Boom. A figure streaked through like a meteor, moving at incredible speed, exuding an astonishing presence. It was a man clad in armor, his face stern, wielding a large blade, radiating a terrifying aura at the innate 8th level. Many soldiers in the camp, upon seeing this, displayed expressions of wild joy. He was their commander, possessing terrifying strength at the innate 8th level, one of the top existences under the King of the North. His appearance would surely be able to deal with these two mysterious intruders. Who dares to be reckless here? The commander at the innate 8th level shouted, raising his blade high and aiming it at Yang Han. The blade energy surged like a streak of light, imbued with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Before Yang Han could make a move, Empress Tianyun gazed at the blade energy, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Her figure flashed, extending her right hand, her white fingers reaching out. The blade energy caused no harm at all, and she even grasped the blade's edge, like holding a fallen leaf. The commander at the innate 8th level's pupils constricted sharply. How is that possible? Empress Tianyun's figure flashed again, appearing less than 3 feet in front of the commander. The commander, filled with terror, attempted to swing his blade again, only to find his hand no longer obeying him. Looking down, he saw Empress Tianyun's hand had already pierced into his chest. You He could only manage to utter one word before his life force was utterly extinguished. Empress Tianyun released her hand and turned to Yang Han with a charming smile. How was that? My strength is quite good, right? Her tone carried a hint of playful arrogance. It should be noted that over the past year Empress Tianyun had done nothing but focus on being his Nie Xiaoqian. Obedient and gentle, possessing great strength, yet she could only serve Yang Han carefully, which was quite a frustration. She had to follow Yang Han's orders to the letter, fearing that any failure in serving him would lead to punishment. Now being here and unleashing her power, the thrill of dominating everything was truly exhilarating. Yang Han smiled faintly. Not bad. Looking at Empress Tianyun, he felt a hint of contrast. Though she was fierce in killing, her methods bloody yet. Recalling how Empress Tianyun had served him so cautiously, her demeanor gentle and graceful. Yang Han felt a ripple of emotions aflutter in his heart, yet he decided to resolve the matter at hand first. Yang Han's gaze swept across the scene before him. If his maid couldn't defeat them, how could they think to kill him? It was simply humorous. The army of the King of the North was thrown into complete disarray. The commander at the innate 8th level, being one of the top experts under the King of the North, was actually killed in one move by this woman, without even a chance to fight back. Fear was etched across everyone's faces, their hands trembling around their weapons. Facing such a powerful foe, numbers were useless. Rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, with their commander dead, there was no one to issue orders, and they became a scattered group, unsure of what to do. No one dared to step forward. Yang Han's expression remained calm as he walked forward unimpeded into Kanglan City. Walking through the streets within the city, he found himself surrounded by the forces of the King of the North. Initially, there was some resistance. However, as Yang Han walked down one street, Empress Tianyun killed through an entire street. He didn't even need to lift a finger, as dealing with a bunch of lackeys was simply a waste of his efforts. Wherever she passed, corpses lay scattered, blood flowing like rivers. Another innate realm master rushed out, only to be sent flying by Empress Tianyun's palm, dying on the spot. The third, the fourth. The proud commanders under the King of the North fell one after another before Empress Tianyun, as if they were made of paper. Empress Tianyun became more and more exhilarated, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Yang Han, you just take a good rest, they'll take care of these ants. She laughed charmingly, her figure tracing a beautiful arc in the air as she harvested another 100 lives. Yang Han looked at her back, smiling faintly, shaking his head with a hint of fondness. Let her kill then. After all, this was the reward for the past year of her diligent service to him. Yang Han leisurely walked through the streets of Kanglan City, stepping over pools of fresh blood. Behind him lay thousands of corpses of the King of the North's army strewn about the streets and alleys. Soon the palace appeared before Yang Han. He knew that within it resided the auras of two martial arts grandmasters. The King of the North, along with the martial arts grandmaster from the Sidhu family, was inside. At this moment, inside the palace, the King of the North was raising his cup, chatting merrily with the old man in green. The banquet was lively, with cups clinking and the sound of string instruments echoing. Innate masters from the Sidhu family sat calmly at the sides, picking at the dishes on the table with little interest. At this moment, the King of the North seemed to recall something extremely unpleasant, his expression darkening. He remembered the old flower-picking demon from not long ago. Damn old flower-picking demon. The King of the North's voice carried a beast-like growl at that time. If I had only obtained Lin Mingyao and acquired the 9 true essence, at that moment I would have definitely been able to break through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster. How infuriating that damn old flower-picking demon took Lin Mingyao away. He ruined my plan for a breakthrough. Hearing this, many people's expressions shifted slightly. The King of the North had been hunting the flower-picking demon these days, and the bounty on him was increasing. However, not only had no one killed the flower-picking demon, but even his whereabouts were unknown. The old man in green spoke slowly, saying, King of the North, there's no need to worry too much, even if that flower-picking demon is a martial arts grandmaster. You are already a martial arts grandmaster now. If he stood before you, you could easily slay him. Hearing this, the King of the North nodded and complimented him. Not just me. Even you, ancestor, could easily slay the flower-picking demon here. Moreover, after we breach the Imperial City, I will definitely build an ancestral hall for the Sidhu family, ensuring the Sidhu family's prestige lingers throughout history. The King of the North said with a smile. The old man in green nodded slightly, about to speak, when suddenly a commotion arose from outside. The King of the North's smile froze on his face. His brow furrowed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He hated to be disturbed when he was in high spirits. What were those rascals outside up to? Someone come, he shouted in a deep voice. A soldier stumbled in, covered in blood, pale-faced, and fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken in. The King of the North suddenly stood up, the wine cup shattering on the ground. Who are they? I don't know, a man and a woman. The man is dressed in palace guard attire. The woman looks like she's not alive, having killed several thousand already. The commander at the innate realm was killed in an instant. We can't hold them off. The soldier's voice trembled. Moreover, they are already outside the palace. What did you say? How many of them? The king of the north barked. Just two. The king of the north's anger turned to laughter. Just 2 people dared to storm his camp and kill his men. It was simply a disgrace. The king of the north led 1,000,000 troops southward, breaking through 7 cities effortlessly. Yet in this Kanglan city, some reckless fools dared to lay hands on his army. Go. I want to see who is seeking death. The king of the north strode toward the palace exit. The old man in green slowly stood up, grasping the long sword resting on his knees. His expression was calm, with a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Having lived for so many years, he had seen many arrogant individuals. But it was the first time he encountered 2 individuals daring to breach the camp of 700,000 troops. Moreover, there were 2 martial arts masters present. Had those 2 lost their minds? Soon the old man in green moved as well. Dozens of innate experts from the Sidhu family rose in unison, following closely behind him, streaming out. Outside the hall, under the moonlight, Yang Han stood before the palace, surrounded by countless corpses. Empress Tianyun floated beside him, her palace attire soaked in blood, yet a satisfied smile adorned her face. In the distance, tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the area, blocking all the streets from every direction. If it weren't for the numerous alleys in the city, the 700,000 troops would have already filled this place. The king of the north stepped out of the palace and was taken aback by the scene before him, his pupils contracting sharply. Endless corpses lay scattered on the ground, rivers of blood flowing, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. At the same time, Empress Tianyun was still on a killing spree, with many soldiers who approached to encircle her, all meeting their demise, not a single survivor. The king of the north's face turned ashen, his fists clenching tightly, making cracking sounds. The old man in green stood beside him, scanning the area, his gaze finally resting on Yang Han and Empress Tianyun. His eyes flickered slightly. The woman in purple exuded a strange aura, not resembling a living person, yet her strength was undeniably formidable, clearly at least at the peak of innate mastery, possibly even higher. As for the young man, for now he saw nothing particularly special, automatically categorizing him as someone from the acquired realm, perhaps even just a physical cultivator. Yang Han clapped his hands, the sound echoing loudly. All right, come back, he said softly. Empress Tianyun, in the midst of her fervent killing, halted upon hearing Yang Han's voice. She turned back, casting a glance at Yang Han, the fervor in her eyes fading, instantly replaced by obedience. Empress Tianyun floated back to Yang Han's side, quietly standing behind him like a docile little cat. The king of the north realized that Empress Tianyun seemed to be subordinate to Yang Han. At this moment his gaze became solemn as he scrutinized Yang Han, yet he could not recognize him at all. Who on earth is he? What was the purpose of bringing that ghostly woman here? Regardless of intent, in the king of the north's eyes, both Yang Han and Empress Tianyun were undoubtedly doomed. The king of the north's face was filled with murderous intent as he spoke each word deliberately. Just when I was feeling pleased, 2 ignorant fools dared to come and disrupt my mood. Do you know what awaits you? At this moment Yang Han had already used the 1,000 faces illusion technique to transform his appearance into that of the flower-picking old demon. However, due to the darkness of night, the king of the north in his rage did not immediately notice. Then Yang Han smiled faintly. King of the north, you have been hunting me for so long, and now that I have come here, are you not happy? The king of the north's expression momentarily froze. Hunting me for so long? Who is this guy? His gaze suddenly sharpened as he scrutinized Yang Han's face. Soon the king of the north's pupils constricted. He remembered. The flower-picking old demon. It was actually this old bastard. Boom. Suddenly the aura emanating from the king of the north erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the sky, his black hair billowing wildly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Flower-picking old demon. You old bastard, you finally showed yourself. I have searched for you tirelessly, it has been so painful. The king of the north growled. It should be known that Yang Han's actions had nearly driven the king of the north to death, and this was not just a figure of speech, he truly had come close to dying. Had it not been for uniting with the Sidhu family and obtaining a life-saving item that allowed him to break through, the king of the north would have already perished. All of this was blamed on the flower-picking old demon, who was none other than Yang Han before him. The king of the north's expression turned icy. At this moment, with the flower-picking old demon right in front of him, he felt surprisingly calm. Because he was already a martial arts master. Moreover, he also had an ancestor from the Sidhu family by his side, who was also a martial arts master. The flower-picking old demon coming here was simply seeking his own death. The king of the north's tone was cold. Flower-picking old demon, you old fool, you have hidden for so long, yet you dare not face me. Now why do you dare to appear? Are you seeking death, wanting me to personally send you on your way? Upon hearing this, Yang Han spoke up. I came here on someone else's behalf. Yang Han paused, extending his finger towards the King of the North. I am here to kill you. His words were exceedingly calm. Yet in this wide-open space, countless people felt a chill of death wash over them. After a few breaths, the King of the North laughed in extreme anger. His laughter shook the surroundings, causing tremors in all directions. On someone else's behalf. In this world, who dares to kill me, who can kill me? The King of the North's voice was arrogant, imbued with a dominance that swallowed everything. He commanded an army of 1,000,000 with a 1,000-year-old martial arts family backing him. The Great Flame Dynasty had mostly fallen under his control. Who would dare kill him? Yang Han casually remarked, that person seems to be named Lin Langtian. Hearing this, both the King of the North and the old man in green were taken aback. Then the King of the North's expression turned dismissive. Lin Langtian. That old fool has already passed away. Do you think you can scare me with this? To kill me based on you? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the King of the North's eyes. Flower-picking old demon, if it was before I could let it go, but now you dare to speak such arrogant words, simply seeking your own death. The old man in green slowly spoke, casting a glance at Empress Tianyun, his voice calm. Do not be too arrogant. The friend beside you, the ghostly companion, is not weak. However, if you think she can kill the King of the North, you are still far from it. The old man in green's gaze was sharp. He was no ordinary martial arts master like the King of the North who had just ascended. For many years he had been a martial arts master. Now his cultivation was at the 4th level of martial arts mastery, with a profound foundation. At this moment, Yang Han looked at the old man in green and smiled faintly. You think my reliance is her? The old man in green frowned slightly. Could it be that there was another strong person hidden? No, individuals like martial arts masters such as Lin Langtian were not common. The fact that this ghostly companion possessed the strength of a martial arts master was already astonishing. The flower-picking old demon might be strong, but the old man in green sensed no aura of heart palpitation from him. Yang Han slowly spoke, my reliance is myself. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted violently from Yang Han. Golden true energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky, illuminating the night sky, as bright as day. Within a radius of 300 zhang, a fierce wind began to blow. In the distance, the soldiers were swept away by this aura, falling over in disarray, weapons clattering to the ground amidst a cacophony of screams and gasps. The King of the North's pupils instantly narrowed. A martial arts master. Moreover, he appeared to be a very vigorous martial arts master. It should be noted that the flower-picking old demon looked quite old, like a candle flickering in the wind. Unexpectedly, his vitality was so vigorous, which was astonishing. The old man in green also trembled, the sword in his hand, shaking violently. Empress Tianyun stood behind Yang Han, her eyes filled with admiration, for she knew better than anyone how strong Yang Han was. Over the past year, she had trained alongside him, feeling his energy grow more terrifying day by day. Empress Tianyun knew that this battle would end in an instant, with a crushing, overwhelming force. On the other side, after the shock, the King of the North's expression returned to normal. His face darkened. What of being a martial arts master? Was he not one himself? The King of the North had cultivated for decades, amassing an incredibly deep foundation. How strong could this flower-picking old demon, a martial arts master, truly be? Good, very good. The King of the North laughed wildly. I never expected that. After all this time I thought you were dead, yet here you are alive, and with such vigorous energy. His aura surged as well, the cultivation of a martial arts master erupting explosively. But do you think that with just you can kill me? The King of the North's gaze was like a blade fixed on Yang Han. I have fought on the battlefield for decades, killing countless enemies. What kind of experts have I not seen? You, an old fool who only dares to steal my women, dare to be arrogant before me. His palms crossed, black, true energy gathering in his palms. The palms contained terrifying destructive power, distorting the air around them. Die! The King of the North roared, his body resembling a black meteor as he lunged at Yang Han. With both palms thrust forward, carrying the force to destroy the heavens and the earth, they charged straight at Yang Han's chest. Yang Han stood still, not moving at all. He looked at the King of the North rushing towards him, his eyes filled with disdain. That gaze was like looking at a corpse. The Grand Ancestor long fist. Yang Han slowly raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and then punched out. This punch appeared ordinary, devoid of any flashy techniques, even lacking any true energy fluctuations. Yet the King of the North's expression changed dramatically in an instant. He felt that the power contained within that punch was extraordinarily strong. Boom! At the moment of impact, the golden fist force shattered the King of the North's black, true energy like a withered tree, then continued with unyielding momentum, crashing heavily into his chest. Crack, crack. The sounds of bones breaking echoed as the King of the North's chest caved in. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as he flew backward like a sandbag. He crashed through the palace's main door, not knowing how many stone pillars he had broken before he landed heavily on the ground, covered in blood, a pitiful sight. The entire place fell into silence. The king of the north lay among the ruins, drenched in blood, and it was uncertain how many bones had shattered. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Yang Han in the distance, his eyes filled with fear. Why was there such a vast difference, even though they were both martial arts masters? He had cultivated for decades, finally breaking through to master, thinking he could dominate the world. Yet in front of Yang Han, he couldn't even withstand a single punch. However, the king of the north was not yet discouraged. There was still a glimmer of hope: the old man in green, the martial arts master of the Sidhu family, whose realm was far above his. As long as the old man in green took action, he would surely be able to kill Yang Han. The old man in green stood in place, his expression also quite serious. Being able to kill the king of the north with a single punch, Yang Han's strength was at least above the third level of martial arts mastery. Previously, the old man in green had heard the king of the north speak of the flower-picking old demon, and at that time, he thought the flower-picking old demon's strength would not be very strong, at most just at the first level of martial arts mastery, but he had underestimated him. But he did not back down. As the ancestor of the Sidhu family and a martial arts master who had lived for over 100 years, how could he show weakness before a young brat? Moreover, the old man in green himself was a martial artist at the fourth level of mastery. Letting him take action would also be able to crush the king of the north, beheading him with a single strike. You are indeed strong. The old man in green slowly spoke. But do you think that knocking down the king of the north with one punch means you can defeat me? He drew his long sword. The sword light shimmered like water, exuding an icy aura. It was an ancient long sword inscribed with runes glowing with flowing light. This was the ancestral treasure sword of the Sidhu family, a weapon of legendary status. The old man in green stood with the sword in hand. The aura of a fourth-level martial arts master erupted explosively. He was incomparably stronger than the king of the north, the sword intent soaring to the sky, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. I have cultivated the sword path for 120 years. My swordplay is divine, and within the same realm I have yet to encounter an opponent. Sword cultivators are among the strongest within the ranks of martial artists. The old man in green said coldly, "Young man, to die under my sword is indeed your fortune." Behind him, the innate and acquired martial artists of the Sidhu family became excited upon seeing their ancestor about to take action. Our ancestor will surely win. Our ancestor's swordplay is divine. How can a mere junior be a match for him? Kill him. For the glory of the Sidhu family. Yang Han exuded extraordinary confidence. So much so that even Lin Langtian at the zenith of his power would not have deterred him from challenging him to battle. Under the refinement of supreme martial arts, such as the Tianyuan scripture and the I Ching scripture, Yang Han's true chi had long surpassed that of ordinary cultivators in sheer density and potency. In the next instant, Yang Han unleashed two techniques simultaneously. His left hand formed the violet sun palm, while his right clenched into the rampant slaughter fist. A violet palm print and a golden fist aura erupted in unison, converging midair into a single far more devastating force, crushing downward like Mount Tai itself, descending upon the azure-robed elder. The azure-robed elder's expression twisted in shock. He could sense the sheer terror of that power, the cultivation realm, the overwhelming density of true chi. Something was profoundly amiss. Yang Han's cultivation level appeared to exceed all expectations. An incredulous thought flashed across the elder's mind. He realized Yang Han's cultivation might actually surpass his own. It felt as though he stood before Lin Langtian himself once more. That same chilling dread surged through him anew, but he knew fear was now a luxury he could not afford. Survival demanded absolute focus and full commitment. Sword piercing the azure firmament. The azure-robed elder roared, swinging his long sword with explosive force. A blade light radiant as a celestial ribbon cleaved through the air, the pinnacle of his sword art capable of splitting an entire mountain in half. The sword light collided with Yang Han's dual martial onslaught, and shattered instantly like parchment torn by gale winds. The elder's pupils contracted violently. His strongest technique had failed. Even a single moment of resistance eluded it. With a thunderous boom, Yang Han's overwhelming force descended. Desperately, the elder swung his sword again and again, unleashing wave after wave of blade light, as if they cost nothing. Yet each strike dissolved upon contact, like moths rushing into flame, swallowed whole by Yang Han's assault. With a deafening roar, the azure-robed elder was utterly suppressed, his body plummeting toward the earth. One breath. From Yang Han's first move to the elder's complete suppression, merely one breath elapsed. Now sprawled on the ground, the elder bled profusely, his hair, disheveled robes torn to shreds, his former aura of immortal grace utterly obliterated. His sword lay broken in two, its ancient runes dimmed and lifeless. A treasured heirloom passed down for 1,000 years, now irrevocably ruined. Silence fell over the entire battlefield. Moments earlier, the Sima clan's martial cultivators had roared in fervent support. Now their faces paled, limbs locked, rigid, eyes wide with utter disbelief. Two martial grandmasters. Combined, they lasted less than 3 breaths before being utterly subdued. What manner of monster stood before them? Yang Han strode slowly to where the azure-robed elder lay, gazing down upon him. The elder's face contorted in alarm as he rasped, "The Sima clan is a millennium-old martial lineage. If you slay me." Before he could finish, Yang Han's hand pressed firmly onto his crown, the soul-absorbing arm. An immense suction erupted from Yang Han's palm. Within the elder's body, true qi and vital blood surged forth like floodwaters breaching a dam, racing uncontrollably into Yang Han's outstretched hand. Before witnesses' very eyes, the elder's flesh withered, his body collapsing inward, desiccated and hollow. In mere heartbeats, a mummified corpse lay exposed before them all. The Sima clan's grandmaster, their foremost pillar, was gone. A collective gasp tore through the air. Sima cultivators stood frozen, like stone statues, faces drained of color. A desolate, mournful wind swept across the heavens, as if nature itself lamented the passing of a martial grandmaster. Martial grandmasters transcend mortal limits, shatter lifespan boundaries, and live twice the span of ordinary men, their power rivaling heaven and earth itself. Now with his death, even heaven and earth seemed to weep. Yang Han's gaze shifted slowly, settling upon the northern garrison king, who lay motionless amid rubble drenched in blood, barely able to stir. At the sight of the elder reduced to dust, the last ember of hope within the king's heart guttered and died. Yang Han approached, neither hurried nor hesitant, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. The northern garrison king's face blanched. He recalled Yang Han's earlier declaration that he had come to kill him, entrusted by Lin Langtian. At the time, the king had paused, then scoffed, dismissing Yang Han as delusional, cloaking himself in Lin Langtian's authority to intimidate. Now it seemed undeniably real. If Yang Han could suppress the azure-robed elder so effortlessly, annihilating a veteran grandmaster in an instant, then his strength was no illusion. Such power commanded Lin Langtian's utmost respect, even at his peak. "You," the king croaked voice. Yang Han halted before him, looking down. A palpable aura of death enveloped the northern garrison king. Never had he imagined facing mortality himself. After all, he had always been the executioner, not the executed. "So, you wish to kill me?" The entire realm issued warrants for my head, ordering my decapitation and public display upon city walls for 14 days. Here I stand, awaiting your blade. Why do you hesitate? Yang Han spoke calmly, gazing down upon the king. His face paled further, his eyes flickered wildly. Indeed, he had issued those warrants. But had he foreseen the flower-plucking demon's terrifying might? Would he still have dared? He would have swallowed his pride instead. Who could have guessed this demon was not merely a grandmaster, but among the most elite? Yet survival remained paramount. Then he recalled Yang Han's earlier words, acting on behalf of. With great difficulty, the king choked out Lin. "Lin Langtian offered you something. Whatever it is, I shall match it. Double. Tenfold. Just spare my life." Yang Han regarded him, faintly amused. "You cannot offer it." The king froze, just as Yang Han raised his hand and brought it crashing down upon his crown. "No." The king screamed in terror, straining with his last strength, but utterly powerless. He could only watch, helpless, as that dreadful suction seized him. At that moment, 3 figures burst from the ruins, lunging fiercely at Yang Han. "Release our father. Beast. I'll kill you. Die." They were the northern garrison king's 3 sons, eyes burning crimson, fury blazing beyond reason. Enraged beyond measure, they forgot entirely the monstrous power Yang Han wielded. This was the man who had annihilated 2 martial grandmasters in succession. Unfazed, Yang Han lifted a finger, heaven void sword chi finger. FSSSH, FSSSH, FSSSH. 3 invisible sword keys streaked from his fingertip, silent, lightning swift. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 princes stiffened mid-launch. Their swords clattered to the ground, each clang piercingly sharp. Their bodies collapsed lifelessly. The northern garrison king stared, paralyzed by utter helplessness. The man who had nearly unified the realm, whose name promised eternal glory, now lay fragile as glass. At that moment, Yang Han's soul-absorbing art surged to its apex. Within moments, the northern garrison king too became a desiccated husk. Yang Han withdrew his hand, pausing to savor the subtle shift within. He had advanced further along the grandmaster path, nearing the 7th realm. He opened his eyes and turned. Around the palace, crowds thick as forest leaves stood motionless. Torches bathed the grounds in daylight brilliance. Spears, halberds, and swords gleamed coldly in the firelight. Yet no one moved. Hundreds of eyes fixed upon Yang Han, filled with raw, unadulterated terror. They had witnessed firsthand how he dismantled 2 grandmasters, as if swatting flies. What warrior dared oppose such might? Who would court certain death? Clang. A soldier dropped his spear, trembling too violently to hold it. It was surrender, unspoken, undeniable. Clang, clang, clang. One weapon after another struck stone, sound echoing relentlessly. Clearly none dared resist Yang Han. Not even a flicker of hostility dared surface. Discarding arms altogether signaled one truth: they harbored no will to oppose him. Not even after witnessing him slay their supreme commander with his own hands. They dared not entertain even a single rebellious thought. Yang Han observed the scene, quietly reflective. Such was the privilege of unparalleled strength. The northern garrison king's million-strong army, destined to conquer all under heaven, to reign supreme across the 4 seas. What did it matter now? Before absolute power they were but insignificant insects. Faced with a single Yang Han, that million-man host lacked even the courage to raise a weapon. Yang Han shook his head indifferent. These common soldiers were no different from ants, beneath his notice unless they impeded his path. To slaughter them deliberately would be tedious even beneath him. Then with casual disdain Yang Han swept his gaze across the vast army and the Sima clan cultivators. A glint of icy resolve flashed briefly in his eyes. He had slain the Sima clan's patriarch before their very eyes, guaranteeing eternal enmity. This was blood-deep vengeance. Yang Han chose total eradication. Once enmity was forged, no remnant could be left behind. With a thunderous surge he shot forward, toward the Sima cultivators who watched in abject horror. Instantly carnage stained the ground. Under Yang Han's onslaught, the Sima clan's foundation establishment and post-heaven cultivators were no more formidable than ants. Even when they formed battle formations, Yang Han shattered them effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, every Sima cultivator present, foundation establishment, and post-heaven alike, lay slaughtered. Nor did he spare the northern garrison king's foundation establishment and post-heaven subordinates, eliminating potential threats wherever possible. Having finished, Yang Han remained utterly composed. All around, gazes trembled at the edge of madness. Some had even collapsed, vomiting bile in sheer terror. Any who wish revenge, step forward now. His voice calm and unhurried silenced the air. Not a soul stirred, bodies locked rigid under the weight of his indomitable aura. Truly one man's presence alone had cowed an entire million-strong host. Yang Han shrugged. Seems no one does. Though if anyone does, remember, the imperial capital. That is where I shall reside. I'm leaving. With that he turned away. Empress Tianyun drifted beside him, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She said nothing, only followed obediently at his side. Then Yang Han ascended skyward, a golden meteor vanishing into the velvet night. For him, the Sima clan's apex and core strength had been eradicated, rendering any near-term resurgence impossible. As for future retribution, he cared not. His cultivation accelerated faster than anyone could fathom. By the time vengeance seekers finally reached him, they would themselves have attained grandmaster status. Yet what threat could that pose? Night wind stirred. Only then did the Sima clan's surviving youths, those weak enough to remain unnoticed amidst the army, finally dare to move. Hidden among the ranks due to their feeble cultivation, they trembled still, but stood upright at last. Leaning on each other, they staggered forward and collapsed before the mummified corpse of their patriarch. Patriarch! One choked out, tears streaming down his face. The Sima clan's revered martial grandmaster, slain in an instant. It felt unreal. Decades ago, the azure-robed elder had ascended to grandmasterhood, becoming one of the clan's paramount authorities. He avoided conflict, devoted himself solely to cultivation, and enjoyed unmatched reverence throughout the Sima clan, admired and idolized by countless disciples. And now he was gone. Worse still, every foundation establishment and post-heaven cultivator had been wiped out. 1,000-year-old martial lineage, reduced to rubble, its foundations shattered, its prestige irrevocably fallen. Some Sima disciples' eyes burned with bone-deep hatred. How had a lineage of such antiquity ever suffered such humiliation? The great Yin dynasty, the Lin family, and that flower-plucking demon. We the Sima clan shall remember this grudge across lifetimes until vengeance is exacted. A Sima clansman growled, low voice thin yet thick with blood-oath fury. We go back to report this to the clan. This is blood-deep vengeance. It must be repaid. Scattered survivors whispered fiercely, their murderous intent seeming to rend the heavens. They would never forget the patriarch's instantaneous demise, or Yang Han's parting gaze, one of utter marrow-deep contempt, as if they were less than insects, unworthy of even a glance because they posed no threat whatsoever. That condescension rooted in absolute supremacy dealt a devastating blow to the pride of a 1,000-year martial lineage. By dawn, news had reached the imperial capital. The northern garrison king was dead. The Sima clan's martial grandmaster was dead. 2 grandmasters, slain in a single night. The rumor swept through the capital like a hurricane. Soldiers who had sworn eternal resistance, aristocratic families secretly aligned with the king, ministers and generals already packing for flight, all froze in stunned disbelief. The news was staggering, unimaginable, world-shaking. In the imperial court, Emperor Qianyuan sat on the dragon throne listening to the reports from his subordinates, his entire body trembling violently. His pale face was filled with disbelief, and his murky old eyes widened in shock. The king of the north is truly dead. Really dead. Emperor Qianyuan's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if he had exhausted all his strength. At this moment he was extremely weak. After all, the king of the north's army was pressing down and chaos reigned in the court, the palace, and the city, leaving him feeling powerless. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. The scout knelt on the ground, continuously bowing, seemingly extremely agitated. Absolutely true, Your Majesty. The king of the north has been killed, and the martial arts master of the Sidhu family has been slain, and over half of the innate and acquired warriors of the Sidhu family have also been slaughtered, nearly annihilated. Now the subordinates of the king of the north have scattered and fled from Kanglan City. The scout's face turned red with excitement. Emperor Qianyuan was stunned for a long time. When the king of the north rebelled, he couldn't sleep at night, and his body grew weaker. Over the years, the rebel army had gradually encroached upon the territory of Dayan, and he had gone from anger to helplessness, and from helplessness to despair. Emperor Qianyuan thought he could not hold on to this empire anymore, that the Lin family's centuries-old foundation would be destroyed in his hands. But now the king of the north was dead. Ha ha ha! Emperor Qianyuan suddenly laughed wildly, his laughter filled with exhilaration and excitement. His face turned from pale to flushed red, and he trembled with excitement. For the past few days Emperor Qianyuan had been bedridden and even struggled to get up, yet at this moment he felt an abundance of strength throughout his body. Good, good, good. Emperor Qianyuan repeated the word good 3 times, suddenly standing up. Heaven does not abandon my Dayan. Heaven does not abandon my Lin family. The civil and military ministers in the court also knelt, shouting long life. In another part of the court, Lin Mingio's eyes flickered with astonishment. How could the king of the north and the master of the Sidhu family be dead? Who killed them? 2 martial arts masters, invincible, and yet they died just like that. Lin Mingio's heart was quite complicated at this moment. Emperor Qianyuan did not care about the civil and military officials below. His gaze was fixed on the scout. What about the mysterious expert who acted? Is there any news? That senior, what is his origin? Where is he now? At this moment his expression was also quite agitated, and when he mentioned that senior his face was filled with utmost respect. After all, without that senior the Dayan dynasty would have perished, destroyed by the king of the north. It could be said that if that senior were present in the court now, the excited Emperor Qianyuan might even kneel before him. Heaven knows how tormented his emotions had been these days. It was too painful. The scout shook his head. I have not received any news. No one knows the identity of that senior. All I know is that there was a man and a woman. The man was young, dressed in the palace guard's robes, and a woman in purple was by his side. But who they are, where they came from after the kill, where they went, I know nothing about it. Emperor Qianyuan's expression froze. Many people in the court also showed expressions of shock. Clearly they had all heard about the attire of that senior. Palace guards. How could this be possible? Zhao Shi was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. When it came to guards, the figure of Yang Han flashed through his mind, but he shook his head instantly. It was impossible. Yang's talent was not that strong, struggling to reach the acquired realm, let alone a martial arts master. It was simply impossible to connect a martial arts master with Yang Han. Emperor Qianyuan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he secretly thought, palace guards. No, that's absolutely impossible. How could someone who can slay 2 martial arts masters be a palace guard? Perhaps that senior intentionally concealed his identity, not revealing it. Right, the territory of the Dayan dynasty is vast, and there must be such experts who do not like to reveal their identities in front of others. Emperor Qianyuan sat on the dragon throne, his gaze flickering for a long time. His thought was not wrong. With both masters slain, it is quite harsh to say. After Lin Langshan's death, the royal family lost even a single martial arts master. If that senior were truly a palace guard, with just one word, Emperor Qianyuan would have to roll down from the throne. It was not that he did not want to, but not doing so would mean death. Who would dare to defy a martial arts master? Therefore, Emperor Qianyuan believed that the palace guard attire of that senior must be a disguise, intentionally deceiving the public. However, despite this, Emperor Qianyuan still very much wanted to find this senior. Investigate. Emperor Qianyuan's voice was deep and resolute. Find out for me. At all costs, find that senior. That senior saved my Dayan from peril. He has grace towards Dayan, towards me, and towards the entire Lin family. I am willing to grant that senior supreme power and status. If that senior could be invited to be the national master of my Dian, it would also be the fortune of my Dian. Whatever that senior desires, as long as I have it, I will give. Emperor Qianyuan paused and took a deep breath, saying, such a strong person, even if not as powerful as the ancestors, is not far from it. If I can win him over, my Dian's empire can still last for a very long time. The scout bowed and then withdrew. Emperor Qianyuan sat on the dragon throne, the excitement on his face gradually fading, replaced by a deep sense of loss and melancholy. Would such a powerful figure be willing to lower himself to be a national master? He did not know, but it must be tried. This is the Dian dynasty, and it is also an invaluable opportunity for him. Below the court, Lin Mingyao remained silent, watching Emperor Qianyuan so excited, and sighed softly. This is the strength of a powerful person. Achieving the status of martial arts master is indeed terrifying. Since the child was born, Lin Mingyao, by virtue of having a master's offspring, had gained considerable power. Her realm had also increased significantly. However, currently, she was only at the 5th stage of the acquired realm. Is this realm strong? It is already quite good. However, wanting to advance further is still too difficult and requires the accumulation of time. In the face of this great trend, the acquired realm is still not enough, and even the innate realm falls short. Only martial arts masters. Martial arts masters can dominate the winds and clouds, commanding the world. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in Lin Mingyao's mind. It was Yang Han. Lin Mingyao sighed internally. She had already received news about Xiaotao. Zhao Shi from the Imperial Ritual Office had given Yang Han a token to leave the city. Logically, he should have left by now, but she did not know if he was safe. Lin Mingyao silently prayed in her heart, hoping Yang Han would not encounter any trouble. In this chaotic world, just being able to survive is the greatest blessing. When Yang Han returned to the palace with Empress Tianyun, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He leaped over the palace wall and landed silently. The current palace was still somewhat dilapidated and desolate, lifeless. Yet Yang Han felt a hint of difference. Before he left, a sense of bleakness and despair pervaded the palace, as if everyone was waiting to die. But now that atmosphere had faded significantly. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of survival after a catastrophe. In the distance, the voices of eunuchs and palace maids could be heard, along with footsteps. The news of the King of the North's death had evidently spread throughout the entire imperial city. Those who thought they were going to die suddenly realized they no longer faced death, and Yang Han could feel that overwhelming sense of relief even through several walls. However, Yang Han did not pay attention to them. He walked toward the cold palace and soon arrived at the entrance before stepping inside. Empress Tianyun floated behind him, watching Yang Han's back, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Where was he going? This was neither to take guard duty nor to the ancient well. He reached the door of Concubine Xiao's room and raised his hand to knock. Who is it? Came Concubine Xiao's voice from inside, tinged with a hint of vigilance and fatigue. It's me. There was a moment of silence from inside. Then hurried footsteps echoed, and the door was suddenly yanked open. Concubine Xiao stood at the door, dressed in a plain white nightgown, her long hair disheveled, her face pale, and her eyes red. She looked at Yang Han, her lips trembling, and tears immediately streamed down her face. How did you come back? Didn't you leave? Her voice was somewhat choked. Before Yang Han could respond, Concubine Xiao lunged into his embrace, gripping his clothes tightly, her entire body trembling. Concubine Xiao buried her face in Yang Han's chest, crying desperately. I'm so scared. It's so chaotic outside. There are messages of murder and arson everywhere, and I am all alone here. I'm so scared. Concubine Xiao's sobs were intermittent, her tears soaking Yang Han's clothing. Yang Han reached out to embrace her, gently patting her back. He could understand her feelings. After all, she was just a discarded concubine in the cold palace without status or protection. The world outside was in utter chaos. A woman of her beauty wouldn't even dare to run, because in this chaotic world, Concubine Xiao was like a piece of fragrant braised meat, tempting everyone. If she were to leave the imperial city, she did not know how tragic her fate would be. She could only hide in this broken house, waiting day and night. However, Concubine Xiao also knew that if the King of the North breached the imperial city, her situation would also be extremely dire. But there was no other choice. In a chaotic world, those with weak power have very little choice. Don't worry, the old thing, the King of the North is dead. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Han's voice seemed indifferent. In fact, it was hard for powerful people to understand the feelings of the weak. Now Yang Han had become strong enough to easily deal with the King of the North, who instilled fear in the entire Dine dynasty. Watching so many people in the palace tremble with fear of the King of the North, Yang Han's heart was actually calm. Concubine Xiao lifted her head, her tearful eyes shimmering, wishing only to hold Yang Han tight. Not far away, Empress Tianyun floated in midair, her arms crossed, her lips slightly pursed. She watched Concubine Xiao crying in Yang Han's embrace, and saw Yang Han gently patting concubine Xiao's back. A surge of annoyance suddenly welled up in her heart. It was a bitter emotion. She never expected that Yang Han, apart from her, would be so intimate with another woman. And that woman was a discarded concubine from the cold palace, an ordinary woman, without any cultivation. A trace of coldness flashed in Empress Tianyun's eyes, and she even felt an impulse to kill concubine Xiao. She was the Empress Tianyun. In terms of her past status and current strength, she was not someone concubine Xiao could compare to. Now she had to share the same man with a discarded concubine from the cold palace. As the Tianyun Empress pondered, Yang Han suddenly glanced at her. That glance was calm. Yet the Tianyun Empress trembled slightly, instantly discerning the warning within those eyes. Clearly Yang Han was advising the Tianyun Empress to behave herself and not to overthink. The coldness in her gaze dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of grievance. She pouted, turned her head away, resembling a little wife who had been wronged. Yang Han withdrew his gaze and continued to comfort Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei cried for quite a while before her emotions gradually calmed down. She raised her head, her eyes red as she looked at Yang Han. Suddenly she tiptoed and kissed Yang Han's lips. Yang Han was momentarily stunned, then went along with it. The door slowly closed behind him, cutting off the Tianyun Empress line of sight. 2 hours later, Yang Han emerged from Xiao Fei's room. Yang Han was neatly dressed, his expression normal. At that moment, Xiao Fei finally felt at ease, lying on the bed with a satisfied look, having fallen asleep. Yang Han glanced back and gently closed the door. The Tianyun Empress was still floating in the courtyard, and upon seeing Yang Han come out, she immediately flew over. Her face displayed a hint of resentment, jealousy, and a touch of petulance. "You really know how to enjoy yourself," the Tianyun Empress said with a sarcastic tone. "You just returned and already ran into a woman's room. Don't you worry about tiring yourself out. If you tire yourself, I will feel heartache." Yang Han glanced at her and said, "Behave yourself." The Tianyun Empress pouted even higher, her eyes full of grievance. After being reprimanded by Yang Han, she dared not retort and could only lower her head, softly muttering, "Got it." As of now, Yang Han no longer needed the life and death talisman, for this Tianyun Empress had, strictly speaking, already submitted to him, and their relationship could be considered quite intimate. Moreover, she was quite dependent. Yang Han no longer paid her any mind as he walked towards the entrance of the cold palace. "Time to stand guard." As he walked, he said, "You head back first, don't wander around." The Tianyun Empress watched Yang Han's back, bit her lip, and transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, returning to the ancient well quite obediently. She looked just like a well-behaved little wife. If those who died at her hands in Kanglan City were to see this, they would surely be astonished. That ruthless female demon actually had such a delicate side. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Han's life returned to its previous rhythm. Signing and standing guard, delivering meals, cultivating. The cold palace remained as cold as ever. Xiao Fei was still Xiao Fei, and the cultivation beneath the ancient well continued as usual. The only difference was that the atmosphere in the royal palace grew livelier by the day. After the news of the Northern King's death spread, those who had fled began to return one after another. Pedestrians reappeared on the streets of the imperial city. Inside the palace, there was a lively scene. The eunuchs and palace maids wore expressions of relief after surviving a catastrophe. Zhao Shi had visited twice. The first time he came, he saw Yang Han sitting at the entrance of the cold palace looking stunned. Then he rushed over and hugged Yang Han with tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother Yang, you're alive. You're really alive," Zhao Shi exclaimed with delight. I thought something had happened to you on the way. I even sent people to look for you, search for several days without finding you." Yang Han patted his back and laughed. "What could possibly happen to me? Upon hearing that the Northern King had died, I ran back immediately. To be honest, it's definitely not as comfortable outside as it is in the palace. This is such a good job, you can't just run." Zhao Shi released him and examined him several times, confirming that Yang Han was unharmed before letting out a long breath. He had been decisive and ruthless in the palace, stained with the blood of countless people. But at the entrance of this cold palace in front of Yang Han, he still retained a trace of innocence, just like the little eunuch he used to be. The second time he came, Zhao Shi brought a jar of wine and a few side dishes. The two sat at the entrance of the cold palace, drinking and chatting. Zhao Shi spoke a lot about matters in the court. In just 7 days, there had been significant changes in the court. After the death of the Northern King, Emperor Qian Yuan leveraged the authority gained from the mysterious powerhouse who had slain the Northern King and the martial arts master of the Sidhu family, announcing to the court that those who had once colluded with the Northern King should quickly confess their wrongdoings for a chance at survival. The Northern King and his 3 sons were dead, leaving a power vacuum. Those who had once colluded were now trembling with fear, quaking at the emperor's threatening words. What they feared was not Emperor Qian Yuan, but that mysterious powerhouse. After all, that mysterious powerhouse had been able to slay 2 martial arts masters. The intimidation caused by this was profound. Who could know if that mysterious powerhouse would appear before them next? How could they resist then? In any case, those who had colluded with the Northern King and the court, and among the noble families in the imperial city, began to step forward, secretly confessing their issues. In the course of their chat, as they drank to a good mood, Zhao Shi suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, I heard that the one who killed the Northern King was dressed in the attire of the palace guards. When I heard it in the court at that time, I thought of you," he continued. "I wondered if it could be you. But that thought vanished instantly." Yang Han smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, that was me." Zhao Shi laughed heartily and said, "Brother Yang, you can't fool me. You have talent in martial arts, but honestly you are still leagues away from being a martial arts master. If you were a martial arts master, I would be a deity." Yang Han chuckled, not retorting. He was also curious as to why Zhao Shi had suddenly become so strong. Now he was at the innate level. After voicing his confusion, Zhao Zai's expression suddenly stiffened. He looked around, then hesitated before saying, "Brother Yang, this is my biggest secret. The reason I was able to advance to the innate level in such a short time is that I obtained a cultivation technique." Hearing this, Yang Han's heart stirred, but before he could ask further, Zhao Shi sighed and said, "Brother Yang, I know you want to get stronger, but to be honest, this technique is not suited for you at all. Because to practice this technique, one must first castrate themselves. Those who have birds cannot practice it." Yang Han nodded, revealing a look of regret. Of course it wasn't really regret. After all, with his strength, he didn't need such a thing. In the Yaohua Palace, Xiaotao rushed in from outside, panting and unable to hide her excitement. "Princess! Princess!" She ran up to Lin Mingyao, her joy evident in her eyes. "Guardian Yang has returned. He's safe. He's still alive." The scroll in Lin Mingyao's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She was stunned for a moment, then her eyes turned red instantly. Lin Mingyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat terribly blocked. She turned and looked at the two children on the carpet not far away. The two children were lying there. Lin Mingyao looked at them and suddenly smiled. "It's good that you're back," she said softly, her voice choked. "It's good that you're back." Days passed by. Time flew, and over a year had gone by. For Yang Han, life became mundane again. The daily routine remained the same, infused with a touch of warmth amidst the monotony. Day after day, the cycles repeated, identical to his past days. However, Yang Han did not find it tedious. He felt that this was quite nice. But for the entire Dian dynasty, the events over a year ago were anything but mundane. More than a year ago, the news of the Northern King's death was like a thunderclap. Those generals who had followed the Northern King in rebellion were terrified. They had no idea who that mysterious powerhouse was who had instantly killed the Northern King and the master of the Sidhu family. Such a terrifying existence, just hearing about it was enough to make one lose their mind. How could they have thoughts of resistance, or even revenge? Emperor Qian Yuan seized this opportunity. He proclaimed to the world that the traitor Northern King had been eliminated, and those who had followed him in rebellion could have a chance at survival if they laid down their weapons, surrendered their military authority, and submitted to the court. With this decree, those who were previously hesitant immediately knelt down. No one wanted to die, especially when the opposing side had an absolute advantage in strength. Emperor Qian Yuan sent two people to reclaim the lost territories and take over military authority. One was Crown Prince Lin Xiao, and the other was Princess Lin Mingyao. These two were the most capable among all his offspring, with great prestige. If not for Emperor Qian Yuan's increasingly poor health, he would have personally toured the Dian dynasty. Unfortunately, after the Northern King's death, Emperor Qian Yuan's health deteriorated further, and he could not attend morning court sessions most of the time. Important matters had to be entrusted to his children. In the past year, Crown Prince Lin Xiao and Lin Mingyao had been cleaning up the aftermath. They split their forces, reclaiming the cities previously occupied by the Northern King one by one. They also began to take over the scattered military authority. With the Northern King and his three sons dead, the remaining forces were like a scattered sand. Under the authority of the Dian dynasty and the shadow of that mysterious powerhouse, no one dared to resist. They surrendered their military authority, accepted reorganization, and obediently became loyal subjects. This was their only way out. Over the course of more than a year, the Dian dynasty returned to the rule of the Lin family. However, although the military authority and lost territories were reclaimed, but, with Emperor Qian Yuan's deteriorating health, power had to be reluctantly released. Crown Prince Lin Xiao was the first to receive more. However, Lin Mingyao's prestige in the court was even higher than Lin Xiao's. After all, there was a significant gap in capabilities between the two. Lin Xiao's power primarily lay within the military. For Emperor Qian Yuan, he preferred to hand over the throne to Lin Xiao. But Lin Mingyao's ambitions reached beyond that. The friction between the two increased. While Emperor Qian Yuan was still alive, they could barely maintain appearances. Once he passed away, who knew what would happen next? There would likely be another power struggle. During this time, Yang Han also visited Yaohua Palace from time to time. More than a year had passed. The two children, if calculated, were already 3 years old. It seemed as though they had inherited Yang Han's excellent bloodline. At the mere age of 3, they appeared like child prodigies, exceptionally intelligent, and already able to recognize all the characters. The boy was named Lin Yun, and the girl was called Lin Yu. However, Yang Han discovered that these two children had seemingly gone a bit off track in their skill points. Speaking of which, Lin Yun the boy was completely uninterested in martial prowess. He treated books on strategy, history, and similar subjects as treasures, reading 3 to 4 books every day at the age of 3. One could see he was excellent material for becoming an emperor. However, it was rare for a boy in this martial world to be entirely uninterested in martial arts. After all, martial artists were held in high regard. Even if one wasn't the strongest, they still needed some level of strength to rule. In contrast to Lin Yun, the girl Lin Yu showed a strong interest in martial arts. He found that these two children had completely different temperaments. The boy Lin Yun was calm and reserved, and even at such a young age he enjoyed holding books. He found that these two children had completely different temperaments. The boy Lin Yun was calm and reserved, and even at such a young age he enjoyed holding books and could sit quietly for half a day. The girl Lin Yue was the opposite. She couldn't sit still and scoffed at the 4 arts of the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The moment she saw weapons, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she became entirely animated. Now the two children were already 3 years old. Although Lin Yu was still small and didn't stand very tall, she had already begun serious martial training. Every day she would wield a specially made little wooden sword, thrusting, slashing, and chopping at a scarecrow in front of her. Her movements, though immature, were already quite impressive. The scene amazed Yang Han. He felt that she was even more formidable than many martial artists in the body refinement realm. After observing for a long while, he discovered that Lin Yu had considerable talent in martial arts. In fact, it could be said that she was not just good, but exceptionally so. Most 3-year-olds could barely walk steadily, yet Lin Yu could already control the trajectory of the wooden sword with precision, far surpassing her peers in strength and angle. Over the past year, although Yang Han's life had been uneventful, he had never slackened in his training. With the continuous supply of dark energy from Empress Tianyun, his cultivation steadily improved, and he finally broke through the threshold of the 6th level of the Master Realm, stepping into the 7th. With Yang Han's current strength, he could almost claim to be invincible within the Master Realm. Even if Lin Longtian at his peak stood before him, Yang Han would not feel inferior and would dare to fight him. Moreover, Yang Han was confident that he could defeat Lin Langtian. At the 7th level of the Master Realm, the density of Yang Han's martial arts true chi was already comparable to that of a 9th level master. Yang Han's keen eyes perceived that Lin Yu was truly a remarkable material for martial arts. If she had a renowned teacher to guide her, her future achievements would be limitless. As the two children gradually grew, their range of activities also expanded significantly. Previously, they could only stay inside the house, but now they could freely play in the backyard of Yaohua Palace. One focused on literature, the other on martial arts, each finding their place. On this day, it just happened to be Yang Han. With some leisure time, he went to the vicinity of Yaohua Palace, found a towering tree, and leaped gracefully onto the highest branch. Leaning against the trunk, Yang Han gazed through the layers of leaves at the backyard of Yaohua Palace. The yard was small, but very tidy. On the left was a writing desk piled high with books. On the right stood a scarecrow riddled with holes from the wooden. The sunlight was just right, warmly spilling into the courtyard. Lin Yun sat at the writing desk with a thick book sprawled in front of him. Yang Han focused his gaze and faintly saw the words "The Emperor's Mind" written on it. Beside it were several other books with titles like Strategies of Power and Secrets of Governance. A 3-year-old reading these. Yang Han's mouth twitched slightly. Moreover, it seemed that this was not forced upon him by Lin Mingyao. It appeared that Lin Yun had chosen this voluntarily. Engrossed in reading, Lin Yun's small face showed great seriousness. He sat upright, his large eyes carefully focused on the pages, his lips moving as he silently read. On the other side, Lin Yu was fiercely attacking the scarecrow with her wooden sword. Despite her rough movements, there was already a clear structure to her actions. Yang Han watched in awe, secretly amazed. This child was born to practice martial arts. With just a little guidance, she could make tremendous progress. After watching for a while, Yang Han found it increasingly interesting. He closed his eyes, and with the perception of the 7th level of the Master Realm, he enveloped the entire Yaohua Palace. At his current level, his perception range had become astonishingly vast. No movement within Yaohua Palace could escape Yang Han's ears and eyes. Soon he realized that Yaohua Palace was quite empty. Lin Mingyao was not present. Yang Han understood. With the suppression of the Northern King's rebellion, Lin Mingyao's position in the court had risen significantly, and her power had grown. She rarely stayed in Yaohua Palace anymore. For Lin Mingyao, the most important thing was the struggle for power. If she didn't acquire more power, everything she had now would become an illusion. She was more aware of this than anyone else. As the Northern King was dealt with, the world gradually returned to peace. Previously, Lin Mingyao could maintain a facade of calm with Lin Xiao, but now, It had become very difficult. Both sides were engaged in a power struggle both openly and covertly. Lin Mingyao was seldom at Yaohua Palace, clearly indicating that she had many matters to attend to. Yang Han pondered for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his face as his expression began to shift. Yang Han felt a mischievous urge to tease the two little children and see their reactions when he changed his face before them. The Thousand Faces transformation technique. The bones of his face shifted slightly, muscles rearranged, and wrinkles appeared on his skin, revealing a white-haired serene visage. In just a few breaths, Yang Han transformed into a kind and harmonious old man. If Emperor Qianyuan were present, he would surely recognize this face. Lin Langtian, the revered ancestor of the great Yin dynasty and unparalleled powerhouse at the 9th level of the Master Realm, the deceased Lin Langtian. Yang Han checked his disguise, confirming there were no flaws, and then moved, drifting down from the tree like a feather. He landed soundlessly, not even disturbing a falling leaf. In the backyard, Lin Yun and Lin Yu both looked up simultaneously. They saw a stranger, an old man with a head of white hair and a kind face, smiling gently at them. "Who are you?" Lin Yun was the first to speak, his voice clear and tinged with caution. Lin Yu was more direct. She raised her wooden sword, pointing it at Yang Han with a tense expression. "Who are you? How did you get here? Speak. Are you a bad person?" Yang Han looked at the two children, who appeared to be on high alert, and nearly burst out laughing. He wanted to say, "I am your father," but he just smiled and shook his head. Yang Han did not answer. He slowly walked toward the two children. Lin Yun and Lin Yu instinctively wanted to retreat, but when Yang Han approached, they suddenly froze. This old man emitted a very special aura. It was not one of threat or oppression, but rather a comfort. That feeling was very similar to when Lin Mingyao held them. Blood is thicker than water, and it manifested at this moment. Lin Yu lowered her wooden sword, tilted her head at Yang Han, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Yun also relaxed his guard. Yang Han approached the writing desk, bent down, and glanced at the book Lin Yun was reading. He flipped through the pages and found them densely filled with annotations. A 3-year-old could actually write his own insights in a book about the Emperor's mind. While childish, it was already cool. You enjoy reading these books at such a young age. Yang Han sighed. Do you want to be an emperor when you grow up? Lin Yun's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. He lowered his head, his mood somewhat downcast. I want to be an emperor, Lin Yun said seriously. I want to change the world and make the great Yin dynasty more prosperous. Yang Han looked at him surprised. A 3-year-old child already harbored such strong ambitions. Truly, he was his offspring. But Lin Yun's voice dropped, and his small hand clenched the page tightly. I can't become one. Yang Han furrowed his brow. Why not? Can't become one. This child didn't even know who his real father was, yet he would say he couldn't become the emperor of the great Yin dynasty. After a long pause, Lin Yun looked up into Yang Han's eyes. Those clear eyes held a hint of sadness. When I walk in the palace, I often see the strange looks from others. Lin Yun spoke softly. There are many rumors in the palace saying that I am the child born of my mother without qualifications. They say no matter how much I read, I can't become an emperor, and I can't even become a minister. They say I am an outsider and unworthy of it. Lin Yue beside him tightened her grip on her brother's hand. Her little face flushed, and tears glimmered in her eyes. If they spoke of Lin Yun, were they not also speaking of her? Yang Han stood still, his expression growing darker by the moment. The smile had vanished from his face, and his eyes turned cold. An invisible killing intent emanated from Yang Han, spreading like a tangible force. The intensity of that killing intent was so strong that if a Pekinate expert were present, they would instantly kneel and tremble, unable to stand. This was the might of the 7th level of the Master Realm. It could be said that as long as Yang Han wished, he could annihilate the entire Imperial Palace within a day with no one able to escape. Killing a chicken was no different. However, despite Yang Han's terrifying presence, the two children felt nothing of it. They only sensed the familiar warmth emanating from Yang Han, drawing them closer. Lin Yun and Lin Yu could also feel that Yang Han's anger was not directed at them. That anger was born for their sake. Who said that? Yang Han spoke, his voice very calm. But beneath that calmness was a turbulent wave of killing intent. As long as Lin Yun and Lin Yu revealed a name, Yang Han would immediately slaughter that person's entire clan without a second thought. This was no different from squashing an ant underfoot. Lin Yun and Lin Yu looked at Yang Han, not knowing why, but suddenly felt a pang of sadness in their noses. Lin Yun shook his head and softly said, There are many people in the palace, and I don't remember. But thank you. Yang Han's expression softened as he approached Lin Yun, crouched down, and gently stroked his head. You have the qualifications. Your mother is the 9th Princess Lin Mingyao, and royal blood flows through your veins. Moreover, your father is a person of great stature, and I believe you will surely become an emperor in the future. Yang Han's last words were slightly more resolute. With him around, it was not a difficult matter for Lin Yun to become the emperor of the great Yin dynasty. Of course Yang Han himself had no desire to be emperor. It was too exhausting with too many matters to handle. It was better to be a guard in the cold palace accompanied by a beautiful person enjoying a leisurely life. Lin Yun looked up at Yang Han, his eyes slightly red. No one had ever spoken to him like that. The way the palace maids and eunuchs looked at him always carried a hint of strangeness. Those princes and grandsons either avoided him or gave him disdainful looks. Of course this was not without the support of Prince Lin Xiao. After all, regarding the two children of Lin Mingyao, Prince Lin Xiao was also pushing from behind. The power struggle between the two had truly begun. Such tactics were not surprising. Really, Lin Yun's voice was somewhat choked, and his small hand unconsciously clutched the hem of Yang Han's clothes. Really, Yang Han looked at him, speaking deliberately. If anyone dares to speak again, remember their name or appearance. Then tell me. Following that, a smile appeared on Yang Han's face. I guarantee I will make them regret it for 10 lifetimes. A chilling, killing intent spread out. Not just regret for 10 lifetimes. If Yang Han knew who said such things, he would directly annihilate their entire clan. Lin Yun nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. He believed Yang Han's words. For some reason, looking at Yang Han felt extremely comforting, even making him want to leap into his arms for a hug. Lin Yu tilted her head and examined Yang Han with curious eyes. She was not as sentimental as her brother, yet she sensed a comforting aura emanating from the old man. Lin Yu blinked and asked who he really was, admitting that she felt an odd, intimate familiarity with him, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Hearing this, Yang Han could not help but laugh. The little girl liked to feign maturity. The idea that she had seen him everywhere struck him as amusing. Yang Han turned to her with a playful glint and teased that if he claimed to be their real father, would they believe him? Lin Yu froze, then snorted and pouted. She refused to believe it, insisting he was far too old, and that if her father were that old, her mother would have married an old man. Yang Han felt a flutter of amusement at the child's sharp tone. He smiled and let his features begin to change. Bones shifted, muscles reformed, wrinkles smoothed, and white hair darkened. Within a few breaths, the white-haired elder had become a young man. Lin Yun and Lin Yu gaped, their mouths wide with astonishment. Before their eyes, one person had transformed into another. Such a spectacle left the two 3-year-olds. Lin Yu cried out in wonder and circled Yang Han twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe and marveling at the display, asking whether it was some kind of face-changing art. Yang Han laughed and explained that the technique was called the thousand-face illusion technique, offering to teach her sometime. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly, then frowned and insisted he still could not be her father. She recounted that people outside said her father was an old devil, frightening and wicked, and Yang Han appeared far too kind to match that description. Yang Han's mouth twitched, but he offered no further explanation, as some truths would reveal themselves with time. He crouched and, diverting the subject, asked about the wooden sword in Lin Yu's hand and whether she liked martial arts. Lin Yu's eyes brightened and her cheeks flushed as she admitted she loved it, especially sword practice, though her mother said she was too young and must wait a few years to learn properly. She explained that for now she could only swing her wooden sword at the scarecrow in the backyard, and she demonstrated a chopping motion with childlike earnestness. Though naive, her movement carried a hint of vigor. Yang Han felt something stir within and smiled, claiming to be a martial grandmaster, one of the most powerful men in the great Yin dynasty, and offered to instruct her. Lin Yu cocked her head skeptically, finding the claim hard to believe and wondering why a supposed grandmaster would. Yang Han only smiled and did not argue. He plucked a soft, slender strand of straw from the scarecrow that bent at the slightest breeze. Pinching the straw between his fingers, he gathered true qi. In an instant, the pliant straw straightened, a faint golden gleam appearing along its surface, becoming absurdly harder than steel. With a flick of his finger, the straw became a golden streak that pierced a nearby stone pillar with a quiet sound, leaving only a tiny bottomless hole. Lin Yun and Lin Yu stared in unison. Lin Yu rushed to the pillar, peered into the small hole, then turned back to Yang Han, with stars of admiration in her eyes, exclaiming how amazing he was. She begged him to be her master and teach her martial arts. Yang Han smiled and agreed, but said he had one. When Lin Yu asked what the condition was, Yang Han pointed to his cheek and, smiling, requested a kiss. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson. Though only 3, she already felt shy. She was usually only intimate with her mother Lin Mingyao, and rarely let others touch her. She might allow Lan Fei at most. Yet inexplicably, Yang Han's unusual request stirred no resistance in her. She even felt a small, eager impulse to oblige. Blushing, she rose on tiptoe to reach Yang Han's face, but was too small. She hopped in frustration, unable to bridge the distance. Yang Han watched her adorable struggle and laughed. He crouched and leaned close, and Lin Yu gave his cheek. Yang Han smiled in quiet satisfaction. Having 2 children to keep him company in the palace made his days less dull. He declared he would now begin instructing her in swordsmanship. He rose, picked up a branch from the ground, and held it like a sword, telling her to watch closely. He did not use true chi, instead demonstrating the basic principle of the sword with a measured strike. The stroke appeared ordinary, yet contained the essence of swordsmanship. At this level, Yang Han was a 7th-stage grandmaster. Any blade in his hand obeyed his subtle intent. He asked if she understood. Lin Yu nodded with earnest concentration, raised her wooden sword, and imitated his movement, slowly delivering a strike. As the wooden sword cut the air, it emitted a faint hum. Surprise flashed across Yang Han's eyes. The child's talent surpassed his expectations. After a single demonstration, she could reproduce 7 or 8/10ths of the technique's spirit. Such insight was rare. Many 30-year-old warriors lacked it. An hour passed. Under Yang Han's guidance, Lin Yu's swordsmanship improved by leaps. Where she had once hacked without form, each move now had intention and grace. He pointed out several flaws which she corrected immediately, and she began to invent variations on her own. Yang Han watched her practice in the courtyard with growing astonishment. Her martial aptitude bordered on the miraculous. A few pointers, and she could integrate them fluidly. And she was only 3. What might she be in years to come? Yang Han did not neglect Lin Yun. Having lived 2 lives, he was not a master of intrigue, but the books he had read and the histories he knew allowed him to teach Lin Yun valuable lessons. Sitting by the desk, Yang Han told Lin Yun that the art of rulership was not merely calculating against others, but first seeing oneself clearly. He explained that one must know what one desires, what one can accomplish, what should be done, and what should not. A man who cannot see himself is unfit to be emperor. Lin Yun listened with partial understanding and tucked the words into his heart. Time slipped by quickly until evening settled over the garden. The sunset painted the backyard in warm light. Yang Han rose, brushed dust from his robe, and said it was time to leave. Both children wore reluctant expressions. Lin Yu ran over and clung to his leg, tilting her face up to plead that he stay, offering all her New Year money and begging him to be her teacher. Yang Han shook his head with a smile and said money was unnecessary. If fate permitted, he would return. Then he crouched and asked them to promise him one thing. When Lin Yun asked what the request was, Yang Han said they must never tell anyone that he had visited, not even their mother, and that it must remain their secret. He warned that if they revealed the secret, he would never come back. The 2 children exchanged a glance. They had wanted to tell Lin Mingyao, but Yang Han's words changed their minds instantly. They agreed without hesitation. Lin Yu was the first to vow not to tell, and Lin Yun solemnly echoed the promise. Yang Han smiled, ruffled their hair, then shifted his form and vanished from the backyard, as if swallowed. In the days that followed, Yang Han would visit Yaohua Palace's backyard from time to time, always at a set hour during daylight, never through the main gate, but appearing like a breeze. The children grew used to it. They would run to the backyard at the appointed moment, gazing up at the sky and waiting eagerly for that familiar silhouette to appear. Each time Yang Han came, he refined Lin Yu's swordsmanship and tutored Lin Yun in the ways of power. Lin Yu's skill improved by leaps every day. Lin Yun's political acumen matured steadily as well. Yang Han watched the 2 children grow with a deep sense of satisfaction. In the cold palace, this companionship was a warm solace. Yang Han found palace life dull. Standing guard and practicing with concubine Xiao and Empress Tianyun offered little stimulation. There was a lack of novelty, so having 2 children to occupy his time was welcome. Yet over this period, Yang Han felt the atmosphere within the palace grow tense. The air was taut, soldiers occasionally glaring at one another with weapons in hand, faces alert and wary like the oppressive stillness before a storm. Storms were gathering, Yang Han thought. He knew why the Qinyuan emperor's health was failing. After the Jinbei Wang's rebellion was quelled, the emperor's already frail body deteriorated further. Before Jinbei Wang died, the emperor had been clinging on by sheer will to prevent calamity. With Jinbei Wang gone, the dynasty's greatest crisis passed. But the emperor relaxed, and his health collapsed. He often lost control, lay bedridden, and his mind was confused. The governance of the great Yin court had fallen largely into the hands of Crown Prince Lin Xiao and 9th Princess Lin Mingyao. The entire court and palace understood this truth. Once the Qinyuan emperor died, a full-scale power struggle between the Crown Prince and Lin Mingyao would erupt. What bloody conflict would ensue was anyone's guess. Historical struggles for power were invariably brutal. Countless lives could be swept into the vortex. Yang Han shook his head and did not linger on the thought. No matter how the fight unfolded, it need not concern him much. He only had to protect those he wished to protect. Days passed into a dozen more. One day Yang Han descended into the backyard again. He landed in the center and immediately sensed that something about the mood was wrong. Lin Yun and Lin Yu sat on the steps with their heads drooped, listless. Lin Yu's wooden sword lay discarded, and Lin Yun's book was closed and untouched. Yang Han approached, crouched, and asked with a smile why such young children appeared so despondent and whether they faced some trouble. The 2 children looked up together and replied that it was about their mother. Yang Han paused, taken slightly aback. He listened intently as they prepared to tell him what had happened concerning Lin Mingyao. Yang Han paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, "What has happened to your mother?" Lin Yu tilted her head thoughtfully. "I'm not quite sure." Mother always returns with furrowed brows, and her voice grows hurried whenever she speaks with the maids. Lin Yun interjected calmly, his small face bearing an unusual gravity beyond his years. Mother now occupies the highest office, her heart entrusted with the fate of the realm. Only matters of state could trouble her so. "Oh, what matters of state?" Yang Han asked. Rarely leaving the imperial palace, he knew little of the world beyond its walls, though unrest in truth was the natural order. The grand tide of history ebbs and flows. Division inevitably yields to unification, unification again to division. Chaos unfurls ceaselessly within that cycle. This all begins with the Lord of the Northern Marches. Yang Han's gaze sharpened. The Lord of the Northern Marches. Speak your thoughts. A flicker of intrigue lit his expression. This child was but 3 years old, yet carried himself with uncanny composure. Lin Yun paused briefly before continuing. Though the Lord of the Northern Marches has been slain, and the greatest rebel leader eliminated, the realm has grown only more fractured. For he revealed to all, even in defeat, rebellion exacted a staggering toll upon the imperial house. That is the unmistakable sign of decline. His rebellion was never born of righteous mandate, but of the imperial clan's waning authority. Moreover, Patriarch Lin Langtian is dead, and Emperor Qianyuan lies gravely ill. His end draws near. Under such converging conditions, tranquility is impossible. Yang Han gazed at Lin Yun, astonishment flooding his eyes. How could a child so young grasp such depth? Many spend lifetimes blind to the currents of great history, yet Lin Yun at 3 perceives them with crystalline clarity. Such insight is exceedingly rare. No wonder he inherited his father's exceptional lineage. Yang Han mused inwardly, his expression betraying nothing. He smiled faintly and regarded Lin Yun, his tone edged with quiet appraisal. "What else do you know? What has transpired beyond the capital since the Lord of the Northern Marches fell?" Lin Yun reflected a moment, then recounted all he had observed these past days. Since Patriarch Lin Longtian's death, ancient martial sects long dormant have re-emerged into the light. Lin Yun spoke with steady poise. Millennial martial clans, great and small martial sects, all remained profoundly subdued before Patriarch Lin's passing, obedient and invisible, daring not to raise their heads. Yet once he perished, they sprouted like bamboo after rain, bold, unapologetic, and brazenly conspicuous. He lifted his gaze, a shadow of concern crossing his eyes, as the classics warn martial adepts defy prohibition through force. With martial sects resurfacing, local magistrates prove utterly powerless. Some prefectures have even suffered annihilation at their hands. They openly flout the great Yin dynasty's sovereignty. When martial sects rise, local governance collapses entirely. Some magistrates' families are slaughtered outright. Such arrogance scorns the dynasty itself. The Lord of the Northern Marches may be dead, but he ignited a flame of contempt for imperial authority across the realm. If this continues, the great Yin dynasty's dominion will face renewed peril. Yang Han listened in silence, his countenance serene, yet within a subtle ripple disturbed his stillness. Lin Yun's analysis of the grand tides transcended mere genius. It belonged to another order entirely. Lin Yun's mind seemed forged expressly for the art of kingship, far-sighted, incisive, penetrating to the very marrow of power. A melancholy cloud passed over Lin Yun's youthful features. The Lord of the Northern March's death only cowed petty opportunists. It held no terror for millennium-old martial clans whose roots run deeper than dynasties. Yang Han's gaze flickered, recalling the Situ clan. If memory served, it was their alliance with the Lord of the Northern Marches that emboldened him to publicly denounce Emperor Qianyuan. Indeed, the Lord of the Northern Marches paled beside those ancient martial houses. Yet even those venerable lineages held no weight before Yang Han. Dynasties endure centuries, clans span millennia. Many noble houses have weathered successive imperial collapses, unshaken, unbroken, possessing depths of influence and legacy that defy erosion. Yang Han now grasped Patriarch Lin Longtian's true significance. His very existence had suppressed countless martial sects, forcing them into silence. While he lived, Yang Han heard no whispers of martial clans or sects stirring trouble beyond the capital. But with his passing, demons and specters rose from the shadows. Yang Han knew behind this resurgence lay decades of blood-soaked history. Otherwise, why would those martial powers have obeyed such restraint? Patriarch Lin must have slain legions to secure those decades of peace. Lin Yun sighed, his small face heavy with sorrow. At this rate, the great Yin dynasty's throne remains perilously unstable, not only due to external chaos, but also because Crown Prince Lin Xiao and Mother engage in relentless power struggles within the court. Mother commands immense prestige in court, surpassing even the Crown Prince. To ministers and generals alike, her capability eclipses Prince Lin Xiao's, by a vast margin. The Crown Prince's faction grows increasingly desperate. Yang Han nodded faintly. Internal strife and external threat. No phrase better described the great Yin dynasty's present plight. Within court walls raged the contest between Prince Lin Xiao and Lin Mingyao. Beyond them, myriad martial sects stirred restlessly. Emperor Qianyuan still breathed, and yet the realm already teetered on collapse. Who knew what cataclysm would follow his death? Court politics would descend into open warfare. The struggle between Prince Lin Xiao and Lin Mingyao would reach its fiercest climax. Neither side would relinquish power lightly. The Crown Prince, aspiring to ascend the Dragon Throne, would never surrender authority willingly. He would spare no effort to eradicate Lin Mingyao, the greatest threat to his sovereignty. Such merit overshadowing the sovereign has always been treated with utmost gravity across every dynasty. No emperor tolerates a rival who commands equal sway within court. Lin Mingyao clearly fit that description. Lin Xiao would never let her live. As for Lin Mingyao, she possessed ambition, craved authority, and bore the sacred duty of protecting her child with Yang Han and her own mother. She had witnessed her maternal clan's utter annihilation. She understood power's essence with visceral clarity. To prevent history's repetition, she would fight without quarter, even covet the imperial throne itself. Both sides knew this truth in their bones. Yang Han reached out, gently stroking Lin Yun's hair with a soft smile. Fear not. These phantoms and specters shall never coalesce into true power. In his eyes, those so-called millennium-old martial clans, and even court intrigues, were mere jesters leaping upon a stage. A single sweep of his hand would erase them all. Lin Yun looked up at Yang Han, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. He sensed something extraordinary about him, an aura of unshakable equanimity, as though the heavens themselves might crumble and he would not flinch. That serenity, he had never encountered it in anyone. Your cultivation? Lin Yun ventured cautiously. How profound is it? Yang Han offered a faint, enigmatic smile, his eyes gleaming with unfathomable depth. He replied simply, what Patriarch Lin Langtian once accomplished, I too am capable of achieving. Lin Yun froze. Patriarch Lin Langtian, the imperial patriarch of the great Yin dynasty, a peerless sovereign who dominated an entire epoch. At his zenith, every martial sect knelt in submission, not merely out of reverence, but abject fear. Whether millennial clans or mighty sects, all bowed low and obeyed without question. Why? Because they feared Lin Langtian, whose mastery stood at the pinnacle of martial sainthood, his strength terrifying beyond measure. He ruled not by prestige, but by overwhelming absolute supremacy over the entire martial world of the great Yin dynasty. And Yang Han claimed parity with him. Hearing this, Lin Yu pouted skeptically. She couldn't quite believe it. While discussing grand affairs of state, she remained silent. But when Yang Han claimed equivalence with Patriarch Lin Langtian, doubt flickered across her face. Then Yang Han asked casually, by the way, any word of the Situ clan? Lin Yun blinked, then replied. Rumors say the Situ clan vanished entirely after their martial saint was destroyed. No one knows where they fled. Yang Han's gaze sharpened. So it was. Given how thoroughly he had shattered the Situ clan, any resurgence was virtually impossible. They were no longer worth consideration. Listening to Lin Yun's exposition on the shifting tides of power, Yang Han pondered quietly. Amid this accelerating fermentation of martial forces, might new masters emerge, reaching the pinnacle of martial sainthood, or even transcending it? Should such beings arise, he would need vigilance and intensified cultivation. The world was vast. Yang Han harbored no arrogance, even after effortlessly slaying martial saints. He believed firmly hidden mysteries dwelled in the shadows of this realm. Strength alone was the sole, immutable truth. Elsewhere, Yinzhou Prefecture, Great Yin Dynasty. Located in the north, Yinzhou lay thousands of li from the imperial capital, mountainous, remote, and treacherous. It was the dynasty's frontier, a land of fierce customs and flourishing martial traditions. Here one formidable clan had taken root for generations, fearsome, unrivaled, the undisputed hegemon of Yinzhou. Imperial edicts held no weight here. The Situ clan was Yinzhou. The legacy of a millennium-old martial house commanded absolute authority, its word law itself. A Situ decree outweighed even the emperor's imperial rescript. The Situ clan nurtured a vast reservoir of youthful talent, future pillars of its enduring might. For such ancient houses, true strength lay not in solitary apex masters, but in the depth of cultivated martial heirs. Within a decade, the Situ clan could produce dozens of primordial realm cultivators, perhaps even forge a new martial saint. Deep within the Situ clan's innermost sanctum, a secluded courtyard stood under unprecedented guard. 3 remaining primordial realm cultivators, the clan's last elite guardians, stood vigilant around its perimeter. Their eyes scanned relentlessly. A chi surged visibly across their bodies, as if bracing against some unspeakable horror. All three fixed their gazes unblinkingly upon the courtyard's sealed gate, sweat tracing cold paths down their temples. Beyond it resided Situ Ming, the current head of the Situ clan. In the recent battle, the former clan head, Situ Ming's father, had fallen. Thus leadership passed to her. Granddaughter of a martial saint, daughter of the previous patriarch, she alone commanded universal allegiance across the fractured Situ clan. At this moment, the aura emanating from the courtyard instilled a profound fear deep within the bones of these innate masters. The aura was terrifying. Even these innate masters trembled in fear, each one more terrified than the last. One of them stammered, "What? What is happening?" Calculating from the head of the family, carrying the heir of the Prince of Jinbei, it has already been 2 years. For 2 years there has been no sign of childbirth. Today there are signs of childbirth, but this aura. Another innate master turned pale, his lips trembling, continuing, "The entire Situ family can feel what the head of the family is carrying. Is an ominous thing. This is definitely not a normal child, it is a monster." Given that Situ Ming is the head of the family and commands great respect alongside the fact that the remaining members of the Situ family are all weaker than her, no one dared to speak too much. Today Situ Ming's child is about to be born. The ominous signs began early in the morning, with purple-black, true chi surging from the courtyard, becoming more abundant and dense, enveloping the entire courtyard in an eerie darkness. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, unbeknownst to anyone, blocking out the sun, plunging the world into gloom. Suddenly a piercing cry echoed through the courtyard. The moment that sound appeared, everyone felt their souls shudder. It was as if that was not the cry of a baby but the howl of a demon. The sound was sharp, chilling, and malevolent, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Many members of the Situ family were horrified, their mouths agape, yet not a single word could escape. What is this sound? What exactly has the head of the family given birth to? At this moment, the purple-black mist in the courtyard thickened enormously, enveloping everything. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, and the entire room fell into an eerie darkness. Inside the room, there were originally 8 maidservants and 4 midwives. But now they were all sprawled on the ground. Blood streamed from their 7 orifices, their eyes wide open, frozen in sheer terror. The bed was soaked in blood. Situ Ming lay in the pool of blood, her face as pale as paper. Since becoming pregnant, she felt that the child within her had been draining her blood and flesh day and night. Now that the child is born, she is so emaciated that she is nothing but skin and bones, a far cry from her former self. She reached out with trembling hands as if to seek her child. In this state of exhaustion, she could still move and reach for her child. This physical strength and willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the black mist, she finally felt a dampness. It was her child. But Situ Ming's expression suddenly changed. The child's hand felt wrong. She pulled the child close to her eyes for a closer look. Her pupils constricted suddenly. It was a girl. Yet the child did not appear to be like a newborn baby at all. She looked at least 4 or 5 years old. Her skin was pale blue, her hair was thick and black, her lips purple-black, radiating an extraordinarily eerie. However, the child was stunningly beautiful with features that could not be faulted, and even though she was only 4 or 5 years old, her beauty was astonishing. One could easily imagine that once she grew up, the entire world would be captivated by her beauty. Meanwhile, Situ Ming was horrified. Having lived for over 30 years, she had never heard of anyone giving birth to a child like this. This is not a normal child, this is a monster. The eerie girl opened her eyes, which were a deep purple-black, and in her pupils it was as if a black lotus was slowly spinning. Her gaze did not resemble that of a baby, but rather that of an unparalleled demon, exuding an innate murderous aura and bloodlust. She surveyed everything around her, her eyes filled with curiosity. Situ Ming took a deep breath, cradling the eerie girl in her arms, when suddenly Situ Ming's expression, the girl unconsciously swung her palm. In that instant, Situ Ming immediately felt that there was a terrifying power contained within this child. It felt comparable to that of an innate level. It was simply absurd, exaggerated. Born with the cultivation of an innate master. This was outright defiance against heaven. Innate level. Situ Ming's eyes were filled with overwhelming excitement at that moment. Although this child was somewhat bizarre, after all, whose child is born with such power? Only Situ Ming, who was 9 feet tall, could support such a large child in her womb. If it were a delicate woman, she would probably have been drained to death during the pregnancy. Yet even so, giving birth to this child was still a fate worse than death for Situ Ming. Thankfully, her willpower was strong. Situ Ming trembled as she looked at this child, her eyes filled with excitement. She gently stroked the eerie girl's forehead, but the girl remained indifferent, gazing at Situ Ming with a hint of special meaning. The special meaning in her gaze gradually transformed into a chilling and terrifying murderous intent, as if she wanted to devour Situ Ming. Situ Ming's heart trembled. Clearly she was just a child, yet that gaze filled her with dread. It must be known that Situ Ming was also an innate level warrior. Even now, during pregnancy and childbirth, her strength remained, and there should be no innate level warrior capable of threatening her. Yet what happened? A mere half-grown child achieved this. It made her feel as if she were being targeted by a ferocious hunter. Child, my dear child. Situ Ming took a deep breath. Although the girl before her was strange no matter what she was born from her womb, maternal love surpassed everything. Situ Ming gently stroked the eerie girl's face, causing her gaze to flicker continuously, how eventually the murderous aura gradually dissipated, transforming into indifference. Situ Ming breathed a sigh of relief, her face still filled with boundless love. My dear daughter. Situ Ming gazed at the eerie girl in her arms, while also glancing around, which was covered in blood. The blood on the bed was from her own childbirth, while the blood on the ground resulted from the maidservants and midwives bleeding from their 7 orifices. Under the cover of the black mist, the entire room was drenched in blood, resembling hell. You were born amidst a sea of blood. Blood. Red blood. Situ Hongxue. No, that name doesn't sound good. Let's call you Situ Hongxi. Situ Ming whispered. The eerie girl in her arms seemed to understand, her eyes flickering, but it appeared she was unable to speak, due to just being born. Looking at the girl in her arms, Situ Ming revealed a loving smile. Good, my dear child, it seems you are also quite satisfied. Situ Ming paused. In her eyes an ingrained hatred surfaced. My child, you possess extraordinary talent. The moment you were born, ominous signs followed. Ordinary people cannot withstand your phenomena and die. For me to bear you was a perilous journey, but I persevered. I believe your future growth will be extraordinary. You will surpass your father and your grandfather. Situ Ming's tone hardened, but you must remember. You were born with the will of revenge. You must personally tear apart that scoundrel who killed your grandfather and your biological father. Situ Ming spoke each word slowly, her gaze also reddened with blood. The eerie girl continued to watch, staring at Situ Ming. Then Situ Ming saw within the girl's pupils the black lotus seemed to bloom, and she nodded. Seeing this, Situ Ming's face broke into a smile. She had already decided to spare no effort and to expend everything to cultivate this child into a martial arts master. Meanwhile, in a very secretive location within the Great Yin dynasty, in a completely dark chamber, there seemed to be no trace of any person. An old man with a black lotus blooming in his eyes was trembling. This tremor was not from fear, but rather from an extreme excitement. It was as if a long-held obsession had received its answer. With each breath, the old man's presence caused the void to tremble, showcasing his terrifying power. He was undoubtedly a martial arts master. Moreover, he had traveled far on the path of a martial arts master. He was not one of those who had just been promoted. Then the old man took out something, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Boom. In the old man's hand, there was a black lotus token. At this moment, the black lotus token was trembling violently, as if it had found its master. The old man shed tears of excitement, growling, I found it. The earthly incarnation of the black lotus divine lord has been found. After 7 years, a full 7 years. Finally found. Honorable lord. With your leadership, we will have the backbone, and at that time we will sweep through the entire Great Yin. No matter what royal family, clan, or sect, they will all be crushed. Time passed, and 7 days went by. The events happening in the Situ family were unknown to Yang Han, who was thousands of miles away in the palace. His life went on as usual. However, the atmosphere in the palace grew increasingly tense. Emperor Qianyuan's health was deteriorating, and the conflict between the crown prince and Lin Mingyao had escalated to a boiling point. It was easy to imagine that before long the entire court and imperial city would be engulfed in a terrifying storm of power struggles. The atmosphere within the palace grew heavier, but for Yang Han, it was all inconsequential. To him, it was all just petty squabbles. On this day, Yang Han went to the cold palace, as usual, silently reciting sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. Sword technique, Thunder Prison 8 cuts. Yang Han's heart jolted. Thunder Prison 8 cuts sounded incredibly powerful, and it was a sword technique. Over the years of signing in, he had acquired various skills such as palm techniques, fist techniques, lightness skills, and internal skills, but he lacked a decent weapon technique. Now it had finally arrived. A flood of information surged into his mind. The Thunder Prison 8 cuts consists of 8 forms, each imbued with the power of thunder. Time swiftly approached the evening. On a dark and windy night, it was the perfect moment to test the blade. Yang Han transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary person, leaping into the air and darting out of the imperial city. He intended to venture beyond the imperial city into the desolate lands, seeking an uninhabited place to unleash the full power of the Thunder Prison 8 strikes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace in the residence of Emperor Qianyuan, the vast chamber was currently empty. Emperor Qianyuan lay on the dragon bed, his complexion pale as wax, the once mighty ruler who sat upon the dragon throne and commanded the world, now reduced to this state. Crown Prince Lin Xiao knelt at the bedside, leaning forward, his voice respectful. Father, I come to report to you that the world is increasingly unstable, almost as chaotic as it was before the death of the Northern King. Emperor Qianyuan tilted his head slightly. Lin Xiao spoke with some anger. Ever since our ancestors' death, various martial forces have begun to emerge one after another. The rivers and lakes are already drenched in blood. Those martial clans and sects pay no heed to the court. In those remote areas, martial forces are the true rulers, while the government is nothing more than a joke. This is a blatant disrespect to the great Yin dynasty. Disrespect towards our Lin family. He clenched his fists. As the Crown Prince, my commands mean nothing in those places. They are treated as worthless scraps of paper. Emperor Qianyuan remained silent. He was of course aware of these matters. With the death of Lin Longtian, the great Yin dynasty had lost its ultimate weapon of deterrence. Those martial forces, suppressed for decades, now pounced like starving wolves, tearing at the precarious state of the dynasty. Lin Xiao looked at Emperor Qianyuan, his eyes filled with frustration. Father, if the great Yin dynasty lacks a super strong presence, it will inevitably be plundered by those martial forces sooner or later. They are currently fighting among themselves for territory, but once they stabilize, it is likely that the great Yin dynasty will be their next target. They are currently fighting among themselves for territory, but once they stabilize, it is likely that the great Yin dynasty will be their next target. In the court, she opposes me at every turn, conspiring with ministers and cultivating her own faction, undermining my authority. Father, you should not have granted her power. What can a woman understand? Granting her power is simply a waste. Emperor Qianyuan listened, the candlelight dancing on his aged face, flickering uncertainly. Regarding Lin Mingyao, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I granted her power because of that old flower-picking demon. He was a martial master, someone to be reckoned with. I believed that by allying with her, I would be allying with that master. Father, that old flower-picking demon has been silent for how long? He may very well be dead. Oh, what use is there in allying? Lin Xiao said unhappily. No, a martial master still deserves respect. Even if he has disappeared, he may not necessarily be dead, but... He paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his old eyes. But now there is no need to be wary. Lin Xiao's expression stiffened. Oh, what did he mean by not needing to be wary? Could it be that Emperor Qianyuan had some hidden card, even making it, so that he need not fear a martial master? Emperor Qianyuan spoke earnestly. In my heart, you have always been the only candidate for emperor. You are the crown prince, my legitimate eldest son, the rightful heir to the great Yin dynasty. You need not worry about Lin Mingyao, nor about those martial forces. Then Emperor Qianyuan's voice took on a mysterious tone, because I have kept a backup plan for you. Lin Xiao was filled with excitement, leaning closer to the dragon bed. Father, what is this backup plan? Could it be that you have already found the predecessor who killed the Northern King? The great Yin dynasty is to have a national teacher. Lin Xiao was extremely agitated. He knew that after that battle, Emperor Qianyuan had ordered all efforts to find that predecessor. If he could be utilized by the royal family of the great Yin dynasty, it would stabilize the dynasty. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Qianyuan shook his head slightly. Then Emperor Qianyuan's hand extended from beneath the covers. That hand was as thin as a dry twig with bulging veins and covered in age spots. But at that moment, he held something in his hand, a small bronze bell. It was inscribed with dense runes, emitting a faint cold light under the candlelight. Lin Xiao was stunned. He had expected his father to produce some divine weapon, an unparalleled technique, or a hidden force. He never imagined it would be a mere small bell. Father, what is this? Lin Xiao asked with confusion. Emperor Qianyuan did not respond. He gave the bronze bell a shake. Dingling. The clear bell sound echoed throughout the palace. As Lin Xiao was filled with doubt, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura appear within the palace. Lin Xiao's body stiffened mechanically, turning his neck to look. His pupils constricted in shock. A figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. The figure was extraordinarily tall, like an iron tower, standing quietly. He wore a black robe and a conical hat, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The strength of that aura surpassed any martial artist Lin Xiao had ever encountered. Lin Xiao's face turned pale, his voice trembled. Father, what is this? Emperor Qianyuan was about to answer, but couldn't help coughing several times before saying, This is your ancestor Lin Langtian. Lin Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't the ancestor already dead? Yet how could this towering, fearsome figure possibly be Lin Langtian? At that moment, the tall figure slowly extended his hand and removed the conical hat from his head. Beneath the hat was a face Lin Xiao knew all too well, Lin Langtian. But that face had changed greatly, with a bluish-purple complexion and rigid skin. The most terrifying aspect was the eyes, with completely black pupils filled only with endless emptiness and silence. Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Ancestor, what has happened to you? Emperor Qianyuan watched, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. There was a hint of guilt and deep unease. After our ancestor's death, the corpse still held immense value. I invited a master from the puppet sect to teach me the method of refining corpse puppets. I then infused the corpse with dual resentment spirits, transforming it into a terrifying corpse demon. Now the ancestor possesses 70% of his peak strength. This backup plan is enough to suppress the court and any challengers. Even within the martial world, it can instill fear. Lin Xiao stared dumbfounded at the terrifying figure at the door, his shock gradually replaced by wild joy. 70% strength of Lin Langtian. He was an unparalleled powerhouse who had dominated an entire era. With this corpse demon to guard, what was there to fear? Lin Mingyao, those ministers in the court, even the 1,000-year-old families that stir chaos in the world would face his resistance. Father, Lin Xiao exclaimed excitedly, you are truly wise. Emperor Qianyuan smiled slightly, though the smile held a trace of bitterness. He handed the bronze bell to Lin Xiao, who accepted it with both hands, as if it were a precious treasure. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a twinge of worry. Father, will this provoke heavenly wrath? After all, the ancestor has already been laid to rest, and we... Emperor Qianyuan's eyes flickered. To be honest, he too felt a hint of trepidation. After all, such actions were indeed highly unorthodox, disturbing the peace of the deceased. But Emperor Qianyuan still said, if the ancestor were alive, he would certainly understand us. For the sake of the great Yan's dynasty and the Lin family's bloodline, what is this little sacrifice? How could it provoke heavenly wrath? Do not forget, the ancestor was loyal to the Lin family. Just as his words fell, boom. A terrifying thunderous sound erupted in the distant sky. Crackle, crackle. The sound of thunder rolled on endlessly like the wrath of the thunder god, striking down all sins in the world to ashes. In an instant, more than half of the imperial city was illuminated as if it were daytime. Emperor Qianyuan's palace was no exception, the pale light flooding and rendering both Emperor Qianyuan and Lin Xiao's faces as pale as paper. Emperor Qianyuan trembled, all over fear evident in his eyes, and he quickly turned to look out the window. Suddenly, heavenly punishment descended. This was too coincidental. Just after speaking, the heavenly wrath arrived. Crown Prince Lin Xiao was so scared that he dropped to the ground. The sound of thunder was terrifying. Not only the palace, but the entire imperial palace was shaken by this thunderous sound. The concubines, guards, palace maids, and eunuchs within the palace trembled in fear, gazing out the windows. This sudden thunder was louder than any before. Countless whispers filled the depths of the palace. Could it be someone had angered the heavens, provoking this thunderous punishment? And at this moment, outside the imperial city in the desolate lands, Yang Han stood holding his sword poised in the void. He had just drawn his sword and made a cut through the air, and the world had transformed into this state. Boom. Lightning erupted from the edge of his blade, transforming into countless bolts of blue lightning spreading in all directions. Those bolts of lightning surged like raging thunder dragons, tearing apart the night sky and illuminating the earth. Yang Han gazed at the scene before him, his pupils narrowing, equally astonished. Is this the power of the Thunder Prison 8 strikes? How terrifying. He recalled the martial arts he had signed up for previously, which were already quite strong, each with its own merits. But compared to the Thunder Prison 8 strikes, they still fell short. With this strike, it was as if the Thunder God was enraged, changing the colors of heaven and earth. Even in the face of countless troops, one strike would send them fleeing in panic. Yang Han sheathed his sword. Not bad, not bad. With such swordsmanship, anyone who comes will die. Currently, the martial forces of the world are in constant conflict. I hope some stronger opponents emerge to alleviate my loneliness. Yang Han murmured, then moved swiftly towards the imperial city. The test of the sword technique was over, and it was time to conclude. Soon he returned to the cold palace and pushed open the door to Lady Xiao's chamber. Lady Xiao was cowering in the corner of the bed, and upon seeing him enter, she leaped into Yang Han's arms like a frightened little rabbit. It thundered, it was so scary. Lady Xiao's voice still trembled. Yang Han smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder." He did not consider how much shock this strike had caused throughout the entire imperial palace, especially to Emperor Qianyuan. After all, he had committed a grievous act, not allowing Lin Langtian to rest in peace even after death. After Yang Han unleashed the Thunder Prison 8 strikes, causing the wrath of heaven, Emperor Qianyuan had spat out an unknown amount of bile in the palace, leading Lin Xiao to summon all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Office that very night. Time slipped imperceptibly into the next day. Yang Han stood guard in the cold palace when from afar a familiar figure approached. Zhao Shi wore a dark brocaded robe and carried a wine jug in one hand, a greased paper parcel in the other. Behind him trailed a fair-skinned young eunuch, barely 13 or 14 years old, head bowed and following step for step. Yang Han felt a flicker of surprise. It was still broad daylight. How could Zhao Shi, a man perpetually buried in affairs, possibly spare time to visit? Had he not been overwhelmed lately, his feet barely touching the ground? Senior eunuch Zhao, Yang Han leaned against the wall with a smile. What wind has carried you here? You, the busiest man in the capital, are truly an unexpected guest. Zhao Shi stepped closer, setting the wine jug and greased paper parcel down on the ground with a wry shake of his head. Senior eunuch Zhao, here I am, simply Zhao Shi. He glanced back at the young eunuch behind him and beckoned gently. Come forward. Call him Uncle Yang. The boy stepped forward with perfect composure, bowing deeply and speaking in a clear, bright voice. Uncle Yang, greetings. Yang Han studied the boy carefully, pale-skinned, delicate-featured, alert, and intelligent. He smiled faintly. And who might this be? My newly adopted son, Li Zhongxian, Zhao Shi said, patting the boy's shoulder with quiet pride. Zhongxian, wait aside while I speak with Uncle Yang. Yes, father. Li Zhongxian obediently withdrew to a respectful distance and stood motionless, hands folded at his waist. Yang Han watched, a quiet sigh rising within him. How young was Zhao Shi after all? Counting the years, he was barely past 20, yet already adopting a teenage son. Yang Han chuckled. Well done, Zhao Shi. You've even taken on a godson now. How long has this child served in the palace? Half a year, no more. Zhao Shi sat beside him, tore open the greased paper, and revealed fine marinated beef, its rich aroma instantly filling the air. Clever, well-mannered, sweet-tongued. His background is tragic. He reminds me of myself at that age. I took him in. Yang Han nodded, saying nothing further. Zhao Shi now headed the Eastern Depot, a man whose authority eclipsed all others at court. Adopting a godson was neither extraordinary nor surprising. He lifted the wine jug and poured 2 bowls. One he slid toward Yang Han, the other he held himself. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Yang Han sipped his wine and asked. Zhao Shi raised his bowl, but did not drink. His expression darkened, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Brother Yang, I've been swamped lately. Never found a moment to see you. Today I carved out precious time just to share a few cups and talk. He sighed softly. The realm grows ever more chaotic, and so do I. Yang Han's brows lifted slightly. How so? Zhao Shi set down his bowl and exhaled heavily. Martial sects across the land have grown brazen beyond measure, especially their leaders. Ever since the death of Patriarch Lin Longtian, they've emerged openly. They seize territory, plunder resources, commit murder and arson, no atrocity left uncommitted. They treat the great Yin dynasty as if it were their private domain. They hold no regard for imperial law, nor for any governing authority. Yang Han listened in silence, unmoved. A dynasty endures but centuries, a clan endures millennia. Perhaps the true masters of this land had never been dynasties at all, but clans, ancient, entrenched, unshakable. While Lin Langtian lived, his power transcended heaven and earth, capable of subduing the entire martial world. Every sect and school bowed low. None dared emerge boldly lest their entire lineage be eradicated as a grim warning to others. Now, Lin Langtian is gone, and his deterrent force has crumbled beyond measure. Logically, such matters fall outside the jurisdiction of either the Directorate of Ceremonial or the Eastern Depot. Yang Han asked curiously, then why are you suddenly so overwhelmed? Zhao Shi's brow furrowed tightly. Brother Yang, you're absolutely right. In theory, it should be none of our concern. Yet the sheer number of martial sects makes it unavoidable. They've committed countless grave crimes, monstrous atrocities. So many that every imperial bureau in the capital is drowning in cases. Inevitably, the Directorate and the Eastern Depot were assigned their share. As for the grandest cases, the sects shielded by martial grandmasters, we cannot intervene. But those lesser factions, those backed only by postnatal cultivators, or perhaps 1 or 2 early-stage innate cultivators, that falls squarely under our purview. He sighed again. Brother Yang, don't be misled by my outward authority. I'm worn threadbare. My agents scour the capital daily, arresting suspects, conducting interrogations, confiscating estates, executing sentences. Never a moment's rest. And I, their chief, am scarcely less exhausted. Worse still, it's profoundly humiliating. In truth, we merely bully the weak and cower before the strong. Against millennium-old clans protected by martial grandmasters, the Directorate and the Eastern Depot dare not even breathe loudly. We feign blindness, pretend they don't exist. Instead, we pursue only minor sects, mere minnows caught in the tide, scrambling for scraps in the chaos. If the great whales remain untouched, the martial world will only grow more unruly. Yang Han observed Zhao Shi closely, and saw how much more weathered he appeared than during their last meeting. His gaze held sharper, colder intent, his aura thick with suppressed violence. Zhao Shi. Yang Han set down his wine bowl and spoke slowly, as if recalling something profound. This course you're taking may precipitate an unintended consequence. At these words, Zhao Shi froze, then asked, genuinely intrigued, Brother Yang, what consequence? He had rarely heard Yang Han voice his own opinions before, always the silent listener, never the speaker. Now, however, Zhao Shi burned with curiosity, eager to hear Yang Han's insight. Yang Han spoke calmly. You capture the minnows while letting the whales swim free. Have you considered you're driving those very minnows straight into the whale's jaws? At that instant, whoosh, Zhao Shi's face paled. His hand trembled, spilling wine across the rim. The words struck like lightning, illuminating everything. Zhao Shi's mind raced, connecting threads he'd never dared consider. Indeed, Yang Han was utterly correct. The court's strategy would inevitably push minor martial sects toward the colossal ancient clans, forcing them into dependence into alliance. Thus fragmentation would give way to consolidation. Scattered schools would coalesce into unified powers. Put simply, the court was unwittingly accelerating the formation of martial blocs. Over time, this would forge a situation profoundly disadvantageous to the throne. Zhao Shi exhaled deeply, a long shuddering breath, as Yang Han's words reverberated through his core. He gazed at Yang Han long and hard. Not simple at all. With a single phrase, Yang Han had unveiled layers of hidden consequence. Brother Yang, you're absolutely right. But, Zhao Shi shook his head faintly. I am merely the court's executioner, bound to obey orders. Where the martial world will drift, how far the ancient clans will rise, I cannot foresee. His sigh was heavy with resignation. Though Zhao Shi had attained the innate realm, without reaching the rank of martial grandmaster, he remained bound, constrained by hierarchy, by mandate, by chains unseen. Yang Han said nothing more, yet he too wondered what shape the martial world would assume in the wake of Lin Lontian's passing. Then he asked, which sects lead the martial world today, and how formidable are they? Zhao Shi's expression grew solemn. After a pause to gather his thoughts, he began, the strongest forces are the 7 clans and the 5 sects. Each commands dominion, ancient, terrifying, their lineages stretching over 1,000 years older even than the great Yin dynasty itself. He paused, voice lowering. Most crucially, each is guarded by a martial grandmaster. Without one, no faction qualifies as a hegemon. Yang Han nodded faintly, his gaze sharpening with astonishment. 12 hegemonic powers meant 12 martial grandmasters. Of course, the Sima clan was included among the 7 clans, so the count effectively stood at 6. Still, the number of grandmasters exceeded his expectations. Before Lin Lontian's death, grandmasters had seemed nearly extinct, never appearing openly in the realm. Before his own ascension, Yang Han had assumed such masters simply did not exist in this world. But now he understood. The sheer overwhelming dominance of Lin Lontian in his prime had suppressed them all, forcing grandmasters into absolute seclusion. Beyond them, Zhao Shi continued, countless sects are led by latest-stage innate cultivators. No fewer than 80, perhaps nearing 100. They had lain hidden for decades, stealthy, invisible. The moment Patriarch Lin Lontian perished, they surged forth like floodwaters. He sighed, drained, and emptied his wine in one long draught. Brother Yang, do you know, before Lin Lontian's death, everyone believed the great Yan's martial world was barren, devoid of strength. Not only grandmasters, innate cultivators themselves were rare gems, almost mythical. Yet once the Patriarch fell, these sects erupted from the shadows. Their threat dwarfs even the Northern Prince's rebellion 1,000-fold. Against such powers, the Northern Prince was insignificant. 10 grandmasters, or more, just thinking of it chills the blood. Were they to unite, the great Yin dynasty would collapse in an instant. Fortunately, these ancient clans refuse to submit to one another. Each shields its own grandmaster. Unity remains distant. Yang Han nodded slightly. Dozens of grandmasters sound imposing, but against a population of 10 billion, they remain vanishingly rare. Martial grandmasters are the rarest of rarities, few indeed, and many, having reached that pinnacle, have exhausted every ounce of latent potential. Each step beyond demands superhuman effort. Yet Yang Han feared none of them. For his own strength, within the grandmaster realm, he was certain no one could withstand his lightning prisonate cuts. A sudden curiosity stirred. Among these sects, are there cultivators ranked 9th stage grandmaster? Zhao Shi blinked, then shook his head vigorously. Impossible. 9th stage grandmasters stand at the absolute apex, the same tier as Lin Lontian himself. The grandmasters these sects possess are mostly early stage. A mid-stage grandmaster would already be exceptional. Latest stage grandmaster. Highly unlikely. He hesitated, then added cautiously, yet, the world is vast. Who can claim to know all its corners? Perhaps one exists, unknown to us. He spoke with deliberate ambiguity, for though he stood atop the imperial hierarchy, even the Forbidden City could not encompass the entirety of the great Yin Empire. Yang Han, hearing this, inclined toward belief. The world was vast. Perhaps somewhere in its forgotten corners dwelled a 9th stage terror. After all, if Lin Lontian's death could reveal such hidden power, who knew what else lay concealed? Even this humble, cold palace sheltered a grandmaster at the zenith of his realm. So long as no being surpassed the grandmaster realm, Yang Han felt no fear. Yet caution remained his compass. This world was immense, and he, a traveler from another realm, understood one immutable law: the dark forest principle. In this endless, silent forest, never presume yourself supreme. Never assume your strength can subdue all. Vigilance is survival. In other words, Yang Han could act, but he must never let the world know Yang Han resided within this modest cold palace. Concealment was essential, to avoid entanglement, to evade notice, to preserve peace. Zhao Shi poured another bowl of wine, drank twice, and suddenly his expression hardened, grave and tense. He set down the bowl, lips parting repeatedly, yet no words emerged. Yang Han watched him, then smiled. Senior eunuch Zhao, speak plainly. Hesitation doesn't suit you. Zhao Shi drew a deep breath. Brother Yang, I'll share a confidential matter with you. What matter? You heard last night's thunder, didn't you? Yang Han's pulse quickened, but his face remained impassive. Yes, the sudden thunderclap shook the entire capital. I lay awake all night startled. What of it? Zhao Shi's voice dropped to a hushed, weighty timbre. That thunder terrified Emperor Qianyuan. Already gravely ill, the shock pushed him to the brink of death. Imperial physicians say he has but days left. Yang Han's lips twitched faintly. Emperor Qianyuan, terrified by his lightning prisonate cuts. He'd merely tested the blade beyond the city walls, and yet from that distance the shock had nearly killed the emperor. He felt a strange, weary amusement. Yet, what did it matter? Let the emperor die. At nearly 80, having ruled 40 years, he'd lived his full measure. Is that so? Yang Han replied coolly. Then the court must be descending into chaos. Zhao Shi gave a bitter smile. Chaos has already erupted. The contest between Crown Prince and Princess Jiao is nearing its climax. Is that so? Yang Han replied coolly. Then the court must be descending into chaos. Zhao Shi gave a bitter smile. Chaos has already erupted. Brother Yang, he began, voice low and hoarse. I wish to ask you one question. You need not answer, if you choose to remain silent. Yang Han met his gaze. Ask. Zhao Shi inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for revelation. You and Princess Jiao Lin Mingyao. What is the nature of your relationship? Yang Han's expression stilled, frozen mid-breath. Yang Han was slightly taken aback by Zhao Zai's inquiry. He did not expect Zhao Shi to suddenly bring this up. After a moment, Yang Han smiled faintly and casually said, My relationship with the 9th princess is very good. Why do you ask this? Zhao Zai's expression was complex as he nodded slightly. He did not press further, but he already had an end. A few years ago, when the king of Northern Town pressured the borders and the palace was in chaos, Lin Mingyao sent her personal maid to deliver a token for Yang Han to leave the imperial city. Such an act could not be accomplished through ordinary relationships. A princess and a guard from the cold palace who would take such risks without deep connections. Zhao Shi remained silent for a moment before saying, Brother Yang, no matter how close you are to the 9th princess, it would be best to keep your distance in the future. Yang Han froze, frowning as he asked, Why? Zhao Shi replied seriously, What follows is the real struggle. The Qianyuan emperor will die within the next few days. Either today or tomorrow he will issue an imperial decree for the crown prince to ascend directly. At that time Lin Mingyao will surely face retribution. Like her maternal family, everyone will be executed. Lin Mingyio's mother consort Lan, her 2 children, and all her servants will most likely perish. The retribution will affect many people. If Brother Yang gets too close to Lin Mingyao, you will definitely be implicated. Yang Han's eyes narrowed. Retributing Lin Mingyao, targeting her children, and executing everyone. These people are seeking death. Consort Lan Lin Mingyao, and those 2 children have intricate ties with him. Yang Han could not possibly stand by and do nothing. Zhao Shi continued, The crown prince is currently issuing orders forcing everyone to take sides. In these past few days the changes in the court have also been immense. Lin Mingyao has gained support from the palace guard, which is quite unexpected. Moreover, many civil officials in the court support Lin Mingyao. Even if they do not wish for her to become an emperor, they hope for her to hold a significant position in the court. Because she is very capable, as long as she is in the court it is for the benefit of the Dayan dynasty. Yang Han's expression was calm as he asked, What does the palace guard mean? The palace guard holds considerable power in the court. Besides Zhao Shi, there is also that old ancestor. Years ago in the garden, the white-haired eunuch who clashed with Yang Han. It has been several years since they last met, and he wondered how much stronger that eunuch has become. Zhao Zai's expression turned serious as he said, The ancestor means that Lin Mingyao will undoubtedly fail if she cannot resist Crown Prince Lin Shao. Therefore the palace guard is preparing to side with the crown prince. Yang Han looked into Zhao Zai's eyes and said lightly, Zhao Shi, do you trust me? Zhao Shi was taken aback. If you trust me, Yang Han casually stated, it is best not to take sides, and neutrality will suffice. Zhao Shi paused, looking deeply at Yang Han. Having known Yang Han for many years, he understood that Yang Han would not speak without reason. If Yang Han said not to take sides, there must be his reasons. After a long silence, Zhao Shi slowly nodded. All right, Brother Yang, I trust you. I will persuade the ancestor to remain neutral and not side with anyone. Yang Han nodded slightly and said nothing more. Zhao Shi gave a few final words of caution. He advised Yang Han to pay attention to the movements in the imperial city in the coming days, as it would not be peaceful. Yang Han nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent. Zhao Shi then left with his godson Li Zhongxian. Yang Han stood in place, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems it's time to pay a visit to the Emperor's chamber tonight. Yang Han murmured to himself. This old man has become muddled and needs a little reminder. I must guide him to make the right choice. Meanwhile, in another location, the Yaohua Palace. The Yaohua Palace has been on high alert these past few days. Many guards from the palace guard were stationed outside, and every face was filled with seriousness. The head of the palace guard had been replaced by Chen Shuyi. His loyalty to Lin Mingyao stemmed from a simple reason. Many years ago at the border between the two armies, the shadow cast by a mysterious powerhouse was too great. Even now, thinking back, he would still break into a cold sweat. Coupled with Lin Mingyao's strong abilities, Chen Shuyi pledged his loyalty to her. At this moment inside the Yaohua Palace, Chen Shuyi stood seriously in the main hall looking at Lin Mingyao, who sat in the main seat, and said solemnly, Your Highness, the Crown Prince has already made moves on his side. Lin Mingyao sat calmly on her chair, her expression serene, showing no signs of emotional fluctuations. What moves? She asked. The leader of the Imperial Forest Army is the elder brother of the current Empress Mingyan. The Imperial Forest Army has already sided with the Crown Prince. Currently, over half of the 100 Imperial Forest Army is entering the palace in succession. Chen Shuyi said solemnly. The Crown Prince's intention is that the Imperial Forest Army's entry is to ensure that the upcoming coronation ceremony goes smoothly. But, he paused, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Isn't this too arrogant? The Qianyuan Emperor is not dead yet, and he acts so rashly. I fear that once His Majesty dies, the Crown Prince will immediately launch retribution. Lin Mingyao lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Her expression was solemn, and a trace of fatigue flickered in her eyes. The Crown Prince's prestige in the army is extremely high. Not only the Imperial Forest Army, but the entire Yin dynasty's military is almost completely under his command. And she, Lin Mingyao, only controls the civil officials. Although many civil officials support her, it is still not enough. No matter how many civil officials there are, they cannot stop blades and guns. Without power in hand, she remains weak. Competing with the Crown Prince in the palace is exceedingly difficult. She sighed, looking at Chen Shuyi with sincerity in her tone. Director, Chen, what do you think? The Crown Prince controls the Imperial Forest Army and nearly all the military of the Yin dynasty. Given this situation, we are at a great disadvantage. If you wish to remain neutral and leave my palace, I will not blame you. Chen Shuyi's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately shook his head. Your Highness, you exaggerate. I pledged my loyalty to you initially due to that elder. But now it is different. So many days have passed, and I have already been convinced by your Highness' capabilities. Your dedication to Yin and your compassion for the people, I have witnessed it all. Lin Mingyao nodded, saying nothing more, feeling comforted in her heart. Lin Mingyao's ability to win people's loyalty is remarkable. She has gathered many devoted followers, and Chen Shuyi is one of them. Suddenly her gaze shifted to a nearby screen. Behind the screen, two small figures were peeking curiously. Lin Yun and Lin Yu were leaning against the edge of the screen, their big eyes fixed on this side, with curious expressions on their small faces. Lin Mingyao looked at them, her eyes suddenly softening, then becoming resolute. No matter what, she must fight against the Crown Prince to the end. She does not want the Crown Prince to simply ascend to the throne. Otherwise, everyone around her will face retribution. Her mother, the two children, and those who support her will all perish. Lin Mingyao must win, not for power, but for survival. Director Chen. Lin Mingyao retracted her gaze, her voice calm, yet firm. Issue an order for our people to prepare. The Crown Prince has innate experts on his side, but do we not have any? A desperate struggle may not be feared. Chen Shuyi clasped his fists, understood. However, Lin Mingyao did not realize that the Crown Prince's side did not merely possess innate experts. Night fell. Outside the Qianyuan Emperor's chamber, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yang Han. He used the method of silent stepping, moving through the air, soundlessly, his steps light as feathers, not alarming anyone. He passed through layer after layer of guards, as if entering an unguarded realm, quickly arriving inside the Qianyuan Emperor's chamber. In his old age, the Qianyuan Emperor had become distrustful of many things. He hardly dared to let servants approach him, allowing only the most trusted old eunuchs to deliver medicine. At this moment, he was alone in the chamber. Yang Han looked at the Qianyuan Emperor lying on the dragon bed, feeling a hint of emotion. This once powerful ruler now appeared aged and decrepit. The Qianyuan Emperor's eyes were half open, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. The flickering candlelight danced upon his aged face, casting shadows. Yang Han walked over, not bothering to conceal his footsteps. The sound of his steps echoed softly against the ground, particularly clear in the silent chamber. The Qian Yuan Emperor, lying on the bed, seemed to sense something. His head turned mechanically, his murky old eyes slowly looked towards the source of the sound. Then he saw Yang Han. The Qian Yuan Emperor's pupils shrank slightly. In his old age, as death approached, the Qian Yuan Emperor was even more fearful than he was in his youth. He had set up countless layers of guards outside. Yet someone still managed to enter silently. The Qian Yuan Emperor froze for a long time. But soon his expression returned to indifference. Even the corners of his mouth curled up in a faint, bitter smile. "Who are you and how did you get in?" His voice was hoarse yet calm, as if he were inquiring about an unimportant matter. "To have breached layers of guards, you must possess extraordinary strength, right? Could it be that you are an unparalleled innate expert?" The Qian Yuan Emperor paused, a moment of contemplation flashing in his murky old eyes. "No, it must be more than that. An innate peak expert would still be difficult to go unnoticed. So, you must be a martial Dao grandmaster." Though he was near death, his mind was surprisingly clear. The Qian Yuan Emperor recalled that the arrangements for the guards in this chamber were personally directed by him. He had previously tested whether a peak innate royal would go unnoticed, but it had still been detected. This meant that only a martial Dao grandmaster could arrive silently. At this moment, the Qian Yuan Emperor spoke freely, his tone flat. He had already sensed that Yang Han was a grandmaster, but he was not afraid at all, because he was fully aware that he was only days away from death. What could a dying man possibly fear? Even if the other party were to kill him now, what would it matter? A sense of unprecedented ease appeared on the Qian Yuan Emperor's face. He felt that his later years had been too burdensome. First, there was the rebellion of the King of Northern Town. The rebellion of the King of Northern Town had caused him immense turmoil, hastening his decline. Then, after resolving the rebellion, martial arts families and sects began to rise, leaving the world in unrest. Yang Han approached, looking at the Qian Yuan Emperor with a hint of emotion. Life is unpredictable. The once mighty emperor, how imposing he must have been in his prime. Yet now, nearing death, he appeared so miserable, evoking a sense of pity. The Qian Yuan Emperor coughed a few times, gasping for breath as he asked, "Who exactly are you, and what do you want?" Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but say, "Could it be that you are from one of the 7 great families?" His conjecture was not without reason. After all, in the world aside from the 7 great families, who else could possess such martial prowess? Yang Han shook his head. "I am not from a family. I am merely a guard from the Cold Palace. By the way, you can call me Yang Han." His tone was light and casual. The Qian Yuan Emperor's expression instantly turned to one of utter astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. A guard from the Cold Palace? How could that be possible? How could a guard from the Cold Palace possibly breach layers of defenses and come before him? It was utterly unrealistic. Yang Han did not answer his doubts, but instead said to himself, "Old man, you are about to die. The throne should logically pass to Lin Xiao, right?" The Qian Yuan Emperor nodded, still with a look of confusion, unsure of what Yang Han truly intended. Yang Han spoke casually. "I think Lin Xiao is unworthy. The throne should not go to him, but rather to someone else." Upon hearing this, the Qian Yuan Emperor's eyes instantly filled with anger. Who did this person think he was wanting to replace the crown prince with just a few words? Even if the other party might possess the strength of a martial master, that alone was insufficient qualification. Suppressing his anger, the Qian Yuan Emperor spoke in a hoarse voice. "Then who do you think the throne should be given to?" Yang Han thought for a moment and sighed. "I believe the throne should go to my son, because I heard him say he wants to be emperor. As a father, I cannot ignore my child's wishes. Don't you agree?" The Qian Yuan Emperor's pupils slightly contracted, his face darkening. Yang Han continued, his tone carrying a hint of affection. "However, I think that child is too young. Only 3 years old. We can first establish him as the crown prince, so he can learn about governance and later pass the throne to him. This is for his good as well as for the good of the Dayan dynasty." The Qian Yuan Emperor, furious to the point of laughter, spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. "Although you are a martial master and very powerful, you must understand that the Dayan dynasty also has its own martial masters as trump cards. Do you think you can threaten me into changing dynasties? Absolutely not. You cannot threaten me." Yang Han remained silent. He simply smiled faintly. Then a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. That aura was extraordinarily fearsome, like an ancient beast awakening. The Qian Yuan Emperor's face instantly turned pale. He felt his blood boiling, his heart racing. The strength of that aura was so overwhelming that it made the Qian Yuan Emperor feel that Yang Han could kill him 1,000 times over with just a glance. Furthermore, he sensed that the Yang Han before him, merely in terms of aura, was even stronger than Lin Langtian at his peak. The Qian Yuan Emperor was horrified. What kind of existence was Lin Lang Tian at his peak? An invincible master at the 9th level of the martial master realm, a peerless figure that suppressed an entire era. And the Yang Han before him had an aura even stronger than Lin Lang Tian. This was too absurd, so absurd that it made the Qian Yuan Emperor doubt whether he was dreaming. Yang Han withdrew his aura and spoke in a flat tone. I am not threatening you, I am merely informing you. Moreover, I do not like killing. If you do not comply, then your fate will be the same as that of the Northern Town King. Including that Crown Prince Lin Xiao, his fate will also be like that of the Northern Town King. I could easily slaughter in all directions, killing you along with the Crown Prince and everyone on his side, leaving no one alive. At that time, how many thousands will die in the palace? But do I look like such a brutal person? Yang Han stroked his chin as he spoke. The Qian Yuan Emperor was stunned. The fate of being like the Northern Town King. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. The Northern Town King, the one who was killed by a mysterious expert. He abruptly raised his head, staring intently at Yang Han's attire. This was the attire of a palace guard. He recognized it. The Qian Yuan Emperor recalled that more than a year ago spies reported that the Northern Town King and the martial master of the Sidu family were slain by someone dressed in palace guard attire. At the time, the Qian Yuan Emperor thought that the elder was deliberately concealing his identity and did not want to reveal himself. Thus he wore the attire of a palace guard, to create confusion. But now, a person claiming to be a guard from the Cold Palace was standing right in front of the Qian Yuan Emperor, and his strength was terrifying, even stronger than Lin Lang Tian at his peak. Could it be that the mysterious expert who killed the Northern Town King and the martial master of the Situ family is the Yang Han before him? The Qian Yuan Emperor's voice began to tremble. You killed the Northern Town King. Yang Han nodded, adding casually, I also killed the martial master of the Situ family. In a way, it fulfills the wish of a deceased friend. Upon hearing the words deceased friend, the Qian Yuan Emperor's heart suddenly tightened. This deceased friend couldn't possibly be Lin Lang Tian, could it? He immediately thought of the royal family's ancestor. After all, no matter what, this empire will eventually belong to my child. I do not want it to be too bloody. Furthermore, if a massacre occurs in the palace, that deceased friend in the underworld would not be too pleased. Yang Han said lightly. The Qian Yuan Emperor's face turned as white as paper, leaving him in a daze for a moment. After a long silence, he hoarsely asked, Who is your child? Thinking of that child, Yang Han suddenly smiled knowingly. Whether it was Lin Yun or Lin Yue, they had inherited his excellent bloodline, appearing quite admirable. He said Lin Yun. The Qian Yuan Emperor was taken aback, feeling as though he had heard this name somewhere, but it was. Yang Han continued, I believe Lin Yun is suitable to be emperor. However, considering that he is too young, only 3 years old, a 3-year-old child becoming emperor is ultimately insufficient. So let's give the throne to Lin Meng Yao for now. Establish Lin Yun as the crown prince, that would be good. Upon hearing this, the Qian Yuan Emperor's expression grew even more astonished. After hearing the name Lin Meng Yao, he finally remembered who Lin Yun was. He was Lin Meng Yao's child. The boy from the pair of twins born to Lin Meng Yao was named Lin Yun. A storm surged in his mind. A terrifying guess arose. The Qian Yuan Emperor spoke with difficulty. You can't be that old flower-collecting demon, can you? Yang Han's thoughts moved, and his face began to change. The thousand-faced illusion technique activated, wrinkles appeared, and white hair sprouted. In just a few breaths, Yang Han transformed into an old man in blood robes with a sinister appearance. The old flower-collecting demon. The Qian Yuan Emperor looked at that face, his entire body trembling violently. Now he finally understood everything. The person who had taken Lin Meng Yao at the border between the two armies was Yang Han. The unparalleled expert who killed the Northern Town King and the martial master of the Sidu family was also Yang Han, and his identity was actually just a mere guard from the Cold Palace. The Qian Yuan Emperor smiled bitterly, his voice filled with self-mockery. Who would have thought that deep within this palace there exists such an invincible being? He sighed, remembering the words spoken by the ancestor Lin Lang Tian before his death. The future empire of the Dayan dynasty would not be in the hands of the Lin family. He finally understood what it meant. It was clearly referring to Yang Han's child. In the future, the empire of Dayan would be handed over to Lin Yun. At this moment, the Qian Yuan Emperor was completely powerless. He knew that opposing Yang Han would yield no good outcomes. The other's strength was too great. Even at his peak, Lin Lang Tian might not be Yang Han's match. Such a terrifying existence, so young and capable of living for a very long time, at least 100 years. If he did not comply and Yang Han began a massacre in the palace, who could stop him? Of course, the Qian Yuan Emperor did not know that Yang Han's lifespan had already exceeded 500 years. The combined lifespan of two martial masters was not even equal to his own. If he knew, he would probably be scared to death. For the sake of his descendants' peace, the Qian Yuan Emperor slowly nodded bitterly, saying, All right, I know what to do. A satisfied expression appeared on Yang Han's face. This old man nearing death still had a clear mind. He understood what choices were correct. The Qianyuan emperor extended his hand and took out a decree from beside his pillow. The decree was densely written with characters. Originally, it was meant to appoint the crown prince Lin Xiao to ascend the throne immediately and also to arrest Lin Ming Yao, executing her on the grounds of disrupting the court and having ulterior motives. Yang Han glanced at the contents of the decree, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This decree was indeed outrageous. This old man actually intended to execute Lin Ming Yao. Forget it anyway, he wouldn't live for many more hours. Killing her now would be meaningless. The Qianyuan emperor felt uneasy under Yang Han's gaze, experiencing a surge of fear. Fortunately, this decree had not yet been issued, otherwise once it was issued and Yang Han acted, how many members of the royal family would die in the palace? He dared not imagine. Fortunately, everything was still in time. The Qianyuan emperor placed the decree over the candle flame, watching it slowly turn to ashes. Then trembling, he unfolded a new sheet of paper and dipped a brush in ink. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. He wrote slowly, every character taking all his strength. The 9th Princess Lin Ming Yao is virtuous and talented, having made contributions in quelling the rebellion, and is deeply favored by me. Thus she shall be appointed to the throne as the 9th Princess Lin Ming Yao to ascend immediately. Her son Lin Yun, exceptionally intelligent, shall be established as the crown prince, inheriting the great authority. The Qianyuan emperor paused, then wrote about the fate of Crown Prince Lin Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, he wrote, Crown Prince Lin Xiao is to be conferred the title of an Wang granted land in a prefecture and is to leave the capital immediately, not to enter the court without a decree. After finishing, the Qianyuan emperor took out another new sheet of paper and wrote words of advice to Lin Xiao. His handwriting was crooked, but each character was written with great effort. Xiao, your father has little time left. Before I pass, I have one thing to say. Stay within your limits, and do not act in anger. Do not harbor thoughts of the throne any longer. Just being a prince for a lifetime is already enough. Remember, do not have any second thoughts about the throne, or disaster will befall you. Even your father cannot save you, no one can save you. After finishing, the Qianyuan emperor set down his brush, letting out a long sigh. His final statement, that no one could save Lin Xiao, clearly referred to the trump card he had left for him. That is the corpse puppet. Yang Han looked at him and sighed. Old man, as you approach death, you are becoming clearer, making the correct choice of your life. However, I hope that this so-called crown prince. No, now the crown prince is my son. I hope that whoever the Wang is, he can be a bit more perceptive. Otherwise, you know what will happen. After saying this, Yang Han turned and walked out of the palace. His figure quickly blended into the darkness, silent and unnoticed, as if he had never been there. The Qianyuan emperor lay on the dragon bed, staring at the empty palace, not moving for a long time. The candlelight flickered in the wind, stretching his shadow long. The Qianyuan emperor's eyes were filled with bitterness and relief. It seemed that everything had already been decided. After a long time, the Qianyuan emperor took a deep breath, using his last strength to hoarsely call out, "Come here." Outside the palace, an old eunuch walked in, trembling, kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, this old servant is here." Go find Lu Buchuan and bring him here." The Qianyuan emperor's voice was intermittent. "Let him see me immediately." Lu Buchuan, the ancestor of the imperial ceremonial office, Zhao Zai's godfather. That old eunuch who had lived many years in the palace held the power of the imperial ceremonial office behind the scenes. The old eunuch accepted the order and hurriedly left. The Qianyuan emperor closed his eyes, waiting for the final moment. He felt that his life had entered a countdown. It was likely that he would not survive more than 2 hours before dying. Before he passed, there were still some things he needed to ensure. In the deepest part of the Bureau of Rites, in a dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight elongated the shadows of 2 figures. Lu Buchuan sat at the head, his hair white and his face haggard, but his deeply set eyes glimmered with a restrained brilliance like 2 dim lamps. His hands were clasped on his knees, his entire being resembling a statue, unmoving. Zhao Shi sat at the lower seat, his expression grave, holding a tea bowl in both hands, but not drinking. "Foster father," Zhao Shi put down the tea bowl, weighing his words. "I think we should not side with the crown prince. Neutrality would be better." Lu Buchuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhao Shi, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Xiao Shizi, have you lost your senses? Lin Mingyao is bound to lose. The ultimate victor will surely be the crown prince. Her foundation is too shallow, and she has no trump cards. At this time, neutrality means leaning towards one side. In this situation, one must choose a side, and it can only be the crown prince. After all these years with me, how can you not understand this simple logic? You are no longer a child." At this moment, Zhao Shi recalled Yang Han's words. You must know he had fled together with Yang Han through numerous calamities. In the most perilous moments during their escape, Yang Han was willing to share his food with him. Without Yang Han, he would have starved to death long ago. Saying he owed the other a few lives would not be an exaggeration. What reason would Yang Han have to deceive him? Thinking of this, Zhao Shi gritted his teeth and said, "Foster father, I still advise neutrality. This is my intuition as a son." Moi. Zhao Shi paused. "Foster father, I don't know why, but I just have a feeling of trust." Lu Buchuan snorted coldly, his tone filled with sarcasm. "You think neutrality is good? What is your reason?" Zhao Shi fell silent. He couldn't possibly say his reason was that he trusted Yang Han, right? That reason would probably sound like child's play to his foster father. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him. "Foster father, those two children of Lin Mingyao are the offspring of the flower-picking old demon. That flower-picking old demon is a martial arts master. What if that flower-picking old demon were to reappear? Wouldn't that be a problem? Don't you think so?" Lu Buchan's face suddenly twitched, his eyes shifting constantly. Zhao's eyes expression was puzzled. Strange, why did his foster father's expression change so dramatically at the mention of the flower-picking old demon? The room fell silent for a moment. The candlelight flickered between the two, shifting between light and dark. Lu Buchuan suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and low. "Xiao Shizi, today we will lay our cards on the table with you. That flower-picking old demon is our family." Zhao's eyes pupils constricted sharply, his entire being frozen in place on the chair. He stared fixedly at Lu Buchuan, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. The flower-picking old demon, the one who struck terror in the hearts of all, who killed dozens of innocent maidens and 2 innate masters, was actually his foster father. "Foster father, you." Zhao's eyes voice trembled. "You are actually the flower-picking old demon." "That's right, that's our family. Xiao Shizi, you are our family's godson. We will be completely open with you." Lu Buchan's expression was impassive as he continued. "We are eunuchs. How could Lin Mingyao's 2 children possibly be ours? When we were castrated, Lin Mingyao wasn't even pregnant with Lan Fei yet. Those 2 children are definitely not ours." Zhao's eyes mind was in turmoil. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Zhao Shi remembered that long ago the flower-picking old demon was already at the level of a martial arts master. At that time Lu Buchuan was not yet a master, right? It seemed he was only at the 6th or perhaps 7th level of innate strength. His power was formidable, but the gap to a martial arts master was still quite far. Of course, Lu Buchuan now was indeed remarkable. He had already become a martial arts master. It might sound quick, but one must realize that reaching the level of a martial arts master required a significant amount of time and cost, cultivated step by step. The number of lives consumed in the process was countless. "Foster father, I remember that when the flower-picking old demon appeared, you were not yet a martial arts master." Lu Buchuan chuckled hoarsely, the laughter sharp and piercing. "Xiao Shizi, do you still remember how to cultivate the 9 yin and 9 yang rootless scripture we taught you?" Zhao Shi was taken aback, his expression slightly darkened. He replied softly, "The 9 yin and 9 yang rootless scripture requires the absorption and refinement of male yang and female yin energies, which will make one stronger and stronger. This technique is incredibly powerful, inherited from many years ago, with immense potential for practitioners and rapid progress." Lu Buchuan snorted coldly. "You should know that the best cultivation method for the 9 yin and 9 yang rootless scripture is to absorb the yin and yang energies of virgins, right?" Zhao Shi nodded, his expression complex. He certainly knew. Over the years as the head of the Eastern Factory, Zhao Shi had killed too many people. Many died at his hands, their yin and yang energies absorbed by him at the moment of death, contributing to his own strength. This is why Zhao Shi could break through to the innate realm in such a short time. Every step of growth was built on the corpses of countless people. Of course, Lu Buchan's cultivation method, thus he was able to break through to become a martial arts master. What he used was, after all, evil arts. Lu Buchuan said lightly, "We became the flower-picking old demon to kill virgin women and absorb their primal yin energies. In those years, the number of innocent maidens who died at my hands far exceeds what is rumored in the martial world." One must say Lu Buchuan was also an old fox. He himself was a eunuch and lacked that capability, yet every time those women's bodies were violated, Lu Buchuan had no ability, but he could employ other methods. He did this to clear suspicion and prevent others from guessing that it was a eunuch's doing. After all, those virgins were all of considerable beauty. How many men could resist? Lu Buchuan paused, his gaze turning grim. A few years ago, a mysterious strong man impersonated the flower-picking old demon and rescued Lin Mingyao. At that time, our family was somewhat fearful, because we were not yet martial arts masters, lacking the confidence. Therefore we hid and did not dare to show ourselves. He shifted the topic, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. But now it's different. Over the years, our family has secretly absorbed the yin and yang energies of virgins and has already broken through to become martial arts masters. Now our family has confidence." Lu Buchuan shook his head, seemingly unwilling to discuss the past further. He said earnestly, Back to the point. Those two children of Lin Mingyao are not the flower-picking old demons at all. Who they belong to is unclear. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with our family, and we cannot offend the crown prince over two children of unknown origin. Zhao Zai's expression was somewhat wooden, unable to accept for a moment. He felt turbulent waves in his heart. That his foster father was actually the flower-picking old demon was far too shocking. Zhao Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, pondered for a moment, and found an excuse. Foster father, I have a premonition. I just feel that mysterious strongman who once impersonated the flower-picking old demon might appear. So I think we should remain neutral for now. His speculation seemed to have some validity. However, Lu Buchuan sensed some special meaning within it. His gaze darkened as he fixedly stared at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shizi, could it be that you know something? Zhao Shi fell silent, not answering. Lu Buchuan watched him intently for a long time, the room silent enough to hear the crackling of the burning candle. Zhao Shi lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze, his back already soaked with cold sweat. After a moment, Lu Buchuan suddenly let out a sharp laugh, the sound echoing in the dim room, sending chills down the spine. Good boy, you have really made progress. You even have secrets now. His laughter ceased, his tone turning flat. All right, our family trusts you. Remain neutral and wait for 3 days. Zhao Shi was overjoyed, hurriedly saying respectfully, Thank you, foster father. I am also thinking of you in this chaotic situation. No one can clarify things. It wouldn't be good to take sides now, would it? Lu Buchuan waved his hand, about to say something, when suddenly a knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Lu Buchuan frowned. Who? A hoarse voice came from outside. Eunuch Lu, His Majesty requests your presence. It was the personal old eunuch of Emperor Qinyuan. Lu Buchuan recognized the voice. He stood up, glanced at Zhao Shi, and said lightly, I will be right back. After saying that, he opened the door and disappeared into the night with the old eunuch. Before long, Lu Buchuan arrived at Emperor Qianyuan's palace. The candlelight in the palace was dim, and the air was filled with a strong medicinal smell. Emperor Qianyuan lay on the dragon bed, his face waxy yellow, his eye sockets sunken, and he was only left with a skeleton of bones. Yet in those murky old eyes there was still a glimmer of light. Lu Buchuan approached the dragon bed and bowed. Your Majesty, this old servant has arrived. Emperor Qianyuan laboriously raised his hand and took out a decree from beside the pillow, along with a piece of paper filled with writing. His hand trembled, but his gaze was very firm. Lu Buchan's heart stirred. It seemed His Majesty was ready to announce to the world that the crown prince was to ascend the throne. That decree must be the succession edict. That piece of paper was probably a secret message for the crown prince. Lu Buchuan, Emperor Qianyuan's voice was hoarse and weak, yet each word was articulated clearly. I want you to read the decree and announce it to the world. Lu Buchuan bowed. This old servant obeys, Your Majesty, please speak. Emperor Qianyuan took a deep breath and said word by word, succession to the 9th Princess Lin Mingyao to ascend the throne immediately. Lin Mingyao, the first empress in the history of the Dian dynasty in 700 years. Lu Buchan's body suddenly stiffened. He stared wide-eyed at Emperor Qianyuan, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. Succession to Lin Mingyao, the first empress in 700 years. How could it not be the crown prince? His mind was in chaos. How could this be possible? Emperor Qianyuan valued the crown prince the most, and what he feared the most was a woman interfering with politics. Allowing Lin Mingyao to participate in governmental affairs was already a concession. How could he suddenly change his mind and pass the throne to Lin Mingyao? Your Majesty. Lu Buchan's voice held some doubt. This. Emperor Qianyuan raised his hand, silencing him. A complex look flashed in his eyes. My mind is made up, no need for further words. Lu Buchuan held the imperial edict in his hands, cradling it carefully, his whole being frozen in place. He glanced at the content, utterly shocked to see such words written by the Qianyuan emperor. The throne is to be passed to Lin Mingyao, and Lin Yun is to be established as the crown prince. This was simply too shocking, even making him doubt whether he had misread or misheard. Lu Buchan's rise to his current position was not due to his exceptional martial talent, but rather because he had been the Qianyuan emperor's little eunuch and follower since childhood. At that time, the Qianyuan emperor was merely an unfavored prince with few attendants by his side, and Lu Buchuan was the only one willing to follow him. Now it could be said that his investment had paid off. The two had grown up together, weathered storms together, and their bond was far closer than that of ordinary sovereign and subject. Later, when the Qianyuan emperor ascended the throne, Lu Buchuan was assigned to the office of ceremonial affairs, gradually climbing to the esteemed position of its patriarch. He shared the emperor's burdens, committing acts that could not be presented in public. For decades, he remained unwaveringly loyal. It was precisely because of this that Lu Buchuan understood better than anyone the Qianyuan emperor's fondness for Crown Prince Lin Shao. Lin Shao was his legitimate eldest son, the heir he had nurtured with great expectations for the future. The Qianyuan Emperor had repeatedly stated that the Empire of Dian must be handed over to Lin Xiao. But now he had actually passed the throne to Lin Mingyao. Unthinkable. The Qianyuan Emperor paid no heed to Lu Buchan's astonishment. He lay on the dragon bed, a trace of undeniable authority still in his eyes. Lu Buchuan, the Qianyuan Emperor's voice was hoarse and weak, each word seemingly exhausting all his strength. I want you to personally deliver this secret edict to Lin Xiao. Then tell him concerning the throne, he must never harbor any second thoughts. Just tell him this is my dying wish, and if he defies it, he is an unfilial descendant. Also, I feel regret for the affection and training I bestowed upon him. Lu Buchuan took the secret edict with both hands, his fingers slightly trembling. He did not understand what had transpired to make the Qianyuan Emperor make such a shocking decision, depriving the crown prince of his position and passing it to the 9th Princess Lin Mingyao. There must be a tremendous hidden reason behind this. Lu Buchuan thought to himself, it seems that Zhao Zai's insistence on placing us in the middle has its reasons. He must know something but has not spoken. He had underestimated Zhao Shi. Lu Buchuan did not delve deeper. Now he was also extremely powerful, having reached the realm of a martial arts master, giving him a significant confidence. No matter who sits on the throne, as long as they do not provoke him, he can continue to be the patriarch of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs and Peace. The old servant obeys the command. Lu Buchuan bowed his body. The old servant will carry out His Majesty's wishes. The Qianyuan Emperor smiled faintly, a smile that held a sense of melancholy liberation and a hint of guilt. He parted his lips, slightly murmuring softly, his voice barely audible, Xiao, you mustn't be foolish. I care for you greatly. I hope you can live well. Do not act foolishly. After speaking, the Qianyuan Emperor's gaze began to wander. The light in his murky old eyes gradually extinguished like a candle in the wind, finally burning out the last drop of wax. His head tilted slightly to one side, a trace of bitter laughter still hanging at the corner of his mouth. A generation of emperors, the Qianyuan Emperor, passed away just like that. Lu Buchuan knelt beside the dragon bed, watching the face of the Qianyuan Emperor gradually lose its vitality, his mood very complex. He sighed softly. Lu Buchuan recalled a time when the Qianyuan Emperor was still an unfavored prince, bullied by other princes, crying in the corner of the imperial garden. At that time he had walked over, handed him a handkerchief, and said, Your Highness, do not cry, the servant will accompany you. Decades have passed, and that weeping prince has transformed into a sovereign with power over the world. And he too had changed from an inconspicuous little eunuch to the patriarch of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Now, with the Qianyuan Emperor dead, he was nearly 100 years old. Lu Buchuan stood up, glanced at the Qianyuan Emperor's remains, and silently vowed to become stronger. He was already quite old, but fortunately had broken through to the realm of a martial arts master, which would allow him to live to 200 years. But 200 years is not enough. He wants to live even longer. He wants to live to 300, 400, until there is no one left in this world who can threaten him. Lu Buchuan turned around and strode out of the palace. He stood outside the palace where the night wind rustled his robes. He took a deep breath, his voice booming, carrying far and wide. The Qianyuan Emperor who rides the dragon passed away today at the time of the pig. That voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the night sky, reaching every corner of the imperial palace. In the crown prince's residence, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up from his chair. A flash of ecstatic light passed through his eyes, his whole body trembling slightly. The Qianyuan Emperor was dead. He had finally waited for this day. He was the crown prince, the rightful heir. The throne belonged to him. In Yaohua Palace, Lin Mingyao, also her body stiffened slightly, her expression turning complex. The Qianyuan Emperor was dead. The father who had sent her to the northern town king, the father who sacrificed his daughter for power, was dead. She did not know whether to grieve or to rejoice, simply sitting in silence, motionless. The entire imperial palace heard that voice. The eunuchs, palace maids, and guards all knew that the heavens were about to change. But soon the ecstasy on Lin Xiao's face vanished. Because Lu Buchan's voice sounded again. This time he was reading the imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. 9th Princess Lin Mingyao, virtuous and talented, has made significant contributions in quelling the rebellion and is deeply favored by me. Thus she is to be bestowed the throne to ascend immediately. Her son Lin Yun, exceptionally intelligent, is to be made crown prince to inherit the great rule. Crown Prince Lin Xiao is to be granted the title of Prince of and with fiefdom in Anzhou, and shall leave the capital immediately, not permitted to enter the court without a decree. So decreed. That voice was so loud that half of the imperial palace heard it clearly. The smile on Lin Xiao's face froze completely. He stood there like a statue, motionless. Passed to Lin Mingyao. Lin Yun established as the crown prince. He was granted the title of Prince of An. Lin Xiao's mind went blank, his ears buzzing. In Yaohua Palace, Lin Mingyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The throne was bestowed upon her. The Qianyuan emperor had passed the throne to her. How could this be possible? She had never thought she would become an emperor, never. She was only fighting for power, for self-preservation, to protect those around her. But now, the throne had fallen to her just like that. Lin Mingyao knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a woman to become an emperor. Indeed, she wanted to vie for power, to contend with Lin Xiao, but her greater aim was to weaken Lin Xiao's power, to secure herself a place in the court. The entire imperial palace erupted in chaos. Eunuchs and palace maids whispered and exchanged glances. Many members of the royal family looked at each other in disbelief. Passing the throne to a princess, this was something that had never happened in the Dian dynasty for 700 years. Unthinkable and utterly shocking. Yet beyond the shock, many felt a chill down their spines. They understood Crown Prince Lin Xiao. That person had never been one to yield. He would overturn the chessboard if he lost a game as a child, and as he grew he harbored a grudge. Now that the throne was seized from him, how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, the imperial guards of 100,000 were stationed inside and outside the palace, ready to follow his orders. No one knew what would happen next. After reading the imperial edict, Lu Buchuan carefully stored it and handed it to a young eunuch beside him. He did not linger and headed straight to the crown prince's residence. The Qianyuan emperor had given him a secret edict before his death, instructing him to personally deliver it to Lin Xiao. He had to go. Even though Lu Buchuan had become a martial arts master, he still held a significant amount of old affection for the Qianyuan emperor. After all, he had served as a servant for most of his life. In the crown prince's residence, Lin Xiao sat in the main hall, his face pale, his eyes red, resembling a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Everything around him, the tables, chairs, tea bowls, and vases, was smashed to smithereens. Dozens of servants trembled in a corner, not daring to make a sound. "Get out! All of you get out!" Lin Xiao shouted violently, and the few servants scrambled out in a panic. When Lu Buchuan stepped into the residence, only Lin Xiao remained in the main hall. He sat amidst the wreckage, his gaze seemingly brewing something. "Your Highness." Lu Buchuan bowed respectfully, his expression calm. Lin Xiao lifted his head, staring at him intently. "Lu Buchuan." Lin Xiao's voice was icy. "Tell me, what on earth is going on? Why would father pass the throne to Lin Mingyao? Did you interfere? Did you manipulate father?" Lu Buchuan shook his head, his expression unchanged. "Your Highness has misunderstood. The old servant was only acting on orders, not daring to entertain any selfish motives." "Acting on orders?" Lin Xiao abruptly stood up, laughing in anger. "How can you have me believe that? I am the crown prince, the rightful heir. How could father pass the throne to a woman? And yet the position of crown prince is given to a bastard." Lu Buchuan did not reply. He took out a secret edict from his sleeve, holding it with both hands, and presented it to Lin Xiao. "This was personally written by His Majesty before his death, left for your Highness. Please take a look, your Highness." Lin Xiao snatched the secret edict, unfolding it to read. His gaze swept over the crooked characters, and with each glance his anger grew, his hatred deepened. He recognized that handwriting. It was his father's, each stroke revealing age and frailty. But the content of those words was like daggers piercing at his heart. "Xiao, father has little time left, and before passing, I have one thing to tell you. Be content with your station, and do not act in anger. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding the throne. It is sufficient to live your life as a prince in peace. Remember this, otherwise great calamity will befall you, and I cannot save you." Lin Xiao's hands trembled, the secret edict rustling in his grip. Rage burned within him, searing his insides. "Be content. Do not entertain thoughts." Lin Xiao's voice quivered. "Father, how can you expect me to be content? I am your son, the crown prince. You want me to watch as the throne is taken by a woman and still expect me to be content?" He tore the secret edict to shreds, the pieces swirling in the air like snowflakes. Lu Buchuan stood by, watching all of this expressionlessly, but inwardly he sighed. The very thing the Qianyuan emperor feared most had come to pass. Lin Xiao would never let this go easily. He definitely would not. Lu Buchuan stood still, gazing at the imposing figure of Prince Lin Xiao, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He could understand the situation. By all rights, the throne should rightly belong to Lin Xiao. He is the crown prince, the heir, personally nurtured by Emperor Qianyuan for 30 years. Yet suddenly Emperor Qianyuan inexplicably decided to pass the throne to Lin Mingyao. Not to mention Lin Xiao, even the civil and military officials in the court could hardly make sense of it. The secret edict had been torn into pieces, scattered on the ground like snowflakes. Lin Xiao's face was stiff, his lips twitching slightly, the calm before the storm. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with a fierce rage that seemed capable of incinerating the entire world. Lu Buchuan sighed helplessly and advised, "Your Highness, His Majesty repeatedly cautioned before his death, urging you not to act foolishly. Living honestly as a prince and for a lifetime, and enjoying a peaceful old age, is also not a bad choice. His Majesty said to follow his secret edict diligently. Otherwise, You would be an unfilial descendant betraying his nurturing. Hearing this, Lin Xiao snapped. Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Lu Buchuan, living honestly enjoying a peaceful old age. He laughed suddenly. The laughter started low, then grew louder and more frenzied, eventually erupting into a wild cackle. That laughter echoed in the empty mansion, sharp and piercing. Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with terrifying, killing intent, so intense that it felt almost tangible, sending a chill down Lu Buchan's spine, even as a martial arts master. Lu Buchuan, do you think I will obediently live as a princeton? Lin Xiao's laughter abruptly ceased, his face contorted into a vicious snarl. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He lifted his head, looking toward the sky, as if speaking to the deceased Emperor Qianyuan. His voice was loud enough that even the guards outside the mansion could hear it clearly. Father, you granted me such a trump card, how could I just let it go? Isn't this trump card meant to be used now? Lu Buchan's pupils slightly contracted. A trump card? What trump card? Why was he unaware? Lin Xiao lowered his head, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Buchuan, smirking coldly. What worthless imperial decree? Imperial decrees are useless. Only a strong fist and power matter. With my trump card so formidable, killing everything in my path, who dares to defy me? His murderous aura intensified, his eyes blood red. Then Lin Xiao spoke slowly. Lin Mingyao, you wretched woman. I don't know what method you used to deceive father, but as long as I personally kill you, won't the throne still be mine? Lu Buchuan stood to the side silent. He was not surprised by Lin Xiao's fury. After all, Lu Buchuan had witnessed Lin Xiao grow up. Lin Xiao's temperament was like this. He had never accepted defeat since childhood, and as he grew older, he became even more vengeful. Besides, anyone in this situation would be filled with rage. The hatred of usurping the throne ran deeper than the enmity of killing one's father. This was a normal reaction. But Lu Buchuan was also somewhat curious. What exactly was the trump card the crown prince spoke of? At that moment, Lin Xiao took out an object from his bosom. A small bronze bell. The bell was only the size of an infant's fist, entirely green, covered with dense, intricate runes. Under the moonlight, those runes emitted a cold glow as if countless eyes were blinking. Dingling. Lin Xiao shook the bell. The clear sound of the bell echoed in the night sky, not loud, yet with incredible penetrating power, as if it could pierce through time and space, reaching another world. The next moment, a terrifying aura descended. This aura was cold and domineering, as if a malevolent ghost had crawled out from the depths of the underworld. The moment it appeared, the entire mansion trembled, the temperature in the air dropping by several degrees, and Lu Buchan's hair stood on end. Lu Buchan's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with extreme dread. It should be noted that he had already ascended to the realm of a martial arts master. Although only at the second stage of mastery, he was still very powerful. He was confident that he should be the strongest in the entire imperial palace, especially since Lin Langtian was dead. Yet at this moment, this aura was so overwhelmingly powerful that it nearly crushed him. Lu Buchan's body trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from instinct. It was the instinctive reaction of the weak facing the strong, akin to a rabbit encountering a tiger, unable to even think of escaping. Late stage of mastery. At least late stage of mastery. This thought flashed through Lu Buchan's mind, stirring a storm in his heart. When had Emperor Qianyuan left such a trump card? Why had he never heard of it before? A tall figure emerged from the darkness. The person wore a large black robe with a wide-brimmed hat that completely obscured their face. They were extraordinarily tall, like an iron tower, and with each step they took, the ground trembled slightly. An overwhelming sense of oppression radiated from them, as if a demon king from ancient times had walked into this world. Lu Buchuan stared intently at that figure, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. He felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Lin Xiao looked at that figure, his eyes filled with frenzied, killing intent. He turned and strode toward the mansion's exit, his voice icy. Let's go to Yaohua. Tonight, I will drench this imperial palace in a rain of blood. Kill everyone, including Lin Mingyao and her two little bastards. He paused, then, without looking back, commanded the guards behind him, pass the order down, let the imperial guard mobilize and surround the entire Yaohua palace. Tonight this prince will unleash a massacre. Yes. The guards complied, rushing away. Lin Xiao, accompanied by the tall figure in black robe, vanished into the night. Only Lu Buchuan remained in the mansion. He stood there watching the direction Lin Xiao had left, his heart filled with a mixture of shock and confusion. A trump card. Emperor Qianyuan had actually left behind a trump card. It was indeed terrifying, even making him a martial arts master feel a shiver of fear. The power of that figure in black robe was at least at the late stage of mastery, far surpassing him. With such a trump card in hand, Prince Lin Xiao indeed had the confidence to overturn the table and genuinely had the right to say that imperial decrees were useless. Yet Lu Buchuan felt that something was off. He was not inexperienced. Having spent so many years in this palace, his survival relied on more than just strength and connections. If he lacked any wit, he would have died 100 times over. Lu Buchan's eyes flickered as thoughts raced through his mind. If Emperor Qianyuan left a trump card for the crown prince that was already this terrifying a weapon comparable to the late stage of mastery, it would easily crush all opposing forces in the court. Moreover, with the crown prince controlling the military, it could be said that the entire imperial city was under his rule. However, a problem arose. Why did Emperor Qianyuan still pass the throne to Lin Mingyao? This didn't make sense. If Emperor Qianyuan wanted Lin Xiao to ascend the throne, he could have simply let Lin Xiao bring this weapon to power, without anyone daring to oppose. If Emperor Qianyuan did not want Lin Xiao to ascend the throne, then why give him such a terrifying trump card? Wasn't that contradictory? Unless... A sudden flash of thought crossed Lu Buchan's mind. He considered the chilling possibility. Unless Emperor Qianyuan was coerced by circumstances, someone forced him to change the imperial decree, forcing him to pass the throne to Lin Mingyao. This didn't make sense. If Emperor Qianyuan wanted Lin Xiao to ascend the throne, he could have simply let Lin Xiao bring this weapon to power, without anyone daring to oppose. Emperor Qianyuan valued the crown prince more. Moreover, the military power held by the crown prince was incredibly strong, unmatched by anyone. Lin Mingyao was merely supported by many civil officials in the court along with the palace front officials. While the palace front officials might be powerful compared to the crown prince's trump card, they were nothing. So was there an existence that was even more terrifying than the crown prince's trump card secretly manipulating Emperor Qianyuan? Lu Buchan's heart jolted at that moment. If such an existence truly existed, it would definitely be stronger than the late stage of mastery. It could only be someone of Lin Langshan's caliber. The late stage of mastery, or even the ninth stage of mastery comparable to Lin Langtian. Could it be that Lin Mingyao had such an existence behind her? Impossible. Lu Buchuan shook his head, wanting to deny this thought. But that notion was like a thorn embedded in his mind, unable to be removed. He repeatedly recalled Zhao Zai's determined expression when advising him to remain neutral. He remembered Zhao Shi saying that mysterious powerful figure who once impersonated the flower-picking old demon might make an appearance. That kid Zhao Shi must know something. Lu Buchuan raised his head, looking toward the sky. There were no stars tonight, but the moon was bright. The full moon hung high, casting a cold light, enveloping the entire imperial palace in a silver hue. The distant outline of the palace was clearly visible under the moonlight, as if recounting the rise and fall of this imperial city over centuries. Suddenly, a thick black cloud slowly drifted in, rapidly covering and swallowing the moon. The moonlight vanished. The earth plunged into absolute darkness. An unparalleled silence enveloped the entire imperial city. Even the sound of insects ceased, as if they too sensed the impending storm. Lu Buchuan stood motionless in the darkness. He knew that something significant was bound to happen tonight, and all he could do was wait. Wait for this storm to pass, wait for the outcome to be revealed. Having lived nearly 100 years, he had witnessed too many power struggles and bloody turmoil. Each time he stood alongside the victors. This time he chose to remain neutral. If not for Zhao Zai's advice, Lu Buchuan would have chosen to stand with the crown prince. In other words, those who went with him to besiege Yaohua Palace would have included his own figure. Would he encounter anything then? Lu Buchuan's heart suddenly tightened. He then turned and walked into the darkness. His figure quickly vanished as if he had never existed. The cold wind howled, sweeping through every corner of the imperial city. After Prince Lin Xiao gave the order, the imperial guard reacted astonishingly quickly. Tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers surged out from various barracks filled with killing intent. The sound of armor clashing and weapons unsheathing merged together, forming a dull torrent that surged through the palace. The torches linked together, illuminating the night like daylight. They surged into the imperial palace, flooding relentlessly toward Yaohua Palace, like a tidal wave sweeping across the forbidden city. Along the way, palace maids and eunuchs who failed to flee or unwittingly blocked their path were struck down with a single stroke. Not even a cry of agony escaped their lips before their heads were severed. The ironclad discipline of the imperial guards manifested in full force. Their overwhelming momentum instantly engulfed the entire palace. At that moment, every soul within the palace trembled uncontrollably, cowering inside their chambers, too terrified to step outside. Awe and dread gripped countless hearts. They knew the crown prince was moving. Lin Xiao refused to surrender his throne without a fight. Tonight would drown in blood, countless lives would be lost. The common folk could only hide in shadows, praying this storm would pass them by untouched. An oppressive silence thick with terror shrouded the imperial palace. Meanwhile, within Yaohua Palace, tension hung so dense it was almost palpable. Every unit under the palace guard command had been mobilized, surrounding Yaohua Palace completely, leaving no gap for escape or intrusion. Each palace guard bore an expression of unwavering resolve upon his face. They knew precisely what awaited them tonight: Crown Prince Lin Xiao and his 10,000 imperial guards. Yet they did not retreat, for behind them stood Princess Nine Lin Mingyao. Chen Shuyi stood in the central hall of Yaohua Palace, his countenance grave beyond measure. He strode swiftly to Lin Mingyao's side, drew a deep breath, and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince approaches with his forces. His advance is fierce. He has gathered the entire Imperial Guard here. Resistance may prove difficult. The Imperial Guard boasts numerous nascent realm experts. Their collective strength far surpasses ours." Princess Lin Mingyao sat upon the throne, her expression calm as still water. She wore a simple yet elegant court robe adorned with no ornaments. Yet her very presence radiated an unassailable sovereign dignity. "I know, but I will not flee." Her voice was soft, but resolute. "To flee tonight would be defeat before battle even begins. I shall face the Crown Prince myself. Moreover, if the Crown Prince possesses hidden means, does Princess Nine possess none?" Chen Shuyi gazed upon Lin Mingyao, and admiration welled fiercely within his heart. He had chosen wisely. Princess Nine, outwardly gentle and reserved, revealed extraordinary courage when life and death hung in the balance. After a moment of silence, Lin Mingyao spoke. "Director Chen, send my children away first. Tonight is perilous. I may place myself in mortal danger, but they must not." Chen Shuyi nodded solemnly, then turned and summoned a nascent realm expert from the Palace Guard Command, whispering urgent instructions. The expert's expression hardened instantly. He saluted and accepted the order. Shortly after, Consort Lan was summoned. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao's and Chen Shuyi's grim faces, her heart sank slightly. Lin Mingyao offered no explanation, only clasped Consort Lan's hand gently and whispered, "Annie, take Yuner and Yuer and depart at once. Follow this master. He will protect you." Consort Lan's lips parted slightly as if to ask, but she remained silent. Taking the small hands of Lin Yun and Lin Yue, she followed the nascent realm expert out through Yaohua Palace's rear gate, vanishing into the night. But no one noticed. As Consort Lan led the two children away, a palace maid within Yaohua Palace cast a furtive, calculating glance. Then she too slipped silently from the palace, dissolving into the darkness of night. Alone in the vast hollow hall, Lin Mingyao's gaze burned with unshakable determination. She knew now was the time to stake everything. Lin Mingyao had spent years preparing. To counter the Crown Prince, she had expended immense resources in the martial world, securing the allegiance of a peerless nascent realm sovereign. With such a master guarding her, what could Crown Prince Lin Xiao possibly achieve? Yet Lin Mingyao did not know. The Crown Prince brought far more than just the Imperial Guard. At that moment, the thunderous advance of the Imperial Guard reverberated through every corridor and courtyard. Fear drove more and more people into hiding. Maids, eunuchs, and guards alike vanished into corners, terrified of drawing fatal attention. The storm was imminent. A suffocating aura of slaughter spread like poison through the air. Who knew how many trembled in fear tonight? And just then, in the cold palace, Yang Han suddenly opened his eyes. Upon his bed, beside him slept Consort Xiao, breathing deeply and peacefully. Her cheeks glowed with healthy color. The faintest smile curved her lips, evidence of recent comfort, both physical and emotional. Yang Han made no sound to disturb her. Silently he rose and dressed. His gaze sharpened, sensing that something monumental was unfolding within the palace. That pervasive killing intent, clear as ice, sharp as steel. He, a 7th-rank Grandmaster, perceived it with absolute clarity. Yang Han let out a cold snort. Its source was Crown Prince Lin Xiao. Was the fool courting death? Rising from the bed, without a whisper, he stepped barefoot into the night. Hardly had he left the courtyard when Empress Tianyun's spirit emerged from the ancient well, her translucent form shimmering beneath the moonlight. Her violet-black court robes billowed softly in the breeze. Her long flowing hair framed a face both pale and breathtakingly beautiful. Empress Tianyun now enjoyed remarkable freedom. Her bond with Yang Han deepened daily, and her devoted service had earned her unprecedented liberty. Of course, this freedom extended only to wandering freely within the cold palace, not beyond its walls. Yet to her it was infinitely preferable to endless confinement within the depths of that ancient well. Something momentous seems to be happening in the palace. Empress Tianyun drifted beside Yang Han, her voice laced with playful coquetry. Yang Han's eyes remained icy as he nodded. "I am about to intervene," she purred softly. "May I accompany you? It grows terribly dull here in the cold palace." He glanced at her, then gave a slight nod. There was little harm in letting her follow. With a subtle shift of posture, Yang Han ascended into the air. Golden she enveloped his body like sacred armor, radiant, majestic, awe-inspiring. From afar he appeared a celestial deity descending from heaven, so august, so transcendent, no mortal dared meet his gaze directly. Empress Tianyun dissolved into a wisp of azure mist trailing behind him as they sped toward Yawa Palace. The wind howled beneath them. The imperial palace lay bathed in moonlight, still silent and utterly desolate. Yang Han's gaze swept downward, then froze abruptly. He halted midair. On a secluded palace lane, a lone figure pursued a fleeing group. Ahead ran several figures. Behind, a man clad in imperial guard armor wielded a gleaming blade, his aura thick with murderous intent. And those being hunted, Yang Han's eyes narrowed, turning glacial. Consort Lan, Lin Yun. Trailing behind them, the palace guard's nascent realm expert fought desperately against the pursuer, yet his body was already drenched in blood, his strength nearly spent. Yang Han's frigid gaze softened, not into mercy but into chilling serenity. These fools truly sought annihilation. If tonight did not shake heaven and earth with grief, then Yang Han would be written backward for all eternity. Go. With that single word, he plunged downward like a falling star. Below, the confrontation had reached its most desperate hour. The palace guard's nascent realm expert locked in combat with an imperial guard counterpart. Their chi clashed violently. Gale force palm strikes shattered stone slabs around them. Yet the palace guard master was clearly overmatched. His opponent, a nascent realm expert personally loyal to the crown prince, outclassed him by a wide margin. After dozens of exchanges, the palace guard master misstepped and took a devastating palm strike straight to the chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as he flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious, grievously wounded. The imperial guard expert laughed aloud, dripping with contempt. This feeble skill dares block my path. He turned his gaze toward consort Lan Lin Yun and Lin Yu nearby, his eyes flaring with predatory hunger like a wolf spotting succulent prey. Consort Lan held Lin Yu tightly. Lin Yun stood beside her, gripping her robe with trembling fingers. Her face drained of color, her body quaked, but she planted herself squarely before the children, shielding them with her frail frame. Don't come closer. Her voice trembled, but her eyes blazed with defiant resolve. The imperial guard expert moistened his lips, his gaze igniting with vile, lecherous lust. Consort Lan possessed peerless beauty. Though nearing 40, her flawless skin and graceful figure rivaled even young maidens. She was temptation incarnate, perfect to savor amidst tonight's chaos. Ah, the emperor's consort. He had never tasted such forbidden fruit. Grinning savagely, he lunged forward, his body wreathed in crushing chi enveloping consort Lan. The imperial guard expert stared at her exquisite silhouette, eyes blazing with feverish obsession. Each step he took echoed like a death knell. Little beauty, don't fret. This general shall treat you most tenderly. His words died mid-sentence, courting death. A voice colder than the netherworld itself pierced the night like a divine decree. The voice was quiet, yet each syllable struck like a hammer against the imperial guard expert's chest. His face paled instantly, every hair on his body stood erect. Primal terror flooded his soul. He jerked his head upward, just as a golden streak descended from the heavens, swift as a meteor's fall. He had no time to react, only felt a sudden shocking chill along his legs, then lost all balance, crashing hard onto the ground. Glancing down, he had been cleanly bisected at the waist. Blood gushed like a fountain from the wound, staining the flagstones crimson. Ark! A shrill, agonized scream tore from his throat as he writhed in widening pools of his own blood. Yang Han landed before consort Lan and the children, golden chi swirling around him, illuminating the night like daybreak. At that moment, consort Lan's pupils contracted sharply. How could she ever forget this face? Through endless frozen nights in the cold palace, who had kept her company, who had banished the biting cold, warming her body and spirit? None other than Yang Han, the very man standing before her now. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. This Yang Han, what had he done? To slay a nascent realm master in a single blow, what realm of power was this? Is it truly Yang Han, a mere palace guard of the cold palace? For a fleeting second, consort Lan wondered, had she mistaken him? Was the dim light playing tricks on her eyes? Elsewhere, Yang Han turned his head toward the imperial guard cultivator, screaming in agony, his gaze utterly devoid of pity. With a flick of his finger, an invisible sword chi shot forth and struck the man squarely between the brows. Terrifying true energy surged inward, carving and shattering his brain from within. Excruciating pain racked the cultivator, eliciting guttural shrieks. Then in seconds, boom, his skull exploded like a watermelon. Yet before the gore could reach Yang Han, it vaporized into nothingness. Empress Tianyun drifted silently from behind Yang Han and glanced disdainfully at the corpse. TCH. Such mediocrity dares to bully. Ahem, dares to bully you. Yang Han ignored her, instead turning toward consort Lan and the two children Lin Yun and Lin Yu. He approached them gently and asked, "Are you unharmed?" Of course they were. Yang Han had arrived just in time. Neither consort Lan nor the children had suffered even a single scratch. At that moment Lin Yun and Lin Yu recognized him, the same man who had long taught and played with them in the rear courtyard of Yaohua Palace. A profound, instinctive sense of dependence welled up in their hearts. They rushed forward and clung tightly to Yang Han's legs, trembling as if utterly bereft of security. He tenderly ruffled their hair, his heart swelling with deep affection. He lifted his gaze toward Yaohua Palace, its night sky ablaze with torchlight, distant cries of battle and clashing steel echoing through the air. Lin Mingyao remained there. Meanwhile, Consort Lan stared blankly at Yang Han, studying his face intently, as though striving to confirm whether this truly was the man with whom she had shared countless nights. Indeed, over those many nights, she often stole glances at him while feigning sleep, his features etched indelibly into her memory. Yet she dared not believe it. Yang Han too gazed at Consort Lan, so close, so long since he had observed her. The last time had been 3 or 4 years ago. He cleared his throat, faintly embarrassed, not by the exposure of his strength, but simply because Empress Tianyan stood right behind him. Encountering an old flame under such circumstances stirred complicated emotions. "Are you well?" Yang Han asked softly, his voice instantly familiar. Consort Lan nodded wordlessly, her eyes wide and unfocused, speechless before him. After all, absorbing this revelation would take far more than a fleeting moment. It demanded time, reflection, and quiet assimilation. Now, however, was no time for reminiscence. Yang Han stepped forward and embraced Consort Lan, her body still warm, her heartbeat steady beneath his hands. "I must attend to urgent matters. Stay here with the children for now." Consort Lan trembled slightly. "I possess no cultivation. I cannot protect them." Yang Han smiled faintly, then turned toward Empress Tianyan. "Remain here, do not move. Guard them with your life. Understand, not a single soul may come to harm." Empress Tianyan nodded, uncharacteristically solemn. Extending her hands, she wove chilling energy into a shimmering black veil that enveloped Consort Lan and the 2 children. "Rest assured, under my watch not a single hair shall be disturbed." Her tone brimmed with unwavering confidence, for she stood peerless among martial cultivators. In terms of sheer power, Yang Han had assessed her. At present, Empress Tianyan matched his own strength at the peak of the martial sovereign realm's first tier, and Yang Han's combat prowess had always been extraordinary. Even at that stage, he rivaled sovereigns of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Within the imperial palace, therefore, Empress Tianyan was virtually invincible. Then, without hesitation, Yang Han shot forward, blurring toward Yaohua Palace. Night wind howled past his ears, his eyes cold and unyielding as tempered steel. Crown Prince Lin Xiao, the Imperial Guard. Tonight he would make all understand the price of daring to harm those dear to Yang Han. As he vanished into the night, silence settled, thick, charged, and strangely fragile. Empress Tianyan glided gracefully forward and bent low, observing the 2 timid children. Lin Yun and Lin Yu huddled close, small hands clasped tightly, lifting their faces toward this woman whose beauty seemed unearthly. "Hello, elder sister. They resemble," she murmured softly, tracing their delicate features. "These eyes, this nose, carved from the very same mold." A sharp pang of envy pierced her heart. Though her soul force was dense enough to manifest physically, rivaling even sovereign-level masters, she remained but a yin spirit incapable of bearing Yang Han a child. Gazing upon these porcelain doll children, hearing their sweet melodic voices call her elder sister, she felt both radiant joy and quiet sorrow. That yearning to touch them, and yet fearing her spectral essence might harm them, brought forth for once a rare, tender vulnerability in the formidable Empress Tianyan. Beside her, Consort Lan's heart still raced wildly. The image of Yang Han's departure seared into her. The man who had whispered tenderly in the cold palace, appearing merely a humble palace guard, was in truth an unstoppable sovereign who slew masters in an instant. And the spirit beside him, though seemingly a yin-phantom, radiated an aura as vast and unfathomable as the abyss, undoubtedly a being beyond ordinary comprehension. Consort Lan had mistaken him for an ordinary guard, never imagining he was a figure of such celestial magnitude. For a moment she could not decide whether to rejoice or tremble. Meanwhile, at Yaohua Palace, chaos reigned. War cries shook the heavens, firelight scorched the night sky crimson. Crown Prince Lin Xiao strode forward with arrogant ease, leading the charge. Behind him surged the elite ranks of the Imperial Guard like a relentless tide. Armored soldiers advanced as an iron flood, every step felling palace guards like wheat before the scythe. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Die if you dare oppose me." Lin Xiao's face twisted with madness, his eyes blazing with frenzied triumph. After cutting a bloody path, he now stood before Yaohua Palace's main gate, flanked by legions of armored soldiers, spears and swords gleaming murderous, intent thick as fog. Yaohua Palace was encircled completely. Hundreds of Imperial Guards sealed every exit. Not even a sparrow could escape. "Lin Mingyao, Lin Xiao roared with manic laughter, triumphant, derisive. Come out, you wretched princess. Today is your execution day. The palace gates creaked open slowly. Lin Mingyao emerged, her expression grave and resolute, surrounded by a retinue of loyal retainers. Lin Xiao. Her phoenix-like eyes blazed with fury, her voice frost-laced and lethal. You dare lead troops to besiege Yaohua Palace and slaughter fellow officers of the palace guard. This is treason. Our emperor has passed and issued a final decree. I shall ascend as the empress regnant of the great Yin dynasty. How dare you defy imperial authority? How dare you trample upon moral law and ancestral order? Will you not fear eternal infamy in the annals of history? Infamy. Lin Xiao barked a cruel laugh, his face contorted with contempt. Ha ha ha. My dear sister, you are laughably naive. His mirth ceased abruptly, his gaze turned venomous, unhinged. History is written by victors. If I kill you tonight and ascend the throne tomorrow, what mortal dares utter a single word against me? I shall be the first emperor of a new epoch, while you are nothing but a usurping harlot, a vile witch deserving 10,000 cuts. Sword raised, he pointed it directly at Lin Mingyao, voice dripping with venom. The first stroke of my new dynasty begins with your death, the wretch who dares block my path. Dare you seize my power? You are unworthy. Before the words fully faded, a suffocating wave of killing intent descended, overwhelming, absolute. Lin Mingyao's heart sank. She knew Lin Xiao spoke truth. Reconciliation was impossible. Then, only one path remained: fight to the death. Master Wu, she breathed deeply, voice ringing clear. I beg you, intervene. Heh. A dry ancient chuckle echoed. In the blink of an eye, a plain-clothed elder stood before Lin Mingyao, his appearance unremarkable, almost rustic. His face bore the deep creases of decades spent laboring under sun and wind, his hands coarse and hardened, knotted with dense muscle, testament to lifetimes of external cultivation. Though outwardly unimposing, his presence resonated subtly with heaven and earth, a silent harmony pulsing around him. Lin Zhao's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the sudden arrival. Your Highness, the elder spoke, voice raspy yet serene. I am Wu Qiaofeng, a wandering cultivator known in passing as Eagle Claw King. This matter does not concern me, but duty binds me to honor a vow. Your Highness, please withdraw. Power struggles are inevitable, but fratricide stains the dynasty's honor. Retreat now and mercy remains possible. Persist and future historians will judge you harshly. Wu Qiaofeng, a commander behind Lin Xiao, paled. The reclusive master famed for Eagle Claw, peak-level cultivator, rumored to have torn apart 3 peers with a single strike. Peak level it. Lin Xiao blinked, then erupted into louder, more derisive laughter. He jabbed a finger toward Lin Mingyao. Ha ha ha. Lin Mingyao, this is your trump card. A mere peak-level cultivator. Is this what you rely upon to challenge me? His laughter vanished, replaced by icy disdain. How profoundly disappointing. I expected something earth-shattering, yet you offer this. Lin Mingyao's pulse quickened. Something was deeply wrong. Lin Zhao's confidence was terrifyingly absolute. Lin Xiao was too confident, dangerously so. The imperial clan indeed possessed 6 hidden masters, each at peak level, but they were the dynasty's final bulwark, bound by ironclad edicts never to intervene in succession disputes. That was sacred law. Thus Lin Zhao's hidden strength almost certainly lay outside the imperial reserves. Those masters would only awaken when the realm faced annihilation. So what empowered Lin Zhao's arrogance? What was his true ace? Old man, Lin Xiao idly spun a bronze bell at his waist, smirking. Do you truly believe you command me to retreat? Peak-level mastery means nothing before me. You are but a jester dancing on a string. Impudence. Wu Qiaofeng's expression darkened. He had roamed the martial world for decades. When had he ever experienced such humiliation? Even in the face of a martial arts master, he dared to exchange blows, yet this young brat dared to show such disdain. Since His Highness the Crown Prince is so stubborn, this old man will have to see just how much you can handle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Qiaofeng's true energy erupted, his robes billowing and rustling. His hands transformed into claws, the joints cracking as they emitted a sound like metal striking metal. His palms instantaneously turned pitch black, as if forged from fine iron, radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Eagle Claw technique. Shatter gold and split stones. Wu Qiaofeng's figure flickered like an eagle swooping down on its prey, his 5 fingers stirring up a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Xiao's throat. If that claw were to grasp firmly, even fine steel would be pierced with 5 holes. However, in the face of this strike, capable of shattering stone, Lin Xiao did not dodge or evade, but instead a strange glimmer flashed in his eyes. Dingling. The clear sound of a bell rang out. Lin Xiao slowly raised the bronze bell in his hand and gently shook it. Dingling. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a kind of magic, penetrating the cries of battle, piercing through the night sky, and ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Wu Chaifeng's figure suddenly halted, his expression changing drastically. He felt an aura far more powerful and terrifying than his own, slowly awakening from the shadow behind Lin Xiao. Wu Chaifeng's heart raced with alarm. Just as he was about to launch his attack on Lin Xiao, he abruptly held back. As Lin Xiao gently shook the bronze bell in his hand, an indescribable, terrifying dark wind suddenly surged. Whoosh! That dark wind was unlike any earthly breeze. It carried a decaying aura, as if it came from the depths of hell. As the fierce wind howled, the glazed tiles before Yaohua Palace shattered piece by piece, and the blood on the white jade steps instantly froze into ice. Even the burning torches swayed oddly in this dark wind, emitting a ghostly green glow. Everyone present could not help but change color. The guards of the imperial forest, the soldiers of the palace, felt as though their breath had been caught, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats. The weaker ones turned purple, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. There was a fear that came from the depths of their souls, as if some unparalleled monstrosity were about to break free from the earth. What is this? Chen Shuyi clutched his chest, his face as pale as death. He had fought in many battles, but had never felt such a sinister and terrifying aura. Lin Mingyao also trembled, a hint of horror flashing in her beautiful eyes. In this dead silence, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his smile sinister and triumphant. He took a step back, adopting an extremely respectful posture, and whispered, "Ancestor, it is your turn to act." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows twisted. A figure slowly stepped out from the darkness behind Lin Xiao. The person was draped in a wide black robe, wearing a conical hat, their face completely hidden in shadow. With each step they took, the bluestone ground beneath them cracked, as if it could not bear the weight of such terror. Even more frightening, as they appeared, the temperature within 100 zhang plummeted. The breath they exhaled instantly forming frost. This was precisely the trump card left for Lin Xiao by the Qianyuan Emperor Lin Longtian, who had been refined into a corpse puppet. Gulp! Someone swallowed loudly, the sound exceptionally clear in the stillness of the night. Wu Chaofeng stared at the newcomer, his expression as heavy as water. He could sense the pressure emanating from that black-robed figure, overwhelming like mountains and seas unfathomable. "Who are you?" Wu Chaofeng asked in a deep voice. "I am Wu Chaofeng, a mere loose cultivator, disciple of Huang Kong. May I ask which esteemed elder you are?" According to the rules of the martial world, one introduced their master as a sign of respect. However, the black-robed figure seemed to have not heard him, remaining silent in place, as if two chilling gazes swept over from beneath the conical hat. Wu Chaofeng furrowed his brows tightly, feeling somewhat displeased. After introducing himself, the other party was unresponsive. Typically in the martial world, such behavior was the utmost disdain. Since he refused to speak, then I must take offense. Wu Chaifeng's true energy erupted, his claws gleaming with a dark metallic luster, his innate peak cultivation pushed to the limit as he prepared to strike first. However, boom! A loud noise shook the heavens. Lin Langtian did not even raise his hand, he merely lifted his head slightly, releasing a hint of his own aura. In an instant, a terrifying storm of solidified energy materialized out of nowhere, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves like tangible blades sweeping in an instant. Puff! Wu Chaofeng did not even have time to react. Before he could unleash his eagle claw technique, his entire being was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. He sprayed blood 3 times in midair, crashing heavily against the palace wall 100 zhang away, creating a massive human-shaped indentation in the thick wall. Then he slid down weakly, his fate uncertain. With just one encounter, merely the explosion of aura had instantly annihilated a peak innate master. But this was not the end. The black storm's momentum did not subside, expanding outward like a tsunami. Lin Mingyao, Chen Shuyi, and all the powerful figures of the palace guard felt as insignificant as ants before this force, toppling in all directions. Under this oppressive aura, even standing became a luxury. Lin Mingyao felt that this was an unmatched power. She pressed her hands against the ground, her consciousness gradually blurring in the face of this force, unable to resist. In terms of martial arts cultivation, Lin Mingyao was still not strong enough, merely at the acquired stage. "Martial arts master," Chen Shuyi said in shock. "This is a martial arts master." The entire Yaohua Palace fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene. It was a power that transcended the mundane and absolute suppression at the peak of martial arts. Before a martial arts master, what was considered peak innate? Just a slightly stronger ant. Huh? Lin Xiao laughed madly, his laughter filled with pride and madness. He spread his arms wide, as if claiming the whole world for himself. "Did you see that? This is the Crown Prince's trump card. This is the power of the ancestor." At this moment, the Imperial Forest troops suddenly began to move. Clatter! In an instant, groups of imperial forest experts knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold earth, their voices trembling in respectful, "Long live your majesty! Long live for 10,000 years." The shouts of tens of thousands converged into a wave of sound, shaking the night sky. In that moment, Lin Xiao seemed to see himself draped in a dragon robe, sitting majestically on a throne. Faced with the pressure released by Lin Longtian, Lin Mengyao found it hard to hold on, lying on the cold ground, listening to the deafening cries of "Long live," her gaze gradually dimming. It's over. Everything has ended. The power unleashed by Lin Longtian exceeded her imagination. That level of existence could not simply be overcome by numbers. She had schemed endlessly only to find that Lin Xiao had hidden such a martial arts master as a trump card. "Child." Lin Mengyao let out a bitter laugh, a tear sliding down her cheek. "Mother, I'm sorry for you all. I've been so busy with state affairs I haven't been able to accompany you much. I hope you can live well." She hoped her children could survive even if they had to live in hiding. At that moment, Lin Mengyao thought of someone. However, in the final moment before losing consciousness, Lin Mengyao hazily saw a golden figure descending from the sky. Her vision grew dim on the verge of losing consciousness. The aura of Lin Longtian was too powerful, almost suffocating. However, in the final moment before losing consciousness, Lin Mengyao hazily saw a golden figure descending from the sky. That figure radiated brilliant golden light. Like a legendary hero from myth saving the world, the familiar and towering silhouette made her desperate heart suddenly skip a beat. That is, Lin Mengyao wanted to see more clearly, but darkness had already consumed her, and she fell into unconsciousness. Lin Xiao's mad laughter abruptly ceased. He suddenly looked up, staring at the golden figure descending from the sky, his brow furrowed tightly. The figure, enveloped in dense golden true energy, descended like a great sun, sacred, majestic, and unapproachable. "This is a martial arts master." Lin Xiao's heart sank, his expression turning grim. "Damn. Lin Mengyao actually has a master trump card as well." The person cloaked in golden true energy was none other than Yang Han. At this moment, he was surrounded by solidified golden qi, each strand condensed into substance, forming a splendid golden energy armor around his body. Yang Han's gaze was indifferent, as if looking at a swarm of ants. Noble and divine, even more regal than an emperor, like the king of all kings ruling over all living beings. "You, who are you?" Lin Xiao yelled sharply. Yang Han slowly descended, stepping onto the white jade steps before Yaohua Palace. He looked at Lin Xiao with icy eyes. "Lin Xiao, I will not let you die easily." His voice was low, as if pronouncing judgment. "Next, I will make you suffer endless torment until your death. You will regret being born into this world, regret having harbored inappropriate thoughts." "Impudence!" Lin Xiao exclaimed angrily. As of now, he had already gained control over everything. After all, he possessed the corpse puppet refined by Lin Longtian, the invincible one who once suppressed the entire great Yin dynasty. With such a trump card, it was only natural that Lin Xiao became paranoid and confident. "Who do you think you are? Just because you are a martial arts master, do you think you can intimidate this crown prince?" Lin Xiao's face twisted in fury, shaking the bronze bell in his hand. "Ancestor. Kill him. Dismember him. Shatter his body into 1,000 pieces. Whoever tries to stop this crown prince from ascending to the throne today will surely die. With a trump card like my ancestor, I am invincible in the world. What are you? Do you think you can kill me, eh?" Dingling. The urgent ringing of the bell echoed. In the next moment, Lin Longtian's dark energy surged, his eyes hidden beneath the conical hat turned. The full-force eruption of a martial arts master was so swift that the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Yang Han remained unfazed, slowly raising his right hand. A violent, destructive fist intent surged forth, piercing the heavens. The ground before the Yaohua Palace instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit. Surrounding the Imperial Guard and the soldiers of the Hall of Justice, regardless of ally or enemy, were all sent flying like wheat in a storm before this terrifying force. It can be said that when gods fight, mortals suffer. What kind of martial art is this? Lin Xiao's face turned pale as he staggered back under the pressure, losing his footing and falling to the ground. Yang Han unleashed a punch. In an instant, the winds and clouds stirred and the heavens roared. With the overwhelming force to crush everything, he struck towards Lin Longtian. Lin Longtian roared, palms striking out, transforming his black true qi into a gigantic, ghostly claw, attempting to block this punch. The clash of two terrifying powers erupted in the air, producing a thunderous sound. The noise was so intense that it temporarily deafened everyone within the palace. At the center of their confrontation, true qi splattered, twisting the space. Golden protective energy and black sinister energy eroded and annihilated each other, creating shockwaves that gouged a terrifying chasm 10 zhang deep and over 3 zhang wide into the palace grounds. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Langtian was violently forced back several hundred zhang, leaving deep footprints with each step. His wide black robe was torn by the force, revealing a body as dry as tree bark beneath, and his hat had long since shattered, exposing a face that was aged and twisted. How could this be? Not far away, Lin Xiao, knocked to the ground by the shockwave, saw this scene, and his pupils constricted in horror. The ancestor has been pushed back. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xiao shook his head frantically, unable to accept the reality before him. That was a martial arts master. The last trump card was to rely on his supremacy over the world. How could he be defeated by this suddenly appearing mysterious person? Then something even more unexpected happened. Lin Longtian, after steadying himself, did not immediately launch another attack. He stood in place, and his eyes, once blood red and filled with slaughter and madness, began to change dramatically. Deep within his black pupils, a glimmer of clarity was beginning to surface, as if a long-sleeping consciousness was awakening. The twisted expression on his face gradually softened, replaced by extreme confusion and pain. Ugh! Ah! Lin Langtian clutched his head, letting out a pained low howl, as the black energy around him began to uncontrollably dissipate. It seemed he was regaining consciousness. Not far away, Yang Han noticed this, and his gaze shifted. Yang Han's golden protective energy flowed around him as he scrutinized the figure before him. That face, so familiar. Yang Han immediately remembered it was Lin Longtian whom he had seen. It turned out to be him. Yang Han murmured. Who could have imagined that the revered ancestor of the great Yin imperial family, once an invincible being at the peak of mastery, would now be reduced to such a grotesque state? At this moment, Lin Langshan's body was entwined with dense death energy and sinister aura. This was clearly linked to Lin Xiao. Or rather, was it the handiwork of his good father, the Qinyuan Emperor? To secure the imperial power, they had actually turned their own ancestor into a puppet that knew only slaughter, to protect the power of the Lin family. However, just as Yang Han was lost in thought, he suddenly gasped and focused his gaze on Lin Langtian. Because Yang Han discovered that Lin Langtian was undergoing some bizarre transformation. The body that had been as rigid as iron, filled with deathly silence, was now trembling slightly. It was a tremor belonging to the essence of life. Even more astonishing was that Lin Langshan's eyes, once filled with blood and only slaughter, were now flickering violently, the blackness and silence gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of human brilliance. This, Yang Han's heart shook. Though his strength surpassed that of the former peak Lin Longtian, he was still quite astonished to witness this scene. What was going on? Had the other party undergone a resurrection from the dirt? Wasn't he just a puppet? The surviving Imperial Guard and soldiers at the Hall of Justice also noticed this scene. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. A master whose soul was turned into a puppet was actually regaining consciousness. This was an unheard-of miracle in the history of martial arts. It should be known that the technique of creating puppets is among the most sinister of esoteric arts. Once formed, the original soul would be completely erased, never to be reborn. Yet now the glimmer in Lin Langshan's eyes grew brighter, as if the stars were being reignited. Boom! At that moment, from the heavens above, a terrifying white light, unknown from where it came, surged like a river in reverse, instantly slicing through the night sky and directly entering Lin Langshan's crown. At the instant the white light entered his body, Lin Langtian trembled violently, tilting his head back and letting out a long howl. That howl started off as a wailing cry, gradually transforming into a passionate roar, eventually morphing into a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, shaking the entire imperial city, causing tens of thousands of people to cover their ears, and all birds within a 10-mile radius fell to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Langshan's pupils completely changed. They became deep and weary eyes that had seen the passage of time. Within that gaze was confusion, perplexity, and even a sense of awakening from a great dream. Lin Langtian slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. I actually regained a bit of intent. Lin Langtian slowly raised his hand, looking at the palm where the blood and chi flowed, letting out a soft sigh. Within that sigh was boundless lamentation and emotion. He turned back, his gaze penetrating through the void, landing on Lin Xiao, who lay on the ground. That one glance was utterly ordinary. But Lin Xiao felt as though the blood in his body was about to freeze at that glance. He was filled with extreme fear. It's over. The ancestor has regained consciousness. Refining the ancestor into a puppet was a grave sin of betraying one's master and clan. The ancestor wouldn't blame him, would he? However, Lin Langtian merely wore a complex expression, glanced at him, and calmly uttered four words, unfilial descendant. That voice carried deep disappointment and weariness. Then Lin Langtian turned to Yang Han, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration and astonishment. He slowly began to speak. Your punch, my friend, is earth-shattering. I am in awe. The power of your punch has even awakened the remnants of my soul that remain trapped within this shell, allowing me to regain a fleeting will. Yang Han squinted. You have been reborn. He never expected that with a single strike against this puppet he would actually bring it back to life. Such a miraculous event was fantastical, something Yang Han had not anticipated. Of course, even if he was alive, what could the peak Lin Langtian before him do? Lin Langtian shook his head, his face revealing a bitter smile. Not at all. I have not been reborn, but merely because of your punch the remnants of my soul scattered throughout the heavens and earth have been temporarily gathered, allowing me to awaken and regain control of this body. He raised his hand, looking at the black energy swirling in his palm, sighing. But this is merely a fleeting light. This body has long been eroded by the sinister energy, and the remnants of my soul are incomplete. Soon I will completely dissipate into the heavens and earth. Although he spoke of such despair, Lin Langtian's eyes gradually brightened. However, though the time is short, in this brief moment my strength has reached an unprecedented peak. He clenched his fist, the black energy and white light intertwining around him, his aura rising sharply. This body has been refined and strengthened by them, using secret arts, and now the remnants of my soul have briefly returned, perfectly merging with this enhanced flesh. The combination has allowed me to restore my former peak state. Upon hearing this, Yang Han realized, so that's how it is. He then calmly asked, you've returned, what do you want? Do you intend to plead for Lin Shao, asking me to spare him? Although he had met Lin Langtian once and had indirectly gained some benefits, Yang Han was by no means soft-hearted. Lin Shao was destined to die today. Even if the King of Heaven came to plead for him, he would not let him go. Yang Han quietly watched him. Even in the face of death, he did not forget the heart of a warrior, and a hint of emotion arose within him. He held no hatred towards Lin Langtian. However, Lin Langtian was too deeply obsessed, continuously striving to protect the great Yin dynasty and his descendants. Now, to safeguard them, he must battle against himself. Moreover, when the opponent stated he would stop him, it was clear there was no intention to kill. He merely wanted to force him back. Yang Han smiled faintly, a smile imbued with nonchalance and dominance, then calm. Good. Before the words fell, both moved simultaneously. Boom, boom. Two terrifying forces erupted violently, soaring into the sky. In an instant they charged towards the heavens, piercing through the 9 skies. The speed was so swift that it left behind 2 long waves of air, scattering the formation of tens of thousands of Imperial force troops below. Atop the Imperial city, above the firmament, the fierce winds howled and the chill was suffocating. An ordinary warrior would instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture here. Yet Yang Han and Lin Langtian stood as if on level ground, facing each other. Young friend, be cautious. This is the supreme technique from the royal family's true dragon, suppressing the world classic. The 9 dragons suppressing the heaven's seal. Lin Langtian struck first, forming seals with both hands. Dragon roars, shaking the heavens, pouncing towards Yang Han. The might of it seemed capable of truly suppressing the world and reducing it to dust. Great purple sun hand. Yang Han advanced instead of retreating, his purple true energy surging 1,000 miles, colliding with Lin Langtian's strike. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. This tremendous sound was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than thunder, shaking the entire Imperial city. Across the Imperial city, whether it was the sleeping citizens or the vigilant soldiers, all raised their heads in shock, looking towards the tumultuous clouds in the high sky. They could not see any figures, only 2 beams of light, one gold and one black, furiously colliding amidst the clouds, each clash sending terrifying shockwaves that tore the clouds to shreds. What level of battle is that? Is the firmament trembling? Are gods and demons fighting? Countless people fell to their knees, trembling in fear. That level of combat had exceeded their understanding. It was akin to the legendary battles between immortals and demons. In the heavens, the two had exchanged over a dozen moves. Lin Langtian grew more courageous as the battle raged on, burning his remnant soul to its utmost limit, each move reaching the pinnacle of his life. 9 dragons suppressing the heavens seal, true dragon extending claw, emperor's world-suppressing fist. Every royal technique blossomed in his hands, radiating unprecedented brilliance, shaking the void. However, Yang Han remained calm, countering each move. Great purple sun hand, berserker fist, heavenly void, sword, chi, indestructible, divine skill. He stood like an imposing mountain, unyielding against Lin Langtian's fervent assaults, even having energy to spare. Lin Langtian. Yang Han pushed him back with a palm, speaking indifferently, your strength seems to be just that. Golden light flows around me, my aura is long. I am merely at the 7th level of the master realm, yet I can match you, a peak master who has reached the ultimate realm in a stalemate, even slightly gaining the upper hand. If we were of equal realms, I could instantly annihilate you. As someone who once suppressed the entire great Yin dynasty, you seem to be not all that impressive. Yang Han's words were not meant to mock, but were a simple evaluation. This declaration was extremely arrogant, yet it was an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian not only did not become angry, but instead smiled faintly, his expression filled with reminiscence and emotion. Young man, you underestimate me far too soon. He slowly withdrew his offensive stance, hands clasped behind him, his gaze becoming profound, as if piercing through time and space, returning to that turbulent era 50 years ago. Do you think that the Master Realm is the end of martial arts? Lin Langshan's voice became ethereal. No, above the Master Realm, there are realms. Years ago, I briefly stepped into that realm with the good fortune of the great Yin dynasty and its dragon veins. The realm above the Master Realm. He raised his head, gazing at the vast starry sky, a hint of obsession and fervor flickering in his eyes. That realm is called Celestial Human Realm. Celestial humans harmonize with heaven and earth, resonate with all things. Oh, a thought stirs the winds and clouds, a wave of the hand shifts mountains and rivers. That is truly transcendent, the first step for warriors to depart from the mundane and approach immortality. As his words fell, Lin Langshan's aura underwent a tremendous transformation once more. He no longer burned his remnant soul. Instead, he began to resonate with the world around him. Countless citizens in the imperial city suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. It was as if some supreme existence was awakening. The stars in the night sky seemed to shine a bit brighter at that moment, and the moonlight surged towards Lin Langtian like a tide. In this last moment of my life, let me show you what is the might of a martial arts celestial. Boom! Lin Langshan's aura surged wildly, becoming dozens of times stronger than before. Mysterious runes emerged around him, as if manifesting the principles of heaven and earth. At this moment, he was no longer just a mere warrior, but seemed to become a part of this world, representing the will of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Yang Han's expression finally shifted slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. He felt an incomparably powerful aura rushing towards him. The pressure was far greater than before, much greater. Is this the celestial human realm? Yang Han muttered to himself for the first time, igniting a fierce battle intent in his eyes. The realm above the Master Realm, how interesting. He took a deep breath, golden aura surging wildly around him, preparing to embrace this unprecedented peak battle. At this moment, Yang Han's eyes sparkled like lightning. He stared at the figure resonating with the firmament before him, a surge of unprecedented yearning welling up in his heart. So powerful. This level of strength had already surpassed the cognitive limits of ordinary warriors. The celestial human realm harmonizing with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the world for one's own use. It was not merely a quantitative change of true energy, but a qualitative change in the level of life. Yang Han could clearly feel that at this moment, every breath Lin Langtian took was connected to the world around him. As if he was heaven, he was earth, every move carrying the might of the heavens. It must be known that in terms of strength at the same realm, Yang Han believed he was not inferior to anyone. Even when facing the peak Lin Langtian of the past, he was confident he could fight across two small realms to suppress his opponent. The prior situation had already demonstrated this. Back at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, in a fully realized state, Lin Langtian was still suppressed by Yang Han. Moreover, in that previous exchange of over a dozen moves, he had not even used his true trump card. For instance, the ultimate killing move, he had yet to fully reveal the Thunder Prison 8 slashes. This technique had never been performed by him on anyone before. Even when he had tested its power before, he had merely casually struck a single test slash. But now, facing this legendary celestial human realm, he knew he could no longer hide. Boom! Lin Langshan's aura continued to soar. The entire universe trembled violently. He stood atop the firmament, his robes billowing, his body entwined with visible patterns of heaven and earth, as if he were a descended deity. The aura of the celestial human realm poured forth without reservation. This pressure forced countless warriors in the imperial city to kneel on the ground, lacking even the courage to raise their heads. Is this the pressure of a deity descending? Within the imperial city, countless people gazed at the strange phenomenon in the night sky, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear. This level of battle had not been witnessed in the great Yin dynasty for many years. Lin Langtian looked down at his hands, feeling the profound state within him that resonated with heaven and earth, deeply satisfied. This sense of controlling everything, transcending everything, was the pinnacle of martial arts he had pursued throughout his life. Unfortunately, his time was limited. Young friend. Lin Langtian raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if it could cut through the void. His voice was no longer aged, but carried a grand heavenly tone reverberating throughout the land. Next, I will unleash my ultimate divine ability, without holding back. For a battle at the peak of martial arts happens only once in a lifetime, Any leniency would be a desecration of martial arts and a disrespect to both you and me. He paused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I hope you can withstand it. If you can take this blow, I dare say you will certainly step into the celestial human realm in the future. Yang Han's expression remained calm, the golden aura swirling around him like an immortal statue. He slowly spoke. Lin Longtian, you are indeed strong. No wonder you could suppress the great Yin dynasty for 50 years. However, you have underestimated me as well, because just now I also did not use my ultimate trump card. Upon hearing these words, countless spectators in the imperial city were left utterly shocked. Such a terrifying battle was not even at full power. Arrogant. The prostrate Prince Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, had a twisted expression, howling madly in his heart. His hands clawed deeply into the ground, nails breaking and bleeding, without him noticing as he stared fixedly at the firmament, praying incessantly, Ancestor, you must win. You must kill him. Slay this mysterious powerhouse. Shatter his corpse into a million pieces. This was his last hope. If even the celestial human realm ancestor were to fall, then he would undoubtedly die today, and it would be a tragic end where he could not survive nor seek death. Boom. Without giving everyone much time to think, Lin Langtian struck first. 9-5, suppressing the heavens technique. Lin Langtian let out a long howl, shaking the 9 skies. This strike, infused with the will of the celestial human realm, seemed like a punishment descending from above, suppressing towards Yang Han. Within the imperial city, countless citizens fainted under this pressure. Even innate experts felt their souls about to be crushed. If this move were to fall upon the imperial city, it would not just be 1,000 deaths. Perhaps the radius of 10 miles would turn to ruins and tens of thousands would vanish in an instant. So terrifying. Is this the might of the celestial human? It's over. That person is dead. Countless people were horrified. However, just at this critical moment, Yang Han moved. He slowly raised his right hand, grasping the seemingly ordinary long knife at his waist. Clang. A clear sound of the knife rang through heaven and earth. Yang Han looked at Lin Longtian, who had burned to the limit, and spoke calmly, Senior, watch closely. This knife of mine is named Thunder. Prison. 8 slashes. Boom. Crack. The first thunderbolt appeared. Yang Han drew his knife and struck. A blue thunderbolt as thick as a person's embrace erupted from the blade, resembling the descent of a thunder god, shaking the heavens and the earth. The roar of thunder was deafening. Within the imperial city, countless citizens were horrified, believing it was the wrath of the thunder god kneeling in worship. But this was merely the first strike. The second slash, even thicker, more violent. 2 bolts of thunder intertwined, transforming into a thunder dragon roaring towards Lin Langtian. The third slash. Yang Han's expression turned stern, the long knife in his hand becoming a blur, striking one after another without pause. With each slash, the might of the thunder surged exponentially. The blade light and thunder light fused, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Each thunderbolt was thicker than the last. The 7th slash. When the 7th thunderbolt fell, it had transformed into a sea of thunder, countless electric serpents dancing wildly, as if intending to tear the entire firmament apart. At this moment, Yang Han took a deep breath, the golden aura surging into the knife's body, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp, as if he could see through life and death. 8th slash. The 8th knife arrived. This strike bore no distinct blade light, for the entire sky had transformed into a prison of thunder. The thunder was summoned from the heavens above, manifesting as a pillar of lightning that pierced through the cosmos. The thickness of that pillar rivaled that of a mountain, containing a destructive power that sent ripples through the very fabric of space. 8 consecutive strikes, each one stronger than the last, ultimately converging into this apocalyptic thunder prison, crushing down upon Lin Langtian. Come forth. Lin Langtian let out a mighty roar to the heavens, his white hair dancing wildly, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with boundless exhilaration. What he awaited was this pinnacle battle. It was this ultimate collision of life and death. 9-5 Towning Heaven technique. Break for me. That devastating divine skill collided fiercely with the thunderous prison. Boom. At that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. Following that was an explosion of terrifying intensity, 100 times stronger than before. Within the imperial city, among the over 10 million inhabitants, nearly half had emerged from their homes, disregarding the overwhelming pressure, gazing up at the sky. They witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Is this still a battle of martial masters? A deity. This is a battle between deities. The pinnacle of martial arts can truly be so terrifying. Countless people murmured, their worldviews shattered. They had thought that masters were the pinnacle of martial arts. Today they realized that above masters there were celestial beings, and this terrifying combat power akin to that of divine beings. The endless terrifying radiance intertwined, lasting for a full 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the radiance began to gradually dissipate. 2 figures emerged above the heavens. Yang Han sheathed his sword, moving with calm composure. His surrounding golden aura continued to shimmer brilliantly, his robe pristine and his expression tranquil. Standing amidst the void to outsiders, he was enveloped in golden divine light, resembling a magnificent celestial being, indestructible and eternal, suppressing the world. Yet 100 zhang away, Lin Langshan's state was utterly tragic. His body, enhanced by secret methods, was now in tatters. Covered in blood, his flesh torn and mangled, revealing stark, white bones with dark blood seeping from his wounds. It seemed his residual soul was on the verge of collapse. Lin Langtian hunched over, kneeling on one knee in the void, relying on the last remnants of heavenly power to avoid falling. The two exchanged distant gazes 100 zhang apart, yet it felt as though separated by an era. The once imperious aura of Lin Longtian now rapidly dwindled at a visible pace akin to the retreating tide, never to return. Within the palace, the surviving imperial guards and experts from the Hall of Merit stared blankly at this scene. The millions of citizens in the imperial city fell into a deathly silence. Then it was unclear who shouted first, "We won. That mysterious powerhouse has won." Hiss. The sound of cold gasps echoed like a tide. The outcome was already clear. Lin Langtian had lost. That once briefly ascended celestial being who had suppressed an era ultimately fell to the mysterious powerhouse, defeated beneath the earth-shattering thunder prison. 8 strikes. Below, the Prince Lin Xiao, who had been fervently praying, witnessed this scene and felt as though struck by lightning, his face turning pale as paper, his body collapsing like mud, the last spark of light in his eyes extinguished. The Prince Lin Xiao's body went limp, his face ashen. He gazed up, dazed at the figure in the heavens that was fading into the distance, trembling all over. Lin Langtian has been defeated. Even the ancestral figure who briefly regained consciousness, possessed strength surpassing his peak, and even stepped into the legendary celestial realm, has lost. Defeated so thoroughly, so decisively. What kind of terrifying existence is that mysterious powerhouse? Where did this ancient monster emerge from? Lin Xiao could not comprehend. His mind was a blank slate. His face was a mask of desolation, as if all his essence had been drained away. He knew everything had ended. In this struggle for power, he had lost utterly. Without the ancestral card, he was nothing more than an ant at the mercy of others. Lin Xiao let out a bitter laugh, resembling a stray dog. However, at this moment, no one noticed the tragic appearance of this once prince. Everyone's gaze was locked onto the heavens above. There, the fate of the great Yin dynasty was determined, dictating the lives and deaths of everyone present. In the heavens above, Lin Langshan's form began to grow ethereal, like a candle flickering in the wind, gradually dissipating. He looked down at his hands, which were already covered in cracks, and turning into points of light, gently sighed, his expression complex to the extreme. He raised his head to look across, his voice hoarse, yet filled with emotion. "You are truly formidable. I have lived for 200 years and have never seen a person like you." That thunder prison, 8 strikes, devastating and earth-shattering, akin to divine wrath. Such martial arts divine skill cannot be possessed by mere mortals. Lin Langtian smiled bitterly, that smile filled with relief. "Even though I briefly reached the celestial realm fighting with the strength of heaven and earth, I still cannot match you. Your strength has reached an unparalleled terror. Moreover," he carefully sensed Yang Han's aura, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes, "you have not even reached the limit of the martial master realm. If you were to reach the 9th level of the martial master realm, or even half a step into the celestial realm, how powerful would you become? Perhaps even true celestial beings would not last 10 moves in your hands." This once invincible powerhouse, who suppressed an era, making all martial forces dare not defy, has now fallen to the hands of a young man. His era has already passed. Yang Han listened quietly and suddenly asked, "Lin Longtian, there is one thing I do not understand. Speak freely. Not long ago you broke through with the power of the national fortune and dragon veins, clearly stepping into the celestial realm. Why then have you fallen back? Is it because of declining vitality, physical aging, unable to sustain the consumption of that realm?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Langshan's previously carefree expression suddenly turned serious. He looked up at the profound starry sky, letting out a long sigh. "No, it is not so." "Then why? Because this realm itself is a gigantic prison." Lin Langshan's voice turned heavy, as if revealing a certain taboo of heaven and earth. "The limit of the martial master realm is the ceiling of this world. Above that there exists an invisible door tightly blocking all martial artists. That door is the manifestation of the world's laws, the binding of living beings by this realm. Breaking through forcibly is to go against the heavens, and one will suffer the backlash of the world's laws. Therefore I can only briefly step into the celestial realm, like a fleeting flower, unable to remain in that realm, let alone truly break through." To continually break through to the celestial realm, one must possess a cultivation method for breaking through to the celestial realm. As he spoke of the cultivation method, Yang Han's eyes flickered. To break through from martial master to celestial being requires a cultivation method. This was something Yang Han had never heard of. What do you mean? Yang Han inquired. Lin Langtian took a deep breath, his expression complex as he said, as I mentioned before, this realm is a prison. To break free from the prison and reach a higher level, a key is needed, which is the cultivation method to break through to celestial beings. So you do not have the celestial method, hence you were unable to break through. Yang Han's gaze shifted. Lin Langtian nodded slightly, filled with deep sorrow. How tragic. In terms of talent, Lin Langtian could be considered top-notch. After all, he had suppressed the great Yin dynasty for such a long time. Alas, he was stuck at that realm due to the lack of a cultivation method. Cultivation methods are only possessed by the great families and sects. Lin Langtian slowly spoke. Great families, sects. Yang Han knew exactly what Lin Langtian meant. They must be those forces that have inherited for over a millennium longer than the history of the great Yin dynasty. The great families and sects monopolized the celestial methods. As he spoke, a trace of unwillingness and indignation flashed in Lin Langshan's eyes, but it quickly turned into helplessness. He then sighed, saying, "What a pity, without the celestial methods, no matter how strong, what does it amount to? Like a shooting star gone in an instant." His words were filled with a sense of helplessness towards fate, a condemnation of the heavens. Then Lin Langtian looked at Yang Han again, his gaze turning extremely serious. "Yang Han, I can see that you are the true ruler of this era, stronger than I was back then. But remember," Lin Langshan's voice suddenly grew stern, "upon reaching the celestial realm, you will truly feel the mysteries and terrors of this world. Yang Han, although you have defeated me today, do not become arrogant and complacent, because this world is far more complex and dangerous than you can imagine. Beneath this seemingly tranquil earth, too many unknown secrets are hidden. Although I did suppress the great families and sects, that was not my only intention. My initial thought was not only to suppress, but to destroy all great families and sects, forcing them to hand over the celestial methods. However, even reaching the limit of the martial master realm, I could not achieve that. At most, I could only establish some rules for them to avoid the world, yet I could not make them surrender the celestial methods. The great families and sects have powerful trump cards, forces with over a millennium of inheritance. They are unfathomable. Unless necessary, avoid confrontation with the great families and sects as much as possible." Yang Han felt a stir within. Previously, the rumors had been that Lin Langtian suppressed the great Yin dynasty, making all martial forces dare not raise their heads. Yet now it seemed that perhaps it was a propaganda issue of the great Yin dynasty, exaggerating Lin Langshan's strength to showcase the might of the Lin family. Now, from Lin Langshan's tone, Yang Han knew that those great families and sects were certainly not benign. After all, those that have lasted over a millennium longer than the great Yin dynasty are not simple characters. The existence of the great families and sects itself poses a threat to royal authority, and they were not destroyed during Lin Langshan's peak period, merely avoiding the world. It was clear that there was a reason for this. But Yang Han was not worried. He himself was not a person who sought this. He had not flaunted himself to the world. It could be said that only a few close acquaintances knew his identity. Yang Han also did not intend for everyone in the world to know. He would remain in the cold palace, which would be foolish, waiting for others to find trouble with him. Letting only a few close people know would suffice. Having lived 2 lives, Yang Han deeply understood a principle: a tall tree attracts the wind. He was now strong enough, stronger than the Lin Langtian of the past. However, this realm was vast and boundless, and Yang Han could not underestimate the world. Moreover, even without the celestial methods, what could it matter? After all, he possessed the sign-in system and had an incredibly lengthy lifespan. He could sit back and watch the changes of the world, continually signing in to grow stronger. With continuous sign-ins, his strength would only grow and his lifespan would extend indefinitely. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Lin Langshan's invincible body, already cracked from the baptism of the Thunder Prison 8 strikes, finally reached its limit. After reaching the ultimate sublimation, both his body and residual soul had reached their end. Cracks spread like a spider's web, extending from his chest to his limbs and bones. "Take good care of Empress Tianyan." In the final moment before his form completely dissipated, Lin Langtian murmured, his voice as faint as a mosquito, yet clearly reaching Yang Han's ears. "Our Lin family truly owes her a debt. Also, do not become arrogant. Be wary of those powerful millennia-old families and ancient sects. During the upcoming upheaval of the world, they will become incomparably strong." He did not mention Lin Shao, not a single word. Clearly, this ancestral figure was well aware of what that rebellious wretch would face next. That was a torment more terrifying than death, and Yang Han had also vowed not to spare him. So Lin Shao was not worth Lin Langshan's words. Boom. This legendary cultivator, once invincible across the realm, and the sole guardian of the great Yin dynasty for an entire era, had thus perished, leaving not even a trace behind. Yang Han stood motionless in midair, gazing at the fading motes of light, his eyes filled with profound melancholy and reverence. Lin Langtian possessed boundless talent. It was said he had ascended to the rank of martial grandmaster before reaching 50. Later, on his 90th birthday, he shattered the ceiling of that realm, attaining the absolute pinnacle of grandmaster cultivation. Thereafter, he subdued the entire great Yin dynasty, a figure of peerless might. Yet even such an extraordinary genius remained trapped at the celestial world realm, solely due to the absence of a celestial world cultivation method. According to Lin Langtian, without such a method one would be shackled by the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. Breakthrough to higher realms would remain forever out of reach. Yang Han fell silent. Would he too one day face the same impasse? He realized, himself, he possessed no celestial world method whatsoever. Would he be forever confined beneath the celestial world realm? Currently at the 7th rank of Grandmaster, Yang Han knew full well that in time he would inevitably reach the absolute limit, just as Lin Langtian once had. Yet swiftly that wistful sigh dissolved into unshakable resolve. The celestial world realm. For me, Yang Han, attaining it is merely a matter of time. If 100 years prove insufficient, then 200. If 200 fail, then 500, or even 1,000. With each successive sign in my lifespan only grows longer, eventually merging with heaven and earth itself. Breakthrough, therefore, is inevitable. Yang Han reflected inwardly, utterly convinced of his eventual transcendence. Alas, his understanding of the celestial world realm remained painfully shallow. He knew only its name, celestial world, but nothing of its lifespan, its true significance, or the divine abilities it conferred. Yet Yang Han felt no urgency. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abundance of time. Years of daily sign-ins had already accumulated his lifespan to nearly 1,000 years, an existence bordering on immortality. Within this vast expanse of time, he held firm faith he would uncover the path to the celestial world realm, and beyond to even loftier heights. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Han's gaze slowly descended toward the ground below, where Yaohua Palace stood home to Lin Mingyao and their children. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Yang Han plummeted like a meteor, golden chi coalescing around him into a radiant, shimmering barrier, before crashing violently before Yaohua Palace. The earth trembled, dust billowed skyward. As the blinding light subsided, Yang Han's silhouette emerged stark and unyielding. All around, whether imperial guards or palace guard officers, prostrated themselves instantly, bodies convulsing uncontrollably, foreheads pressed hard against the cold stone, lacking even the courage to lift their eyes. To these mortal martial artists, Yang Han had become nothing less than a deity. Gazing upon such a supreme cultivator was itself sacrilege and unforgivable affront. After all, even an earthly sovereign could not be met eye to eye by his subjects at will. And this being, 10,000 times more august than any emperor, held the power to decree life or death for 1,000,000 souls with but a single thought. Yang Han paid them no heed. His gaze swept calmly across the scene, then casually flickered toward Lin Xiao, sprawled nearby like a lifeless dog. That look, cold and different, as if observing a loathsome insect moments from being crushed, held not the faintest ripple of emotion. Then he stepped forward, halting before the unconscious Lin Mingyao. Gazing upon her pallid features, a flicker of tender sorrow passed through Yang Han's eyes. He extended his hand, palm pressing gently against her back, channeling a stream of pure warm golden chi into her body to hasten her recovery. At that very instant, Yang Han seemed to spot someone, and his massive hand shot forth, gripping the air. A terrifying suction erupted. Chen Shi, who had been prostrate on the ground, was instantly drawn in, lifted helplessly into the air like a squawking chick, his throat seized tight in Yang Han's iron grip. Chen Shi's face contorted in sheer terror. He had no idea why he'd been snatched, only that the force was unimaginably overwhelming, permitting no resistance, no autonomy. Senior. Chen Shi's voice quavered violently. What is your command? I am yours to direct. I shall obey without hesitation. He knew full well, for a cultivator of Yang Han's caliber, killing him required neither word nor gesture. A single glance would reduce him to ash. Since death had not come instantly, there must be some task awaiting him. Chen Shi's mind raced, his heart pounding with dread. Would this senior now unleash slaughter upon the imperial palace? Yang Han regarded him coolly. You are Chen Shi, correct? A jolt surged through Chen Shi. How could this senior know his name? He was merely director of the palace guard, a towering figure in ordinary eyes. Yet before such a being, he was less than an ant. Yes. Chen Shi nodded frantically. This humble servant is Chen Shi. That you, senior, should know my name. This is the greatest honor of my entire life. Yang Han gave a slight nod, his tone laced with quiet approval. In this hour of crisis, you remain steadfast beside Meng Yao. Your loyalty is truly commendable. A complex wave of emotion surged within Chen Shui. His initial devotion to Lin Mingyao had sprung from fear, the shadow of that mysterious, terrifying cultivator. The one who at the borderlands shattered the black-armored cavalry commander with a single palm strike, and slaughtered 200 black cloud riders in 3 breaths. He feared that man, and thus pledged fealty to Lin Mingyao. But later he had genuinely been captivated by Lin Mingyao's extraordinary capacity, her boldness, her unwavering sense of duty. This humble servant merely fulfilled his sworn duty. Chen Shui's voice still trembled, yet steadied somewhat. A quiet question stirred within him. Was this senior somehow related to Lin Mingyao? How terrifying! Lin Mingyao possessed such a hidden ace. A being capable of annihilating an entire city stood silently behind her. No wonder Emperor Qianyuan had abruptly abdicated, bestowing the throne upon her. With such a supreme protector standing in her shadow, who dared defy her? Yang Han, sensing his inner turmoil, spoke calmly. Lin Mingyao is my woman, and she shall henceforth reign as empress of the great Yin dynasty. Your loyalty must be absolute. No second thoughts, no wavering. Understood. Chen Shui froze, utterly dumbfounded. His mind reeled. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? My woman. Lin Mingyao was the senior's woman. Then, like lightning, it struck him. His pupils contracted sharply, his face paled further. Senior, are you perhaps? Yang Han offered a faint, enigmatic smile, and for a fleeting moment his features shifted. Within several breaths, he transformed into a sinister, ancient, blood-robed elder, the flower-plucking demon. Chen Shui's heart seized, nearly ceasing its beat. The flower-plucking demon. It was him. He recognized that face instantly. The memory seared into his soul, unforgettable even years later. He knew the flower-plucking demon was a martial grandmaster, but for years the demon had vanished without a trace, leading many to assume he was dead. Never had he imagined the demon not only survived, but attained such incomprehensible power. Power sufficient to defeat Patriarch Lin Langtian himself. Chen Shui's mind reeled, but his instincts flared sharp and clear. Senior, rest assured. From this day forth I am Her Majesty's loyal hound. Whoever dares threaten Her Majesty must first step over my corpse. Yang Han glanced at him, his voice calm, still addressing her as Your Highness. Chen Shui blinked, then instantly corrected himself. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, Yang Han's will stirred, a thread of chi swept across Chen Shui's body, making him shudder violently. Your martial cultivation has stagnated. Your meridians are blocked. In the next instant, Yang Han flicked his fingers, releasing a blade-like chi current that pierced deep into Chen Shui's body, clearing his pathways. With a thunderous surge, Chen Shui's long-stalled cultivation breakthrough occurred, ascending to the 8th rank of the innate realm. His face erupted in ecstatic disbelief. What peerless mastery! He'd been stuck at this level for years, unable to diagnose the flaw. Yet this senior had resolved it in an instant, and propelled him beyond. Chen Shui's spirit soared, his resolve to serve Lin Mingyao deepened irrevocably. Yang Han's gaze swept across the scattered imperial guards, his voice serene. Tidy this mess thoroughly. Spare the crown prince, for now. He shall suffer prolonged torment. As for the others who followed him. Yang Han's tone chilled perceptibly. They are rebels, traitors who rose in open insurrection. You know how traitors must be dealt with, do you not? Chen Shui nodded vigorously, his eyes blazing with ruthless determination. He understood perfectly. Yang Han's intent was clear. The imperial palace would run red tonight, with the blood of the crown prince's faction. Understood, senior. I shall execute this flawlessly. Yang Han ceased looking at him, turned, and gently lifted Lin Mingyao into his arms. Her body was feather-light, supple, and yielding. A delicate, lingering fragrance drifted into Yang Han's nostrils, evoking quiet nostalgia. It had been far too long since he'd held her like this. Lin Mingyao nestled against Yang Han's chest, breathing evenly, her brows relaxed, finding in his embrace the warmth and safety of a sanctuary. Cradling her, Yang Han stepped into Yaohua Palace. Behind him, Chen Shui remained kneeling, motionless long after Yang Han had entered. Inside Yaohua Palace, Yang Han laid Lin Mingyao gently upon the bed, then sat beside her, watching her in silence. Fatigue lingered on Lin Mingyao's face. Even in unconsciousness, her brow remained faintly furrowed. Yang Han reached out softly, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Rest well, he whispered. From now on I am here. No one shall ever harm you, or your 2 children again. Then a sudden thought struck him. Wait. Besides Lin Mingyao, Lin Yun, and Lin Yu, there was also consort Lan. She too must be protected. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Shui had risen to his feet. His eyes burned with lethal resolve. His expression had shifted from terror to cold, bloodthirsty ferocity. The Imperial Guards, already shattered by Yang Han's overwhelming aura, were left broken and helpless. The Palace Guard fared far better. They retained fierce morale and unwavering confidence, for they stood under the shadow of an invincible sovereign. Chen Shi's face hardened. He raised his hand. All Palace Guards, attention. Instantly his subordinates snapped upright blades, drawn eyes blazing like torches. His voice echoed, icy, unrelenting. Tonight commenced the purge of these traitors. Not a single one shall escape. As his order fell, screams began erupting across the plaza. Palace Guard soldiers surged forward like tigers descending from mountain peaks, pouncing upon the demoralized Imperial Guards. Steel flashed, blood sprayed, corpses crumpled onto the frigid stone. The Imperial Palace's purge of the rebel faction had officially begun. Far away in a secluded corner, Empress Tianyun stood suspended in midair, holding consort Lan and the two children, waiting in quiet stillness. Empress Tianyun's gaze fixed upon Yaohua Palace, when suddenly she sensed a subtle shift in Yang Han's consciousness, the resonance of the life-and-death talisman binding them. She nodded faintly, then turned to Consort Lan. Come, we are summoned. Consort Lan nodded, grasping Lin Yun's hand in one, Lin Yu's in the other, wrapped securely within Empress Tianyun's ethereal energy as they departed. Empress Tianyun carried them swiftly across the night sky. Her gaze dipped downward, to where the Palace Guard executed their grim cleansing upon the Imperial Guards. Blades clashed, cries pierced the air, blood stained the ground crimson. Empress Tianyun frowned, raising her hands to weave energy into a dark silken veil, gently covering Lin Yun's and Lin Yu's eyes and ears. Children ought not witness such horrors. Consort Lan too beheld the carnage below. Her body shuddered, her eyes wide with stunned horror. The prince's rebellion ended abruptly, seemingly without any resistance. All of the experts on the prince's side have been dealt with, leaving no one capable of putting up a fight. Although she did not understand martial arts, she could tell that this battle had no suspense. Before long they arrived at the Yaohua Palace and entered Lin Mingyu's room. Inside the room, the flickering candlelight created a warm and quiet atmosphere. Lin Mingyao lay on the bed, her complexion still somewhat pale, but her breathing was steady. Yang Han sat by the bed, holding her hand and quietly watching her. As soon as Queen Tianyun entered, she saw Yang Han sitting by the bed, gently caressing Lin Mingyu's face. A wave of sour jealousy surged in her heart. She floated to Yang Han's side, pouting with a tone full of jealousy. I guarded the child for you outside, yet I have never been treated so gently. It seemed like Queen Tianyun recalled something, thinking of her own strength comparable to a master, yet she was still a woman who desired gentleness and did not want to be treated so roughly. Of course, Queen Tianyun was also quite devoted. Whatever made Yang Han happy, she would allow it. Yang Han glanced at her, but remained silent. Lan Fei and the two children immediately came to the bedside. Lan Fei reached out to feel Lin Mingyu's forehead and checked her pulse, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Yun and Lin Yu leaned against the bed, their small faces filled with fear. Mother, will mother be all right? Lin Yu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. It's fine, Yang Han said softly and gently. She just fainted, there's no need to worry. Everyone let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yang Han's words were very convincing. Lan Fei stood up, looking at Yang Han, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her gaze lingered on Yang Han's face, filled with countless unspoken words. Yang Han sensed her gaze, stood up, and said to Queen Tianyun, stay here to look after the children and Lin Mingyao. I need to speak with Lan Fei alone for a moment. Queen Tianyun snorted softly, her eyes sweeping over Lin Mingyu's face. This woman was not inferior to her in appearance, and had given birth to Yang Han's child, so her status must be quite noble. A deep jealousy surged in her heart, but there was no killing intent. She understood Lin Mingyu's importance to Yang Han. If she harbored any killing intent, it would be akin to seeking her own death. Understood, she answered sullenly. Yang Han led Lan Fei out of the room and into a small courtyard within the Yaohua Palace. The moonlight reappeared, casting a silvery glow over the courtyard. The night breeze blew gently, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Lan Fei stood before Yang Han, the moonlight illuminating her face, revealing an expression that seemed almost surreal. She looked at Yang Han's face for a long time. Then, biting her rosy lip, Lan Fei spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Who would have thought that you are actually a formidable powerhouse? Even the masters of martial arts are no match for you. Yang Han smiled faintly. After all, Lan Fei had little cultivation and did not understand many things. Lin Langtian was more than just a martial arts master. He had once briefly stepped into the realm of celestial beings. In theory, unless they were at the peak of the martial arts master realm and at the pinnacle of physical health, martial arts masters now were no match for Yang Han. That level could still allow him to exchange a few blows. Any being below that could be easily crushed. You've worked. Yang Han did not speak of realms, simply offering a gentle remark. Lan Fei's eyes turned red. She lowered her head, tears falling silently. Yang Han brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye, and at that moment the surroundings fell into a deep silence where endless emotions poured out from Lan Fei's heart. You were so strong all along. I was still worried about you. If Minjio's power struggle failed, it would implicate you. Who would have thought? So strong, who could possibly implicate you? Yang Han smiled faintly, and indeed it was so. Now he was no longer just a martial arts master, even in the realm of celestial beings. It seemed he was not without the power to fight back. After all, the power of the Thunder Prison 8 slashes was terrifying. It felt almost like a divine technique. Yang Han took the initiative to draw Lan Fei into his embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance from her body. Lan Fei's face turned red, and she whispered, "Isn't this inappropriate? Mengyao is still unconscious, and the two children are still in that room. After a long separation, why care so much about such things?" Yang Han replied indifferently. Suddenly Lan Fei let out a soft sound, feeling Yang Han's movements. Then, in the depths of emotion, there was no avoiding it. The two enjoyed the feeling of reuniting in this small courtyard. After all, it had been a long time since Lan Fei left the cold palace. It was like a long drought finally meeting rain. Just like that. Meanwhile, in Lin Minjio's room, Queen Tianyun suddenly felt something. Her face flushed, and she let out a soft snort. At that moment, faint sounds came from outside the room, like stones hitting the wall thudding. The noise was quite loud, and Lin Yu curiously asked, "What is that sound? Why haven't Lan Fei and that brother returned yet? I'll go check." Just as she was about to go out, Queen Tianyun blocked her way and coughed lightly, saying, "No need to go. They were enjoying their reunion, and it would be a serious matter if the children went out. They are still discussing matters. Children, don't disturb them." Although she said this, a trace of resentment flashed in Queen Tianyun's eyes. This Yang Han was too much of a scoundrel. They were left guarding while he went out to enjoy himself. A full hour, Lan Fei's forehead was covered in fragrant sweat, biting her lip tightly, her entire face flushed with shame, her ears and fingertips also blushing. After all, the situation was too stimulating. Yang Han gently brushed Lan Fei's forehead and said, "I need to go back for a bit." Off. Lan Fei was taken aback. Yang Han continued, "Cough. I just came from Xiao Fei's side, and the battle with Lin Langtian was so loud that she must have woken up. I'll go comfort her." What could she say? Lan Fei nodded, gently pursing her lips. After all, she felt satisfied. "Then remember to come see Mengyao." Of course, Yang Han nodded. "That is only natural. But since Lin Mengyao has not woken up yet, there is no meaning in staying here." He had also shared tender moments with Lan Fei. Within the Yaohua Palace, a scene of intimacy unfolded. Outside the Yaohua Palace, however, blood flowed for 3,000 miles, and many of the rebellious soldiers were executed on the spot. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the puppet sect, in the depths of the mountains, shrouded in mist, a magnificent mountain gate stood atop a cliff. After the martial arts powers re-emerged, the 7 great families and 5 major sects were the most powerful existences of the Dian dynasty, without exception. The puppet sect was one of them. With a legacy of 1,000 years, its foundation was deep and profound, with experts within like clouds dominating the entire martial arts world. The puppet sect was the closest to the imperial city, approximately 700 miles away. In the innermost secret chamber of the puppet sect, an emaciated old man suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. PFF. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground red. With a thought, the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. The disciples stationed outside were greatly shocked upon seeing the old ancestor's appearance. They had never seen the ancestor in such a disheveled state. His face was ashen, his breath unstable, and bloodstains lingered at the corners of his mouth. This was simply impossible. The ancestor was a master of the master realm. How could anyone injure him in this world? News quickly spread throughout the entire puppet sect. Before long, the high-ranking members from top to bottom of the puppet sect arrived, filling the great hall. The elders, hall masters, and deacons all bore expressions of shock. The ancestor of the puppet sect sat at the head, his face ashen, with a hint of fear in his eyes. His voice was hoarse and deep. "The corpse puppet of Lin Langtian has been killed. It is no longer under our control." Everyone was stunned, and their expressions changed dramatically. The corpse puppet of Lin Langtian. It was personally refined by this puppet sect's ancestor. His strength was unfathomable, and he was at the peak of the puppet arts. One must know that was Lin Langtian. Even in death, his body was a supreme treasure. Refined into a corpse puppet, his battle power was terrifyingly unparalleled. The ancestor's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. "In this vast world, there are countless strong beings. After refining Lin Langtian into a corpse puppet, I left a mark within him. I planned to let it develop for a while longer before reclaiming it for the puppet sect. Who would have thought? It was destroyed directly. Moreover, Most importantly, I felt that at a certain moment the corpse puppet of Lin Langtian underwent a mutation, becoming extraordinarily terrifying. It felt like a glint of brilliance appeared in the ancestor of the puppet sect's eyes. Celestial being. That felt like the presence of a celestial being. Hearing this, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. Celestial being, a martial arts celestial being. A being hundreds of times more terrifying than a martial arts master. How could it appear on Lin Langshan's corpse puppet? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many wore expressions of doubt, wondering if the ancestor had made a mistake. However, due to the ancestor's authority, no one ultimately spoke up. A trace of caution flashed in the ancestor of the puppet sect's eyes. The imperial city is guarded by a great and terrifying powerhouse. That is Lin Langshan's corpse puppet, which even briefly reached its utmost potential. Thus, wanting to slay it would be quite difficult. At this time, the master of the puppet sect could not help but ask Ancestor, "You said that Lin Langshan's corpse puppet reached its utmost potential and briefly attained the martial arts celestial being realm. Could it be that the one who killed him was a martial arts celestial being? But you clearly said, only we can possess martial arts celestial beings." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the puppet sect sneered and said lightly, "When have I ever deceived you? Martial arts celestial beings can only be possessed by the 7 great families and 5 major sects. The Dayan dynasty. Humph, just a usurper that has developed for 700 years. A trace of disdain crossed the ancestor of the puppet sect's face. The families and sects have been passed down for over 1,000 years, while the Dayan dynasty has only existed for 700 years. Back then, the founder of the Dayan dynasty was merely a top minister of the Dayu dynasty. Later, taking advantage of the chaos during the power struggles of the Dayu dynasty, he changed the heavens and took. This incident has been erased from the official annals of the Great Yin dynasty. Yet for these millennium-old clans and ancient sects, it remains meticulously recorded. They know with absolute certainty that the Great Yin dynasty possesses no inherited celestial human cultivation method, because it lacks the requisite heritage. Only they possess it. Therefore, that formidable cultivator could not possibly be a celestial human martial artist. "Think no further," said the puppet sect's elder patriarch, drawing a deep breath. "In my estimation, he is merely at the apex of the Grandmaster realm, not a celestial human. For celestial humans can only emerge from aristocratic clans or established sects. As for the one who destroyed Lin Langtian's corpse puppet, he may simply be an exceptionally powerful peer-level combatant, nothing more." Upon hearing this, the puppet sect's senior elders visibly relaxed. Indeed, within the Great Yin dynasty, attaining Grandmaster rank may still be achieved through solitary cultivation and personal insight. But to ascend to celestial human requires a key. This key exists exclusively within noble clans and ancient sects, and even among them only a select few may wield it. In the puppet sect, only the elder patriarch holds such authority, only he bears the qualification. Such rarity speaks volumes. "There is no need for undue alarm," the elder patriarch spoke slowly. "The destruction of Lin Langtian's corpse puppet unsettles me deeply, yet it poses no grave consequence. At most, it represents a minor expenditure of the puppet sect's resources. The heavens and earth are soon to undergo cataclysmic transformation. The very laws and principles governing existence shall be rewritten. Amidst this epical contest, my sole purpose is to break through into celestial humanhood, to attain that legendary realm." As he spoke, a flash of incisive brilliance flared in the elder patriarch's eyes. The assembled elders erupted in ecstatic fervor. Celestial human. Only upon reaching this realm may one truly be deemed a supreme cultivator, for the lifespan of a celestial human expands dramatically. A full 5 centuries, far surpassing the Grandmaster's mere 200 years, and a monumental stride forward upon the path toward immortality. While the elders celebrated in unrestrained jubilation, a flicker of wariness crossed the elder patriarch's gaze. He sensed faint yet deliberate a veiled warning emanating from the cultivator who had annihilated Lin Langtian's corpse puppet. A mysterious powerhouse. Very well. Your peer-level combat prowess may rank among the finest under heaven, but what of it? The elder patriarch mused inwardly. Once I transcend into celestial humanhood, no matter how extraordinary your peer-level strength, you cannot defy the immutable laws of heaven and earth. Yang Han's climactic duel with Lin Langtian shook the imperial capital, leaving millions awestruck, as if witnessing the descent of a deity. Yet its reverberations extended far beyond the capital. That world-shaking battle stirred awareness across all 7 great clans and 5 major sects of the Great Yin dynasty. In the Dugu clan, a refined, middle-aged man stood atop a mountain peak, sword in hand, gazing into the distant horizon with profound, unfathomable eyes. At the Divine Blade sect, a domineering, awe-inspiring sovereign stood with a blood-red, demonic blade slung across his back, his aura roaring like a tempest. At the stargazing sect, the long-vanished sage Wang Yu, The untroubled diviner reappeared after nearly a century, puffing on a 2-foot-long tobacco pipe. Each exhalation summoned swirling gales, as if spirits wailed in dread. And deep within the Situ clan's estate in Yunzhou, a voice emerged, cold, ethereal, and shadowed this sovereign senses anomaly in the imperial capital. Su Changkong, dispatch agents immediately to infiltrate the Great Yin court and serve as our Black Lotus sect's inner moles. Yes, honorable envoy. Time passed swiftly, a month elapsed, with Emperor Qianyuan himself drafting the imperial edict and Lin Zhao's faction, including his ultimate trump card, utterly eradicated. Many court ministers had already aligned with Lin Mingyao. Once Lin Zhao, the greatest obstacle, was removed, her ascension met virtually no resistance. She became empress, first female sovereign in 7 centuries of the Great Yin dynasty, the heavenly sovereign empress. On the day of her coronation, the imperial capital emptied onto its streets. Citizens knelt along both sides, gazing upward at the woman clad in dragon robes and crowned with imperial regalia. Her countenance was austere, her gaze piercing, radiating an inviolable sovereign majesty. Seated upon the dragon throne, receiving the homage of civil and military officials alike, she etched her name forever into the annals of the Great Yin dynasty. Lin Zhao fared far less fortunately. Yang Han personally instructed that Lin Zhao must pay dearly, a charge Chen Shuyi committed indelibly to memory. Yang Han's sheer presence alone had struck terror into Chen Shuyi's soul. Moreover, Yang Han had rendered him profound kindness, clearing obstructions within his meridians and resolving his cultivation impediments. Chen Shuyi tortured Lin Zhao for over 10 days, reducing him to a human pillar, neither able to live nor die. Ultimately, Lin Zhao succumbed to unbearable agony and perished. His corpse was cast into the unmarked burial grounds, denied even a gravestone. Though Lin Mingyao ascended the throne and inherited the mandate, the lingering poison left by the crown prince required thorough purging across court and realm. The crown prince held immense sway within the military. Every general and officer who followed him in rebellion faced inexorable retribution. The purge lasted 1 month. Heads rolled, rivers ran red. Yet none of this concerned Yang Han. He returned leisurely to the cold palace, indifferent to the tides of empire. Life in the cold palace remained tranquil and agreeable. Once Lin Mingyao stabilized the realm, Yang Han, who had long served as its lone guard, finally received his first promotion. Yang Han was no longer an ordinary palace guard, but commander of the cold palace, overseeing all its sentinels. Moreover, upon learning of Yang Han's station there, Lin Mingyao commissioned a private residence built for him within the cold palace compound. Officially termed stationing Yang Han within the inner palace, it was in truth an act of quiet generosity, ensuring his comfort. Lin Mingyao had originally intended to appoint him commander of the Imperial Guard Battalion, whether left or right battalion, surely a comfortable post. Yet Yang Han declined. After all, he still needed to report daily at the cold palace. Becoming battalion commander would entail endless duties, time he refused to squander on trivialities. Lin Mingyao ultimately acquiesced. She promoted Yang Han to commander of the cold palace and assigned him 2 attendants. Simultaneously, she ordered construction of a new pavilion within the cold palace, modest in scale, yet exquisitely refined, offering comfort rivaling that of many imperial consorts. Yang Han found this arrangement wholly satisfactory. He no longer stood watch, merely presided from his chamber. As cold palace commander, the Imperial Guard Battalion dispatched subordinates to fulfill his duties. He stretched his limbs luxuriously. At last, freedom. Yet, a certain stillness lingered. After all, the cold palace now housed only Consort Xiao and Empress Tianyan. That day, the Imperial Guard Battalion dispatched 2 young guards, Yang Han's new subordinates. Sensing their approach, Yang Han stepped outside the cold palace. His perception was so acute that even the rustle of grass within hundreds of zhang could not elude him. Their auras were striking, one sharp as a blade, the other dense as a mountain. Intriguing. The one leading appeared 15 or 16 face, stern brows heavy with killing intent. His gaze was deep-set, concealing untold stories, his mouth curled downward with quiet menace. He carried an unnerving maturity, like one who had tasted blood upon the edge of death. The second, of similar age, was utterly different. Simple, guileless. His very bearing radiated sincerity, lips perpetually curved in a foolish, gentle smile. Yang Han observed them with quiet fascination. Such a pairing was unexpectedly compelling, one wolf-like in cruelty, the other ox-like in innocence. They approached Yang Han and instantly recognized him, their commanding officer. Their expressions shifted to respectful deference, and deep within their eyes something flickered emotion. "What are your names?" Yang Han asked. The grim-faced youth saluted, voice formal. Your humble servant, Long Yutian," echoed the simple-minded youth, bowing with equal formality. Yang Han raised an eyebrow. Long Yutian. A rather imposing name. He said nothing further. Names were mere designations. Grandeur mattered less than substance. Suddenly Chang Xiaoqin and Long Yutian dropped to their knees in perfect unison, as if rehearsed, foreheads striking the stone floor with resonant thuds. Father! Father! Their voices rang clear and strong, echoing across the cold palace courtyard. Yang Han froze. Father! What father? When had he become their father? He stared down at the kneeling pair, still bowing vigorously. His lips twitched involuntarily. What are you doing? Yang Han frowned. How did I become your father? Chang Xiaoqin lifted his head, eyes mingling reverence and eagerness. His voice stammered, Commander Yang, we've heard. It said a guard named Yang has guarded the cold palace for 8 years without dying. Surely you possess extraordinary abilities. We've just joined the palace as guards. No kin, no allies. The moment we saw Commander Yang, your benevolent demeanor moved us. We wished instantly to take you as our father. You've dwelled here so long. You must feel weary. We'll serve you faithfully, pouring tea, running errands. Anything you command. By day consort Xiao kept him company, by night Empress Tianyun attended him. Beneath the ancient well, by day consort Xiao kept him company, by night Empress Tianyun attended him. Beneath the ancient well he cultivated undisturbed. His life surpassed even that of celestial immortals. Enough, enough, Yang Han waved dismissively, voice laced with resignation. I'm scarcely older than you. Henceforth address me as Commander Yang. Understood. Long Yutian nodded, woodenly replying, dully understood, Commander Yang. But Chang Xiaoqin refused to yield. His eyes darted sideways. Then with startling speed he raised his hand and slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. Each strike landed hard and loud, swelling his cheeks crimson. Blood trickled from his lip, but he didn't flinch. I spoke out of turn. I presumed too much, disturbing Commander Yang. Deserved, deserved. He cried between blows, voice thick with self-reproach and dread. He tugged Long Yutian's sleeve. Quick, apologized to Commander Yang. Long Yutian blinked, then bowed again, mumbling, Don't be angry, Commander Yang. We didn't mean. Yang Han observed Chang Xiaoqin's demeanor, his gaze shifting ever so slightly. This youth possessed remarkable ruthlessness, toward himself at least. He had slapped his own face until it swelled, yet not a single furrow creased his brow. Such ferocity was rare among ordinary men. Yet it made sense. Within the imperial palace hierarchy reigned absolute, every step treading on thin ice. A minor figure who failed to read the winds or bow low enough would perish swiftly. And Yang Han as commandant held life and death in a single word, his authority staggering. Of course Yang Han's authority remained unchanged whether or not he bore that title. Enough. There is no need for such self-reproach, he said calmly, his voice serene. Here you may relax. Chang Xiaoqin and Long Yutian nodded vigorously, gratitude shimmering in their eyes. They believed truly that they had met a man of virtue. Yang Han watched them and felt a sudden quiet curiosity stir within him. Who were these two? What purpose had brought them into the palace? You too, Yang Han asked. What are your origins? What brings you here? Chang Xiaoqin fell silent for a moment. A deep, smoldering hatred flickered across his eyes before he murmured, I serve a mortal enemy who slaughtered my entire family. I entered the palace to grow stronger, to one day exact vengeance and wash away this blood-soaked shame. Yang Han nodded, asking no further. Hatred, the most potent catalyst for strength. This Chang Xiaoqin, with his shadowed gaze and ruthless resolve, possessed the makings of a formidable force. Long Yutian scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. I'm a beggar, wandered far and wide, then met Brother Chang. We fled together, drifting all the way here, hoping to find work and bread within the palace gates. My dream, to wed a wife and raise a sturdy, rosy-cheeked son. A faint ripple stirred in Yang Han's heart. These two youths reminded him strangely of himself and Zhao Shi. Years ago he and Zhao Shi had met amid utter desolation, fleeing famine and chaos, clinging to survival within these very palace walls. Today Zhao Shi commanded the Eastern Depot, his influence eclipsing even ministers of state. And what fate awaited these two boys? Yang Han glanced at them once more. Both likely stood at body refinement stages 3 or 4, exactly where he had been upon first arriving in the cold palace. After a moment's thought, Yang Han turned and walked into his chamber. The two youths exchanged puzzled glances, but remained silent, waiting patiently where they stood. Moments later he re-emerged, holding a cloth-wrapped bundle. This bundle bore weighty provenance, the confiscated fortune of a long-dead reckless commander from the Imperial Guard who once dared challenge Yang Han. Now Yang Han stood peerless among grandmasters. Gold and jewels were mere dust, ephemeral, mundane, gathering silence in forgotten corners. They served no purpose, only decayed in idle neglect. Better then to bestow them upon these two youths. He stepped forward and handed the bundle to Chang Xiaoqin and Long Yutian. Inside lies 200 taels of gold. You addressed me as adoptive father just now. Take it. I have no use for it left untouched. It only gathers dust. The two stared stunned, then erupted into uncontainable elation. Could this Commandant Yang truly be so magnanimous? 200 taels of gold, given so casually. Their eyes gleamed as they beheld the heavy bulging bundle. 200 taels. To them it was an astronomical sum, more wealth than they had ever laid eyes upon in their entire lives. Thank you, Commandant Yang. Thank you, Commandant Yang. They dropped instantly to their knees, bowing deeply, foreheads striking the cold stone with rhythmic hollow thuds. Yang Han waved dismissively. Rise. That is enough. Remain outside, and keep watch faithfully. Under no circumstances enter the inner quarters, unless summoned. The consorts prefer solitude and abhor disturbance. Yes, sir. We understand, they chorused. Yang Han nodded and retreated into his chamber. Behind him, Chang Xiaoqin and Long Yutian cradled the golden bundle, their eyes alight with awe and fervent gratitude. Time slipped by, 7 days passed like mist. Yang Han lived in tranquil ease, mornings spent with consort Xiao, evenings with Empress Tianyun, occasional cultivation beneath the ancient well, and intermittent guidance for Lin Yun and Lin Yu. He also visited consort Lan once. Yet Lin Mingyao, now the sovereign empress, appeared less frequently. After all, she ruled the great Yin dynasty, bearing the weight of an empire upon her shoulders. To call her overburdened would be an understatement. Constant visits would impede governance, not wise nor respectful. A rare measured visit sufficed. The two young guards remained dutiful outside, never crossing boundaries, never overstepping. Then one day new residents arrived at the cold palace, two deposed consorts. The first was the former Empress Mingyan, the noble and radiant Empress Mingyan, mother of the crown prince and consort of Emperor Qianyuan. During the uprising, she backed the crown prince. The imperial guard's commander was her own elder brother. When the crown prince's rebellion collapsed, the commander was executed, and Empress Mingyan was stripped of her title, demoted to noble consort, and banished to the cold palace. She stood at the cold palace gate clad in plain white robes, her hair disheveled, her face drawn and wan. Yet even in ruin her regal grace remained undimmed. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin luminous, her figure elegant. Appearing scarcely 30, though she had long passed 40, her beauty preserved with extraordinary care. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, she muttered incoherently, lost in hollow stupor, as if madness had already claimed her. Decades earlier she had entered the palace in splendor, crowned empress, now reduced to a discarded consort, proof of life's cruel, capricious turns. The second was Crown Princess Shangwanzi, the crown prince's betrothed, whose wedding had never taken place. Though formally invested as crown princess, the ceremony remained unperformed when the rebellion fell. After the crown prince's execution as a member of his household, she too was condemned to the cold palace. Shangwanzi's origins were shrouded in mystery. Few within the palace knew her lineage, or which illustrious clan had birthed her. No prominent Shangwan family existed within the great Yin dynasty. Only a select few seemed privy to her background. The crown prince's sole reason for choosing her unearthly, breathtaking beauty. Now Shangwanzi stood behind Empress Mingyan, draped in soft celadon robes, her hair cascading like ink-black silk. Her face was sculpted perfection, delicate brows like distant mountains, eyes like ink-washed jade, skin like fresh cream. Her figure was harmoniously curved, every line poised between youthful bloom and innate allure. Even the simplest garment could not conceal her natural magnetic charm. She appeared barely 16. Her innocence outshone even Lin Mingyao's. Yet her eyes held no despair, only a quiet, unnerving stillness. Gazing at the cold palace gate, she betrayed no tremor of emotion. At 16, such composure bespoke untold depths, a life already steeped in story. Seated within the cold palace's inner courtyard, Yang Han watched the newcomers, and felt a subtle instinctive pulse within his thoughts. Behind Empress Mingyan trailed a young palace maid, no older than 12 or 13, with twin buns framing a face both cherubic and vividly alive, her attendant seemingly devoted and inseparable. Empress Mingyan, once sovereign of the inner court, a wielding power second only to the emperor, now faced this ignoble end. Still, Empress Lin Mingyao had shown mercy. She chose exile over execution. Then the maid gathered her courage and stepped forward, speaking softly. "Commandant Sir, greetings. I am Shuang. Her ladyship has suffered a profound shock and may for a time be unsteady. Should she inadvertently offend, please accept our deepest apologies." She lowered her voice further when mentioning the empress's instability, as if fearing to awaken her mistress's fragile mind. Only then, standing close, did Yang Han truly see her. Though barely 12, her delicate features already hinted at future radiance. Even dressed plainly, as a humble maid, her face possessed the ethereal poise of a princess. A budding beauty, petite, tender, and utterly captivating. Such a countenance, unbound by station, would have drawn countless nobles vying to claim her as a child bride. "You too. Yang Han said evenly, "Follow me. I will assign your quarters." Empress Mingyan's vacant gaze drifted elsewhere. She heard nothing. Only Schwanger guided her forward. Shangguanzi glanced at Yang Han, curiosity flickering in her gaze. This young commandant of the cold palace appeared utterly unremarkable, yet something about him resonated subtly like a deep still current beneath placid water. "We are grateful," she murmured, her voice clear and silvery. Yang Han gave a slight nod and led the way deeper into the cold palace. Schwanger supported Empress Mingyan while Shangguanzi followed, footsteps echoing through the vast hollow corridors. The cold palace sprawled wide, its halls filled with empty rooms. Yang Han assigned them 2 modest side chambers, dilapidated yes, yet habitable. "These are your quarters," he stated flatly at the threshold. "Conditions here are austere. We ask your forbearance. Should you require anything, speak to the guards outside. But remember, do not wander freely. Do not provoke trouble. Violate these rules and consequences will follow, without leniency." Schwanger nodded, forcing a fragile smile that revealed 2 dimples. "Thank you, Commandant, sir." Then, as if recalling something, she patted her sleeves, searching hurriedly. Finding nothing, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, she had forgotten. After General Lin Zhao's failed coup, Empress Mingyan's estate had been seized. Every valuable thing gone. Schwanger froze mid-gesture, flustered and tongue-tied. "Commandant, sir, I have nothing on me now, but I'll work hard, save diligently, and one day repay your kindness properly." Her prolonged, awkward search ended in that quiet, earnest confession. Her youthful vulnerability mingling with girlish embarrassment, stirring instinctive tenderness in any observer. Yet Yang Han, having witnessed too much of life's reversals, felt little emotional turbulence, only a quiet acknowledgement of impermanence, and wealth meant nothing to him. Schwanger silently guided Empress Mingyan into her chamber. Shangguanzi paused at the doorway, turning back once. "Thank you, Commandant Yang." Yang Han nodded and departed. Once beyond the courtyard, his thoughts lingered on the newcomers. Empress Mingyan posed no concern, a fallen sovereign, powerless and broken. But Shangguanzi unsettled him. Her calm was too absolute, too unervingly serene for a woman cast into disgrace. That stillness spoke not of resignation, but of quiet confidence, of hidden mastery. Where did such assurance spring from? Yang Han shook his head, dismissing the thought. He lifted his gaze toward the ashen sky and stretched languidly. Life continued, unhurried, unbroken. And in the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped away. He lifted his gaze toward the ashen sky and stretched languidly. Life continued, unhurried, unbroken. And in the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped away. 2 years in the eyes of an ordinary person can encompass much. Yet within the cold walls of this palace, time seems compressed, flowing silently and deeply, leaving no trace. Yang Han sat cross-legged in the quiet room of the inner courtyard, his eyes slightly closed, as true energy flowed around him like dragons and snakes. Suddenly he moved his brow, slowly opening his eyes. Those eyes were even more profound than 2 years ago. Unknowingly, this marks the 10th year since I arrived at the cold palace. Has truly changed, Yang Han murmured to himself, his voice deep. As a master standing at the 9th level of the master realm, his sensitivity to the laws of the world far surpassed that of ordinary people. Over the past 2 years, he had distinctly sensed that the rules of this world had undergone some dramatic change. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a still pond, sending ripples spreading outward. The great change in the world spoken of by Lin Langtian before his death was not mere words. A new era had quietly begun. Those aristocratic families and sects monopolizing the celestial pathways now stood to gain even more. After all, to become a celestial being, one must go through these families and sects. As time progresses, the number of martial celestial beings from these families and sects is hard to predict. Yet Yang Han felt no panic within. Ding! The familiar prompt echoed in his mind, and with a thought he summoned his attribute panel. Host Yang Han, Realm Master, Realm 9th level, lifespan 1,200 years, current check-in location Cold Palace inner courtyard. With the dramatic changes in the world, his cultivation had also rapidly increased over the 2 years. In 2 years, with his check-ins and various pills, Yang Han had advanced from the 7th level of the Master Realm to the 9th level. He was now just one step away from the legendary Celestial Realm. But that step was akin to a chasm. He recalled Lin Langshan's words. The celestial pathways were firmly monopolized by the 7 great families and 5 major sects, making them incredibly difficult to find in the world. Without the corresponding pathways, the 9th level of the Master Realm was the limit, and he would never glimpse the secrets of the celestial beings. Even someone as extraordinary as Lin Langtian would be trapped. Relying on the dragon vein and national fortune of the Dian dynasty, one could only briefly step into it, and could not linger. Without the celestial pathways, will I be stuck here? Yang Han had pondered this for a long time, but soon he found peace. He looked at the number regarding his lifespan on the panel, 1,200 years. 1,200 years. What a terrifying concept. The ordinary body, refining, and acquired realms were not much different from mortals, only differing in combat power. Only upon reaching the innate realm did lifespan change, becoming 120 years and 200 years for the master realm. Even the lofty martial celestial beings had merely a lifespan of 500 years. Yet Yang Han, who had just turned 18 upon entering the palace, was now barely over 20, but still had a millennium of lifespan left, surpassing the combined lifespans of two martial celestial beings. For those who sought martial prowess, the ultimate goal of pursuing martial arts was fundamentally about longevity and immortality. Power was secondary, for no one wished to become a mere pile of dust, nor did anyone want to bow down before the passage of time. And he had directly acquired a lifespan that could be deemed terrifying. He could outlast generations of prodigies, witnessing the rise and fall of families and sects, waiting for the day when the laws of the world would be redefined. A long span of time was sufficient to wear away all obstacles. Time is my greatest ally, Yang Han chuckled lightly, rising to push open the window. Outside, the snow was white and pure, marking another cold winter. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Cold Palace. The host has completed 10 years of check-ins, granting a special critical hit. Reward obtained: Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Huh. Yang Han was taken aback. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. This name sounded familiar. But what puzzled him was that this time's check-in reward did not have the usual label of Great Perfection. Previously, no matter the swordsmanship or martial arts, they were always directly at Great Perfection, ready for use. Yet this Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique had only a solitary name. Yang Han steadied his mind and began examining the detailed description of this technique. Moments later, his pupils suddenly contracted as an overwhelming shock surged from his heart, rushing straight to his mind. This is... The Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique was not merely a martial arts move, but rather a fundamental cultivation method. It was a supreme pathway that required years of accumulation and persistent practice. Its theoretical scope was astonishing. The human body comprises 999 million tiny particles, each akin to stars in the universe, containing boundless potential. To cultivate the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique is to awaken these stellar particles within oneself. Each awakening grants the power of an ancient giant elephant, doubling one's combat power. Yang Han's breathing grew rapid. It is known that he had remained calm and collected. Many things could not shock him. 2 years ago, his battle with Lin Langtian was also undertaken with composure. But now he felt somewhat unsettled. 999 million stellar particles. If all awakened, what terrifying might would that be? 999 million times the foundational combat power. Even more stirring was the fact that this technique was divided into 3 major levels: the power of the giant elephant, the power of the primordial elephant, and the power of the dragon elephant. Each level signified a qualitative change. To advance from the giant elephant to the primordial elephant, one must first awaken all 999 million stellar particles, then break through at the critical point of qualitative change to enter the next level. The power of the dragon elephant was even more legendary. Good, good, good. Yang Han exclaimed, thrice, his eyes shining brightly. He decisively began to operate his true energy according to the technique's description, challenging the first stellar particle. A day passed. Boom. It felt as if a dormant star within him had ignited, and Yang Han suddenly opened his eyes, his aura soaring. The first stellar particle had awakened. He could clearly sense that his strength had doubled compared to before. Assuming he could originally exert 10,000 pounds of force with a punch, he could now deliver 20,000 pounds. Yang Han's gaze was piercing. This Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique was simply an unparalleled divine skill tailored for him. Its ceiling was high, and its potential was profound, far exceeding the martial arts system of this realm. Awakening 1 particle a day meant that in a year, he could awaken 365 particles. After a year, his combat power could increase by over 300 times. Although Yang Han was well aware that in the later stages of martial arts, it was no longer a simple matter of numerical stacking. For instance, the gap between a martial master and someone in the acquired realm cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Even if 1,000,000 acquired experts came, if a martial master had sufficient stamina, 1,000,000 acquired would just be ants. Unless there were special means, they would be utterly crushed. That is a difference in life levels, a disparity in understanding the laws of the world. But a quantitative change will ultimately lead to a qualitative change. Over 300 times the combat power may not be enough to contend with those true powerhouses who possess celestial pathways. But what about 3,000 times, 30,000 times, or even 3,000,000 times? Although he was currently at the 9th level of the Master Realm, if he were to accumulate for 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years with the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Even true celestial beings would be nothing more than mud chickens and clay dogs in his eyes. Moreover, Yang Han had plenty of time. By then, let alone martial celestial beings, even stronger beings would have to bow before him. What a bunch of nonsense, celestial pathways. Yang Han stood up and laughed towards the heavens. No matter how strong the celestial pathways are, could they be stronger than my dragon elephant suppressing prison technique? In that moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This could be considered a pathway leading to eternity. However, it also made Yang Han faintly sense. This world was likely far from being as simple as it appeared. The higher the path, the stronger the magic. Since the system could provide the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, such a terrifying cultivation method, could there be an even broader world beyond this realm? Could there be even more terrifying existences? But so what? Yang Han had a long lifespan. He could check in every year to extend his lifespan. In a comparison of longevity, even the lofty celestial beings would have to kneel in defeat. Yang Han took a deep breath, calming the excitement within him. He knew that from this day forward his cultivation would enter a new phase. It would no longer be a mere accumulation of true energy, but rather the path of awakening the particles in the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. This path was long, but he had plenty of patience. Time flew by, and morning of the next day arrived. Yang Han had just completed a round of cultivation, and the second stellar particle within him had already awakened, effectively doubling his combat power. At that moment, he heard familiar footsteps approaching. The footsteps were soft and cautious, carrying a deliberate respect extending from the outer courtyard of the cold palace. Uncle Yang, I've brought you food. A sharp voice rang out from outside the courtyard, filled with warmth and respect. Upon hearing this, Yang Han revealed a faint smile. He waved his hand, and the courtyard door opened. A young eunuch dressed in a purplish red robe stood at the door, merely 15 or 16 years old, holding a delicate food box. Over the past 2 years, Li Zhongxian had almost come uninterrupted, personally bringing meals to Yang Han every day. Even now that he had become an important figure in the ceremonial office, the position of chief was already a substantial office with only 2 or 3 above it pressing down. He was indeed Li Zhongxian, the adopted son recognized by Zhao Shi previously. Over the past 2 years, Li Zhongxian had almost come uninterrupted, personally bringing meals to Yang Han every day. Even now that he had become an important figure in the ceremonial office, he had never delegated this task to others. Yang Han looked at him with a faint smile. Li Zhongxian, you have been delivering meals for 2 years now. With your official career flourishing, I heard you were promoted to chief of the ceremonial office the other day. Such a high position, yet you still personally come to deliver meals to the commander of this cold palace. I am truly flattered. Li Zhongxian hurriedly ran and gently placing the food box on the stone table, then knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing. Uncle Yang, what you say is nonsense. The servant's current situation is all thanks to Uncle Yang's care for my adoptive father back in the day. I've long heard that if it weren't for you, my adoptive father would have starved to death long ago. Without Uncle Yang, there would be no adoptive father, and without my adoptive father, there would be no me today. Don't say that I am only the chief of the ceremonial office now. Even if I become the chief eunuch or the head of the inner ministers in the future, I will still deliver meals personally. He raised his head, his eyes full of sincerity. Yang Han merely smiled faintly. Zhao Shi had quite a few adopted sons, with more than a dozen in total, and Li Zhongxian was just one of them. Over these 2 years, Li Zhongxian had taken Zhao Zai's place, casually telling Yang Han some gossip from within and outside the palace. He also knew that among Zhao Zai's dozens of adopted sons, there were a few who had even reached the rank of supervising eunuch. Some even reached the level of the attending eunuchs. Among Zhao Zai's adopted sons, Li Zhongxian's position was considered mid-level. Previously, Zhao Zai's adopted sons were not without people who came to deliver meals and gifts. Yang Han accepted all of them. However, as they rose in rank and wealth, they vanished without a trace. Yet Li Zhongxian had been consistent for 2 years without interruption. To be honest, his current position as the chief of the ceremonial office was much higher than his own as the commander of the cold palace. However, regardless of his position, Li Zhongxian still managed to persevere. Yang Han couldn't help but marvel at this person's remarkable resilience. Whether it was Li Zhongxian or the other adopted sons of Zhao Shi, their purpose in coming to deliver meals and gifts was singular. In simple terms, they were aware of Yang Han's close relationship with Zhao Shi. It was merely to curry favor with Zhao Shi. Yet others would forget after they rose in rank. However, Li Zhongxian, on the other hand, remembered it all. How rare, how rare. Get up. Yang Han waved his hand, his tone flat. Li Zhongxian respectfully bowed a few times before cautiously rising. He brushed the dust off his knees, the ingratiating smile on his face undiminished, rather intensified. Thank you, Uncle Yang, thank you for your kindness. As he spoke, he lifted the ornate food box and gently placed it on the stone table. As the lid opened, an incredibly rich aroma instantly filled the courtyard. Inside the box there was an array of mouth-watering dishes, a whole roasted snow goose golden and glistening crispy and tender, and a dragon and phoenix soup stewed, with thousand-year-old Ganoderma steaming with a hint of golden light. There was also a plate of dragon eye fish sashimi, each slice of fish meat as thin as a cicada's wing meticulously arranged on an ice platter, exquisite like a work of art. These delicacies, each worth a fortune, were not something even favored concubines in the palace could enjoy daily. Yet Li Zhongxian delivered them in various forms every day, fearing to slight Uncle Yang in the cold palace. Yang Han nodded slightly. This child was indeed thoughtful. He then casually asked, "How has Zhao been lately?" Since the astonishing battle with Lin Langtian 2 years ago, time had flown by, and it had been 2 years in the blink of an eye. In these past 2 years, Zhao had only visited the cold palace, once reminiscing with Yang Han about the past, still haunted by the memories of that day's battle and filled with admiration. Since then he had not set foot in the cold palace again. After all, as the powerful eunuch in charge of the imperial rites, he held significant authority, dealing with the complexities of the court and the various edicts of the empress, making it impossible for him to find the time. Upon hearing Yang Han inquire about his godfather, Li Zhongxian's face immediately lit up with pride as he bowed and replied, "In response to Uncle Yang, my godfather is doing well now. Moreover, he might soon be promoted to the position of the head of the imperial rites." "Oh." Yang Han raised an eyebrow. "Master Lu Buchuan is already over 100 years old," Li Zhongxian said solemnly. "As you know, the lifespan of innate realm experts typically reaches around 120 years. Master Lu suffered a hidden injury a few years ago, and although it had been kept secret, his health has been declining in recent years. Recently, he publicly stated at the imperial rites that he wishes to enjoy his final years in peace, and that he will formally abdicate soon. At that time, my godfather will take his place." Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion flickered in Yang Han's eyes. It had only been a brief 10 years since he entered the palace. 10 years ago, Zhao was merely a small eunuch delivering meals to the cold palace, constantly anxious, fearing to offend any noble. Yet now that once timid eunuch was about to become the head of the 12 supervising eunuchs of the great Yin dynasty, the chief eunuch of the imperial rites, the esteemed chancellor revered as an ancestor. In these past 10 years, the court has changed hands, the imperial power has shifted, and the world has transformed. Yet Zhao has navigated this treacherous court struggle, rising from the very bottom to the peak of power. The hardships involved are unimaginable. It hasn't been easy, Yang Han sighed softly. In just 10 years, from a small eunuch to the head of the imperial rites, Zhao, she has had a difficult journey. Li Zhongxian nodded in deep agreement, and then smiled. "My godfather often tells me that the luckiest thing in his life was meeting you, Uncle Yang, during the hardships back then. He said that without your support back then, he would have died on the street long ago, let alone have today." Yang Han smiled non-committally, and then asked, "How is the world these days? What is the situation in the court?" In the past 2 years, he had not seen Lin Mingyao often. Now she was the exalted empress of Haoyin. Every day, she must handle countless important state affairs. Her schedule was 10 times busier than Zhao's. Yang Han occasionally visited merely to enjoy a moment of warmth with Lin Mingyao, savoring that rare quiet time without inquiring about state affairs. Moreover, Yang Han truly did not pay much attention to the state of the world and the court's affairs. Whether it was the dramatic changes in the world or the shifts in imperial power, they were far less important to him than awakening a starry particle each day. Focusing on himself and enhancing his strength was his only pursuit at this moment. Li Zhongxian, seeing Yang Han's inquiry, quickly organized his thoughts and respectfully replied, "In response to Uncle Yang, the court is indeed undergoing tremendous changes. Since the empress ascended to the throne, she has heavily relied on the imperial rites while nurturing a group of young new officials. Many of the old ministers have either been granted permission by the empress to retire, or they have been framed to imprisonment, or they have been reassigned to idle positions to live out their retirement. The current court is truly a breath of fresh air." He paused, his tone laced with awe. "And now in the court there are 2 figures wielding immense power. One is my godfather Zhao, overseeing the imperial rites. The other is a person named Li Baiwei." Li Baiwei. Yang Han frowned slightly. He indeed had never heard of this name. "Why have I never heard of this person before?" "It's normal for Uncle Yang not to have heard of him," Li Zhongxian explained. Li Baiwei only entered the court after the empress ascension. He was originally just a common teacher from Yunzhou, reportedly, without even any official title. Later, when the empress ascended, chaos erupted in the world. He came to the imperial city alone, setting up a stall on the street to write, expressing various views on the current state of affairs, such as the calamity of aristocratic families, the troubles of sects, and the celestial beings will emerge, articulating them clearly, and quickly gaining a considerable reputation in the city. When the empress learned of this, she sent someone to invite him to serve in the court. To everyone's surprise, Li Baiwei proved to be quite capable adept at governing the country. In just 2 years, he rose from a commoner to a top power in the court, now holding a position of significant influence. Yang Han nodded, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It seems this world indeed has countless talents, and it is normal for such geniuses to emerge. Yet at this moment, Li Zongxian's expression suddenly grew serious. He spoke in a deep voice. Uncle Yang, the matters in the court aren't the main concern, the real change is in the world. The world is about to undergo a transformation. Since that battle 2 years ago where two beings of divine stature clashed, the world has changed dramatically and martial cultivation has become exponentially easier. Previously, someone like me without any martial talent could spend a lifetime only to be an ordinary person, but what about now? With just casual practice, one can achieve the 7th layer of body refinement. The postnatal realm and innate realm experts in the palace and the innate realm powerhouses across the entire world have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. There are countless of them. Li Zongxian sighed and said, and let's not even mention innate realm experts. There are likewise many martial masters. It is said that 2 of the 6 top experts of the royal family have already broken through to the realm of martial masters. The royal family now visibly has 2 martial masters as their foundation. Upon hearing this, Yang Han merely nodded faintly. He was aware that the royal family had 6 prominent experts who were originally at the peak of the innate realm. Unexpectedly, with the revival of the spiritual energy, they also progressed to become masters. However, Yang Han remained calm within. The gap between a martial master at the peak and one who has just ascended is vast, almost like a chasm. With his current strength combined with the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, even 1,000 ordinary masters would be as easy to crush as ants. Seeing Yang Han's indifferent expression, Li Zongxian assumed he did not grasp the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly added, Uncle Yang, although 2 martial masters have recently ascended in the palace, their impact is not very significant. Why? Yang Han inquired. Li Zongxian sighed, deeply worry evident in his eyes. Martial masters are indeed strong, but the times have changed. The status of martial masters now resembles that of the former innate realm experts. Due to the tremendous changes in the world, martial cultivation has become exceedingly simple. Not only in the royal palace, but martial masters are emerging rapidly throughout the entire world. In the martial world, every year, dozens of martial masters are born. In the past 2 years, there have been already 2 to 3 dozen notable martial masters emerging. Not to mention those hidden in the shadows, unwilling to make their names known. Before the great change, it was hard to tell. After the transformation, those who were stuck at the peak of the innate realm for decades have begun to emerge one by one. This world is truly too deep. Yang Han lightly tapped the table, pondering deeply. Indeed, the heavens are high and the waters deep. Many powerhouses prefer to conceal themselves. In just 2 years, 2 to 3 dozen martial masters have emerged, and that's only the visible ones. Who knows how many are hidden in secret? This realm is expanding at a terrifying pace. At that moment, Li Zongxian's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if recalling some extremely alarming rumor, his voice trembling as he spoke. Uncle Yang, the most crucial point is, it is said that many from the 7 great clans and 5 major sects are already attempting to reach the realm of martial celestial beings. Moreover, it is rumored that some have already succeeded, but no one knows who. Martial celestial beings, figures of myth and legend. Such beings can communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, wielding destructive power with every gesture. The destructive power of any martial celestial being is beyond estimation, so powerful that it is terrifying. Martial celestial beings, huh? Yang Han's gaze flickered, finally revealing a hint of seriousness. With the great changes in the world, this realm could now accommodate martial celestial beings, something that was previously suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. The great clans and sects monopolizing the celestial methods also possess experts at the peak of mastery, making it quite normal for someone among them to break through to become a martial celestial being. But what does that matter? Yang Han smiled faintly in his heart. Now that he possessed the dragon elephant hell-suppressing art, a single stellar mode awakened within him each day, doubling his combat prowess. His cultivation ascended at a pace rivaling, if not surpassing, those noble sects and ancestral clans relying on celestial sovereign techniques. Grant them 10 years. Grant him 10 years. And only then shall the balance of strength be revealed. Li Zongxian lacked Yang Han's quiet confidence. With a sigh heavy with desolation, he frowned deeply. Uncle Yang, this servant fears the threat posed by the noble sects eclipses all else. As heaven and earth undergo cataclysmic transformation, those noble sects shall inevitably produce ever more martial sovereigns. When that time comes, should they covet imperial authority or seek dominion over the realm, what then shall we do? The great Yin dynasty is perilously fragile. His voice trembled with dread and helplessness. Before absolute power, imperial sovereignty, the court, and even the armies crumbled like brittle porcelain. Watching Li Zhongxian's anxious expression, Yang Han suddenly smiled faintly and spoke leisurely. Even if those noble sects plot rebellion, have you forgotten the one who intervened 2 years ago? Perhaps he, or she, will intervene once more. Li Zhongxian blinked in surprise, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Uncle Yang, your words hold merit, but whoever acted 2 years ago, if not born of a noble sect, cannot break through to the realm of the martial sovereign. Without a sovereign technique, no one may pierce the veil of sovereign mysteries now that the cosmic laws themselves have shifted. Without attaining sovereignhood, what role remains in the coming age of grand contention? Merely, a slightly larger ant beneath the heel of fate. He sighed deeply, a sound thick with disillusionment toward that enigmatic master. In his eyes, without a sovereign technique, even the mightiest were but clay birds and tile dogs, powerless before true sovereigns. He sighed deeply, a sound thick with disillusionment toward that enigmatic master. In his eyes, without a sovereign technique, even the mightiest were but clay. Has anyone consulted his dragon elephant hell-suppressing art? 900 million, 900 million, and 900,000 stellar motes, each one a doubling of battle power. When he awakens 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, even a true martial sovereign standing before him would inspire no fear. Power, raw unassailable power, is the sole foundation of all things. Uncle Yang, it grows late, Li Zhongxian murmured respectfully, glancing skyward. The Directorate of Rites still demands my attention. This servant shall return tomorrow with your meal, and converse with you at length. With that he bowed deeply. Yet as he turned and took 3 measured steps, Yang Han's calm voice halted him. Wait. Li Zhongxian froze mid-stride, muscles locking rigidly. Slowly he pivoted back, face etched with bewilderment, spine bent low in deference. Uncle Yang, is there something you wish to command this servant? Yang Han did not answer immediately. Instead he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning fixed upon Li Zhongxian's brow. For several days Yang Han had sensed something amiss in Li Zhongxian's aura. Now under close scrutiny it became unmistakable. A faint shadowy mist clung to his intang point, the space between his eyebrows. That dark vapor coiled like gossamer spider silk, exuding a palpable venom, clear evidence of a concealed malevolent artistry. This young eunuch had delivered meals without fail for 2 years, rain or shine, often lingering to chat, easing the solitude of this frigid labyrinthine palace. A rare warmth in an otherwise icy world. Out of respect for Zhao Shi, and out of genuine regard for Li Zhongxian's filial devotion, Yang Han deemed it fitting to offer guidance. Your intang is clouded black. You've been ensnared. I shall resolve this for you today, but remember well. Yang Han spoke softly yet with unwavering gravity. Return and scrutinize those closest to you. What a... Li Zhongxian's face paled instantly, ashen bloodless. Instinctively he raised trembling fingers to his forehead. His fingertips felt ice cold. His voice quavered. Uncle Yang. You wouldn't deceive this servant, would you? As director of the Directorate of Rites, Li Zhongxian held immense authority. Countless eyes watched his every misstep, waiting for his fall. Should treachery truly exist, it would be a death trap. Yang Han replied coolly, why would I lie to you? Li Zhongxian's expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and finally hardened into grim resolve. He drew a slow, deep breath, and sank to his knees once more, bowing his head until his forehead struck the floor with a crisp, resonant thud. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for this warning. Thank you for saving this servant's life. I shall investigate thoroughly, and drag that treacherous wretch into the light. Without further hesitation he rose and hurried away, his retreating figure radiating palpable panic, shaken to his very marrow by Yang Han's revelation. Silence reclaimed the chamber. Then, Yang Han rose, lifted the unopened food boxes, and weighed them in his hands. Heavy. Within lay meals destined for the deposed consorts of the inner courtyard. Though called the inner courtyard, the residence of fallen consorts, it was in truth the most forbidden sanctum within Yang Han's domain. Since his appointment as warden of the inner palace, its inviolability had become absolute. No one, under strictest edict, was permitted to cross its threshold. Even if thunderous chaos erupted within, none dared enter without Yang Han's explicit command. Thus delivering meals fell solely to Yang Han himself. Not even Zhao Shi was allowed past his quarters. Yang Han's abode stood like a celestial gate, impenetrable, isolating him from all others. Time to deliver the meals, he murmured, lifted the boxes, and pushed open the door. He stepped forth and walked steadily into the depths of the inner courtyard, first toward the east wing chamber, where consort Mingyan resided. Before drawing near, a shrill, grating torrent of curses pierced the air, clear, piercing, chilling. This wretch, little wretch. It's all your fault, you fox spirit. Yang Han's brow furrowed faintly, but his stride never faltered. He reached the chamber door, a jar spilling dim light thick with the cloying scent of decayed incense. Before him unfolded the scene consort Mingyan, the former Empress Dowager whose majesty once commanded the realm, now sat disheveled, her hair wild and unkempt. Those once luminous phoenix eyes, radiant with regal grace, were now bloodshot, bulging with manic feverish light. Her body trembled violently, not from cold, but from a bone-deep feral hysteria. Kneeling before her was Schwanger. Her once loose court robes strained taut across her curves, buttons threatening to burst, revealing breathtaking contours while her waist remained slender. Her once loose court robes strained taut across her curves, buttons threatening to burst, revealing breathtaking contours while her waist remained slender as willow, forging a stark, arresting contrast. Yet her face retained its childlike innocence, round cherubic skin like finest sheep-fat, jade features as flawless as porcelain. Her large dewy eyes shimmered now with terror and tears. A fleeting thought crossed Yang Han's mind. Childlike face, divine form. Before he stilled his thoughts, slap! A sharp, stinging report echoed through the chamber. Consort Mingyan struck Schwanger's cheek again and again, red welts blooming on her delicate skin. You little fox spirit! If not for your seduction, his majesty would never have perished so soon. Oh, you cursed him to death. Cursed his majesty. Cursed my crown prince. She raged on, saliva dripping from her lips, her visage twisted into a ghastly mask. Deserve it. Deserve it. I'll beat you to death. Schwanger knelt motionless, sobbing softly, voice trembling with anguish. Madam. Madam, this is unjust. Schwanger is innocent. Her cheeks swelled crimson, clear tears spilled onto her robe. She neither dodged nor resisted, merely endured the undeserved torment. Yang Han stood at the threshold, observing silently. His gaze remained placid, devoid of anger, devoid of pity, as though witnessing a farce utterly detached from himself. Consort Mingyan, Yang Han said calmly, his voice soft yet effortlessly drowning out her shrieks. Your meal has arrived. Yet Consort Mingyan seemed deaf, lost entirely in her delirium, muttering fragmented curses. Die. All of you die. Wretches. I'll kill you all. Yang Han shook his head, offering no further word. He entered, placed the food box upon the splintered table, and turned to leave. His step was unhurried, each footfall measured, until one foot hovered over the threshold, his silhouette poised to vanish beyond the doorway. Then, a gaze struck him like a blade between the shoulder blades, piercing, razor-sharp, laced with bone-deep cold, fixing unblinkingly upon his back. This was no mad, unfocused stare. It was lucid, calculating, watchful, and profoundly wary. A faint knowing curve lifted Yang Han's lips. He knew it was Consort Mingyan's gaze, clear-eyed, rational, utterly devoid of madness. Since her banishment to the cold palace, Consort Mingyan had publicly descended into insanity. Rumors swirled, some claimed the Empress Regnant's ruthlessness had shattered her mind, others whispered grief had broken her spirit. But Yang Han knew better. A woman who had navigated the viper's nest of the inner court for decades, governing 6 palaces, could not succumb so easily. She was feigning madness, deliberately unkempt, intentionally volatile. Each visitor triggered a rehearsed performance, this very spectacle of deranged fury and abuse. All to convince the world she was truly broken, to lull observers into complacency. Yang Han did not turn back, only smiled faintly as if oblivious. He stepped cleanly across the threshold and strode onward toward the West Wing chamber, the residence of former Crown Princess Shang Wanzi. His figure receded into the distance. After walking some dozens of paces, Yang Han's ears twitched, subtly. With his current cultivation, even the whisper of wind within hundreds of zhang lay bare to his senses, let alone the chamber just moments behind. Indeed, the ceaseless barrage of screams and slaps ceased instantly. Utter silence descended upon the chamber. The woman who moments before had raged like a vengeful specter slowly rose from the floor. With elegant, unhurried grace, she smoothed her tangled hair. The grotesque mask of frenzy dissolved like mist, replaced by icy composure, profound and unfathomable. Her eyes, now sharp with ambition and calculation, darted warily toward the door, peering intently through the crack. She listened intently, long and still, only exhaling fully when Yang Han's footsteps faded into the distance. Then she turned, her gaze falling upon Schwanger, a still kneeling, shoulders trembling with quiet sobs. Rise. Her voice was crystalline, detached, utterly transformed from the earlier frenzy. Schwanger lifted her head slowly. Her fair cheeks bore vivid intersecting handprints, glistening tears clung to her lashes, pitiful, exquisite. She murmured softly, "Yes, madam." Rising though her face burned with pain, she moved with quiet deference. Consort Mingyan studied Schwanger's swollen face. Her gaze flickered, then asked, voice cool and measured, "Schwang, do you hate me?" Upon hearing those words, Schwanger's petite frame trembled faintly. She lifted her head, and a flicker of panic shimmered in her large dewy eyes. Hastily waving her hands, she spoke with urgent sincerity. No, never. How could Schwanger ever harbor resentment toward her highness? She crawled forward on her knees, stopping before noble consort Mingyan, and raised her delicate, slightly swollen face. Her voice brimmed with earnest devotion. Schwanger belongs to her highness, raised by her highness since childhood. Without her highness, Schwanger would have perished long ago. If her highness strikes or scolds Schwanger, it is only what Schwanger deserves, and Schwanger bears not the slightest trace of grievance. Noble consort Mingyan gazed silently upon this palace maid she herself had trained, her sharp piercing gaze gradually softening. A deep satisfaction stirred within her heart. To cultivate a servant utterly devoted body and soul had indeed been no easy feat. Ever since her fall from grace, every former attendant had vanished without a trace. Even those who once vied for her favor now shunned her completely. None had dared visit her in 2 full years. Foolish child, murmured noble consort Mingyan, her voice dropping low, heavy with suppressed exhaustion. When I strike you, or feign madness, it is all born of necessity. You must understand I am the crown prince's birth mother, the rightful empress consort of the late emperor. Yet Lin Mingyao now sits upon the dragon throne. If she learns I remain lucid, if those fickle opportunistic courtiers discover I am not mad, both you and I shall perish utterly, leaving not even bones to bury. At this noble consort Mingyan's breath grew ragged and sharp. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, the thought that Shower died so senselessly makes my heart cleave as though slashed by 1,000 blades. Her nails dug deep into her palms, drawing thin rivulets of blood. Her entire body quivered under the weight of pure unmitigated hatred. Seeing her mistress thus, Schwanger's heart ached unbearably. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clasped noble consort Mingyan's hand. Your Highness, please preserve your imperial health. His late Highness the Crown Prince, watching from beyond, surely wishes only for your Highness's well-being. Indeed, Schwanger's own cheek still burned fiercely from the recent slap, yet her first instinct was to soothe her mistress's pain. Noble consort Mingyan drew a slow, steadying breath, forcibly suppressing the tempest of hatred churning within. Her eyes darkened, deep, enigmatic, and subtly sinister, as she leaned close to Schwanger's ear and whispered, but these days are nearly over. Over the past 2 years I have secretly re-established contact with the outside world. Do you know? My maternal clan, the Liu family whose lineage spans centuries, was never eradicated during the court purges. Many formidable cultivators still lie hidden beyond the palace walls. A gleam of unwavering certainty kindled in her eyes. I have waited, patiently, for my clan's elite to come to our rescue. Schwanger, mark my words, within 3 months deliverance will arrive. Then I shall rise anew, and demand blood for blood from every last one of them. Schwanger's eyes blazed with sudden radiant hope. She nodded vigorously, tears flowing faster than ever. Truly, Your Highness. That is wonderful. Schwanger always knew. Your Highness, blessed with celestial fortune, would never be imprisoned here forever. Mistress and maid exchanged tender smiles, already envisioning the moment they would step once more beneath the open sky. Yet they were unaware that mere dozens of paces away Yang Han walked slowly, but heard every word of their exchange with perfect clarity. Umph! A faint, inscrutable smile curled at the corners of Yang Han's lips, laced with irony, amusement, and quiet disdain. What a foolish woman, he mused inwardly. Does she truly believe she can escape this cold palace? Does she truly imagine her clan's remnants can overturn heaven and earth? With him stationed here, none below the celestial realm dared oppose him, and even those above stood no certain chance against him. What then were mere surviving remnants of a fallen aristocratic house? Yang Han shook his head, dismissing the matter entirely. In his eyes, noble consort Mingyan's scheming was but the futile writhing of an ant, utterly insignificant. He carried the food basket onward toward the western wing, where resided the former crown princess Shangguanzi. Reaching the weathered wooden door, he tapped gently upon it. Tap, tap, tap. Who is it? A cool feminine voice echoed from within, yet tremulous, strained, as if desperately suppressing something. Her words came haltingly melodious, yet fraught with unnatural difficulty. The meal delivery, Yang Han replied impassively. Leave it at the door, the voice urged, growing more frantic. I'll fetch it immediately. Yang Han's brow lifted slightly. Something was amiss. Instantly his cultivation stirred, his eyes flashed with a barely perceptible golden light. In that instant the door dissolved into transparency before his gaze, revealing the chamber's interior in flawless detail. There sat Shangguanzi, cross-legged upon the bed, drenched in glistening sweat, her robes clinging tightly to her form, tracing every elegant curve. She had removed her shoes and socks, bearing a pair of exquisite feet, delicate, slender-ankled skin like flawless jade, luminous and unblemished. Her toes, translucent and refined, barely larger than size 35 or 36, were tightly curled, evidence of excruciating strain. Her hands formed a sacred seal over her dantian, while above her crown swirled twin currents of yin and yang energy, one black, one white, circling each other like ancient living fish radiating an aura both primordial and arcane. This is... Yang Han's gaze sharpened. He had never encountered this art before, and the sheer potency coiled within those dual energies stirred genuine astonishment within him. This was no martial technique known to the imperial house of the Great Yin dynasty. Its profundity surpassed even the royal secret manuals. He had fought Lin Longtian, yet none of that sovereign's arts matched this. Latestage mortal realm 9th rank. Yang Han probed, subtly musing inwardly. While hidden indeed, she has secretly cultivated to this level. Shang Wanzi was clearly immersed in a critical phase of cultivation. Her body trembling faintly, breath ragged, her peerless face contorted by agony and fierce resolve. Yang Han withdrew, his gaze expression unchanged. He neither entered nor disturbed her. He simply placed the food basket quietly at the threshold and turned away. Within, Shang Wanzi heard his footsteps recede, and instantly her taut frame relaxed. She exhaled deeply, wiping the glistening sweat from her brow, droplets tracing paths down her pale, slender neck and vanishing beneath her collar. Glancing down at her own hands, a flash of lingering dread crossed her eyes. Thank the heavens that the palace guard commander did not enter. Had he discovered my cultivation, or sensed that I possessed the great universe 10,000 transformations art, all would have been lost. Yang Han made no attempt to uncover Shang Wanzi's secret. Everyone guarded their lifeline. So long as it posed no threat to him, he cared little to intervene. Carrying another food basket, he proceeded to the deepest wing, where resided Consort Xiao. Unlike noble consort Ming Yan's feigned madness or Shang Wanzi's veiled mystique, Consort Zhao's quarters were perpetually suffused with a gentle, warm fragrance. Upon seeing Yang Han enter, Consort Xiao rose gracefully, her eyes shimmering with tender warmth. "You've come," she murmured softly, stepping forward to take the basket, her fingers brushing his, conveying a fleeting, comforting warmth. They sat facing one another in quiet intimacy. The following dawn, Yang Han sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, cultivating the dragon elephant, hell-subduing force. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted within his body. Another stellar mode ignited, blazing with brilliant radiance. The third. Slowly Yang Han opened his eyes, savoring the surging torrent of power coursing through his veins. Triple combat strength. Just then, familiar footsteps approached, followed by Li Zhongxian's shrill nasal voice at the door. "Uncle Yang, this servant humbly greets you." Yang Han rose and opened the door to find Li Zhongxian bowing reverently outside. Yet today, beyond reverence, his eyes held a new chilling ferocity. "Uncle Yang." Li Zhongxian dropped to his knees and struck the floor with a heavy, resonant thud. "This servant owes you his life. Thank you for saving me yesterday." Yang Han glanced at him coolly. "So, you've uncovered the truth?" "Yes, I have." Li Zhongxian lifted his head, his gaze flashing with a bone-chilling coldness. "Uncle Yang was right. I was betrayed by the very person I trusted most, my childhood friend, my fellow townsman. Uncle Yang may not know, my father was a compulsive gambler. He lost our ancestral home, fields, everything, even sold my mother and siblings into servitude. When I was sold into the palace, that same childhood friend followed me, swearing we'd rise together, grow rich side by side, remain brothers for life. Yet I never imagined he was the one who prospered. Sent by my enemies, he poisoned my tea with a slow-acting toxin, seeking my death, all under the guise of friendship." Watching the naked ruthlessness blazing in Li Zhongxian's eyes, Yang Han felt a subtle ripple within. Beneath this seemingly loyal eunuch lay a cruelty surpassing even Zhao Shi's at that age. Zhao Shi at this age had still been innocent, his cunning forged only later in the crucible of palace intrigue. But Li Zhongxian, so young, already possessed the bearing of a warlord. "How did you deal with him?" Yang Han asked. A cruel glint flickered in Li Zhongxian's eyes as he bowed lower. This servant hesitated to soil Uncle Yang's ears with such filth, but since Uncle Yang asks, I had him dismembered and fed to the wolves in the western garden. Yang Han gave a slight nod, his expression. In this palace where men devoured men, mercy toward enemies was suicide. Dismemberment and feeding to wolves, brutal yet clean and decisive. "Be more vigilant henceforth," Yang Han said calmly. "The machinations within this palace run deeper than you imagine. This servant will eternally heed Uncle Yang's instruction." Li Zhongxian kowtowed again, rose, and withdrew. Time flowed swiftly. 7 days passed like the blink of an eye. During this span, Yang Han alternated between daily sign-ins and relentless cultivation of the dragon elephant, hell-subduing force. Over those 7 days, Yang Han accrued 5 additional years of lifespan through sign-ins, as well as several pills enhancing cultivation. Beyond sign-ins, his sole focus remained the dragon elephant, hell-subduing force. Each day he sensed his inner strength swelling, until at dusk on the seventh day he turned his awareness inward, and found himself startled. Before him floated 10 newly ignited stellar motes, bringing his total awakened count to 13, including those previously lit. 13-fold combat strength, 10 stellar motes in 7 days. Yang Han murmured, a spark of delight flaring in his eyes. He had assumed the dragon elephant hell-subduing force advanced at a fixed pace, 1 mote per day. Yet continuous cultivation had subtly accelerated its awakening. 10 motes across 7 days, averaging more than 1 per day, and the rate appeared to quicken further with each passing cycle. Yang Han surveyed his inner world. The 13 star particles within him glittered like distant suns, and a sudden understanding dawned in his heart. He mused inwardly that the Longxiang Jinyu Jin dragon elephant prison quelling technique was a supreme cultivation art, its reservoir containing as many as 999 star particles. If truly only one could awaken per day, would it not take over 900 million days to perfect it? The thought was unbearably long, absurd almost in its enormity. It seemed that as one's cultivation deepened, the rate of awakening would inevitably accelerate. If my strength increases, will the awakening quicken? Yang Han's eyes flickered faintly, a hope stirred within him, yet he remained patient. The martial path prized gradual ripening. Haste and craving for quick gains only led one astray into inner demons. Take it slowly. Though the world was in turmoil, time was something he possessed in abundance. Night came, and a bitter wind cut through the air. Yang Han glanced at the sky, then toward Xiao Fei's chamber, a pang of guilt tightening his chest. For the past 6 nights, he had spent them beside Xiao Fei, and discontent had begun to spread to Tianyun. That former empress, though confined now to an ancient well, yet held herself with lofty pride. Such neglect was indeed hard to excuse. Very well. Tonight, I will keep her company. Yang Han's form blurred, he became a mere afterimage and plunged into the bottomless ancient well. The well opened onto another world. Tianyun Empress had long been waiting. At Yang Han's arrival, a flicker of mock annoyance gave way to delight on her frost-like handsome face. You finally remember me. Tianyun Empress snorted softly, though her jade hand had already slipped onto Yang Han's shoulder. Yang Han laughed and drew her slender waist close. I was wrong to neglect you these days. Tonight, I will stay by your side and make up for every moment of coldness from the past 6 days. Yet at that moment, Yang Han's brow tightened. His ears twitched so faintly, it was nearly imperceptible. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he looked toward the black night above the well's mouth. It seems a rat has come in. At the same time, before the main gate of the cold palace, Long Yutian stood armored in iron, a long blade at his hip, an iron tower in the wind and snow. 2 years had passed. The once green guard had shed his youthfulness and grown steady and dutiful. He stood as straight as a spear, his gaze scanning the dark with determined resolve, emanating an honest, loyal bearing. Yet as he watched intently ahead, a black shadow slipped soundlessly over the high wall beside the cold palace. The silhouette moved with extreme lightness, more agile than a civet. It floated in like a feather and landed softly within the courtyard. The man in black halted, hands clasped behind his back, chin lifted in haughty composure. Slender of frame, he exuded a sharp, piercing aura, arrogant and self-assured, as if this heavily guarded cold palace were but an unattended garden to him. His eyes flashed like lightning and swept the darkness, locking precisely upon the east wing, the chamber of Mingyan Guifei. There, the man in black murmured and moved again, ghost-like, across the courtyard to the shabby wing's door. He did not break it down. Instead, he knocked with patience and care. The soft rapping reached inside the wing. Within, Schwanger slept huddled against the cold floor. For 2 years, she had been Mingyan Guifei's confidant, yet in the cold palace she remained the lowest of maidservants, unworthy even of a bed, forced to sleep in a corner. At the knock, Schwanger rubbed her sleepy large eyes and sat up muddled. Believing Yang Han had come with food, she padded barefoot across the cold floor and gently opened the door. The hinges creaked. When Schwanger saw the visitor, the sleepy innocence drained from her face, and it went. Her small body shook uncontrollably. A man in a black night cloak stood there, his face hidden behind a black metal mask, only a pair of cold, sharp eyes visible. The man in black strode in without a glance at Schwanger, and in a hoarse, proud voice asked, "Where's Mingyan?" Schwanger opened her mouth, but no sound came. His presence nearly suffocated her. "Who is it?" A woman's voice, unsure and startled, sounded from within the wing. Mingyan Guifei rolled from her pallet and looked toward the doorway. The man in black turned slowly to face her, every movement carrying an invisible pressure. He reached up, tugged at the mask on his face, and slowly removed it, revealing an aged visage. A face lined with wrinkles, hair streaked gray and white, roughly in his 60s, yet his eyes burned with a fierce, piercing light. "Uncle, eh?" Mingyan Guifei froze, then her face erupted in disbelief and wild joy. She stumbled forward, her voice trembling with excitement. It is you. Uncle. How have you come? The man was Lu Hong, the maternal uncle of Mingyan Guifei. Though the Lu clan was no longer among the top houses of the Dian dynasty, it had once been illustrious, and several innate experts had stood among its ranks. Lu Hong had been one of those innate strongmen in former days. Lu Hong looked at his niece with a complex expression and nodded slightly. Mingyan, I am sorry you have suffered since Shower's throne was seized. My Lu clan has been targeted by that empress. We were nearly annihilated. He sighed, then his tone shifted, his eyes flashing with fervor. Yet by fortune, I joined a great path. Not only did I preserve the Lu family, but my cultivation has gained an unprecedented immense augmentation. With that, he no longer hidden his aura and slowly released his presence. Boom. A thick stench of blood instantly filled the wing. An evil, violent force pressed down, suffocating Mingyan Guifei and Shuang'er almost to the point of breathlessness. Lu Hong's robes stirred, though there was no wind, as the terrifying pressure of a martial master rolled out. Mingyan Guifei stared wide-eyed, her voice faltering. Uncle, you are at the level of a martial sect master. Though the world had changed and martial cultivation had become easier, a martial sect master remained a formidable existence. Her uncle had been stuck at the innate realm for years, as she had thought his prospects lost. Yet he had somehow broken through. Lu Hong nodded, proudly self-satisfied. My talent had reached its limit. Even with the upheaval of heaven and earth, rising to martial sect master is nearly impossible. But I followed the rightful lord and received guidance from the envoy, and thus I shattered my shackles. The envoy? Mingyan Guifei asked, puzzled. Indeed. Lu Hong's eyes gleamed with fervor and reverence. The envoy is none other than the current leader of the He Lian sect, a being of supreme might, vast power, boundless sorcery. The He Lian sect. Mingyan Guifei's heart leapt. The He Lian sect had vanished for countless years, an evil cult, so the legends said, monstrous and unendurable to the righteous. She could not believe her uncle had allied with it. But then realization hardened within her. Her gaze turned fierce. So what if he joined a demonic cult? She no longer cared. All that mattered now was vengeance. Even if she must sink through the 18 layers of hell, she would do so willingly to avenge what was taken from her. Uncle. Mingyan Guifei bit her lip, tears welling. Do you know what happened to Xiao? I know, Lu Hong said, his gaze hardening as he sighed. I know Shower was tortured many times and then thrown upon the burial mound. I searched the burial mound for a very long time, but I could not find the body. Perhaps wild dogs devoured him, leaving no whole corpse behind. Alas, my original intention was to take Shower's body back for a proper burial, but I found nothing intact. Mingyan Guifei heard this and felt as if struck by thunder. Her chest heaved violently, and a razor-sharp hatred and murderous intent flared in her eyes. She gritted her teeth. Once I leave here, I will grow strong. I will have my revenge. Enough, Lu Hong waved a hand. We must go quickly. Time breeds change, and delay invites complication. Mingyan Guifei nodded and hurried to gather herself, preparing to follow Lu Hong. At the doorway, she glanced at Shuang'er curled in the corner. The girl watched her with timid eyes, helpless and awaiting orders, obedient to the point of breaking the heart. Mingyan Guifei halted and said, Shuang'er, stay here for a while. When I go out and grow strong, I will return to rescue you. Trust me, I will not abandon you. Shuang'er nodded, her large watery eyes full of tenderness and trust. Very well. I will wait for your highness to return. Take care, your highness. Her voice was soft and trusting. Since childhood, she had been taught to believe Mingyan Guifei utterly. Mingyan Guifei was her sky, her everything. Wait. At that moment, Lu Hong suddenly spoke. He turned his head, fixing his aged eyes upon Shuang'er, and a wicked glint passed across them. His gaze surveyed the girl's body like a viper, lingering grotesquely on the parts where she had developed, and his Adam's apple bobbed. This little girl. Lu Hong licked his cracked lips, and his voice sank into lechery. Take her along as well. Such a fine piece left here would be a waste. Bring her, and let her warm my bed. Mingyan Guifei paused, then a coldness flashed through her eyes. Indifference settled over her face. To her, Shuang'er was merely a pretty, well-formed servant, no different from an object. If her uncle coveted the girl, what harm to give her away? As long as she could escape this damned place, the sacrifice of one maid was nothing. Shuang'er, Mingyan Guifei said lightly, go and thank your uncle. In the future, to serve him well will be your blessing. Shuang'er froze, bewilderment crossing her young face. Yet the obedience beaten into her since childhood would not let her resist. Her dying mother's last words had been to obey the lady for life. She did not understand what it meant to be a bed warmer, but she knew the latter's words were correct. Thank you, uncle. Shuang'er's voice was thin and meek. Lu Hong laughed. Haha, good. Such a compliant little maid. The three of them opened the door and prepared to leave, to slip over the cold palace wall. Just as they stepped out and were about to leap away, Yang Han sat silent in the deep of the ancient well, his gaze as if it pierced through the thick layers of earth to see everything before him. His eyes were calm as still water, a cold curve touching the corner of his mouth. I did not expect vermin to have infiltrated the palace, he murmured. And they planned to take the discarded consort under my very nose. He shook his head. What a joke. Yanghan's duty was to guard the cold palace's discarded concubines. These concubines, whether once the revered empress or the favored consort of the harem, became his prisoners the moment they set foot in the cold palace. Without his permission, who would dare to step even half a pace beyond these walls? That would be trampling on Yanghan's dignity, treating him, the master of the cold palace, as nothing. Did they truly think this cold palace was a marketplace where one could come and go as they pleased? Yanghan's gaze turned icy as he sat within the ancient while gently flicking his fingers. Clang! A crisp sound of sword resonance echoed like a dragon's roar, piercing the stillness of the cold. In an instant, an incredibly sharp sword aura erupted from Yanghan's fingertips, condensing into a dazzling streak of light that vanished into the darkness. Lu Hong, filled with joy and ready to leap over the courtyard wall, with concubine Ming Yin and Shuang, suddenly froze in place. His right foot was lifted, still suspended in midair, yet he was as immobile as if bound by a spell. Lu Hong let out a muffled sound from his throat, his previously arrogant eyes now rapidly contracting before his very own sight. What happened? He couldn't believe it and couldn't comprehend. After all, he was a martial arts master. He had just broken through to become a martial arts master. In this cold palace, he should be an existence that walked with pride, a figure looking down upon all with superiority. How could he possibly? How could he die like this? Lu Hong felt all his strength draining away like receding tides, his body becoming overwhelmingly heavy and powerless. Thud! He fell straight down, his wide-open eyes fixed on the night sky, refusing to close. From the back of his head, a small wound oozed blood. This scene unfolded too suddenly, too quickly for anyone to react. Just as concubine Ming Yin and Shuang were about to leap over the wall, they froze in their tracks, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The ecstasy on concubine Ming Yan's face had yet to fade. She turned her head, looking at Lu Hong lying on the ground, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt. What is happening? Why did my uncle suddenly fall down? Wasn't he just fine a moment ago? Didn't he say he would take them to join the Black Lotus sect for revenge? He is a martial arts master. How could he just collapse like that? A wave of intense unease surged within concubine Ming Yan. She staggered a few steps forward, crouched down, and trembled as she reached out to check Lu Hong's breath. No breath. Concubine Ming Yan retracted her hand in trembling shock, and in the faint moonlight, she saw the ground soaked in deep crimson blood. Looking again at Lu Hong's head, blood was seeping out between his hair. Oh! Concubine Ming Yan almost screamed, but the sound was caught in her throat, turning into a terrified whimper. She suddenly covered her mouth, her body shaking violently. Horrified, fear coiled around her heart like a cold snake, almost suffocating her. Her uncle, who had just been boasting about his strength, how he would join the Black Lotus sect to receive guidance from the Lord Envoy, how he had become a martial arts master, actually died just like that. Like an ant casually crushed to death. Concubine Ming Yan's face instantly turned as pale as paper, devoid of color. Her legs grew weak, almost collapsing to the ground, but her survival instinct kept her holding on tightly. She could see the dawn of freedom ahead, the courtyard wall just a few steps away, and beyond it lay a vast world, a hope for revenge. But now she dared not move. Clearly only a step away from freedom, yet concubine Ming Yan felt nailed to the spot, unable to move even a finger. In this cold palace, there was actually such a terrifying existence hidden. Someone could kill a martial arts master without revealing themselves, without showing their face. What kind of terrifying power is this? What kind of inscrutable means? Who is it? An ancient monster lurking within the cold palace. Countless speculations flashed through concubine Ming Yan's mind. Each one made her heart race, cold sweat soaking her back. Shuang nearby was also dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Hong lying on the ground, her small mouth agape, her face full of disbelief and fear. Her petite body trembled, shaking like a frightened little rabbit. Instinctively, she moved closer, tightly gripping the corner of concubine Ming Yan's clothes, her voice quivering. Mother. Mother, what? What's going on? Shuang is so scared. Although Shuang was concubine Ming Yan's personal maid, she was still just an inexperienced palace maid who had never left the palace. She had never seen someone die before, especially someone who had been alive and fierce just moments ago, now turned into a corpse in an instant. The shock was too immense for her. In the midst of concubine Ming Yan's extreme terror and confusion, Shuang's grip and her timid, fearful voice instantly transformed Ming Yan's fear into fury. She violently shook off Shuang's hand and slapped her. Slap. Shut up, you wretch. Concubine Ming Yan's eyes were bloodshot, roaring like a mad woman. How would I know? How could I know? How could I know there were such characters hidden in this cold palace? She pointed at Lu Hong's corpse, her voice sharp and trembling. My uncle is a martial arts master. A martial arts master. He was actually killed just like that. Not even knowing how he died. Just like an ordinary person. In this cold palace, there is actually someone who can kill a martial arts master with ease. Who? Who exactly is it? Her voice was filled with collapse and despair. Schwanger, having been slapped to the ground, felt her cheek swell, instantly tears flowing uncontrollably. She covered her cheek, feeling wronged and scared, but seeing concubine Ming Yan's state, she dared not say much. Only with reddened eyes, she sobbed to comfort Mother. Mother, it's okay. That mysterious person didn't harm us, so there's still a chance to live. Schwanger was too innocent, as she didn't understand what a martial arts master was, nor what the Black Lotus sect was. She only knew that the person who killed had not killed them too, which meant they could still live. However, concubine Ming Yan felt an extreme irritation in her heart. She seized Schwanger's hair, her face twisted in rage, as she roared, "Little wretch! Are you pouring oil on the fire? Don't you wish for my deaths? Huh? Oh, Mother! It hurts." Schwanger, being pulled by the hair, cried tears of pain, hurriedly pleading, "Schwang, but doesn't dare. Schwanger doesn't dare." She was too innocent and honest, having been raised in the palace, only knowing obedience. At this moment, apart from begging for mercy, she truly didn't know what else to do. Just then a calm voice echoed through the courtyard like a ghost's whisper. "What is happening here, Your Highness, at this late?" The voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of laziness, yet it clearly reached the ears of concubine Ming Yan and Shuang. Concubine Ming Yan's body stiffened instantly, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. She turned her gaze in the direction of the voice. In the darkness, a tall figure slowly approached. Moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the visitor's face. It was a handsome and calm face with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, the very cold palace guard commander, Yang Han. Concubine Ming Yan trembled violently. Yang Han's gaze was calm. He walked slowly to Lu Hong's corpse, glanced down, then looked at concubine Ming Yan, asking lightly, "How strange, how did a corpse suddenly appear in the cold palace? What is this corpse? What is the relationship to you, Your Highness?" Concubine Ming Yan shook her head repeatedly, her head shaking like a rattle drum, unable to utter a word. Could she dare to admit it? If she admitted this was her uncle who had come to rescue her, wouldn't that confirm her crime of attempting to escape the cold palace? This was a grave crime, more serious than a prison break. To admit it before the cold palace commander was akin to seeking death. Concubine Ming Yan's eyes darted wildly. In a panic, she pointed to Lu Hong's corpse, her voice trembling in a desperate attempt to justify, "This person, he suddenly barged in intending to harm us too. But for some reason he was killed by some kind-hearted person, saving us from peril." She actually cast blame on the deceased, portraying herself as the victim. Yang Han looked at concubine Ming Yan, observing her desperate attempt to survive, without any ripple in his heart. It was of no concern. As long as the discarded concubine did not escape, that was sufficient. In his eyes, both concubine Ming Yan and the deceased Lu Hong were merely small figures struggling to survive in this chaotic world. Their desperate performances before him evoked a sense of reflection. If even ants strive to survive, how much more so humans? Just then, thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps in armor approached from the direction of the cold palace entrance, urgent and forceful. "Commander, what happened?" The newcomer was the guard, Long Yutian, stationed outside. He had evidently heard the commotion and rushed over. Ordinarily, the guards outside were not allowed to enter the cold palace without Yang Han's orders. However, that night Long Yutian was on duty outside, and hearing strange noises from within, he felt a tightness in his heart and rushed in without regard for rules. 2 years had passed, and Long Yutian was still as simple as ever, but his expression had grown more composed, showing signs of maturity and a noticeable increase in strength. Upon entering the courtyard, Long Yutian immediately spotted the familiar figure. Yang Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the shadows, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon his shoulders, his presence as steady as a mountain. "Commander." Long Yutian immediately knelt on one knee, the clash of armor ringing out. He lowered his head, his voice exceedingly respectful, even carrying a hint of fear. "I am Long Yutian, reporting to the commander." Yang Han nodded slightly. "Rise." "Thank you, Commander." Long Yutian stood up, scratching the back of his head, his honest face filled with confusion. "Commander, what happened? Is there anything I can assist with?" He appeared simple-minded and kind-hearted, with clear eyes seemingly genuine. Yang Han spoke blandly, his tone casual. "It's nothing serious, just a mouse appeared in the cold palace." He pointed at Lu Hong's corpse on the ground. "Long Yutian, please drag him out and take care of it." Long Yutian was taken aback, following Yang Han's gaze, and finally noticed a spot where a corpse with a blood-soaked back of the head lay. Long Yutian nodded, not thinking much of it. He was honest and loyal. If the commander said it was a rat, then it was a rat. If the commander ordered it to be dealt with, then it would be dealt with. "Yes, Commander." Long Yutian respectfully replied, without hesitation stepping forward to hoist Lu Hong's corpse onto his shoulder. The body of the martial arts master felt weightless on his shoulder and soon disappeared from sight. The cold palace returned to silence. A chilling wind howled, causing concubine Minjian's garments to flutter. She stood there, her body cold, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. Yang Han turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at her, speaking in a detached tone. Your Highness, it's getting late, and it's a bit cold outside. Let's head back. Concubine Mingyan felt as if she had received a great pardon, nodding repeatedly, her voice trembling. Yes. Yes. I will return right now. She dared not look at Yang Han again, lifting her skirt and hurriedly running towards her chamber, her appearance utterly disheveled, lacking any trace of a concubine's grace. Schwanger hurriedly followed behind. As she passed by Yang Han, she stopped, deeply bowing her head, her voice soft and sincere. Thank you, Commander, for your trouble at this late hour. Schwanger is very sorry. I apologize on behalf of the princess. Her voice brimmed with regret, as if she had committed a grave sin by disturbing Yang Han. Yang Han looked at Schwanger's petite figure gradually fading into the darkness and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. What a good girl she is. Obedient, well-behaved, and gentle like a loyal little dog. No matter how concubine Mingyan scolded or beat her, she remained unperturbed and forgiving, always maintaining that pure loyalty. Moreover, in terms of appearance and figure, she was truly exceptional. Her skin was fair as snow, her features picturesque. Although wearing coarse cloth garments, it couldn't conceal her well-developed curves. To put it bluntly, with such beauty, if those noble lords and dignitaries saw her, they would surely become infatuated, vying to take her as a concubine, hiding her away in a golden house. Yang Han remembered that 2 years ago Schwanger was still a frail little girl, not nearly as striking. In the past 2 years, she had likely grown and matured suddenly, becoming breathtaking like a pearl covered in dust, quietly blossoming in this cold palace. What a pity, though, that she is with a master like concubine Mingyan. Yang Han shook his head, no longer pondering, and vanished into the night, returning to the ancient well beneath. At the bottom of the well, the mist lingered, and Empress Tianyun was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, dressed in a robe as red as fire. Upon seeing Yang Han descend, she snorted coldly and turned her face away, but her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Yang Han, filled with deep resentment. You chose to come back. Empress Tianyun pouted. I thought you would stay longer beside that big girl. Big girlie. Yang Han was taken aback. That couldn't be right. Was she referring to concubine Mingyan? But soon enough, Yang Han realized that Empress Tianyun emphasized the word big heavily. A thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. So that was what she meant. Ahem. Yang Han awkwardly coughed, involuntarily recalling some images. Indeed, he had never encountered such a unique type before. However, it was just a fleeting glance, nothing more. Yang Han stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Empress Tianyun's waist. All right, don't think too much. Tonight I will stay with you, okay? Empress Tianyun struggled slightly, but ultimately did not break free, only letting out a soft grunt, resting her head on Yang Han's shoulder and falling silent. Tonight I will stay with you, okay? Empress Tianyun struggled slightly, but ultimately did not break. Concubine Mingyan slumped on the cold bed, her heart still pounding violently, almost bursting out of her. Her eyes were filled with terror, her face pale as paper. Something's not right. Too wrong. The deceased Lu Hong was no ordinary person. He was a martial arts master, having joined the Black Lotus sect and received guidance from the respected envoy. Yet he died inexplicably, dragged out like a dead dog. There must be a great terror lurking in this cold palace. Who could it be? Which powerful martial arts master would be so bored as to willingly stay in this cold palace? Just earlier, concubine Mingyan had been so terrified that her thoughts had become muddled. Now, back in her chamber, feeling a surge of safety, some thoughts began to emerge. Concubine Mingyan pondered deeply, and suddenly a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. Her pupils constricted. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced. Could it be? That master is the cold palace commander, Yang Han. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Concubine Mingyan trembled all over. Recalling the scene when she met Yang Han earlier, that man exuded an aura as imposing as a mountain, unfathomable, standing there, as if merging with heaven and earth. That sense of oppression, that calmness of being in control of everything. Who else could it be but the one who killed her clan uncle? After a moment's reflection, concubine Mingyan felt she was about to cry. Are you kidding me? A person as formidable as you stationed in the cold palace, what on earth are you doing? Is it a figure of such strength could be a guest of honor anywhere, even in the prestigious families or sects, treated with the utmost respect? In the court, such a figure would undoubtedly hold a significant position. Yet why are you here in this cold palace? It's all over. It's all over. A martial arts master couldn't save her. Who else could she count on? Who could rescue her from this killing god's hands? Despair surged like a tide, nearly drowning her. Concubine Mingyan held her head in her hands, her nails digging deep into her hair, trembling violently. "Your Highness." Schwanger, seeing Concubine Mingyan in such a state, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She brought a cup of hot water, stepping forward gently to comfort. "Your Highness, why not try to sleep for a bit? I am very worried about you." Concubine Mingyan, already troubled, heard Schwanger's soft voice, and a surge of inexplicable anger flared up. Her anger was too heavy, as she had been looking for an outlet, and with a convenient target available, how could she let it go? "You little wretch, what are you making noise for?" She instinctively raised her hand, about to slap Schwanger fiercely. "I am irritable, and you still dare to bother me." Seeing this, Schwanger immediately lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, not daring to dodge, as if waiting for that slap to fall. Her eyelashes trembled gently, like a little dog waiting for its master's punishment, feeling wronged, yet submissive. However, just as the slap was about to land, Concubine Mingyan suddenly stopped. Her hand hung in midair, staring intently at Schwanger's face. The flickering candlelight illuminated Schwanger's profile. What a delicate face it was, with skin as pale and fine as the finest mutton fat jade. Her brows and eyes curved gracefully, her lashes thick, her red lips slightly pursed, exuding a hint of pitiful charm. More importantly, beneath that loose coarse cloth garment, her alluring curves were faintly visible, youthful, and incredibly enticing. "I must say, this face is as exquisite as a porcelain doll." Concubine Mingyan sighed inwardly, finding her exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Even she, a woman who prided herself on her beauty, had to admit that if the late emperor saw her, he would undoubtedly be smitten and take her into the harem. Moreover, the most important thing was that Schwanger's figure had developed remarkably in the past 2 years. Where it needed to be slim, it was slim. Where it needed to be voluptuous, it was voluptuous, exuding an undeniable femininity. What man in this world could resist such a woman? Concubine Mingyan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of greed as a daring and wicked plan began to take shape in her mind. If Yang Han is truly that mysterious powerhouse capable of killing a martial arts master, then I just need to please him and establish a good relationship to escape. And how do I establish a good relationship? As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time getting past the beauty barrier. Concubine Mingyan looked down at herself, although she maintained herself while she was no longer young. After spending 2 years in this cold palace, she had long lost her youthful beauty. But Schwanger, she had just come of age, fresh and tender enough to squeeze out water. Let Schwanger seduce Yang Han to establish a good relationship. This is the first step in my escape. Concubine Mingyan looked at Schwanger, and a flicker of greedy flame emerged in her eyes. This was a chance for escape that she absolutely could not miss. "Schwanger." Concubine Mingyan suddenly spoke, her tone becoming unusually calm, even carrying a hint of gentleness. Schwanger opened her eyes, surprised that the slap had not landed and the prince's voice was so gentle. Schwanger was puzzled. "Your Highness, what is it?" "Go and open the bundle that contains my clothes. There's a red belly band decorated with mandarin ducks in it. Bring it to me." Schwanger was puzzled, tilting her little head. "Mandarin duck red belly band. Your Highness, what do you need that for right now, eh?" Schwanger was confused. What use could it have at this time? What did the princess want it for? Just go get it. Concubine Mingyan's gaze sharpened, then softened again as she gently said, "Be obedient, I have my reasons." "Yes, Your Highness." Schwanger dared not ask further, quickly turning to search for the bundle. She knelt on the cold ground, rummaging through it, her small figure appearing especially thin in the candlelight. Concubine Mingyan leaned against the head of the bed, watching Schwanger's actions with a calm gaze, but her mind was calculating. The reason she wanted Schwanger to retrieve it was simple. Naturally, she wanted Schwanger to wear it, and see how seductive it could be, whether it could entice that unfathomable. If Schwanger could display enough allure in that mandarin duck belly band, then she could let her encounter, let her interact, let her entice. Concubine Mingyan clutched the bedspread tightly, her nails digging into the fabric. For freedom, for revenge, sacrificing a maid, what's the big deal? Schwanger, you can't blame me for being ruthless. If you must blame someone, blame your captivating appearance. Before long, Schwanger found the bright red mandarin duck apron among the pile of worn-out bundles. The apron, made from exquisite material, remained vibrant and fiery red, even after being stored in this cold palace for 2 years. Embroidered with a vivid depiction of mandarin ducks playing in water, the intricate stitching revealed it to be a top-tier tribute brought into the palace. A faint, delicate fragrance emanated from the apron, mingling with the unique scent of a young woman, making it particularly enticing in this chilly room. As Schwanger touched the smooth silk with her fingers, it felt as if she had been scalded, and her cheeks instantly flushed bright red, akin to a cooked shrimp. She could hardly imagine how beautiful and enchanting such a vibrant and alluring garment would look on a person. The design of the mandarin ducks entwined together and the fiery red color clearly indicated it was meant for intimate moments. Moreover, it was specially crafted, not merely a simple undergarment, but rather an item specifically designed. Have you found it? A voice full of impatience came from the bed. Yes, I found it, Your Highness. Shuang'er replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, hurriedly holding the apron in her hands, and approaching Mingyan Guifei, her head bowed, as she presented it with both hands. Leaning against the headboard, Mingyan Guifei's expression was calm, but her gaze was sharp like that of a hawk. She glanced at the apron, and then at Shuang'er, coldly commanding, remove your clothes. Shuang'er was momentarily stunned and naively nodded her head, thinking that Mingyan Guifei wanted to rest, and needed her assistance to take off her outer garments. After all, although the lady often acted madly over the past 2 years, there were times when she needed Shuang'er to assist with undressing. She reached out with a small hand, timidly approaching the neckline of Mingyan Guifei's clothes. Suddenly Mingyan Guifei raised her hand, and slapped Shuang'er's hand away, her brow furrowing as a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. I meant for you to take it off yourself. Do you not understand human speech? Shuang'er withdrew her hand in pain, her face filled with confusion. Your Highness, why? How dare you ask why? Mingyan Guifei's voice sharply rose, scolding, I told you to do something, you do it. Don't ask so many questions. Do you still want to live in this cold palace? Shuang'er did not dare to retort. Tears filled her eyes, full of grievance. She bit her lip and softly replied, yes, I obey your command. Slowly she turned her back to Mingyan Guifei, her fingers trembling as she untied the straps of the coarse faded cloth garment she was wearing. The loose, tattered clothing slipped from her slender shoulders, piling at her feet, revealing the thin undergarment beneath. She then gently removed the undergarment. Before Mingyan Guifei's eyes was a body that could only be described as flawless and exquisite. The flickering candlelight illuminated her jade-like skin, which seemed to radiate a lustrous glow. Her waist was so slender it could barely be grasped, her hips full and pert, and her long and straight legs bore no excess flesh, resembling a sculpture carved from the finest jade. Upon seeing this perfect figure, Mingyan Guifei's breath caught in her throat, and a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. Damn! She cursed, inwardly thinking that the skin was far too tender. The whiteness tinged with pink seemed as if a mere pinch could yield droplets of water. Mingyan Guifei recalled the sensation of her fingertip touching Shuang'er's cheek, when she had just slapped her, smooth, soft, and elastic. Indeed, flesh made of water. Next, Mingyan Guifei's gaze slowly moved up, landing on Shuang'er's most alluring features. Even clad in the loosest of garments, her captivating curves could not be concealed and were now fully revealed. Mingyan Guifei's jealousy reached its peak in an instant, nearly burning away her reason. What a little vixen, a shameless hussy. Mingyan Guifei cursed, inwardly, born to be toyed with by men. Such a seductive figure, naturally meant to entice men. She glanced down at herself. While she had once been favored among the 6 palaces, her age was not small, and after 2 years of living in the cold palace, her skin had long lost its youthful tightness. How could she compare to Shuang'er in her prime? A deep sense of inferiority and resentment spread within her. If it's only because I am a woman, otherwise I would love to toy with this little maid. Mingyan Guifei clenched her teeth tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm, the pain forcing her to maintain her composure. She stared at Shuang'er, her jealousy almost tangible. At that moment, Mingyan Guifei spoke again, her voice hoarse and cold. I command you to remove everything. Not a single piece left. Shuang'er trembled all over, her ears instantly flushed crimson. She turned around to face Mingyan Guifei, her eyes filled with confusion and embarrassment. Your Highness. All of it. What? Do you want me to do it for you? Mingyan Guifei's gaze became sinister. In this cold palace, I am your heaven. Do as I say and stop with the nonsense. Although Shuang'er was innocent, she also understood shame. Growing up, she had never been so exposed in front of others. But she did not dare to defy the latter's command. Shuang'er closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled while removing her last piece of cloth. Every part of Shuang'er's body was perfection itself, constantly reminding Mingyan Guifei of her own fading beauty. Having spent so long in the cold palace, Mingyan Guifei's personality had twisted into something grotesque, becoming extremely adept at jealousy. Seeing anything beautiful that displeased her, she wished to destroy it. She longed to pounce on Shuang'er, scratching her porcelain-like face with her nails, burning her tender skin with a candlestick. However, she held back. Mingyan Guifei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the brutal rage within her. No, she couldn't strike. Doing so would ruin everything. She still needed this little maid to seduce Yang Han. If Shuang'er bore any injuries, bruised and battered, how could she make that man's heart race? Put on the apron, Mingyan Guifei ordered. Shuang'er opened her eyes, trembling as she accepted the bright red mandarin duck apron and put it on. She still needed this little maid to seduce Yang Han. If Shuang'er bore any injuries, bruised and battered, how could she make that man's heart race? Guifei felt her heart begin to race. She was still a woman after all, but at the moment Shuang'er donned the apron, the innocent and pure face paired with such a devilishly alluring figure. Such a strong contrast, and that almost pitiful demeanor made even Mingyan Guifei's heart race and her mouth dry. At this moment Shuang'er was utterly bashful, her hands shielding her chest, her legs tightly pressed together, her toes anxiously curling, her gaze lowered, not daring to look anyone in the eye, speaking cautiously. The fired apron tied in a bow behind her neck and waist accentuated her slender waist, her proportions devilishly perfect. Mingyan Guifei took a deep breath, secretly thinking, very good, this little maid is too flirtatious born to. This coincided perfectly with her intentions. After all, even she as a woman found it hard to resist, let alone Yang Han, a man. Any normal man upon witnessing such a sight would likely turn into a beast pouncing to tear apart this delicate flower. Mingyan Guifei snorted lightly, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she had already secured victory, envisioning Yang Han kneeling at Shuang'er's feet, taking her away from the cold palace. At that moment Mingyan Guifei deliberately scanned Shuang'er from head to toe, her gaze brazen and casual, as if assessing a piece of merchandise. At that moment Mingyan Guifei deliberately scanned Shuang'er from head to toe. In plain sight Shuang'er's tender water-like skin began to flush a rosy hue from her neck, rapidly spreading across her body, transforming her into an enticing shade of pink, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. Mingyan Guifei coldly snorted, inwardly cursing, this little maid truly knows how to play coy. This shy demeanor is obviously the best tactic to entice men. At that moment, she did not realize that she was on the verge of madness with jealousy. Who would have thought that beneath such shabby and coarse clothing lay such an extraordinary figure? From head to toe, there was not a single flaw to be found. She was simply a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Mingyan Guifei tried to soften her tone, slowly speaking, her voice laced with seduction. Shuang, are you? Shuang'er immediately panicked upon hearing this, thinking she had done something wrong. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, crawling a few steps to Mingyan Guifei's feet, hurriedly saying, Your Highness, I am loyal to you, my lady. The heavens can bear witness. If you bid me go east, I shall never go west. Please see my loyalty. Mingyan Guifei was satisfied. She reached out to gently stroke Shuang'er's hair, as though petting a loyal. She said, Since that's the case, whatever I command you to do, you must do, understand. Even if it means going to your death, you must comply. Do you understand? Shuang'er nodded repeatedly. I understand. Everything I have belongs to you, my lady. Very good. Mingyan Guifei retracted her hand, her gaze suddenly turning sharp as a knife. She lowered her voice, speaking each word carefully. Shuang, I will tell you, the one who killed my uncle is Yang Han. He is the captain of the Cold Palace Guards. Upon hearing this, Shuang'er was instantly stunned, her face filled with confusion. Yang Han. In her impression, Yang Han had always been a kind and unassuming captain. Over the past 2 years, although Shuang'er was a lowly maid of a disgraced consort, she had occasionally interacted with Yang Han. Every time she delivered meals or encountered him by chance, he would always speak a few words lightly, showing no airs or temper, and sometimes even giving her an extra bun, reminding her to take care of herself. To Shuang'er, Yang Han was the rarest of good people in this cold palace. After all, over the past 2 years, while Mingyan Guifei often beat Shuang'er under the pretense of feigning madness, it was clear to her that Mingyan Guifei was not simply pretending to be mad. She was more so venting her pent-up aggression, using Shuang'er as a punching bag. Each episode was genuine, slapping her face, pinching her arms, pulling her hair, employing every possible. And for the last 2 years, Shuang'er had silently endured without saying a word, but deep down she felt that the only good person in this cold palace was Yang Han, who occasionally showed her a gentle smile and asked if she was cold. One must understand that with someone like Yang Han as the head of the cold palace, wielding the power of life and death, it would be entirely justifiable to kill an inconsequential maid on the spot. In this ruthless and treacherous palace, a guard captain could kill a guilty consort's maid without a blink of an eye, and no one would question it. However, when Shuang'er heard the Empress Mingyan say that the one who killed her uncle was Yang Han, her heart was thrown into turmoil. It was truly astonishing. In her limited understanding, Yang Han had always been the kind master who occasionally gave her an extra bun and asked if she felt cold. She had never seen him take action and could not fathom it. In her limited understanding, Yang Han had always been the kind master who occasionally gave her an extra bun and asked if she felt cold. She had never seen him take action and could not fathom his capacity for murder. At that moment, Empress Mingyan spoke again, her voice low and urgent, tinged with a hint of frantic madness. Shuang'er, my uncle has been killed. He was a true martial arts master. The death of a martial arts master signifies that the one who killed him possesses terrifying power, utterly unfathomable. She paused, a glint of sharp light flickering in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Shuang. And I now have a 90% chance of suspecting that it was Yang Han who did it. This is a woman's intuition. It cannot be wrong. The unfathomable demeanor, the indifference in controlling life and death. Who else could it be but him? Empress Mingyan grasped Shuang'er's wrist tightly, her nails nearly digging into the flesh. So, if you want to escape, you must go through Yonghan. And what is the key to escaping? It is you. Me. Schwanger was completely stunned. The key to escaping was her. She was just a lowly maid of no significance in this cold palace. What capability could she possibly have? Seeing Schwanger's bewildered and ignorant expression, Empress Mingyan felt a surge of annoyance, but soon regained her composure, assessing Schwanger's figure and face as if appraising merchandise. Her gaze was unrestrained and naked, as if examining a commodity waiting for a price. Your figure and face are both top-notch, Empress Mingyan said, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy and certainty. Even placed among the talented in the harem back in the day, you would easily rank in the top 5 overall. Moreover, her gaze lingered on Schwanger's alluring assets, biting her lip. Your advantages are striking to those men. You are practically a walking aphrodisiac, a deadly poison. Empress Mingyan suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice with a hint of seduction and threat. I need you to seduce Yonghan. Firmly control him, make his heart yours, and ensure he obeys your every whim. Then build a good relationship, and only then can we create an opportunity for me to escape. Do you understand? Seduce Captain Yonghan. Schwanger froze for a long time as if struck by lightning. The thought of having to seduce Yonghan to engage in various scandalous acts sent shivers down her spine. Schwanger's entire body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed bright red, and she felt shy all over her entire being, turning a rosy hue, even her ears reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. She imagined herself initiating contact, envisioning those shameful scenarios, and felt her head spin, almost fainting. Empress Mingyan, seeing her remain silent for a long time, trembling and blushing, felt a surge of anger rise within her. Her voice turned harsh and cold, filled with a bone-chilling intensity. Are you deaf when I speak to you? Do you think sacrificing yourself for my escape isn't worth it? Or do you want to die at my hands right now, eh? Sternly reprimanded. Schwanger jolted and came to her senses. It's worth it. It's worth it. She hurriedly knelt down, her voice trembling with tears. Schwanger, I will fulfill the goal you set for me, Your Highness. I will obey your every command. Hearing this humble and submissive response, Empress Mingyan nodded in satisfaction, her rage slightly abated. She leaned back against the headboard, casually asking, did the old matron in the palace ever teach you about matters in the bedroom? You know, those kinds of serving a man. Schwanger paused for a moment, her face instantly turning as red as her neck, lowering her head and mumbling, no. I haven't learned. What? Empress Mingyan erupted with rage, slamming her palm on the bed frame. How could you be so? You haven't even learned this after 2 years in the palace. All you know is to suffer and endure without gaining any skills. Schwanger hurriedly admitted her fault, trembling with fear. This servant deserves to die. This servant is useless. I ask for Your Highness' forgiveness. Empress Mingyan cursed a few times, her eyes flickering as if she thought of something, and with a cold snort she said, fine, not having learned also has its advantages. Being a blank slate, I can personally teach you, and I can shape you into what I desire. If you want to seduce Yonghan, you must not be completely ignorant. While men may like innocence, those who understand a bit more can be even more enticing. She extended her finger, lifting Schwanger's chin, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the next 3 days I will train you well, teach you everything from walking postures to the way you speak, and even how to handle those matters. You must strictly follow my guidance to seduce him, understand? Whatever posture I instruct you to take, you will do it. Whatever words I tell you to say, you will say them. Schwanger nodded repeatedly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet not daring to fall. This servant understands, and I will study diligently. Regardless of everything, Empress Mingyan had once been the empress who ruled the 6 palaces. To please Emperor Qianyuan and secure her position, her skills, her scheming, and her understanding of men were undoubtedly impressive. She had earned Emperor Qianyuan's exclusive favor not just by her background, but also through her masterful seduction techniques and strategies. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. 3 days passed just like that. During these 3 days, Yonghan condensed 5 celestial particles of the dragon elephant suppression art, increasing his strength 5-fold. Now he was much more powerful than when he had battled Lin Langtian. His strength surged like a river. What kind of terrifying destructive power would he unleash now with the Thunder Prison 8 cuts? Even he was somewhat curious, eager to find someone foolish enough to test his skills. Of course, anyone he could test his skills on would at least be a martial arts prodigy. There wasn't a single martial arts master capable of standing against him. Early in the morning, Yonghan shrugged and walked from the inner courtyard to the outside, breathing in the cold morning air of the cold palace. Then he saw Long Yutian standing at his post, his face swollen and bruised, one eye barely open, his lips marked with bruises, looking utterly miserable. Seeing his pitiful state, Yonghan was puzzled and stopped his steps to ask, what happened to you? Did someone beat you? This injury is quite serious. Long Yutian was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the captain to care about him, and quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Captain. It's just a minor issue, nothing to worry about." He had a rustic charm, scratching his head with a foolish grin, but it pulled at the cut on his lips, causing him to grimace. Yang Han narrowed his eyes, obviously not believing this clumsy excuse. Long Yutian then continued, "By the way, Captain, the guard camp competition is coming up in a month. The guard camp is no longer just the left and right camps, as the aristocratic sects have become increasingly rampant. Troubles have arisen frequently. Recently, the deputy camp leader of the right camp was even killed, so the guard camp has added front, back, and middle camps, freeing up many martial officer positions. Xiaoqin wants to strive for those positions, so he has been training with me in martial arts every night, honing our skills to stand out in the guard competition and bring glory to you, Captain." Yang Han nodded slightly. However, looking at Long Yushin's clearly beaten state, he couldn't help but say casually, "Is Xiaoqin really that ruthless? During a friendly spar, isn't it a bit excessive to go that hard?" Long Yutian shook his head repeatedly, smiling honestly. "It's fine. It's fine. We've come up together, we're all brothers. It doesn't matter if we get beaten up like this. Xiaoqin is only trying to help me improve my strength." Yang Han remained non-committal, his eyes deep. Over the past 2 years, Chang Xiaoqin had changed significantly. Reflecting on how he used to treat Yang Han with utmost respect, bowing and scraping, fearful to even breathe. But 2 years later, Chang Xiaoqin's strength had soared, seemingly hiding secrets, becoming more gloomy, and with the growth of his power, Chang Xiaoqin had also grown increasingly indifferent, often neglecting his duties, not coming to stand guard for days on, and not even bothering to greet anyone. He completely disregarded Yang Han's authority. If it were any other captain, they would have long since been held accountable and demoted. Yang Han could clearly sense that as Chang Xiaoqin's strength increased, his ambition and desire to rise were hard to conceal, leaving him indifferent towards his duties. Sometimes when he saw Yang Han, he would merely nod indifferently, his demeanor and attitude becoming cold, even tinged with a barely perceptible arrogance. Of course, Yang Han did not care too much about that. The ambitions of an ant were nothing but a mantis attempting. Glancing at the naive yet battered Long Yutian, Yang Han felt a slight sense of melancholy. After taking a deep breath of the cold air outside the cold palace, he returned to his room, leisurely preparing to brew a pot of tea, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the nearby chamber where Empress Mingyan was, the atmosphere was tense and suggestive. At this moment, Shuang'er had undergone a dramatic transformation. She wore delicate makeup, her brows like distant mountains, lips like cherry blossoms, her long hair styled into a flowing cloud bun adorned with Empress Mingyan's golden hairpin from her prime. Dressed in Empress Mingyan's casual clothing, a light purple palace gown, the fabric soft and the fit impeccable. At this moment, Shuang'er was no longer the disheveled maid she once was. She was practically a princess, radiant and stunning. Empress Mingyan snorted coldly, gazing at Shuang'er's ample bosom with gritted teeth, secretly cursing, "Little vixen, what did you eat to grow like this?" Due to her clothing, which was slightly too small, some areas were stretched tightly, almost threatening to burst. Empress Mingyan took a deep breath, suppressing her jealousy, and coldly instructed, "Shuang'er, from now on, this is your first step in seduction." Empress Mingyan took a deep breath, suppressing her jealousy, and coldly instructed, "Shuang'er, from now on, this is your first step in seduction. First, you must take the initiative to befriend him, to approach him, leaving a deep impression so he notices you. Do you understand?" Shuang'er slightly nodded, her face flushed crimson, but she had learned so much from Empress Mingyan in these past few days. From how to throw flirtatious glances, to how to sway her hips while walking, to how to serve a man. Remembering those shameful things, Shuang'er felt her body tremble, her legs weak. But she knew she had no way out. Empress Mingyan, seeing Shuang'er